West Point Liggett of Sugarland Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Tuesday to all of you. Hope you're having a great morning. Nice to be with you. We appreciate you getting up with us. We are with you until 10 a.m. this morning. I am Sean Pendergast. He is Pope Zaza.
Whoa.
Seth C. Payne. What's up, dude?
Oh, nothing. I'm,
Didn't mean to hit you with the hard questions early.
I don't know what just happened. Uh-oh, we're in trouble.
Oh, my God. How am I doing?
I had something lined up in the old brain ready to say.
How am I doing?
Then when you went to me in crunch time, Jabari Smith-Jr. did.
Yeah.
What's your favorite flavor of ice cream?
Yeah. Good job, Ben. Chocolate or vanilla, Seth? Chocolate or vanilla?
Hey, Seth, how you doing this morning?
Dude. Oh, man. You know who would not like you? Ben, you're spot on. Cobra Kai QB coach. Not a Payne fan.
You know what? There was something. I don't know what happened. I was thinking about Kaiwei Teng starting today, and then I think I had an aneurysm or something. I feel good.
Good.
Reportedly.
Is your excitement level for Kaiwei Teng starting tonight?
I'm
1 to 5. Scale of 1 to 5. Excitement level to see Kaiwei Teng start tonight.
What is life these days?
It's an 11 and 18 baseball team.
I'd say a 5 because at some point, if you think about the return of Hunter Brown, if you think of the return of the unstoppable
Tatsuya
Imai. There's a chance. There's an avenue somehow, somewhere.
Dude.
That with Arrighetti. Okay, let's see. Let's dream for a second.
Let's cobble this together. Yeah.
Hunter Brown.
Yeah. He's an
Imai
ace.
having fully recovered from his jet lag, despite having been in the country for at least 3 months now.
I would have had more respect if they put jet lag down as the injury instead of right arm fatigue.
He's
just
long
adjusting.
jet lag.
Yeah.
He's got suffering from long jet lag.
Okay, so Imai. Yep.
Imai. You got Arrighetti. You got Hunter Brown.
It's 3.
I can't put Lance into this conversation.
God, no.
But we'll say maybe Kaiwei Teng. Kaiwei Teng is our latest, greatest.
Respect. Put some respect on Peter Lambert's name. He had a good start last time out. 6 innings. And
I'm just trying to build the 4 at this point.
Yeah.
So between Lambert and Kaiwei Teng.
Yeah.
Maybe. And honestly, part of it at this point with the bats is good as they're capable of being. 4 starters who can just consistently go 6 innings or so, and just take some of the pressure off of that bullpen, and then we'll see what we have. We can reassess after we stabilize a little.
It's the back end of the bullpen that's a killer right now, because you thought for a couple of games there you had something in De Los Santos, and it's not been as good after the first couple times. Brian Abreu is still not usable. Josh Hader's coming back who knows when. So
for you, everything's so weird.
It is now. Well, and I was watching Chandler and Tyler Stafford on their podcast, the Crush City podcast. They do an excellent job of covering the team, and they were making great points about Abreu. They're like, he's basically making your bullpen dysfunctional right now just by sitting there doing nothing. Like, you can't. They used him in a game. They used him in one of the Yankee games, but they were down by 8 runs or whatever it was. You know, they were getting killed. So clearly, Espada doesn't want to put him in a game where they have a lead. And this just in, Seth, they're going to need to have leads in some of these games if they're going to get back in this AL West race.
Have a lead, and then if they can consistently run the ball, and convert first downs, just to do something to. So we need the bullpen to be the equivalence of a good, just a credible rushing offense that can get first downs in the fourth quarter. And let's add to that Josh Hader then, since we're moving to the back. It would just be incredible if that guy would show up at some point.
And who knows, if you get him back, maybe Abreu feels more comfortable with knowing full well he's not getting in the 9th inning. He knows what his role is, man. Josh Hader's got the 9, I got the 8, because it seems like and I know that there was, I know there's been, his fastball's down 2 miles an hour, whatever the case may be, maybe something mechanical. I think it's mostly between the ears with Brian Abreu. He said it himself. It's between the ears right now. He's overthinking things. So we'll see. I'm looking forward to, look, for an 11 and 18 baseball team, I look forward to two things: Yordan Alvarez and whatever the flavor of the day is. And the flavor of the day is Kai-Wei Teng starting a game. And I think this will be one of those decisions too that, Joe Espada, it's hard to judge Joe Espada right now because of all the injuries, the pitching's so bad. Do we blame Joe Espada because they're walking guys at an unbelievable rate right now? I don't know. Dana Brown doesn't. He said in his interview he did with the media the other day that Joe Espada's fine. Like, this isn't Joe's fault. But these are decisions that Joe's making, like to rob from the bullpen, because Kai-Wei Teng's been your best reliever, to rob from the bullpen to fortify the starting rotation. Neither of those things have been good in totality, but it's an interesting decision. You probably won't get 5 innings out of him tonight. You're probably, he's still not fully stretched to be a starter. He's replacing Ryan Weiss, which was funny because this will be Ryan Weiss's turn in the rotation. He's been bad the couple of opportunities they've given him, so they're trying something different. But it was funny in the article that I was reading. I think it was Kawahara I was reading yesterday. It's like, Teng probably won't go the normal allotment of a starter, which is understandable. He's not up to that pitch count yet. So they'll probably bring in Ryan Weiss after that. It's like, okay, we're going to get our Weiss one way or the other.
I know. I mean, well, at this point, too, moving a reliever to being a starter just means that, he's going to go in 2 innings earlier than he typically does. That, if you're a reliever on this team and Imai's pitching, you might as well start warming up. Right, you might as well warm up alongside Imai or any of these starting pitchers at this point.
Dude, that would be hilarious.
Just alternating
they're already
pitches
warming
on the
up.
mound there.
They're already warming up Imai's replacement while he's getting ready for the first inning.
And you kind of watch. You watch with one eye that right now, just all the developments in Boston with Alex Cora and everybody else getting fired, and it's in Boston. Boy, talk about a miserable city right now because they got the whole thing going on with Vrabel, and then Alex Cora gets fired, and basically I checked in on Boston because I was checking in on Vrabel.
Yeah.
It's almost as if firing Alex Cora to Red Sox fans is basically like Vrabel buying that sweatshirt as a present for his wife.
You saw that.
Yeah, which was the way it was framed. There's a picture of him buying a hoodie or like some kind of athleisure gear. And the way it was framed was he's buying a present for his wife to make up for. Like, who knows? They might have been buying it for his mom or something. The
aggregators were declaring it as fact that he was, as if they walked up to him and asked him. It was in the airport in Salt Lake City, which I guess is where he went for the weekend. I was reading an article about this.
Maybe he's gone LDS. Maybe that's what he's going to get out of this.
That would be a drastic switch. I got to get as wholesome
and strict as possible.
Well, or he he's
going sect, like one of those mountain sects.
He's like, hey, Rossini, now I'm with this religion that'll let me have 2 wives.
To be clear, it doesn't. But yes, I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
I don't want to piss off the LDS people, Sean.
Do you think they're up 6:08? It's at least one is.
They've been up since 4 a.m.
Yeah, probably. Probably. I saw that same thing. We'll hit Vrabel later in the show for sure. Astros back at it tonight. We love East Coast. We love East Coast series. I only bring it up in the 6 o'clock segment because all of you that are up right now probably can appreciate a good 5:35 start time, which means it starts at 6:35 in Baltimore. I wouldn't mind some 6:30 starts here in Houston instead of
nice.
a little half hour earlier.
That's exactly what this city needs. Where we're
not going to show up either way until the third inning.
True.
So if they're not going to show up, then start it earlier for guys like us. So that's tonight. I
think it's 6:30 tomorrow night too. I want to say they're all early in this series, right?
It's 5:30 Houston time today and tomorrow, and it's 11:30 Houston time in the morning on Wednesday. I mean,
what?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
okay.
12:30 Baltimore time. So it's
No, I know. Yeah. Okay.
11:30. I love that. I mean, we're practically walking out of the building and walking right to somewhere to go watch a baseball game. That's beautiful. On a Thursday afternoon. Love that.
Where do they go after this?
Huh?
Where do they go after
Boston.
This? Okay.
Yeah, Boston, to go face the headless horseman that is the Boston Red Sox.
We should have Ted on next week. Later this week.
This week, yeah. It starts on Friday. Yeah, you want to have Ted on? We can talk a little Vrabel with him, too? All right. I'll get in touch with Teddy J. By the way, Joe Espada, second on the odds board, as long as we're talking about Alex Cora. Next manager to get fired, second on the odds board, Joe Espada, 3-1.
Who's number one?
Carlos Mendoza of the Mets. The Mets the Mets and the Phillies are worse than the Astros right now, record-wise. So their managers, and those are teams that spend more money than the Astros. Their managers are in real trouble.
I try to do my little exercise where I put myself in the shoes of a Bostonian, and I try to be as angry and racist as possible as I'm doing this.
Sure.
Real go super Boston mode.
Yep.
I do think that we would probably have the same response as a lot of Boston fans when they fired Alex Cora, which is, all right, if you fired Espada, are all of a sudden the pitchers going to be healthy?
Right.
Are all of a sudden are the pitchers going to be good? And how much do we put on Espada specifically?
Yeah, and they whacked everybody. They whacked like 6 other guys too. So it was a complete shift, and the players were mad up there, like demonstrably angry. The Red Sox players like Alex Cora. Yeah, they were mad. The players were. So I don't know that unless they're trying to get everybody to rally against one common enemy, which is the GM, and that's going to drive the chip on their shoulder. So
when we were 2-14 back in 2005.
Five. Yep.
Thanks, Sean.
You're welcome.
I need you to be my biographer. You know the fact. You can be my biographer and fact checker.
Yep.
Back in 2005, there was a point where a couple players wanted to go talk to Mr. McNair about something, just to voice our approval of somebody that we thought was going to get fired. And my contention was, why the hell should he listen to us? Okay? This is guys, I don't think you understand how much we suck right now. And I did not go see Mr. McNair about this one specific thing.
Did they?
Because of the deep shame I felt over the situation.
I think you made the right choice. Did they go see Mr. McNair about that?
They did. And and Mr. McNair was always super cool about stuff like that. I disagreed with these guys. It's a couple of friends of mine. It wasn't a big deal.
Yeah.
But I kind of disagreed about the message that they wanted to give to Mr. McNair. Because I told them, I was guys, do you really think we all been putting our best efforts on paper here? We're a crappy football team, and it's not just the coach's fault here.
No.
I was playing incredibly well, but still, not everybody else.
You don't want to show everybody else up. I got it.
Yeah.
So hey, speaking of the Texans, all the draft report cards are in. We'll dig into those a little bit later. We hit some of them yesterday, but that chart that comes out every year that I love, because Seth, I love grading, ranking, judging, all of those things. That chart that has all 30 report cards and it spits out a GPA for each team is out, and I think the Texans are fair. The Texans are in the bottom quartile. They're 25th out of 32. Nick Caserio got a 2.63 GPA.
Bottom quartile.
Bottom quartile. He's in the upper quartile of the bottom quartile. Are we allowed to use that hotkey still now that Irsay's not with us anymore?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's gonna stay dead.
Yeah.
It's not like all of a sudden maybe he'll pull through or something.
Not worried about
he's
him.
dead. He's dead. We'll play the hotkey.
Okay.
In the upper quartile of winners, we're in the top quartile of that upper quartile.
Okay, so in the bottom quartile of drafters, according to the report card people, Nick Caserio is in the upper quartile of the bottom quartile.
It's fun because right now all of the talk, all the rage on the most annoying corners of Twitter as we do post-draft analysis has been about how teams drafted versus the consensus boards, the opinion, the conglomeration of all the different mock drafts and everything.
Yep.
And right now, as the flavor of the month this year is very much, don't go outside of the wisdom of the crowd. If you start reaching too much, then you're a stupid, horrible drafter.
Yeah.
And the Texans did whether you want to call it a reach or they went away from public consensus, whatever. They did that, so they're going to get graded down. And it's funny because just back when people were more into drafting for need, I think a lot of people would have looked at this draft and said, wow, look at this. They addressed this need. They addressed that need. But I don't get too worked up about it other than that. I see a whole lot of people doing statistical analysis because they have charts and graphs and everything who don't really understand what they're talking about.
Yeah.
And that annoys me a little bit.
Yeah.
But other than that.
I think, too, there's correlation with a lot of things. You pointed this out yesterday. Oh, wow. Look, all the teams that had multiple first-round picks got awesome grades from everybody.
Right,
There were 6 teams that had multiple first-round picks. Jets, Giants, Browns, Chiefs, Dolphins, Cowboys. What do they all have in common? They were bad teams last year. Of those 6, 5 of them were in the top 7 of the cumulative report card.
It's a great way to get a good draft.
It's a self-fulfilling prophecy.
If you can have a couple of first-round picks, and if all you do is just go by the consensus board and just draft somebody, even if he doesn't fit your team, just draft somebody right in that spot, you will get A pluses.
1, 3, 4, 5, and 7 were those, some permutation of those 6 teams. The only one that was the outlier was the Dolphins at 18, and they're the one team that everybody's like, what the hell are they doing this offseason?
Yeah.
Like, nobody knows what they're doing. So there's that. Okay, so we have the 2.63 crowd giving Nick Casario's GPA, and then we got Steve Weish of the NFL Network, who gave his top 5 most improved teams yesterday, and he said this.
The Houston Texans. What? The Houston Texans?
Number 4,
they
by the way.
to make a big splash? Yes, they absolutely did. They got the guard, Keelan Rutledge, out of Georgia Tech. 2-time first-team All-ACC. He's probably going to start at center. But this was the play that got them to 4. Caden McDonald, the massive defensive tackle out of Ohio State to keep those great linebackers clean. They needed this. And then they get the tight end Marlon Klein, more of a receiving tight end out of Michigan. Do not sleep on one of the best teams in the AFC.
Okay, so Weish is, and I think Weish has always been kind of a fan of this era of the Texans, if I'm not mistaken. He had his top 5 most improved teams. The Texans were 4th. The 3 teams ahead of them were all bad teams last year that are among the, that had 2 first-round picks. The Browns, the Jets, the Giants, then the Houston Texans, then for what it's worth, the Eagles after that. All 32 teams probably feel inside their building that they're all improved after the draft. I don't think any front office drafts 7 or 8 guys and said, well, we're worse than we were before the draft.
Yeah, there's probably a lot of teams, though. I mean, in any given year, there's the guys that you really liked that perhaps you really hoped fell to you or what have you that you don't get. But yeah, I mean, like if you're bringing in more fresh meat and hopefully some of them.
You're bringing in new. So all 32 teams feel like they're better than they were on Wednesday night last week. Do you? And I haven't looked at the other 31 teams to see what they've done to be able to say that Weish is right or wrong, or if I agree or disagree with him. But 4 feels awfully high.
Well, I think that's the trick too. Is when you're looking back at the draft, there's kind of the man. If you go too far outside of whatever consensus opinion is, then long term you're probably going to end up getting the short end of the stick on that. You're not smarter than all the other GMs and former execs and all that stuff. Yeah. But I do, so you can grade it by 2 different ways. Like, did you get good value, or did you actually bring in guys that are going to help your team? So in the short term, did you actually address some needs, or do you have more competition at certain spots? Yeah, I think they did. I think they've got more competition in more areas right now. Marlon Klein's going to obviously be the biggest thing that people are going to look at. And you either end up looking really smart or really stupid based on how all that works out. I feel better about the Marlon Klein pick after just listening to a lot of the people post-draft discuss just how with the tight ends and with this draft in general, partly because it was kind of a crappy draft, or at least it's perceived to be a crappy draft, that opinions were all over the place. The guys that, like Daniel Jeremiah and guys that talked to actual NFL executives said that it was just as wide a spectrum as they've ever seen when it comes to, man, this team really liked this group of guys, where this team didn't like any of those guys but loved these other guys.
Yeah, and you don't need, if you're drafting him at 59, Marlon Klein, to necessitate, to create the urgency of drafting him, the other 31 teams don't need to agree with you. You just need 1 or 2 teams to agree with your assessment, and then you've got to go get him if you like him enough. It's kind of simple. 2.63. I like this draft class. I expected this draft class to get downgraded because of the perceived reaches. I like the class. I like this class.
The biggest thing, because I start. You told me once your father. What did you say about your father? He's never met somebody who's not his friend? Or as soon as you meet him, you're his friend?
Yeah, something along those. I don't remember how I quoted it, but I'm
the opposite when it comes to draft picks.
Yeah.
I tend to just look at him as like, all right, you suck until you prove to me that you don't. The guy I'd be most surprised if he sucks is Caden McDonald. I feel very good about him.
I do
think
too.
I'll be very surprised if he's not a bona fide NFL player.
I always say with my dad, everybody starts with an A. And
that's what you said. Everybody starts with an A.
They start with an A, yep.
With me, they all start with Fs.
Yeah.
And, but I'm keeping an eye on you, F student Peyton McDonald.
There's something about you. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you, off and running on a Tuesday here. Let's talk Rockets in the next segment. What did the Rockets improve on to get that win in Game 4? And what was the catalyst for this that happened even before the game started? We'll get to that in the next segment. But Seth, first, let's save the early risers here a little bit of money on their property taxes, shall we? And let's save them some time, because you can either gather up all your information, go to court, spend all this time and all this stress protesting your property taxes, probably unsuccessfully, or you can get with Ownwell in 3 minutes and let them do it for you.
Yeah, and they do everything. You don't have to go to a hearing. You don't have to file any paperwork. You go sign up in 3 minutes, and then their experts in their advanced technology finds out what you should be paying on your property taxes and then fights to get it down to that number. And you don't pay anything at all up front. You don't pay anything at all unless they save you money.
It's beautiful. And how about a little roll call here for some of the counties? Harris County, Ownwell delivered an average net savings 21 to 51% higher than their competitors did. Montgomery County, homes in the 250 to 500K range, Ownwell had a 94% success rate versus the market's 81% success rate. And then in Brazoria County, double your money, baby. Homes of 500 to 750K, more than 2 times what they saved by using other firms. The point here, use Ownwell. They're awesome at what they do. Don't wait. The deadline to protest is May 15th for most counties. Save money on your property taxes with Ownwell. Sign up in less than 3 minutes at Ownwell.com. That's Ownwell.com, and let them know Payne and Pendergast sent you when you complete your sign up at Ownwell.com.
Payne and Pendergast.
My biggest takeaway from this draft is really this was a D'Amico
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
24 turnovers forced, I should say, by the Rockets in the last game against the Lakers, and forcing LeBron James into probably the worst playoff performance of his career. Those were big helps to the Rockets continuing their season and getting a stay of execution on Sunday. They play tomorrow in L.A., 9 o'clock tip time. Here was Zach Lowe. Was this on the podcast he does with Simmons?
Yeah, this is on Simmons' podcast.
Yep. This was Zach Lowe on Simmons' podcast on what the Rockets improved at in Game 4.
I mean, thing number one was they actually made Luke Kennard play defense and didn't let him just hang out. I know it took 4 games.
Unbelievable.
But they didn't let him hang out off the ball all the time. Amen Thompson attacked him, and they just he was on Tari Eason. Tari Eason even just blew by him at one point, just gave Tari Eason the ball. Jabari Smith hunted him in a switch, and this has kind of been fun. Without KD, it's been fun to watch guys like Jabari Smith Jr. get to do a little bit more and really stretch their wings. That was one, and just they have this kind of defensive gear in them when they have their best defenders on the floor. They can create a lot of turnovers. Lakers had 20-something turnovers the last time I checked. And, so that strategically, that would be the main one.
Yeah, 24 turnovers. 17 of them were live ball turnovers, so 17 of them turn into easy opportunities or numbers the other way, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
That
was part of a conversation, too, where it started off with kind of them scoffing at the notion that the Rockets would do anything strategically. And then they were surprised that, oh, wow, look at that. They actually had a strategy in this game, and it paid off.
That's so damning for Ime Udoka. Yeah. As I was listening to that, because that's the first I'd heard that audio, and I just wrote down the words, so damning. Like that, and honestly, to the point where there's like a 25% chance it was just coincidence. They just happened to be attacking. It just so happened Luke Kennard was the guy who was getting beat on a lot of these plays.
Yeah, they didn't do anything different than when they accidentally discovered penicillin.
Right. Does Ime Udoka know that they were attacking Luke Kennard in that game? That is some damning stuff, and it's even more damning because of Ime's tone after all these games, and his tone after every game that this team blew this year. Yeah. I mean, they had so many late game collapses during the season, too.
The only thing I'd say there is that what Zach Lowe was saying is that he said they do have this defensive gear. Yeah, they've been holding the Lakers to about 100 points a game. Like that's if you have any kind of a pulse on offense and if you can shoot the ball like they did in the last game, then that should be good enough. Yep. The defense hasn't been at any point this season or postseason exactly what you really feel like they should be or could do. But that hasn't been the issue in this series.
And yet they're 6th in defense. It's weird. It's the story of the season is they beat down. They were so much more physically gifted than so many of the bad teams or mediocre teams. They just beat people down. Yeah. It's just they blew so many games. It just feels like this team can't be top 10 in anything. But they won 52 games. So yeah, it's a weird team. It's by far the weirdest Rockets team that I've ever rooted for. That's technically a good team, I would say.
Well, and then the other part of it too is, now we're stuck in this horrible state where Durant's not healthy and not there. Even when he was there, he's not healthy. But somehow this playoff series is, I feel like it's being treated by a lot of people as an indictment on Kevin Durant and what he can and cannot do when he's not actually even on the court. That makes it, and he's not healthy. There's what the national media is saying, and then locally here, there's just a lot more nuance.
The health thing, I have a hard time with the health thing because the injuries he sustained to miss the games in this series have not been old man injuries. He bumped knees with a teammate, and then he rolls an ankle. I mean, you can go back and watch the play. He rolled an ankle. Now, maybe because he's 37 years old, the recovery would be better if he was 25 years old.
Yeah,
maybe?
I don't know. I know. Yeah, I know exactly what you're saying. I mean, some things like the big ones, like torn Achilles tendons and whatnot, those tend to happen more in your 30s.
That was second in minutes played in the NBA and played at an all-NBA level all year.
Right. Yeah. But at the same time, it's, Father Time is undefeated in this stuff. He is going to get increasingly more injuries as he gets older, or you're going to have to manage his minutes more. So I think it's fair to worry about, all right, man, when he's banged up and injured at the end of a season, remember, where he played as many minutes as he ever has, but he's 1 year older, then is this just the culmination of, okay, the wear and the tear and the fatigue you're gonna get more of these minor injuries?
That's the part I'm most worried about, Seth, what you said right there, because look, they gave him a contract extension before the year. He's going to be here a couple more years, unless they trade him. He'll be here for a couple more years. I think sometimes you give these contracts to guys that are that age, knowing full well that probably there's a good chance that at least the last year of that deal is probably not going to be a great value. He will be dealing with injuries, that kind of thing. But you do it because it's the price of poker to keep him around for the first 2 years of that. And that's my if they're not able to come back and extend this thing, and I think even if they do, Oklahoma City is a buzzsaw right now. So the part that feels the worst for me is that you burned one of the good years you're going to get out of Durant, one of the healthy years you're going to get out of Durant. And you probably would have burned it anyways because this team was poorly constructed and Rafael Stone didn't do anything at the trade deadline. Everybody's culpable in all this. But, yeah, the future is where I start to worry about the injuries like you're talking about.
Right. Well, and that's the other part, though, too. If you did anything, just a damn thing at the trade deadline, and you had a viable veteran point guard, I keep reminding myself, like, this is a drastically weakened Lakers team. This is not your normal. This is not
missing their two best guys.
This is not the matchup it could have been. Yeah. If this is where you had ended up and the Lakers were healthy, you'd be getting absolutely just waylaid in this series.
Yep.
So, it's a bad feeling.
Yeah. Well, the question is, does Alperen Şengün have any more pep talks in him? Because apparently Alperen Şengün gave a pep talk before Game 4 to the team. And Jabari Smith Jr. mentioned it after the game. Amen Thompson mentioned it in the on-court interview after the game with whoever the sideline reporter was for NBC. Here was Alperen Şengün being asked about it in the post-game. I love Alpy. Being asked about it in the post-game press conference from Sunday night.
You know, I don't talk that much. Like, I talk in the game, but, like, I talk to individual, whatever. But, like, today, you know, I had a good talk, I think. And after the talk, you know, man was telling me that she really motivated me, you know, and then I was like, my English was good, and then he said, you messed up 1 point. Well, I don't care. You know, he said, I don't care, I still understand you. So I was happy, you know, they understand me, and it's hard, man. It's hard to talk to another language, but you know, I try every day. I don't give a. And you know what I'm saying? End of the day, they understand me, and I'm happy with that.
Okay, so yeah.
That's, you know what's intriguing to me is that, like, he's got really good English.
Yeah.
And for a guy that didn't grow up in the U.S., and
he had a translator his first 2 years here.
Yeah. So, like, in the press conference, it's funny because to hear him speak in that press conference, if you didn't know anything about him, you'd be like, why was he even worried about his English? Because he went to a place. He went unconscious when he was giving that speech.
Oh yeah.
You know, which is a good tip for anybody that gets nervous about public speaking or anything. There's a part of it where you just gotta let it go, man. You've got your notes, you've got your bullet points and everything, but sometimes you just gotta let it go.
Rip it up and just speak from the heart.
That's the only way you're going to be spectacular, but also know that there's a chance that it's going to be the worst thing you've ever said, too.
Oh, yeah.
But you got to go there.
You got to shoot your shot.
You got to just trust, just go with it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, you got to shoot your shot. I thought that was really cool. You know, look, it's been a rough series for Alpy. It's not for lack of effort. Like he's like Alperen Şengün is somebody who's out there. I think people get on him because the defensive end of the floor is not always great. Although he does have the occasional spectacular block shot, like he did in the game on Sunday. But he's a plotter, man. Like he's just a little slow of foot. He's not. He's a guy who's going to stay kind of attached to the floor, and he does everything at that level.
Real quick, did you see the Keelan Rutledge High School basketball video that I tweeted yesterday?
No.
Oh,
no.
He was an all-state basketball player.
Oh, I know he's a good athlete.
Like it was just in a practice.
Yeah.
And he was just swatting balls down.
Was he really? Oh, is it on your? It's on your timeline right now.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll go look at it during the break. Oh, no, he's a really good athlete, Keelan Rutledge. I'm not surprised.
So anyway, back to the Rockets.
Yeah.
This. And honestly, it was funny that Zach Lowe gave a shout out to Jabari Smith Jr. and how they're using him because he also has had a bad moment or two.
Yeah.
At the
One
end
in
of
particular.
regulation in Game 3.
Yeah.
So Durant, there's just no hope, right?
Well, Dr. Chow, I don't think we have time. Well, we'll play Dr. Chow in headlines. Let's do that because we are bereft of headlines today. No Astros, no Rockets yesterday. Yeah, the outlook for KD is not great, and we'll have Dr. Chow's assessment of that coming up in headlines. Also, little news with the Astros we'll get to, and a little news in the NFL that we'll get to in headlines, brought to you by the Men's Tea Clinic. We'll do that coming up next. But first, online therapy. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp, and BetterHelp.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, headlines. We'll start with the Astros. By the way, we will, at the top of the hour, circle back to the Texans draft class. Leftover audio on the Texans draftees, and we got some good ones. So if you still got that appetite for the Texans draft class and some analysis and some audio from that, stay tuned at the top of the hour at 7 o'clock. Astros back in action tonight against the Baltimore Orioles in Baltimore. Baltimore, a solid team this year, not a great team, but better than they were last season. The Astros, of course, still 11-18 and at the bottom of the AL West. So hoping to kind of get on track. They had an off day yesterday. Feels like this team can use all the off days it can get with as overworked as their pitching staff is right now with their 6+ ERA. Kai-Wei Teng is going to get the start tonight, Seth, and that's the big story with this game is we get Kai-Wei Teng, who is the 11th pitcher to start a game for the Astros so far this year.
They are, last time I checked, they had the second most pitchers used. Was it Toronto that it was number one?
Toronto's got a ton of injuries. That would make sense. Yeah.
I think it was Toronto or whoever else it was. I was kind of blown away that anybody else had as bad luck as the Astros have.
Yeah.
But, Kai-Wei Teng, who I think is by far almost probably unanimously everybody in Houston's favorite Taiwanese pitcher.
I'm trying to think of my power rankings, and he's so far ahead I can't think of who else is on it.
Taiwanese pitchers
in Houston.
MLB.
Yeah.
My typing has gone. It's weird. As I type way more than I ever thought I would. I don't type as fast as one.
What'd you learn as you're Googling on the air?
Kai-Wei Teng is the only pitcher listed here. Currently, as far as I can tell, he's the only pitcher from Taiwan in Major League Baseball right now.
So he's the best.
Yes,
and the worst.
Yeah.
So he gets the start tonight.
Ni back in 2009 and 10 for the Tigers.
Okay, we don't need
really not. You back over a decade, and I think he might be the.
Not many.
No, there's more.
Yeah.
But I would say like 6 or 7 over the course of the past couple decades. There's really not a lot of Taiwanese pitchers.
Okay, there you go. What are you hoping to get out of him tonight? Give me an over-under on number of innings you want out of Kai-Wei Teng.
5 innings, 2 runs. 2 earned runs.
I'd be surprised if he went 5. I mean, if his pitch counts down.
You're right.
Yeah.
Okay, 4 innings. If he goes 4 innings, I'll be really impressed.
I'll be super stoked if he goes 4 innings. Yeah. It probably means
he'll have to do it efficiently.
I was going to say he's going to have to be economical with his pitches. So
I like how the pitchers go through these little waves where, hey, we're going to be more aggressive and we're going to throw strikes, and they do, and they let up a lot of hits and runs. So then they're going to no, we need to be careful, and they do. And then they lead the league in walks.
Yes. Yeah, they have 9 pitch at-bats.
Can we find the middle way?
Something, man, something. So that's the Astros start a 3-game series with the Orioles, 5:30 tonight, 5:30 tomorrow, matinee on Thursday at 11:30 Houston time. The Rockets are off tonight. They're back at it tomorrow against the Lakers in L.A. That's a 9 o'clock tip time. They will be without Kevin Durant in this game, and for the foreseeable future, if they keep winning games, the Rockets trying to become the first team in NBA history to come back from down 3-0 in a playoff series. This was Dr. Chow, who is a friend of the show, former team doctor for the Chargers in the NFL, and now he's got his own website where he does medical analysis for gambling purposes, sicsports.com. And he did a short video yesterday on Kevin Durant. The big thing with Kevin Durant is this is not just a sprained ankle, but a bone bruise, and that is bad news for the Rockets.
The reporting says there's an ankle bone bruise. And if he has an ankle bone bruise, okay, it's the ankle, not the knee like Anthony Edwards. That's not just a strap it up and play through injury.
Okay.
So if he indeed has a bone bruise, as has been reported, then I would not call Kevin Durant soft.
Okay.
I get the suspicions, and I love Shams Charania, but the reporting on his knee when they got run into on his knee, that it was a deep patella tendon bruise. You don't really bruise tendons, but okay, whatever.
You're not going to go after. He heard it from somebody. He's not. Yeah.
It's a game of telephone from an agent or something.
Correct.
The agent might be trying to make it sound worse. That's why I always thought Durant would play through that. If he has an ankle bone bruise, then I don't think he's soft, but he's also not coming back. And that's probably one more game from being done that series, right?
Yeah, and that's where, because I sometimes when people report stuff like that, they'll say it's a pain tolerance, it's just a pain tolerance issue or something, which it sets somebody up to be labeled as soft. If like, what do you mean? You can't gut his way through it. It's more than that. You get a bone bruise, it just starts messing the way your body can actually function.
Yeah.
Things just don't operate properly. So for anybody to question Durant's toughness for a guy that's played as many minutes as he has at his advanced age.
Yeah.
He's played through a lot of injuries. You don't play that many games at that age without playing through a lot of injuries.
Sure. No, I understand. I understand being frustrated about Durant being injured. I don't understand the frustration because I've heard frustration directed at Durant. Like it's he's old. He's not tough enough.
Yeah.
You got to muscle your way through this kind of thing. And I'm like, okay, Kevin Durant plays through stuff, man. Like if Kevin Durant's not playing, he's hurt. It's just, you say what you will about the social media act with him and the burner accounts and things like that. I don't think he's soft at all. Maybe a little, maybe mentally soft if people get under his skin on Twitter or whatnot, but I don't think he's physically
soft. Seems to work for him. Yeah. He's just got a chip on his shoulder.
It seems to work for him, but when the collateral damage is the chemistry of your locker room gets blown to smithereens.
That's true. Yeah, when it all gets exposed. When you don't want everybody to see your chip all the time.
Yeah. Mike Vrabel is back in the building on Monday, Seth. Looking
he is clean shaven
and fresh and handsome.
The picture I saw, I didn't like it. He was clean shaven.
Looked AI almost.
Yeah, I felt like, when he just got back from Utah, I think the LDS conversion might be real. He looks like a Mormon.
Yeah.
He looks like a clean living Mormon.
Yeah. I retweeted the picture of him. I said, rehabilitated.
Well, you know what? Honestly, the question would be, okay, what's he going to therapy for? Sex addiction or something else or whatever? There's always been a vibe around Vrabel that he's not afraid to have a drink or two. I can't remember which former teammate it was who was talking about how Vrabel was always the guy that was like the lead goose and getting guys to go out and everything.
Yeah.
And that jibes with it. Remember when he was arrested for stealing beer from a convenience store at a casino?
I do.
About a decade ago or so. That these things can be intertwined. He might have been living a life that was a teetering on the edge of out of control.
Yeah.
Who knows? But between whatever his relationship was with Daniel Rossini, was drinking, part of his bad decision making, etc. He's just got to clean his whole life up.
Yeah, I think so. Wherever he was this weekend, it sounds like he was with his family. So whatever counseling was going on, it sounds like he either his family was with him in the counseling or they were all there in Utah, and then I don't know. And I'm sure he will divulge very little in terms of detail as to what was going on.
That's the thing I feel like with BYU, for instance, because they have so many players. People always point to the fact that they have older guys on their team because they've been on missions and everything, and that's an advantage physiologically. The other big advantage is that they've got guys that also have wives and children, and they're living a life that's a lot more conducive to keeping things in between the rails.
Yep.
So I don't know. Maybe I might actually be advocating for him to just go.
LDS. Yeah. Maybe so.
If you could find somebody to talk to about that religion that would recruit you into it, I don't know. Good luck with that.
That might be.
I don't know if there's anybody I don't know if they have an outreach program or something, but are they accepting new members? Who knows?
Wait on their doorstep long enough. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. Good to be with you guys. Hey, speaking of football, let's circle back over to the Texans. More audio on the Texans draftees. You want to get excited about Keelan Rutledge? Stay tuned, and we've got little Kamari Ramsey. We got some great audio from Caden McDonald that I feel like Texans are going to have an opinion on when it comes to cooking in your backyard. We will have that for you coming up next.
Hey, you want to keep things between the lanes when it comes to your finances, too. And you know what you call Trajan Wealth. Trajan Wealth, look, they're not going to come.
FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I still think there's plenty of runway to get excited about this draft class for the Texans. Draft just finished up over the weekend. Keelan Rutledge, Caden McDonald, the two crown jewels of the class, and then Marlon Klein is probably, I would say, if we were giving out superlatives for this draft class, Seth, I would say Marlon Klein, most polarizing of all the picks in this.
Yeah. Just because he was so far down on a lot of people's boards.
Yeah.
The more I listen to some of the plugged-in draft guys after the draft, a lot of them are, with no specific team they're sticking up for, are just saying, man, it was really all over the place with a lot of the positions this year in terms of how different teams were feeling about different players, and then especially with the tight ends. It was almost maybe it was like a poor man's version of what it was with the edge rushers. Remember there was just that big blob of edge rushers that looked like they could be second-round picks?
Yeah.
With the tight ends, I think there was this big blob of tight ends that people thought might be second through fifth round tight ends, and people were all over the place with them. So I get the people who are skeptical of that pick. I do see what the Texans see in Klein. So it's going to be fun to watch, obviously.
It will. It is something to watch in camp for sure. I think most of the people criticizing the pick probably didn't know Marlon Klein existed before the pick was made. Most of the people, like the average person listening to the show isn't scouring big boards for this. Some of you do. I get it. If you do, then great. I think people are more upset at the notion of a 59th overall pick being a project than they are angry with Marlon Klein personally. Like, they want 59 overall to be somebody who they feel is a slam dunk to contribute this year. It feels like from all the rhetoric surrounding him that he's more project than he is. But who knows? He's more project than he is immediate contributor.
The part that's interesting to me, and it's also the thing that makes me nervous, is if you look at the Jaguars, who went way outside the box with almost all of their picks. Were like way against the consensus thought on everything.
Yep.
I do wonder if some of the teams like the Rams, like the Texans, the Jaguars, that have a little bit more of an analytical bent to them, if some of it is based on just the GPS data and the way that you can measure guys' functional athleticism, that they value that a lot more than the traditional stats and everything. So there might be an athletic upside to Klein that perhaps doesn't necessarily show up in the measurables, and especially because he didn't play nearly as much college football as a lot of those other guys.
You made a point about Marlon Klein earlier in the show where you said, look, it's either going to be the Texans are either going to come out looking really, really smart or really, really stupid on that pick. We'll see what the rest of the draft says. That was Gladstone's whole draft.
Yeah.
He got we cited the GPAs. There's a Twitter account that compiles all the report cards out there on draft grades, and there's however many, there's 25 different report cards out there. They go through the exercise of compiling them and then coming up with a grade point average for each GM. And Nick Caserio's GPA was a 2.63. It was kind of down the list. I wasn't surprised. I like the class, but we know why. We know that when you diverge from the big consensus boards out there and you don't have multiple first-round picks, it's harder to be high up like that. Gladstone got a 1.34. A 1.34. You know how hard it is to have everybody think, everybody think your draft sucked to the extent that is not just a failing grade, that is a massive failing grade.
Sean, and that's the path that genius sometimes takes, is that people are going to call you an idiot when you're saying things that they're not ready for.
The road less traveled.
It's also, ironically enough, the path that idiots take. So at the initial path of an idiot or a genius, they look very, very similar. A whole lot of people shouting at them, "You're so dumb." But then at some point, the genius ascends. So we'll see with Gladstone.
Oh, my God.
When the path diverges in the wood, which path will he take?
Oh,
yes.
I tell you, which one I'm rooting for.
Yeah.
You know which one I'm rooting for.
Duntsville.
Yes, Duntsville, indeed.
We're on the road to Duntsville.
Indeed. All right, let's hear from some folks on some of the Texans picks. Keelan Rutledge, the first-round pick. That's the big one.
Yeah.
Here was you pulled some of these.
This is Brock Heward, who does radio in Seattle. So some of the things he's talking about in here, he's talking specifically about 12 guys that he identified before the draft that he was really interested in, that he'd love the Seahawks to draft. And the first guy he talked about was Keelan Rutledge.
But I'm going to start number 12 with a right guard. His name is Keelan Rutledge. Offensive guard, and not just a guard, a right guard, with 43 starts for the Rambling Wreck at Georgia Tech. You know what they do at Georgia Tech, Salt? They run the freaking ball, and they move people. And Keelan Rutledge, you're talking about one of these guys he's not first round. I don't think if you took him at 32, it'd be a bit of a reach. And there are some other guys, but what do I love about him? He's 6'4", 316. Mm-hmm. He's not short, squatty little arms. He's 32 and a half. He jumped 32 inches. Yeah, 32 and a half inch arms. He jumped 32 on his vert. He ran about a 5 flat. But what I love is he's unapologetically a guard. And he's missing just one G. He's missing one G, or you could spell rugged in his last name. And you're going to hear me use that adjective a lot. If you're at the line of scrimmage, you know what I want? I want really nasty rugged. And this is the toughest dude in the draft. Multiple people told me that. Give me the nastiest, meanest, fire-breathing, rip your head off, unapologetic about it. It's Keelan Rutledge.
So Heward is you can't spell blah, blah, blah without blah, blah, blah guy.
I debated whether to leave the dad joke in or not.
Oh, I'm glad, I'm glad you did.
No, but so what I did yesterday is I went back and I kind of looked at all the pre-draft analysis of various people on some of the Texans draft picks. And the thing that kept coming up as a common theme with Rutledge was pretty much what Brock Heward was saying right there. He might have been a lot of draft analysts' favorite guy, but not so much that they elevated him up into the first round.
Yeah.
And I could see you could hear people almost fighting with themselves about, like, man, okay, this is my fourth guard, but I love this guy. Yeah. He's my favorite guy in the draft.
Well, and you can hear him, for those just wondering, like, just to translate a little bit, the reason why he was saying at 32 there is because, as you pointed out, Seth, he does radio in Seattle. They were picking 32nd in the draft. So that was clearly something that they were looking at him for the Seattle Seahawks.
Yeah, and there were a lot of guys that, I think we'll play Brandon Thorne, who's kind of an O-line. He has a website devoted to O-linemen. That they might have other guys rated above him for traits, et cetera, but this is their favorite guy, and a lot of it boils back down to just the ruggedness, the nastiness, all of that stuff. And that's where that's where pre-draft, but then especially going back and listening, like, you can see exactly with what the Texans are, with what the theme of their offseason has been. It's that they want to be meaner and nastier on offense, and that's why they liked him so much.
Do you want to hit that Brandon Thorne here?
Yeah, let's do Brandon Thorne.
Okay.
So just, he's, listen, not the best radio energy. Just buckle down for 1 minute.
Does he say good things? Okay.
He says good things. Okay. Buckle down for 1 minute, okay?
Stick with us. Yeah.
Yeah, so this guy's just a hair below these guys for me, but he's probably my favorite guy of all these. Keelan Rutledge from Georgia Tech. I mean, you watch his tape at Georgia Tech this year. To me, I thought he had more pancakes than anybody I watched in this class.
Destroyed linebackers. He was killing them.
It's very clear, what he's bringing to the field, and I think that'll be able to translate to the pro game. It's just, again, needs to clean up his footwork and pass protection, but he had some glaring losses this year on film. But, man, when you watch Keelan Rutledge, the size, the play strength, the power, the demeanor is all there. So that's the kind of guy I see. There's going to be some clean losses in pass protection, specifically as a pro, I'm sure. But heavy hands, bad intentions with the size and the power to back it up. And I think offensive line coaches are going to love the way he's wired.
Well, you weren't kidding.
Yeah.
He had several pancakes, and they made me very excited, those pancakes.
I was so excited. I was near orgasmic with the level of ferocity.
Would you like to make sweet love?
But you hear what he said at the beginning. He was my favorite guy.
Yeah.
He said wherever he ranked him, but he was my favorite guy. And a lot of it, as he was describing him, I thought, man, this sounds like Ed Ingram. Ed Ingram. Like, real tough, nasty, you'll get up to the second level, all these things. had some really clean losses in pass protection. That's Ed Ingram.
Yeah.
There's almost the Texans are going into this offseason almost defiantly obsessed with the run game.
Mm-hmm.
And they figure, man, if we have a ferocious rushing attack, play action, it's a lot easier to pass protect in play action. We're going to do everything we can to just be really, really good at one thing, and everything else will take care of itself. And I think that's probably what they see with Keelan Rutledge. It's that and this is where I like going against the grain sometimes, because that's what the Patriots were so good at doing forever, is that in a league obsessed with all things passing, that there are advantages to be had if you are one of the ones that really excel at a certain version of football, just caveman football.
Yep. We got one more on Rutledge here from our guy Greg Cosell, right?
Yeah, Greg Cosell. So between, Brock Huard does radio now.
Yep.
Brandon Thorne, total blogger personality.
Yep.
Greg Cosell's somewhere in the middle.
Yeah,
So I give you this is our Goldilocks energy level, but also really intelligent analysis on Keelan Rutledge.
So what I always love, Greg, is guys that...
Yeah, hang on. That was, on Ross Tucker's.
That's obviously Ross Tucker on the Ross Tucker football podcast.
Yep.
But Ross's energy is just unique to Ross and Ross himself. Ross is high energy, slow talker.
Yes.
Okay.
So what I always love, Greg, is guys that jump out to you that maybe other people aren't talking about. I don't care if it's a tackle or an inside guy. Was there someone as you were watching the tape that you were like, "This, I love this guy"?
Yeah, there is, and he's from Georgia Tech. Keelan Rutledge. He's a guard, and a lot of these inside guys don't get a lot of love, and sometimes they don't look pretty doing their job. They're not like tackles where you see, the fluid movement and they're one-on-one all the time. One of the things that I've learned is, you want to be able to stay in what they call your cylinder, where your body continues to stay straight, not leaning, not bending one way or other, not bending forward, because that's where you lose your balance and your body control, and then you really have trouble blocking. And I thought Rutledge was a great example of a guy that just really stayed within his frame all the time, and he looked like a very comfortable player. And the other thing, just to mention, talking about O-line play, is you have to be able nowadays to climb to the second level and block really good athletes. I mean, these linebackers are getting more athletic each and every year. In the run game, if you can't do that, it's really hard. You can't just be a 6 foot by 6 foot box guard anymore. Those guys are kind of, those are dinosaurs now. These guys that everybody says, oh man, they're just fighters. Well, of course you want fighters. You want guys who are competitive. You want that at any position. But if you can't go beyond that 6 foot by 6 foot box and get up to the second level and block athletic linebackers, then it's hard. And I thought that Rutledge did that really, really well.
And so again, that's like Ross asked him for a guy that he loves, and that's who he singled out as Keelan Rutledge.
Yeah.
And everything that he said, I agree with about keeping things within the cylinder. But the common theme again is something that D'Amico talked about last year, as the O-line was improving, but where they still needed to improve was getting to that second level.
Yeah.
And working up to linebackers, turning some runs and taking them from a 3-yard run to a 7 or 8 yard run is all about getting up on that second level, and it's all centered around the run game, and that's what they're focused on this offseason.
Okay, I have two questions for you about Rutledge, just thinking this through, because these are three cuts that are supremely complimentary about Rutledge, and they make me excited as a Texan fan to have him on the team. He's a first-round pick, so inherently, you know how I feel. Like, I feel if you're a first-round pick, and I think D'Amico's even said this, we're drafting in the first round, it's likely you're going to be a starter for this team. Okay, so my first question, are you nervous about the possibility of a rookie center out there? If Keelan Rutledge is the center, what's your concern level over him playing a position that is not his normal position?
I guess, oh boy. I would be concerned as a blanket statement, but you just don't know until a guy gets in there.
Yeah.
And I think because Jake Andrews is already there, and at the very least you have somebody that's in the system, I think that whoever plays center this year is going to have to earn it. I think they've moved beyond the days of just putting rookies and unproven guys in at the starting role from the beginning of training camp.
Okay,
so I'm not as nervous about it, just because that's a standard blanket, whatever. Some guys do it well, some guys don't.
Okay, the follow-up. If they determine early on that his best position is guard, which is a distinct possibility, and so the center competition is Jake Andrews, Evan Brown, maybe Fabechi is part of that, instead of the guard competition. And Keelan Rutledge is not in your starting lineup to begin week 1.
Yeah.
How will you feel about that? Because I can tell you right now, the text we'll be getting is they drafted a guy who can't start.
I guess, no, I don't. I'm fine with that because if we're going to stay consistent with what we said before the draft, which was there's not really a spot that's open for competition for the starter right now other than at center. And that's but that was kind of hazy because if you're going to draft a center specifically, the guys in this class would have been later on. And I thought Nick was pretty open about saying, like, we don't project him to be a center based on a few snaps at the Senior Bowl.
Sure.
So, no, based on what I myself said before the draft, which was there's not really a spot on this team where, you're drafting at the back end of the first round.
Yeah.
So it's not when I'm drafting at the back end of the first round, I don't think as much, you got to get a guy who's going to be a starter. Because that's when people make mistakes. And they roll over. When you watch teams that say, we're going to start this guy late in the first round, no matter what, a lot of times you're forcing the issue a little bit. So I'm cool with that part of it.
I am too. It's just to say it before the draft when there's not a specific name attached to that pick. It's a little easier to do that. Like, well, whoever they draft, if they're, and I'm talking to the average fan.
Yeah.
Once you get a name attached to it and you start listening to everybody get you all gassed up for this guy, like how tough he is, what a great athlete he is. Oh my God, Big Red. He wants to put people in the dirt, and then the guy's not starting in week 1. I'm just saying, PSA, people are going to feel a certain kind of way.
No, I get it. I don't think as much this year because they went into the draft in that good spot where you don't feel like you're not desperate for any single position.
Yeah.
So the thing about Rutledge too, and I think there's some room for nuance here, is that people point out that he's really explosive, strong, et cetera. He's a better athlete than people think he is. Well, the reason some people aren't gushing about his athleticism is because he does have tighter hips. So when you watch him play, if you go and watch any of his games, he's not all that fluid in the way he moves, and that shows up in pass protection.
Yep.
Some of his issues in pass protection, I think, were things that are very coachable, and that if Cole Popovich works with him well, that's something that I'm not as concerned about. But that was probably the biggest difference between him and some of the guards who go higher, is that he's kind of tight in his hips, and he's not large by modern NFL offensive lineman standards.
Yeah.
He's 310, 315, whatever he is. But there's a lot like these just gigantic 330-pound guys who can move those are the guys that go in the top 15.
Yep. All right, let's hear a few more on some of the other Texans draftees. We got a couple day 3 guys here. Here's another Greg Cosell. Is this from Ross's podcast also?
Yeah, this was, I think we did. Is this on Kalen?
This is on Kamari Ramsey, yeah.
Yeah, okay, so this is, this was on the Ross Tucker Football podcast before the draft, talking about Kamari Ramsey.
He's an interesting guy. He's was hurt this year, so he only played 6 or 7 games. I ended up watching him last summer, so I'm familiar with him. He played safety. He's another one of those guys that has a lot of snaps at safety and slot corner. I think he's ultimately a safety. He moves well. He's an easy, controlled mover, good athlete, not a special athlete, good athlete. I think he sees it well. I think he plays the game under control. He's one of those guys that it would not surprise me. He could be a better pro than he is a college player, because I just think, I'm always leery of saying in the right scheme, because I don't know how people see him. He coaches in the league, but I think he's just a fluid guy who sees it well and could be a really nice player in the pros. Not a superstar, but just a really solid foundational piece of your back-end defense.
Okay.
Yeah, so the guy that has a better pro career than college career, and
from USC,
reminds me of Kalen Bullock.
Played safety.
And I think that the USC doesn't have a sterling reputation for what they do with their football players these days. Yeah. I don't think the Texans look at USC like they do a place like Georgia or Iowa State when it was under Matt Campbell, or some of these other places where they feel like, oh, wow, they really do a great job developing these guys. So there's upside there with him. The part about him that I think probably really appeals to them is that there's a little bit of that Jalen Petrie in him, that he's played safety, he's played in the slot, he can do a lot of different things, and he's super intelligent.
Yeah.
So, in being able to kind of find a little niche for him, that it doesn't have to be strictly safety or slot corner or nickel linebacker. He's got an appetite for violence, which is, again, a theme of the Texans, especially this year. He's an intriguing guy with upside. For a guy that, for a mid-round pick, you don't need him to play right away, and he's in a good spot where he can sit and learn.
No, but it is good. It is good to have somebody that you can develop as a backup to that. I'll just call it the Petrie spot.
Yeah,
because Petrie's more than just sort of a slot corner or a hybrid linebacker. He does all kinds of things. If there's somebody you can develop, I'm not going to say he's going to be Jalen Petrie, but if he can develop to at least plug him in where he's not Miles Bryant, that was the solution the last couple of years. Was Miles Bryant when Petrie went out.
He's in the Petri dish. We're going to see if he can if he can grow and expand.
That's right.
While sitting in the Petri dish.
Like a fungus. Yes, absolutely.
What position does he play? Petri dish. He's a developmental Jalen Petrie.
He's in the dish. Yep. I'm anxious to hear this. When was the last time we played a little Bill O'Brien audio on the show, aside from hotkeys where he's dog cussing fans or saying that rookies don't know anything?
Yeah, this is Bill O'Brien on new Texans wide receiver Louis Bond.
How does he do it? He's just a very savvy route runner. He's smart. He's got really good instincts. He's played a lot of football. He's kind of seen a lot of different coverages. He's on the same page with Dylan, which is really good. They work hard. You guys see him here after practice working almost every single day. So give a lot of credit to Louis Bond. He's one of the best players to ever play at Boston College, no doubt about it.
One of the best players, better than Doug Flutie. Did anybody follow up? Come on.
Better than Mike Mamula?
Yeah, Mamula. You know what? With Louis Bond, I was working on some stuff and was kind of casually paying attention to the NFL draft on day 3, and I saw that the Texans had drafted Louis Bond, and my first thought was that it was in the 7th round, and I'm like, that was my first thought was. Oh, was this in the 7th round? Is this a favor to Bill O'Brien to make him look better? So then when I learned it was in the 6th round, I'm like, oh, okay, it wasn't.
Ben McDaniels supposedly really likes this kid.
Yeah.
He was the one that was reportedly standing on the table for him. Yeah. I guess, it's a 6th-round pick, so if it works out, great. If it doesn't, everything you read about him, and I only watched a couple BC games. They played Notre Dame and a couple other BC games or whatever. And he's, a 6th-round pick, but the word is he's, maybe trouble separating, or if it's man coverage.
He's quicker than he is fast.
Yes.
So he's going to have to be a crafty player.
Yes.
Yeah, you would look at him as most likely a slot receiver that understands coverages and uses leverage to get open and then has really sure hands, and that he can be a chain mover for you. So that when you've got other guys stretching the field, just get him and he'll get you a first down.
Yep, super smart, was recruited by Ivy League schools, etc. All right. Couple more.
I get nervous, though, because the Bill O'Brien, I felt like didn't always understand the difference between book smarts and football smarts.
Football smarts.
O'Brien should have known better because he went to Brown.
That's true.
And I can tell you, going to some of these more academically competitive schools, a whole lot of guys that are book smart and football stupid.
Yeah.
And it just, to a frustrating degree. A really frustrating degree.
Why are you not saying Fitzy when you mean Fitzy? Fitzy was Fitzpatrick was kind of that way, right? Like,
he was early in his
40
career.
on the wonder. Like, it got better.
Yeah, early in his career. Yeah, well, you always have to remember there's a difference also between intelligence and judgment.
Yep.
Yeah, lots of people are super smart but have poor judgment. And like Fitzy in the first half of his career as a quarterback, horrendous judgment.
Yes.
But he dialed it in, partly with the help of Bill O'Brien.
Yep. All right, Marlon Klein. This was Steve Mensch is the co-host of the Todd McShay podcast. They're both doing the podcast together, but this is Mensch bringing up where McShay had Marlon Klein in his tight end ratings.
I saw a lot of reaches that people thought tight ends were reaching, and I get it. I wouldn't have had him come off the board the exact same way, but it still went Sadiq Stowers like we expected in the beginning. And maybe you didn't identify Marlon Klein for Michigan as a top 5 tight end. This guy did. McShay did. We knew that he was a top 5 going into this. We both really liked him. Max Clare went after that. Like Sam Roush, another guy that we're really high on. So I didn't think there was as much reach as some other people thought. I just thought it was a really deep class, and it proved to be a really deep class.
So the two guys that'll be saying "I told you so" to all the Texan fans who hate the Marlon Klein pick will be in the draft expert community. I would say would be McShay, who had him top 5. And Daniel Jeremiah didn't have him 59th, but he had him much higher than a lot of the other guys. Like Mel Kiper didn't even have him in his top 150.
No, and I think honestly, when I was trying to be as objective as possible about this, because I'm raising my eyebrow with the Klein pick because it did go so far away from just whatever the majority opinion was out there, was that you could throw all the tight ends in a box. And depending on what your favorite flavor of ice cream is, that you're gonna like some guys more than others. The guys that had more production and more play time in college, people are going to feel more comfortable with.
Yeah, no doubt.
Which is something that the Texans, I think the Texans like having a big sample size. So it is interesting that they're going all in on somebody that's got very limited playing time, but that they like for various other reasons.
Yep. Last one here. This is Caden McDonald. This is not audio at all that has anything to do with him. What's that?
I just we're on that real quick. It kind of reminds me of Nico Collins, where Nico Collins had a lot of potential upside, hadn't played football in a year because of COVID, and I think they thought that Nico Collins had maybe a little bit more untapped potential, or that other teams were going to be afraid of him because he didn't have all that much playing time and because he had sat out football for a year. So they thought, okay, maybe this is a guy that in the second or third round might be a really good deal for you.
Yeah, also a Michigan guy like Marlon Klein. Caden McDonald, Ohio State guy. He was on and I apologize, I don't know who the podcast was he was on with, but they...
this was ESPN Radio.
Oh, it was ESPN Radio. Okay, there you go. They asked him, guy from the South, Caden McDonald, what's the difference between a cookout and a barbecue?
You've been in Columbus, Ohio. You're going back to Texas. Explain to America the difference between a barbecue and a cookout.
Well, a cookout is when, you it's just real dirty. It's the real cooking. Like, the drunk uncle or something out with the towel, with the bald head towel.
Burgers and fries.
You listen to
socks,
listen to that TK Soul, all that. And I'd say a barbecue is just something regular. Everybody come pitch in, get a bun, some hot dogs, burgers. It's not the same.
That's a fact. Here's a massive difference.
Okay, so
welcome back.
Sounds to me just like there's not a difference in the food, it's a difference in the vibe.
Yeah. And honestly, it's generally a regional thing. Yeah. In the South, people call it a cookout more often. Other parts of the country, they might call it a barbecue. Having lived in both places, or at least multiple different regions of the country, I think there is something about everything that he just said right there. Bald uncle with the sweat towel for the bald
towel wrapped around like a swami.
I always think of a barbecue as more of a corporate affair.
Yeah.
A company picnic. Like, hey, we're going to have a barbecue. I feel like you're going to get an email about a barbecue.
Okay.
Where you're going to get a text about a cookout.
Yeah. Maybe even an invitation to a barbecue.
If I had to, because I speak multiple cookout linguistics.
Yeah.
That's how I would do it.
Yep.
If it were going to be some kind of if there's any kind of formality to it, I'll call it a barbecue.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's a cookout.
Yeah, I feel like the text page would weigh in on something like this. The Base Power text line, 713-572-4610.
Sometimes people try to make it a racial thing, and I don't. And there's room for that, but it is. I think it's more regional than anything else.
What did you call it, girl? You were all over the place as a kid.
I think we just called it grilling. I don't, for the life of me, I can't ever remember anybody calling it anything other than it's expected that if you're going to an outdoor anything, it's going to be a cookout type affair.
We definitely called it a cookout, but we definitely called it a cookout where I'm from. But they weren't dirty, and I didn't have an uncle with the swami towel on. I feel like I'd rather go to a Caden McDonald cookout than the boring ones I went to.
Mine would mostly be at my uncle's cottage on the lake.
Yeah.
It was one of my uncles, shirtless, shirtless and grilling.
Yep.
I guess grilling or I don't know. It was more in the summertime. That was the standard. That was how we were going to cook food.
Absolutely.
So it was almost we didn't even call it any specific thing.
Educate us on the Base Power text line.
Yeah.
Send in the text. Your thoughts on this all important topic of cookout and barbecue, or if there's any other terms that we should be using, let us know. Someone texted in, Sean, why are you always hating on Gladstone? To which I say, why not?
Why are you questioning Sean's hatred?
Yeah. Why?
What are you don't hate on his hate.
Have you listened to this guy?
Hater.
Have you listened to this guy?
I hate more than people who hate on haters.
Why are you hating on me for hating on Gladstone?
Put a little less irony in your life, bro.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
Someone said, when we brought up Gladstone's GPA on his draft, haha, Gladstone is a derp. I like the word derp for some reason. Someone also is saying, surprised the Texans didn't get a running back in the draft. I was not totally surprised. I was a little disappointed because there were a couple running backs I liked. When they had picks, they were right in position to get them, but they didn't take them. This was, by all accounts, not a great running back draft. Next year is, as John Harris said yesterday, next year's draft is way sexier than this year's draft was because you got quarterbacks, running backs, and wide receivers galore in next year's draft. And thank God for that because let's call it what it is at the end of the day. I'm excited about who the Texans took, especially the first couple of days. But, man, the lead up to this draft was tough because there were no ne'er-do-wells in there. All the position groups that were good were kind of the boring positions.
Yeah. Well, the other thing, too, is there's a little bit of a college basketballification of the draft now, where the NCAA tournament, one of the reasons it's not as exciting as it used to be is that you just don't know these guys. So many of the best players have played 1 year of college basketball. It's not like back in the day when you would have watched these guys for 3 or 4 years. So in football now, you've got guys that have been to 3 different schools. You've got everything diluted a little bit because some of the guys that would normally be coming out in their 3rd year have decided, like, oh, NIL money's pretty good. I'm going to stay, make a few $1 million, and then try to go enter next year. So I do think everybody's acting like this dilution because of NIL is going to last. Like, no, this is a 2-year period or so where there aren't as many underclassmen as there used to be because they stayed in. But guess what? Those guys are coming out next year.
Yep.
You know, so
it's an adjustment.
It's a little blip. Yeah,
it's an adjustment.
The guys that would have made it more exciting this year, they'll be in the draft next year.
Now, the trend that I think is going to hold, you know, unless there's some sort of restructuring of NIL or, you know, just some sort of salary cap or something like that, or if the transfer portal turns back into something that's a little less of the wild, wild west. But if this is the environment we're operating in, Seth, there were no FCS players taken in the first 3 rounds of the draft this year. Not a one.
Yeah.
And John Harris and I were talking about that on day 3, and my hypothesis on that, which I don't think is rocket science, is that's the function of what the transfer portal, the combination of the portal being the big thing because guys can just leave and go to another school, but then add into that the element of money where they can be lured to other schools. And what it's turned into is almost like the lineage of football as a sport is almost like baseball, where the NFL is MLB, the FBS, which is the Power 5 and the Group of 5 schools, is like AAA. FCS is like AA. And then Division 2 and 3 is like single A. And these are feeder systems that a lot of guys, you know, it feels like a majority of the guys at some point level jump and move up from one level to another now.
If you're a sophomore at some Division 2 school, and all of a sudden you can go make $1 million to go to a big time school. Yeah. So those guys that previously would have just kind of hoping they get drafted, and that's where they're going to get paid. And then you combine that with so that's NIL, but with the transfer portal where you don't have to sit out for a year.
Wild
and that's
West.
been since 2021, but now it's all just kind of converged to be a much different environment.
Yeah, dude, that would be so tough being a head coach at a smaller school or an FCS school.
Yeah.
It's hard enough to recruit to those places, and then you recruit guys, you get guys, you develop them to where they're good players. Yeah. And now, here comes Georgia with a $500,000 bag. Thanks a lot.
Well,
See you
that's
later.
Where even like in the Ivy League, the argument would be like, "Hey, but you're going to have this degree, et cetera, et cetera," and you're like, "Yeah, cool. So I can get I'll get a better job someday at a company I still hate, where I can get $1 million right now. Yeah, okay." Yeah, I'll step away from the prestige for a moment.
Well, or just do the thing where you leave one semester left over, go do your football eligibility, and then come back and graduate from the Ivy League school.
Yeah, I'd say, Coach, if I look at the people who have succeeded the most grandly, it's the people who have dropped out of Ivy League schools. So I'm gonna go ahead and join I'm gonna go found my Facebook. Okay.
Yeah. Oh my God, there's so many people texting in about cookouts and barbecues right now. Yeah. All right, we're gonna read your texts. I promise. We'll do that coming up in the next segment. So stay tuned for that. We got a Pettycast coming up at the top of the hour. And the ultimate couple thing happened in the Rossini-Vrabel situation. It would appear popped up online yesterday. So we'll have that for you as well. That's all coming up next. But first, let me get you guys sleeping better at night. And the guy who got me sleeping better was Dr. Ben Salento with Texas Science.
610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Mike Vrabel back in the building yesterday. It was funny, Seth. A lot of people, myself included, sarcastically. I know counseling isn't a one-session thing, but it was just very interesting that the guy misses the third day of the draft, and reportedly the Patriots. And for those, kind of, if you're late to the party, Mike Vrabel and Diana Rossini, reporter from The Athletic, allegedly had been in an extramarital relationship for a long, long time. 6 years was the oldest photos that we've seen of the two of them together on the New York Post last week. So Vrabel went to counseling. He was with his family in Utah this weekend. He was spotted in the airport in Utah. There were two funny things. One, Vrabel buying some sort of sweatsuit or sweatshirt in the airport, some baby blue sweatshirt at the airport in Utah, and all the aggregators out there just assuming it was for his wife as a makeup gift.
That's the makeup gift. Yeah, Tiger Woods bought his wife like a $3 million ring or something.
Kobe,
Kobe, right?
Yeah, Kobe was the big one. Yeah, a couple $1 million for some piece of jewelry.
But Vrabel
sweatshirt. That's on brand.
Hoodie. Yeah.
Yeah, that's on brand. So that was number one, like the presumptuous thing. Number one. Number two, Vrabel being back in the building yesterday. People going like, well, I guess he's cured. That was me. I retweeted the picture of him, and in all caps, I put rehabilitated.
Sometimes you take a break from work, you go on vacation, you come back, and you just feel like reinvigorated, and you feel like you've got a different perspective on things.
Yeah.
And it turns out 2 days, maybe 36 hours in Utah max.
Yeah.
That's what it takes to be like, you know what? I think I'm looking at things differently now. I've decided that I don't like publicly humiliating my family, having my job security questioned, and everything else that goes along with it.
These things are bad.
I just kind of had some time to reflect.
So a couple of things on that. So Vrabel back in the building yesterday, and he looked refreshed. To the point where it looked like he even had less gray hair than he's had the last couple of weeks. Like his hair looked like it was darker again for some reason.
I don't like him clean shaven. He's clean shaven.
Yeah.
I think he's probably just trying to just get everything. I'm on a straight and narrow path.
I'm going to shave every day.
I'm going to speak with proper English, and I'm going to speak in complete sentences the way so few football coaches do. And here we go.
Okay, apparently, and I made sure that more than a couple people were running with this yesterday.
Yeah.
But Diana Rossini made a Spotify playlist. I'm not on Spotify. I don't use Spotify a lot. I'm on Apple Music. That's where I get my music. But she made a Spotify playlist called Turnin' the Page that she shared with a user named Mike. Okay? So
and
there's
this was the Titans were in the middle of a 4-game losing streak.
December 19th, 2022 is when it got shared. And if you go back and check, it coincides with a long losing streak, a 4-game Titans losing streak.
How does there just something keep
It's every day. It's every day. She made a playlist. This is what we used to do back. She made a mixtape for him, basically. She made a mixtape.
Allegedly, yeah.
Allegedly, yeah. That's I said at the beginning. It
might appear, yeah.
Yeah, I said at the beginning. I know graphics can be very easily made. How did she do? Break My Soul by Beyonce? House Party by Sam Hunt? She's a little all over the place here. A little Raise Your Glass by Pink? There's Photograph. I wish it was Pour Some Sugar on Me by Def Leppard instead of Photograph. But
Welcome to the Jungle.
Yeah. And reportedly,
Welcome to the Jungle. That might be a reference to like her grooming habits. But there's a lot going on here.
Yeah, there is, man. So she made a mixtape for him. And then I saw another tweet set that supposedly Vrabel at a practice on his birthday back in 2023. He was born in August, like August 14th or something like that. So probably a training camp practice. And most teams have a playlist at practice. If you haven't been to an NFL practice, most teams play music at practice of some sort. And apparently the playlist on Vrabel's birthday had a lot of crossover with this playlist that she made for him in December of 2022. Wow. Yeah.
The interesting thing about this playlist is it starts off way more modern with a couple of Beyoncés, Sam Hunt, Black Eyed Peas. And then it moves, it gradually moves, it's almost chronological because, then it goes to Pink, and but then down to Red Hot Chili Peppers, Guns N' Roses, Def Leppard, Kiss, Van Halen, and Styx.
Kiss and Van Halen. Oh, I didn't see the Styx song.
It's almost like she was saying, like, let's imagine where we were at this point in our lives and what it would have been like if you and I had gone to a junior high dance together.
Totally.
Listen to a Styx song.
Yeah, God of Thunder by Kiss. Dance the Night Away, which is an old Van Halen song. That's like a 70s Van Halen.
Yeah.
That's like a David Lee Roth 70s Van Halen. What's the Styx song? It's getting cut off on my thing here.
Renegade.
Oh, okay. So a little, and he was a Steeler at one time, Mike Vrabel. So there you go. That's their song, by the way, in Pittsburgh. They played at the end of the third quarter. So she made a playlist for him. Now, Tom Curran was talking about this. I haven't seen this nor heard this yet.
This was on Ted's show up in New England on WEEI. And this was Tom Curran talking about, I believe the host asked the question. Ted's co-host asked the question.
And there is a weird theory that's going around right now, that this could all end up potentially costing Mike Vrabel his job. Have you heard anything about that? Is there any hint that could end up being true?
I think as it stands right now, no. I don't think that if it, remains status quo, Mike has acknowledged that he needs to work on himself, is going to prioritize and create balance. So to me, I don't think that he would be in danger of losing his job if things remain status quo. What's unfortunate is the layers that keep getting added on top that add context to the situation. So to me, I think it would be highly unlikely. But if we use the win probability chart and say that after the Super Bowl, Mike Vrabel would be as high as you could be to job security, complete and utter job security. Where would it be now? I would imagine the graph has dipped. Still would say that it's pretty high, maybe over 80, 90%. But we're kind of in, as I said to somebody the other day, it's like one of those icy road pileups that you see on the highway.
Yeah.
There's the initial accident, and then there's more people who just come sliding in and adding to the chaos. So from my vantage point, Rich, no, I don't think so. But this is a story that unfortunately continues to get more layers.
I love this analogy because it's a great analogy. The 25 car pileup, and each of the things that keep coming out every day are various sizes of vehicle. Like the New York Post pictures that they had a week ago of them kissing in a bar is like another 18-wheeler sliding in. Like this playlist on Spotify is like a Cooper Mini kind of sliding into it.
This is no big deal. It just might add a little bit more detail to what was already going on. But it is, as he was describing that, I was thinking about, when you have an icy road situation and all of a sudden, or even in normal conditions, when all of a sudden you're on a highway and you got to slam on your brakes, immediately you look in your rearview mirror and you're like, oh crap, is everybody else behind me seeing what's going on here?
Okay,
what's coming up in the rearview mirror?
You just gave me my project for today. I'm going back and I am now going back today through the entire chronology of the Vrabel-Rossini saga, and I'm going to come up with automobile analogies for each one.
I think honestly,
for each touch point in this.
I think the only thing that would threaten his job is if something comes out with one of these leaks that have happened over the years. The report, Rossini had been the one to report that the Titans weren't going to go after Tom Brady. That's no big deal necessarily. But has there ever been a leak, or is there information divulged that actually hurt your team or betrayed something that you told your owner or something like that? Like, we don't know. Has there ever been a time where Bob Kraft went up to Vrabel and be like, hey, how'd this information get out?
Yep.
And Vrabel's like, I don't know. So, we don't know behind closed doors exactly who's betrayed whose confidence. That would be the only thing I think that he could lose his job, because above all things, beyond anything else right now, it's whether Mike Vrabel has an alcohol issue or a sex addiction or whatever else, he also wins football games.
He does.
And that's going to trump everything else unless there's something more systemic that comes in.
The biggest bombshell in this whole thing would be if somehow one of Rossini's kids was Vrabel's kid. Like, that would be the biggest bombshell. in all
Which
this?
It's
She's got a son named Mike.
Her son named Mike was born not too long after they were seen.
Correct.
That we knew that the relationship was already ongoing.
I'm not saying that's the case. I'm saying that would be the biggest bombshell. But that wouldn't get him fired from the Patriots. What you're saying would get him fired from the Patriots. Compromising trade secrets. That's what would get him fired from the Patriots.
Yeah.
So that'd be the biggest employment bombshell would be what you're talking about.
We've in the Pettycast coming up, we've got some audio concerning Adam Gase that I'm kind of curious to stack up next to, like, okay, you got this report, this allegation about Adam Gase versus these allegations about Mike Vrabel. Which one would you rather have to deal with?
Yes.
And let's pretend for the moment that Adam Gase is a good football coach.
Right.
Yeah.
All other things being equal.
Yeah,
let's do that. Okay, so there you go. There's the latest on the Rossini-Vrabel situation with a 5-star analogy from Tom Curran up in Boston. The car pileup analogy is awesome. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Let's do the Pettycast. Every Tuesday, 8 a.m., we play the pettiest audio. Either the audio is petty or we're petty about it. Text in your petties, 713-572-4610. I'll read your cookout and barbecue texts as well. We got a nice long segment coming up next. Stay there. But first, AI, artificial intelligence. You just heard me. AI is just, it's seeping.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Pettycast time. Every Tuesday at 8 a.m. we do the Pettycast. The general consensus, Seth, before we get petty, and if you want to text in your petties, 713-572-4610 on the Base Power text line. Two notions here on the text page about cookout and barbecue. This goes back to audio we played from Caden McDonald, who was on ESPN Radio, being asked, hey, you're from the South, what's the difference between a cookout and a barbecue? It sounded like Caden McDonald, the difference were really just sort of the vibes of it. Cookout has more of a party atmosphere. So the two buckets here, one is people pointing out the food that gets cooked. So someone here says a cookout is grilling grilling hamburgers, dogs, and sausage. Barbecue at our house means it's more prepared, more thoughtful. It's brisket.
Well, it's slow cooked and
slow
it's
cooked.
Yeah, it's actually yeah.
Now there is also the
but
other.
You can have barbecue at a cookout. I feel like cookout should be more all encompassing.
Okay.
Where the barbecue is something that you could also have. Like if you're gonna barbecue something, that's a specific style of what you're making. So you have that at the cookout.
It can be any number of things.
That's the only correct way to look at it.
Right.
And everybody else is wrong.
Here is the other view on a cookout where it sounds like you and I are just a couple of dorks. Okay.
Yeah.
Somebody please, tis the text message.
Yeah,
somebody please take these two to a cookout. LMAO. Y'all sound so confused. A cookout has multiple cooks, a DJ, people dancing in the kitchen, people playing cards and dominoes.
Yeah.
Everybody's auntie competing in the kitchen on side dishes and dessert. A barbecue is one person cooking for a few friends.
Yeah.
No vibes, just boring.
Cookout is what I call a cookout, and that is all that it is and ever will be. Somebody take these two guys to my version of a cookout, because that's all it can be.
If somebody wants to bring me to a cookout, I'm here for it. I'd be happy to go. I don't want you getting us uninvited by getting sideways with this guy, all right?
Yeah, that's a version of a cookout there. There you go.
Yeah. Why do you got it? That is true. Why you got to point fingers at Seth and I like we're a couple of circus freaks?
People get tied into their own little cubby holes, and they like being comfortable where they are and don't want to accept that people do things differently.
But you know what else they like? Listening to Payne and Pendergast, so that's okay. We'll let them for today. All right, you ready to get petty? It sounds like you are ready to get petty.
Yeah, I'm petty.
Let's do it.
How did he start off this? Is somebody got to take these guys to what?
Somebody please take these two to a cookout. LMAO. Y'all sound so confused. All right, Payne and Pendergast with it.
I've been to way more cookouts than that guy has, or at least different types of cookouts.
Yeah, different types. All right, Le'Veon Bell. Let's play this first because we sort of
teased
teased
is where
it.
Seth Payne tells you to go die.
That's right.
All right.
Yeah, bring us. All right,
die, everybody.
So Le'Veon Bell, former running back for the Pittsburgh Steelers and the New York Jets, much more relevant to this conversation, the Jets' tenure of Le'Veon Bell. He was on a podcast. Man, I hate that I do it. He was on a podcast, and the host asked him, who's the worst coach you ever played for?
Who's the worst teammate you had?
The worst?
Somebody you really couldn't stand. I really hate this dude.
I got to use a teammate or maybe use a coach, bro.
Both.
That Adam Gase, bro. He might have been the dumbest coach ever. Hey, chat, look, I promise you. Bro, if it's 2nd and 9, and Adam Gase is the coach, I promise you, I bet you $1 on it, he's calling a halfback dive. He's calling a halfback dive if it's 2nd and 9. Every time. Bro, there's not been that one play, one time where I was in the huddle and it was 2nd and 9 or 2nd and 10, and the play coming in and he did not call dive, bro. Anytime I look at that yard marker at the sideline and I see the play getting ran in, bro, I don't even listen to the play. I line up, bro.
He just lines up.
He just lines up and goes. And that was, I just saw a couple people fact check him on that. And we're like, yep, that was Adam. Like to an extreme degree.
Oh, really?
Where it always feels like your team, every team in the NFL, it feels to their team like they always run on 2nd and 9.
Yep.
And sometimes it is way more extreme. And apparently, at least according, I didn't go and check their numbers or anything. Yeah, Adam Gase was notorious for that.
He was. Okay,
yeah.
So dumbest coach ever. Now, he went on to tell an anecdote about how they were practicing for a rain game against the Bengals, and Gase called him over and said, hey, you know what? We're going to throw it 40 times in this game.
Yeah.
And it's like, God, you are dumb. But that doesn't pop nearly as much as this from Le'Veon Bell. Le'Veon Bell kind of thought about it for a second, then said, screw it, I'm going to reveal what I saw Adam Gase doing in his office.
Adam Gase terrible, bro. I'm trying to think, but we like, because you will fast forward to that, bro. I don't even know if I want to say that, because he did a lot of in that office that coaches ain't supposed to be doing, but that's why he ain't no coach. But he should never even be in the
Hold on, what he was doing in the office?
Bro, y'all know that, bro. Y'all know that white girl. Yeah, he. Bro, hey, bro, yo, bro, I'm like, bro, I ain't just walking in the office and see my coach. We might go to practice, bro. We got practice in 28 minutes. We got walkthrough, bro. This is what you doing in here? Yeah.
You ain't seen him sniff coke, bro.
My own too. Well, my own too. Hey, not just once, though. It was just one time. That's what he did, though. Everybody know that. That's what he did. But it was just crazy to me to actually seen him doing it. I heard all the stories and yeah, that Adam Gase is on that cocaine.
That's a wild accusation.
We should have explained what it was beforehand, because that sniffing could have meant a million different things without
true.
the visual of him doing.
Sorry. He said Adam Gase does coke in his office, as you can tell by the last 30 seconds there.
You're right. No, I was just thinking about it. Like, I was trying to go through it. He was settle down. I'm not criticizing.
No. I'm not,
So Adam Gase snorting coke 28 minutes before practice allegedly versus Mike Vrabel allegedly having an affair with Diana Rossini and slipping her information and everything. Which would you rather have your head coach have an issue with?
Is this even close? Give me the sex addiction all day long. You want
but what if Adam Gase was actually just as good a football coach as Mike Vrabel? It's easy when you know it's Adam Gase.
Yeah. I just feel like there's, oh boy.
I feel like no. I would take Vrabel's.
I would too, but honestly, like I don't want to say more respect. I don't respect either. Like, you got to get your help or whatever. I think people who cheat on their spouses, I think it's a really scummy thing to do. I don't think coke is a scummy thing to do. I think it's an addictive drug that people get hooked on,
but there's also probably statistically there's way more NFL head coaches who have cheated on their spouse than there are who are snorting coke 20 minutes before practice.
Sure, you're just asking me which one I'd rather have be my coach, and I think the sex addict, the philanderer, is probably a more stable human being.
Yeah.
In terms of just like,
well, at a job, like, is it affecting his job?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Like, do you believe Le'Veon Bell when he's saying this? Think about what Le'Veon Bell is saying. He's saying he walked into Adam Gase's office multiple times with his own two eyes and saw him snorting coke before practice.
Yes, I do believe, and this is why. Adam Gase was with the Miami Dolphins from 2016 to 2018. You know who else was with the Miami Dolphins from 2016 through 2017?
Oh, that offensive line coach.
Until video service of him talking to Chris Forrester. Yeah, I think they had a good old thing going down there in South Florida. They introduced cocaine to South Florida.
So was Gase with the Jets after he was in Miami or before? What order? He was a head coach.
He was a Jets or Dolphins then Jets.
Dolphins then Jets. So he brought it with him to the Jets.
2016 he was with the Dolphins from 16 to 18, and then the Jets.
And remember, Adam Gase had that crazy introductory press conference
where his eyes were all squirrely.
He had the Cookie Monster eyes going, man. Yeah. Like he was all like googly eyed at his introductory press conference.
Yeah.
In New York.
If a guy's doing coke half an hour allegedly, a half hour before practice, that's a guy with a problem.
Yeah,
man, like you gotta you gotta somehow get amped up enough and have the energy to go out there and coach football.
Yeah, let's get some more petties in here. But do I need to Pender poll the sex coach and the coke coach and see what the people think?
Yeah,
is that an appropriate Pender poll?
I'd also like to be petty about the way that Le'Veon Bell pronounces words.
Like what? Which word?
Everything, like nine. And
I like when he said coquina.
He's got a unique way of talking. I do like it. I'm not petty about it.
He loves the word bro. He loves the word bro. All right, let's skip down here. This was Mike Greenberg at the NFL draft when Denzel Boston was drafted by the Cleveland Browns, wide receiver out of Washington. Here was Greeny on Denzel Boston's lineage.
With the 39th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Denzel Boston, wide receiver, Washington. Here we go, Browns.
So there you are, Mel. That's another player whose name you were waiting to hear called. You remember his dad, David Boston, first-round pick out of Ohio State in 1999.
He was not.
He was not.
He's not really. He was not the son of Honoria. He went exactly to. He said it was. He was the son of David Boston.
Yeah.
Right? He didn't even guess at like a relation or anything. He just made it up in his own head that this is David Boston's son. Well, could have been his nephew or something or anything if he was related at all, which he was not.
Well, I would say he got that from somewhere, but he got it from a source that was incorrect. You know, like Greenberg, if he's doing his research. AI may think that he's David Boston's
Denzel Boston, son of David Boston, also nephew of the founder of Boston Market, previously Boston Chicken.
Yes. So that's
and also great-great-great-great-grandson to Paul Revere.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yep. The city was named after his family. Greenberg did apologize later in the broadcast.
The Cleveland Browns traded out of the spot just a moment ago. I was waiting for them to come around again so that I could make an apology to Denzel Boston, who earlier tonight I misidentified as being the son of former NFL receiver David Boston. It was a mistake in my research. It's a terrible one, and I apologize to them both. They are not related to each other, and so I apologize to both David and Denzel Boston, and congratulations to Denzel on being drafted in the second round tonight by the Cleveland Browns. That's my mistake, and I apologize for it.
And it won't happen again. You got to say that at the end, Greeny.
Yeah. Okay, for one, too much of an apology.
I agree.
Two, can we stop calling things research? When you're looking stuff up, you're Googling crap on the internet.
Screw you on this one.
My research.
You do this to me all the time. It's
use research way too liberally.
Just
these days.
Because we're not in grad school trying to cure cancer doesn't mean it's not research.
There's levels to it.
No.
I could do research at a cookout if by these standards.
Yeah, you could. That would really show commitment to your job if you're doing research at a cookout.
I was doing research. By the way, you know what? But especially don't call it research when you obviously just weren't doing any research at all.
No,
you threw that down. You're probably just thinking like, oh, this must be the son of. He probably wrote it down meaning to search it later. And forgot to go back and actually do the search, so he had it in his notes.
I would guess it was someone else's research that got handed to him in a packet full of notes.
Yeah, that's how you know
screwed up.
That's how you know it's somebody gave it to him because they call those research packets.
Yeah. This is some retro petty audio. This is it's one of my favorite moments in the draft, and I think this is one of those moments that definitely put Mel Kiper on the map for a lot of people. And definitely made the draft. This is one of the original sort of soap opera things that happened at a draft. This is Bill Tobin, the former general manager of the Indianapolis Colts back in 1994 when they drafted Trev Alberts with the 5th pick. Instead of drafting Trent Dilfer, Mel Kiper goes ballistic, goes nuts that the Colts are a bunch of idiots. And Bill Tobin sits down with Chris Mortensen and says this.
One question, Bill. A lot of criticism about not taking a quarterback here. Your response?
Well, you know, we got a guy up there. Who in the hell is Mel Kiper, in a way? I mean, here's a guy that criticizes everybody, whoever they take. He's got the answers to who you should take and who you shouldn't take. In my knowledge of him, he's never ever put on a jockstrap. He's never been a coach. He's never been a scout. He's never been an administrator. And all of a sudden, he's an expert. He's in our papers 2 days ago telling us who we have to take. We don't have to take anybody that Mel Kiper says we have to take. Mel Kiper has no more credentials to do what he's doing than my neighbor, and my neighbor's a postman, and he doesn't even have season tickets to the NFL.
Okay, that's how you know that that's retro audio, because the GM of an NFL team lives next door to a postman. No disrespect to postal workers out there, but these days you're probably not making what NFL GMs are making. And he almost shames the poor guy that he doesn't have season tickets to the NFL, which last I checked, very few postal workers can afford these days.
Yeah. Especially back then they were a lot cheaper too.
That's what I'm saying.
So it was an extra shame.
Yeah, it's extra shame. He should have been. He should have gotten them. Yeah.
You know what's interesting is that there are a lot of for one, okay, I would say shame on Tobin for acting like because nobody's worn a jock that they can't research this stuff or anything. But it is interesting. When you hear different people who have been in the scouting world or people who are currently in the NFL, when they talk about how they use draft media and everything, it is Like they'll turn their nose up at this consensus mock draft and everything, but they do some from organization to organization is different, but they do consult some of those guys because they know that those guys talk to a lot of different people around the league. They do look at certain mock drafts.
Yep.
But they're very careful about how much they admit to it.
Yep, for sure.
But back then, too, especially, Mike Kuiper was – NFL people must have just hated him.
Oh, yeah.
Because he was so goofy looking, too.
Yes.
It was just this guy with that stupid haircut just trashing you for something he genuinely didn't know anything about.
Okay, last petty for this segment. Speaking of Kuiper, Kuiper was on his podcast with Schefter and Field Yates yesterday, and they're talking about the draft. And Mel Kiper's been covering the draft for ESPN for 43 years now. That's how long he's been at the network. And he makes a claim in this. I'm petty because I think this is 100% false, but take a listen.
Phil can attest I have no bathroom break for the 43rd straight.
Oh, no bathroom breaks. Never.
You were with me.
Never.
Hey, am I lying, Field?
No, of course not. I mean,
Hold on. I got to say something. I've always been impressed by that streak, Mel. But the older I get and the more I have to go to the bathroom every half hour, I cannot. That may be the most impressive streak in all of sports. Forget Cal Ripken. I just want to make it clear. 43 years, 43 drafts.
No tinkles.
Not one tinkle ever, Mel?
Never.
Field, you're 39. I'm 59. When you're my age, you'll have an even greater appreciation for what Mel Kiper Jr. has done, not going to the bathroom.
I'm going to be 66. I'm nearing 70. I'll be 66.
I don't know how you do that.
Maybe when I'm 78, if I'm still around, maybe I'll still be. I don't know what the future holds. But I just go year to year, guys, at this stage of the game. So year to year, I got through 43rd year at ESPN without ever having a bathroom break.
That's okay. My petty is that's not true. There's no way that in 43 years he hasn't gotten up from the desk. You know how long they're sitting there for? He's there all weekend.
Well, day 3 is the longest day. It's 6 to 7 hours.
Right.
That's the longest one. Day 1 and day 2, it makes more sense because they're about 4 hours or so.
Even so, I mean, that's...
I can buy that. I've taken long flights where I don't go to the bathroom.
No, but for 43 years.
I don't know, because on that day, he's dialed in and he's trying to stay focused and everything.
I just don't believe
the whole
him.
time.
I just don't believe him. So? I don't like him. I feel like there's one or two.
Petty about this bold claim of his.
I am petty about this bold claim because I feel like this may have been some streak that started like in the middle of the 43 years, and it's just turned into urban legend by him that. Like, do you think he was really tracking this the first 10 or 12 years he's doing draft
coverage? I don't know.
If
somebody asked him maybe about, because they do this on the Red Zone stuff all the time. Like, oh, my God, how can you not go to the bathroom? And I don't know. Sometimes people can hold it better.
Maybe.
You know, I'm currently railing against the hydration propaganda.
Yeah.
And I'm going to be the first person to live to 120 without for the rest of my life.
Yes.
I will never drink another extra beverage in my life.
You are very outspoken about this. Yes. Yes.
Okay, so you don't believe him?
No, I don't. I'm not buying it.
I do some research
on
this.
I'm not buying it. I might need a pen to pull this one. Do you think Mel Kiper is a liar? Is he?
I'll get back to you with my research notes tomorrow on exactly.
Yes, I need.
I'm gonna
hardcore
call up
research.
Some people. I feel like to call it research, you have to call somebody up.
That's a fair. I think that's a fair. You know what? That's a fair threshold because I hate talking to people on the phone.
You know what it is? That's what it is. If you're using, because like whatever, if you're just Googling stuff, you're not actually going out and investigating something. I like investigative research.
There you go.
I want to be the first source. I want to speak to primary sources.
Okay.
So I guess I want to be the secondary source.
I can agree. If we're negotiating the definition of research, I'm fine with that.
Need to be you need to actually talk to the source to call it research.
Okay, fair enough.
I'm getting confused on my levels of sources.
So decreed.
Here. Yeah.
All right, coming up next, Nick Caserio poured cold water on something the internet was throwing out there. But what if we didn't pour cold water on it? Let's workshop this possible. Could a trade happen for the Houston Texans? What would it take? We'll tell you who and for what. Coming up next.
Hey, no research needed here. I'm going to tell it to you. This is your research. Tell everybody later that you researched Easy Honda. And
610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
You know, there's post-draft power rankings out, so we will we'll have the post-draft power ranking of the power rankings coming up at 9 o'clock today on the show. Kind of give it a regular season feel. So I've got 5 of them. We'll do them at 9 o'clock. Here was Nick Caserio the other day after Friday's draft night, where he was asked about the report from Jordan Schultz that teams had been reaching out to the Texans to ask about Nico Collins, the feeling around the league being that Nico is due for an adjustment to his contract, which has become very team favorable since he signed it a couple of years ago. That there's people around the league that may think that Nico Collins, the Texans might be of mind to trade Nico Collins before giving him a pay increase. Nick Caserio poured a whole big vat of cold water on any Nico Collins trade conjecture.
Yeah, I mean, look, teams call teams all the time and ask about players. I mean, we're not trading Nico Collins. So, I mean, like, whoever reported it or whatever information that they had, I mean, they could take it and shove it. Like, we're not trading Nico.
Okay, and the only information that was out there was teams are calling the Texans, not the Texans are looking to move Nico.
The initial report was that teams were calling the Texans, and I don't think Nick shot that down. That's not a surprise. Like, teams call teams all the time just to see if there's let's call 10 different teams to see if they're interested in trading these various guys because we've got an idea.
Yeah.
So, I think that all the speculation that fuels by that report is the stuff that when people put headlines, report, Texans might possibly consider a request to trade Nico Collins, but whatever.
Well, I'll flip it on its head and say if you're a team that has a serious need at wide receiver and you've got the assets to go get a good wide receiver, you would not be doing your job as a GM if you didn't pick up the phone and call Nick Caserio just to see if Nico Collins, because he...
Well, because the problem is, as bad and horrendous as that offensive performance was, the Texans, you might say, wow, look, the Texans have these young receivers and Nico Collins is going to get a new contract, et cetera, et cetera. The Texans are thinking, when we could tell that we shouldn't trade away Nico Collins was the Patriots game.
Right.
It would have been really nice to have Nico Collins in that game.
Oh, God, I forgot he didn't play in that game. That's right, because he got concussed in that first game.
Super concussed.
Yep.
I know we're not supposed to talk about degrees of concussion, but that dude got concussed.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
He did. He landed on his dome, man. Okay, so Nick is saying we're not trading Nico Collins. I 1,000% believe him. What kind of offer would it take if you were Nick Caserio, Seth, to at least listen to an offer?
Titillate me?
Yeah, to titillate you. Yeah, for Nico Collins.
What would make me feel like I was Adam Gase allegedly snorting up a hefty line right before a practice?
As small as some stripper's back. Yeah, let's go.
Yeah. Boy, for Nico, it's a first rounder at least.
At least.
And, so I would say Dexter Lawrence went for what?
Dexter Lawrence went for the 10th overall pick.
10th overall and something else, or was it just the 10th overall pick?
Just the 10th overall pick. That's it.
I would need and I don't want to do it, but if I did want to do it, I would have to take something that's equivalent to that.
Yeah, I would think it at least. I'm looking at the trade for Tyreek Hill, and I'm not saying Nico Collins is 2022 Tyreek Hill. 2022 Tyreek Hill might have been the most valuable non-quarterback in this sport. Nico's really good. I don't think he's that. You know what Kansas City for Tyreek Hill got a first, a second, a fourth, and then a fourth and a sixth the next year. They got 5 picks for Tyreek Hill.
Yeah, give me that. Give me the Tyreek Hill deal.
If they offered you the Tyreek Hill deal for Nico Collins, would you take it?
Right now?
Here's the issue with right now.
Yeah, not right now.
This.
It would have to be before the draft.
Before the draft, right. You cannot do it now because you're not getting anything that helps you in 2026.
That was the big issue with the Clowney trade because a lot of people tried to have revisionist history after the Clowney trade and say, well, look at what he did in his career afterwards. The problem with the way they handled it was that they dragged it out. They went Jerry Jones style, And when they could have traded him before the draft, they waited until September to trade him.
Yeah.
And so you weakened the team, by getting picks that you're not going to be able to do anything with. And it turned out later, all the reports came out later that, the teams didn't even realize that Jadeveon Clowney was available. And Kansas City had traded for
Frank Clark.
Frank Clark. A real healthy trade for Frank Clark before the draft. So that was how they mishandled all of that. And so if you're gonna trade somebody like Nico Collins, they would have done it already.
Well, and the mishandling part of it was when Brian Gain was still in the building. Brian Gain didn't get fired till June of 2019. That period of time where the team sat on their hands with Clowney was when Brian Gain was still the general manager of the football team. And that was also kind of symbolic of Brian Gain as a GM. He just didn't do a lot of stuff.
He was the exact opposite of Nick Caserio.
Exact opposite of Nick. He didn't do anything.
Caserio is one of the hungriest traders out there.
Yes.
Brian Gain just did not do much maneuvering at all. Never made a trade on draft day.
Never did. In 2 drafts, he didn't make a trade either time. I don't think you'd get an offer like the Tyreek Hill trade. It would absolutely need to be something that would have been done 3 weeks ago, before the draft. And if someone came in with a first and then something else, depending on who the team is, and where the first is, like if it's the 20, like when the Chiefs were getting picks for Tyreek Hill, they were getting picks that were late in the first round. The Dolphins weren't a great team, but the pick they got was a 29th overall pick.
You got to remember too the situation and why they were doing it. The Chiefs had entered that phase where they had to pay their quarterback. They did not. They had a lot of cap considerations that the Texans don't have right this moment, and that's what. So the environment where the Texans would and remember too, they know where the issue is. They have a Super Bowl winning defense.
Yeah,
they need all the help they can get offensively to match or even get close to the level of the defense. So it doesn't make any sense right now. If the Texans were to make some jaw-dropping move right this moment or before the draft this year, it would have to be a defensive player because you'd have to be looking at it as like, man, we need all the help we can get on offense. We can suffer a little bit on defense to help the offense out.
Yeah, and there may be people listening going, God, boy, why are you guys doing this? Why are you being so alarmist about this? Because the Texans are approaching an area here where the Seth was just describing the Chiefs being in. Now, the Chiefs are doing it while winning Super Bowls. That would be really nice. It's a much easier pill to swallow if you're trading away some of the most valuable players in the league for draft picks when you've got 3 Super Bowl rings under your belt already, or 2, or whatever they had at the time they traded away Tyreek Hill. So it's an easier pill to swallow then. But the math is the math. The salary cap doesn't care how deep you've made it into the postseason. It only cares about the numbers. And the Texans are going to be facing, if C.J. Stroud gets back on track to being what Texan fans hope he can be, and then gets a contract, now you are into that territory where the Texans, you're going to have to be making similar decisions. You can't pay everybody $25, 30, 40, $60 million. You just can't.
Yeah.
You can manage it, and you can pay more people than you think. Like the Eagles, for example, Seth. Like the Eagles, it feels like there's this never-ending, like just bottomless pit of salary cap available. But it's because they credit card to the nth degree with voidable years and things like that. They made that trade for Jonathan Grenard last week for 2 third-round picks. And I'm like, oh, that's a good trade for 2 third-round picks. You get the last 2 years of Grenard's contract with the Vikings, which is probably pretty reasonable now since the Vikings picked up a lot of the signing bonus freight and things like that. And then it's like, no, they traded 2 third-rounders and gave him a new deal.
Right.
He had 4 years, $100 million to Jonathan Grenard.
Yeah, that's what I expected. Wherever Jonathan Grenard was going to go, he was going to get a new deal. Because people had even brought it up with the Texans.
Yeah.
Which, it would be cool to have Grenard back, but it wasn't. Grenard also, which, he doesn't have a no-trade clause, but, like, teams don't want to give up capital for a guy that doesn't want to be there. I don't think Grenard would have been super enthusiastic about coming back to Houston and being basically a backup to the guy that they had jilted him for initially.
Yeah.
Hey, we like Danielle Hunter better than you, but now you're coming back, and you're also now we're going to add insult to injury and make you his backup.
Here's backup.
Yeah.
Here's backup. Someone said, just don't trade Nico Collins for a second-round pick and David Johnson.
Yeah, and then act like David Johnson is 100% going to be the best version of what he was 5 years previously.
Yeah, that was crazy, man. That was
them trying to the whole David Johnson stuff. The thing that alarmed me the most about that trade was that initially I thought, okay, they're going to try to put some window dressing on this, et cetera, et cetera. But when I realized that they genuinely believed that he was going to all of a sudden go back to what he was 5 years ago,
yeah, the delusion
that's when
was
it
real.
really freaked me out.
The delusion was real at that point, and it's like, oh, whoa. Now, I wasn't helping matters any when I was the only eyes we had at training camp during the COVID camp, and I was talking David Johnson like he was back to his 2016 form. So I was kind of part of the problem.
Because he had a good physique.
Yeah, he looked good, man.
He was still really athletic. The biggest difference was you could tell he didn't have the same appetite for contact that he used to.
And you can't tell that in training camp. You know, like you can't. So this is me taking myself
I could tell it by
off
his
the
film from the previous years.
Yes.
But so that was the interesting thing.
Yep, for sure. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. All right, we'll do a power ranking of the power rankings at the top of the hour. Based on this draft class and previous draft classes, but especially this one, if you want to become a Houston Texan as a college football player, these are 4 things that Nick Caserio clearly likes to see in his players, and none of them have anything to do with strength or speed or breaking tackles. That's coming up next. But you folks out there, boy, the weather's getting hotter and hotter and nicer, and you folks who have pools in your back.
610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Okay, someone said on the text page, how can the draft be graded? Picks have no real definable value until those players either succeed or fail. I thank Nick Caserio for texting the show. That feels like that came from Nick Caserio, who thinks that draft report cards are the dumbest thing ever. They also get clicked a lot. That's why, and they get discussed a lot. And people can relate to report cards.
So the way you phrase that question, how can drafts be graded? By grading them. So, like, whether it's valid or not.
With my brain.
How can this happen?
Yeah.
Somebody does it. Lots of people do it. That's what you do. I don't understand the question, honestly.
Yeah. Do I need to explain typing? So you take your four fingers.
It's an interesting question because a lot of times people wonder, how does anybody do anything?
Yeah.
No, they're not. They're complete, and you can find all kinds of examples of, various times that people graded out an F on the draft, and then they end up doing free agency classes likewise. A lot of times, usually, is that like there's some pretty egregious examples of whiffs in free agency when teams really load up, and if it doesn't work out, then it looks really bad. So it's just because that's how it operates. There is an element of the draft grading process, though, that is. It's almost it's like self-affirming by the draft analysts because
big time.
They're grading. It would be like if you asked the which company owns the SATs? Is that like Stanford or something like that? Whoever owns the SATs, if that company is like, let's grade this admissions class, and they're going to go and they're going to take the SAT scores and be like, wow, this college did way better than this college.
Right.
Based on what? Based on my assessment of how these guys are.
That people pay us millions of dollars to administer. Yeah.
So it's a great time for draft analysts to be able to say, like, okay, based on the way I feel about everything, this is how they did.
That's exactly right. It's exactly right. So, speaking of Nick Caserio, this really got hammered home for me, Seth, in the last few days. I think these are things we knew already and he's referred to already. But if you're an aspiring NFL player out there, if you're in college right now and you really want to be a Houston Texan, that's your goal. And I think there's a lot of guys out there that would love to play for the Texans. I think getting the phone call from DeMeco Ryans and Nick Caserio is definitely in the upper tier of phone calls that I'd be excited to get as a college prospect. This feels like if you're the right kind of guy, and if they're calling you, they think you're the right kind of guy, this is a good place to come play football now.
It's the way that pitchers used to feel about the Astros.
That's exactly right. That's a great analogy.
I'll go and they'll turn me into the best version of myself.
And it turns out they'd turn you into the next Tommy John victim.
Yeah, now it's like I'm just you're into S&M or something.
Yes.
They're like, I like somebody telling me I'm a dirty boy.
You know their pitchers are all hurt. Oh, I know. So I have four things I think that Nick Caserio and probably DeMeco Ryans as well clearly like in their players that have nothing to do with strength, speed, the combine tests, anything like that. Number one, they like players that have some sort of unique story, that have come from some sort of adversity. Or, I think the big reason they like Marlon Klein is he came over from Germany, kind of was, he came over from Germany specifically to play American football in high school. I think
they'll always or often they'll mention a guy who transferred from a smaller school to a bigger school.
Yeah.
So with Wee Woo, they did that last year with Jaden Higgins.
Yep.
It's kind of. And I feel like some of that is kind of like the John Carroll mentality of like, oh, you go to a non-football factory, but you're going to figure out a way to make it happen no matter what.
Yep.
That's great, and I do appreciate those things too. I always get nervous with stuff like that when it's like, how heavily do you weight it?
Right.
And I do like. Caserio is going to tell you that everything's just a data point or whatever, because it's not like you want to mark somebody down. Like, you know what? Will Anderson doesn't necessarily have that. He was recruited, got a scholarship at Alabama, was like everything that he did there. He didn't have to overcome any of that kind of adversity, but it is something that if they do see it in a guy, I think it gives them a little bit of a leg up.
Yeah, I guess
C.J. Stroud not being one of the highly recruited quarterbacks coming out of high school.
Keelan Rutledge almost losing a foot in a car accident, like stories of adversity.
Well, see, that's where it makes me nervous because you know who else that was the inspirational story? Juice Scruggs.
Oh,
car
yeah, he hurt his
accident,
back.
broke his back.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Okay, well, the PSA for you young college players listening right now is if you are going through some sort of adversity, if you're going through a unique story in adversity, there's
if you have a friend who's a bad driver, carpool with him.
Right. Yeah, drive into a ditch. Yeah. So that's number one. They like players with a story. Again, these are if you don't have it, it's not a deal breaker, but they like these things. Number two, guys who play in their team's meaningless bowl games.
That is a big one, man. All the scouts will tell you these days, no, we don't mark a guy down if he sits out a bowl game.
Yeah.
That just happens. But by virtue of the fact that some teams, including the Texans, are really impressed if you do go out and play, even though you risk hurting your draft status, it helps your draft status.
Yes.
So by virtue of that, you are hurting your status with at least a few teams if you sit out a bowl game. Because there's somebody else, if it's between you and another guy, and that guy chose to play in the bowl game, they're going to like that guy better.
Doesn't mean they won't take you, but it does mean you don't check that box. Kamari Lassiter famously was one of those.
Yeah.
And
tried to sit out the bowl game but couldn't help himself. That's even better.
Yeah.
That's even better because it makes for the better story.
Yes.
Like, I tried to do what they were telling me to do, but at the end of the day, I couldn't do it. I couldn't cage that dog.
It was almost involuntary. My body got up and walked to the bowl game.
Yeah.
Marlon Klein was the one he said it about this year. I guess Marlon Klein played in the Michigan Bowl game this year.
So the lesson there would be to go to a school that's good but disappointing.
Yeah.
Go to a really good program, but that's likely careening towards disappointment.
Yes, your draft stock will be better affected by playing in one meaningless bowl game because you're showing moxie instead of actually going to the playoffs and playing in 4 games.
Ideally, what you do is you find a really good program that's got a great recruiting class, but whose coach is leaving for the NFL.
Yes.
There you go.
Yeah. The more, the better.
Because then you'll still win games, but you're not gonna go to the playoffs.
That's right. Number 3, guys from programs where they just love the coaching staff.
Yeah.
If you're wanting to become a Houston Texan, go play for Matt Campbell at Penn State. Go play for Kirby Smart at Georgia. Ironically, go play for Lincoln Riley. Don't get developed for 4 years and then get drafted in the 6th round.
I would put that as a separate category, I guess. Just go to a place that's known for getting really good recruits, if not developing them. But I think they look at USC the way baseball looks at some of the international players, I think.
Yeah, maybe.
They're like, okay, well, boy, they just, there's some things we could do, but people aren't really necessarily grading them as highly because they're not comfortable scouting Taiwan or Cuba back in the day.
Yep. I like that a lot. Marcus Freeman at Notre Dame. I mean, you can go on and on. You look at their roster. And the reason I say Matt Campbell, Penn State, for those who don't know, he was the head coach at Iowa State. And they've got several Iowa State guys on this team.
And they've gushed about some of those coaches.
Yes.
Kirby Smart, they'll gush about him. They'll gush about Matt Campbell.
That's right. So that's number 3. Go to a program that you can tell that publicly Nick Caserio has talked about loving their staff. Number 4, and we learned this one, I think, in this very draft. I think of all these, this is the one we just learned. But when Nick Caserio went out of his way to compliment Keelan Rutledge on kind of keeping things very low-key on draft night.
He was just in an Airbnb with his close family.
He said just with his wife in an Airbnb. Now, as it turned out, there were other people there. I think that's what you're referring to.
It was a relatively small draft party by a lot of draft party standards.
It was not
the first round.
It was not a quote-unquote circus, which was the word that Nick used. That's
they
his
were watching
word.
A Vizio television. That's big.
We have a bigger television in our studio here than they had at that Airbnb. Yeah.
So that's an interesting one. Do you think that it would come down to that, like on draft night?
I think
all right, we're looking at Chase Basantis or Keelan Rutledge.
Yeah.
Let's check in on their draft party.
Chase had a stripper pole at his party. No, we're going Keelan Rutledge. We're going Rutledge. So I think all this stuff is.
That's what Nick was saying in that quote about his draft party was he's all ball.
Yeah, he's all ball.
And then he shows up. For his introductory press conference, and he doesn't even own a suit.
Yeah.
They had to give him that Texans polo to wear. That's never. I don't think he understands how excited people were to see where a previous version of the Texans offensive line, we were concerned that these guys are a little too much into fashion for offensive linemen. Now they got a bunch of guys who just look like they don't even, like the shower stopped working in their house 3 days ago, and It's no big concern to them.
Two things. Keelan Rutledge, if you watch the video of him meeting Nick Caserio and D'Amico in the building for the first time, they'd obviously met them before, but he said that he would have worn shorts if he could have, but he didn't want to wear shorts to the press conference. And I have it on good authority from a good source that he actually bought that shirt in the team store.
Oh, he paid for it.
That's what I heard. Okay. Yeah, I heard. Yeah, I don't know if that's 100%, but
you get a discount.
Yeah.
He doesn't actually, the money doesn't hit your account for a while with that signing bonus.
He gets and he hasn't signed his deal yet.
Right, yeah.
So does he get an employee discount? He's not yet.
Oh, that's true, because he wasn't officially a discount yet. It wasn't officially an employee.
Can you imagine?
Would they have extended him store credit because he just doesn't have any?
That's great.
Yeah.
Oh, man. All right. So those are the 4 things. Kids, if you're trying to play for the Texans, have a unique story, play in your meaningless bowl game, go to a program with a coach that Nick likes, and keep it on the down low on draft night, man. Just keep it low-key, bunch of wings, maybe a beer or two. That's it. All right, power ranking of the power rankings. What do the experts think of the Houston Texans following the draft? Are they saying what Steve Weiss, we'll play that audio, Steve Weiss said earlier, that the Texans are one of the most improved teams after the draft? What are the experts saying? We'll take a look coming up next.
In case any Texans fans were concerned, Nick Caserio didn't mince words with his thoughts on those Nico Collins trade rumors. West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, Payne and Pendergast with you. Steve Weish, NFL Network.
I was about to bring up something completely randomly unrelated to anything that we're talking about.
Okay.
So I'll bring it up at the end.
Okay, cool.
I just started watching Crazy Stupid Love for the first time in my life. Yesterday.
What is that?
It's a movie with Ryan Gosling.
Oh, yeah.
Steve Carell.
Yep.
And other people.
Yeah.
But I think it's kind of like a mainstay with a lot of people.
Yeah,
It's one of the things that a lot of people. I don't know how popular it was, but it's one of those movies where when you say you've never watched it, they're incredulous that you've never watched it.
Yeah, that would be me. I've never watched it. I think it's been on in the same room I've been in before.
But I think that's why there's one iconic scene from it, a fight scene that I've seen before that looked pretty funny.
Oh,
but
really?
The reason I think that's why the video I just sent you popped up. It's a guy saying this is what it'd be like if I ever had to go back on the dating scene.
It's pretty awesome.
I think it must have popped up on my algorithm because yesterday I was watching Crazy Stupid Love, which is just what happens.
Okay.
Ryan, as far as I can tell, I'm like 20 minutes into it. Ryan Gosling helps Steve Carell, who's recently divorced, learn how to actually
Get back out there.
Get back out there.
Yeah, got you.
Which, come on. Yeah, there's a lot you can do, but it helps a lot to just look like Ryan Gosling.
That's true. Yeah, thanks.
Thanks for all the tips, Ryan Gosling.
Right.
I'm sure I can get away with acting like a bastard the same way you do. Your character in this movie.
This doesn't help at all. All right, so let's do this. Steve Weish of the NFL Network.
Ryan Gosling look-alike.
Yes, Steve. They look exactly the same. He was doing his 5 most improved teams yesterday for TV, and he had the Texans rated 4th. Here's what he had to say.
The Houston Texans. What? The Houston Texans? They didn't seem to make a big splash. Yes, they absolutely did. They got the guard, Keelan Rutledge, out of Georgia Tech. 2-time first-team All-ACC. He's probably going to start at center. But this was the play that got them to 4. Caden McDonald, the massive defensive tackle out of Ohio State to keep those great linebackers clean. They needed this. And then they get the tight end Marlon Klein, more of a receiving tight end out of Michigan. Do not sleep on one of the best teams in the AFC.
One of the best teams in the AFC, man. Steve Weish is bullish on the Houston Texans, Seth.
Yeah, depending on your flavor of how you're grading the draft, like the guy that asked us, like, well, how do you grade a draft? You don't know what's going to happen. Yes, 100%, it's true. Most people are grading the draft based on just did they do what I would have done if I were them? And Mel Kiper, I was reading his grade from yesterday, where basically Mel Kiper finds a way to be offended that teams don't feel the same way about the prospects, because he said something like, I don't know what they were thinking drafting Marvin Klein. He was 10th on my list.
Yeah.
Like, okay, well they clearly have a different ranking than you do.
Yep.
That's all it is. So if you're grading it based on, all right, how did this team set themselves up well if all the players work out? You know, like let's pretend that if all these players work out, or a bunch of them do, then are you a better football team than you were last year? And I think that the big thing for me is that Caden McDonald, when I would see people say that the Texans need a defensive tackle in this draft, I didn't quite understand what they meant after they had re-signed Sheldon Rankins and they had brought in Logan Hall, just because it wasn't a glaring need in terms of what are they going to do in the short term. They've got 3 starting caliber defensive tackles, but for a specific type of defensive tackle that D'Amico clearly wanted and that addresses some of the issues they had at times stopping the run last year, Caden McDonald is a different type of guy that they just simply didn't even have on their team.
Mm-hmm.
So that it takes a really good defense and potentially makes it that much better, especially in terms of closing games out. Things you can do in the fourth quarter, things you can do in critical moments and in short yardage on the goal line, all of that. I think that's where they got the biggest bang for their buck. If you talk about value and reaching and all of that, then I understand why a lot of people have the Texans graded pretty mediocre or below average. I get that, but I think as long as their evaluations were accurate for how they felt about those guys, I thought they did a good job of filling in, making some positions way more competitive or versatile.
I think they're a better football team now after the draft. I thought they were a better team after free agency. I think some of the holes on the roster, they've just got better players now. We'll see if it all comes together. C.J. Stroud improving over last year is going to – if these guys all come in, Seth, Reed Blankenship, Caden McFarland, Keelan Rutledge, the free agent vets they signed on the offensive line. I'm probably missing a guy or two. Those guys can all come in and be what the team expected them to be. If C.J. Stroud is what he was in the postseason last year, this team's going to win 9 games this year. You know,
right. Well, David Montgomery and the offensive line, sometimes we talk about this stuff so much for so long, you kind of forget, to get back to the basic deal, which is really, if you want C.J. Stroud to be the best player he can be, the one thing that's been missing where you can give a hefty excuse for C.J. Stroud is that he's had a horrible rushing attack every year he's been in the NFL. And it is exceedingly rare to find a young quarterback who does well with a bad rushing offense. And if you do, if the rushing stats are bad, it's more so that they're a pass-heavy team like the Chiefs or something. It's not that they can't run the ball. It's just that that's their MO. So it's not even that that they have a weak rushing offense and that doesn't help them out or anything. It's just that it's hard to find good young quarterbacks who have really good performances when they're so bad at rushing the football.
Yep. All right, let's do this, an impromptu power ranking of the power rankings. All the major outlets have put out their post-draft power rankings. This is probably the last set that we'll get until training camp starts. So let's see how the various outlets did. Seth, I've got 5 of them here in no particular order yet. NFL.com, USA Today, The Athletic, CBS Sports, and then The Score. So those are the 5 outlets. So 5 outlets, let's rank them as to how they rated the Houston Texans. Do these particular folks feel that the Texans are as improved as Steve Weish feels that the Texans are? Number 5, this bastard, Pete Prisco, CBSSports.com.
Oh, he hates us.
Jacksonville guy, right?
Yeah.
He's a Jacksonville guy. He's got the Texans 15th. Now, he does feel like they improved 2 notches over the 17th that he had them in his last set of power rankings, but he says this: their draft actually made one of the toughest teams in the league even tougher. First-round pick Keelan Rutledge will be the star guard. Okay, so he says nice things in the write-up, but he's only got him 15th. They jumped from the bottom half at 17th up to the upper half, 15th.
I wonder, so he's got them worse than the Ravens, worse than the Eagles, worse than the Chiefs and the Patriots. Those are 4 teams ahead of them.
The big one is significantly worse than the Jacksonville Jaguars. He's got
oh my gosh.
He's got it 5.
He's got him 5th?
He's got the Jags 5.
Okay, wait a second. All right, he's got the Jags 5. They did nothing in free agency. They had what he says is a perplexing draft.
Which is, that's the kindest adjective that I've heard describe their draft.
Yeah, he thinks that the tight end out of A&M is going to be a good player, but I don't get how he's got the Jaguars that high.
Because he's a homer.
I guess so.
He's a Jacksonville homer, man. That's why he's 5th out of 5 power rankers in the power ranking of the power rankings.
Who'd the Jags lose to in the playoffs?
Buffalo.
Buffalo, yeah, that's right.
Buffalo, yeah, at home.
He's got the Bills. That's right, because that was the game where Romo kept pointing out that both those quarterbacks are capable of running.
Yes.
Like over and over again.
Yeah, he did.
Trevor Lawrence can run the ball.
Yeah. He's right.
Was he the only person on earth that thought that anybody needed to have explained to him that, yes, Trevor Lawrence is capable of running the ball, especially in the red zone?
Yeah.
What the hell?
He's the only person on earth that thought that. He thought that there were a million people that needed that explained.
It was hilarious because remember how banged up Josh Allen got in that game?
Yes.
And Josh Allen would look like he might have just actually had a leg ripped off of him, and then 2 plays later, Romo would be like, "I wish Josh Allen would run the ball more." I'm like, dude.
Tony
barely
Romo,
alive.
If Tony Romo were a Major League Baseball manager, every pitcher would pitch 9 innings.
Yeah, and nothing but fastballs the whole time.
Fastballs for 9 innings.
I don't know why he just doesn't throw 102 miles per hour every single pitch.
Oh, my God. Yeah. All right, that's number 5, Pete Prisco. Number 4, The Score. And this power ranking is from their staff in totality. So the Score staff rates the Texans, Seth, 13th. 13th. That was our previous ranking for them as well. Here's what they say. Remember how great the Texans' defense was last year? Well, that unit just got even better by drafting defensive tackle Caden McDonald from Ohio State. McDonald is an immovable object in the run game and beefs up an already intimidating defense. The attitude the Texans carry on defense is spreading to their offensive line. First-round pick Keelan Rutledge should give Houston a tone setter up front.
Yeah, so the tone-setting part I agree with. The one thing, people got to hold off a little bit on the whole immovable object in the run game stuff with Caden McDonald. He does have some things to clean up, which are no big deal in my mind. It's just that it's a classic. There's some things you can do as a defensive tackle in college, especially when you're a huge dude, that you have to clean up if you want to actually really be able to anchor down versus doubles. So calling him an immovable object is in stark defiance with some of his bad reps in college, but it's not anything I'm worried about. I just don't call people immovable. It's a dead giveaway that you don't actually watch defensive line play.
Not until he actually goes against men. He's going against men now. Yeah. So there's that. So number 4, the score. We are power ranking the post-draft power rankings. Number 3, the Athletic, and they're pleasant to look at font. They have the Texans. They have the Texans 9th, so that's pretty high ranking, top 10. But they seem to disagree with Steve Weich's notion that they're improved because they are actually down one spot from 8th that they were earlier this offseason.
Or they just maybe they're improved but not by as much.
Yeah, that could be. Other teams jumped them, that sort of thing. The second rounder, it's the best. They also make a prediction in this one. Who's going to have the best rookie season of anybody on their team? Caden McDonald, not shockingly. Keelan Rutledge was their first-round pick. Caden McDonald is the pick that everybody's buzzing about with the Texans, it feels like.
Yeah.
You know?
What they say is that he was widely expected to be a first-rounder somewhere. I don't know if that's – I think it was widely expected that he might be the first – he was one of 2 guys who would probably be the first to go. And that was before the kid from Florida ended up getting drafted because nobody knew what –
Caleb Banks.
Banks with because I was going to say – I knew I would say Downs if I said the Caleb Banks because of his foot issue.
Yeah.
But the guys that went in the first round are more 3-down types of guys that they projected at, where it does, in hindsight, it really makes sense that Caden McDonald goes in the second round because as of right now, people look at him kind of as a first and second down defensive tackle. And, that's the way of the land. But of those types of tackles, I think he was definitively the favorite amongst if you look at the consensus boards.
I would agree. Number 2, power ranking of the power rankings, NFL.com. Eric Edholm of NFL.com, Seth. He has the Texans 7th, up one notch to 7th. And he says this, frankly, I didn't love the Texans draft as a whole, but I think there's a very good chance their top 2 picks, Rutledge and McDonald, will be significant contributors. The Texans are hell-bent on getting their offensive line right, and I'll never stand in the way of such a noble pursuit. If they're not better at guard, at the very least, I'll walk naked through the Discovery Green next summer. Oh, a little nod to Houston right there. The Texans can – okay, I like this part. The Texans can use the Seahawks blueprint for a path to the Super Bowl. Excellent defense, timely special teams, an explosive passing game paired with a hard-nosed ground attack. Has Houston done enough to craft that? A lot of it depends on C.J. Stroud. Of all those things, excellent defense, timely special teams, explosive passing game, and hard-nosed ground attack, what is the one you're least optimistic shows up this season?
Let's see. The special teams.
The first 2, I think they're set.
The special teams have had more glitches than I expect out of a Texans special team.
Yeah.
So I think that'll actually swing back to what it usually is with a Frank Ross-led team. An explosive passing game. That's the part that. Boy.
I think a shots downfield in an explosive passing game.
It's completely tied to the hard-nosed ground attack.
Yep.
Because I think it's going to be with play action, especially. I mean, they're the guys that they've had and added to the offensive line. It's all about the run blocking, and the pass protection wasn't as big an issue as the run blocking last year. But if they can improve the run blocking, then all of a sudden that opens up the shot fields, the shot plays downfield. But since the explosive pass game relies on first getting a hard-nosed rushing attack, I guess that's the one that I'm least optimistic about.
Yeah. And it's special teams. If he's just asking for timely, I think they were timely last year. They shored up a lot of their kick coverage issues. Boy, they were a disaster in the middle of the season in that department. So I think special teams will be fine. Especially, I do think some of the guys they added in this draft are going to be helpful on special teams as well. All right, so that's number 2. Number 1.
I like that he gave a shout-out to Discovery Green because that's a classic NFL writer thing where based on whichever hotel you stayed at when you're in town for a game. Because people do that in Jacksonville all the time. They'll be like, oh, you lived in Jacksonville. Did you hang out at the Landing much? I'm like, I don't know what it's like these days, but that was the thing that the Chamber of Commerce was trying like hell to make hard. A thing. Yeah. So that was like no, I haven't been to the Landing.
Just disgusted. All right, last one. Number 1, power ranking of the power rankings. USA Today, Seth. USA Today.
They love us. Their AI-generated articles can't get enough of the Texans.
They love the Texans. Now, they have the exact same ranking and the exact same bump up as NFL.com. This is Nate Davis, who may or may not be real.
Oh, no, he's a person.
He's
cool.
Okay, yeah, Nate Davis. He, too, is bumping the Texans up 1 notch to number 7, just like Eric Edholm. Why do they get the benefit of the doubt? Because they loved on the Texans last year, Nate Davis. Nate Davis was a huge, huge Texans supporter last year, and that matters on this subjective power ranking of the power rankings. Here's what he says. Will Anderson Jr.'s monster contract has been the biggest news of their offseason, but the Texans have quietly gotten tougher and potentially balanced the offense sufficiently to get C.J. Stroud back on the right track by not asking so much of him on nearly every third down, he says. Yeah, that's true. They were in third and long a lot. So, is Will Anderson Jr.'s contract the biggest news of the offseason for the Texans?
Just is real quick on the third and long. They had 2 years ago was when it was just
it was bad. It was really bad.
Yeah, it was really bad. They did make some improvements on getting to third and manageable last year. The biggest news of the offseason. Will Anderson's I'm just almost thinking of like I think the first day of the Wyatt Teller signing was a big deal.
Yeah.
Especially because people yet again were really upset that Nick didn't do anything in the first 24 to 48 hours, however long it was. So I'm just thinking about what really popped on social media and everything. That was probably the biggest one. The Will Anderson stuff, it happened on a Friday. And it was pretty much a foregone conclusion that it was going to happen.
Yeah.
Some of the debate that ensued because of it, based on whether it was wise for the Texans to do or not. I would say the free agency signings were bigger than anything else.
I think it's a combination of the 2 big signings on the offensive line, Smith and Teller and Reed Blankenship, like collectively. And the David Montgomery, I would say like that group of acquisitions, free agency as a theme was bigger for me than the Will Anderson contract.
And I think of all of those, Wyatt Teller, just because it's a bigger name, got the most pop. So depending on how you're judged, Sean, I don't know. How do you grade what was the biggest news story? But I think the Wyatt Teller one.
Clicks.
Yeah. I would say most clicks were probably Wyatt Teller.
Yep, clicks and YouTube viewers, yes. And you're right. It happened on a Friday also. That matters.
The Will Anderson
the Will Anderson signing. Yeah, the Will Anderson contract. Like, we didn't really get to sink our teeth into it. We didn't as it was happening. I know In the Loop did because it happened during their show. Thanks a lot, Nick. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Hey, let's circle back to the Rockets for a little bit. What did they do better in Game 4? Can they continue that in Game 5? And Kendrick Perkins said something about this Game 5 that just doesn't compute to me, and we will have that for you coming up next. But West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land, that would be Ruben Mendoza, the GM at West Point Lincoln of Sugar.
610 presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, here was Zach Lowe on the Bill Simmons podcast. They were talking about the Rockets and the Lakers, Game 4, Monday night or Sunday night. The Rockets keep their season alive. They'll be back at it tomorrow, Wednesday, in L.A., 9 o'clock tip tomorrow night. Here was Zach Lowe on what the Rockets did better in Game 4 as opposed to the first 3 games of the series.
I mean, thing number one was they actually made Luke Kennard play defense and didn't let him just hang out. I know it took 4 games.
Unbelievable.
But they didn't let him hang out off the ball all the time. Ahmed Thompson attacked him, and they just he was on Tari Eason. Tari Eason even just blew by him at one point. Just gave Tari Eason the ball. Jabari Smith hunted him in a switch, and this has kind of been fun. Without KD, it's been fun to watch guys like Jabari Smith Jr. get to do a little bit more and really stretch their wings. That was one, and just they have this kind of defensive gear in them when they have their best defenders on the floor. They can create a lot of turnovers. Lakers had 20-something turnovers the last time I checked, and so that strategically, that would be the main one.
Yeah. It'll be interesting tomorrow night, Seth. You know, they're going to be able to force 24 turnovers again. The Lakers were really careless with the basketball at times in that game on Sunday. You know, they're going to be home. They're going to be more dialed in. Their role players are probably going to play better at home than they do on the road. That's generally the norm in the NBA. The part about attacking Kennard when making Luke Kennard play defense, to me, is the part that's just so disturbing and so damning that it takes 4 games in to figure out, oh, yeah, this guy who rarely play, you know, he's a reserve on their team normally because they're just without Luka and without Austin Reeves right now, that this guy's been killing us at the offensive end. You know what would be good? Make him work at the defensive end a little bit.
Right. Yeah, that's and that's where this conversation they were having, Simmons and what's his name? Zach Lowe, were kind of scoffing at. They started off saying, like, hey, they actually used some strategy. You know, like, oh, a strategical move by the Rockets. And they laughed and scoffed. Now, when Simmons scoffs, I don't think much of it. Zach Lowe is he's different.
He's more of a ball knower.
Yeah, I've always been amazed that he has ever actually worked for Bill Simmons as his boss. Because if ever there was a dynamic where, like, oh, this is my stupid boss is saying something and I got to act like it makes sense, that's Zach Lowe. Yeah, so you're kind of scoffing at the Rockets' inability to strategize or have a plan or any kind of structure or anything. That's very real. And I think coming from a scoff from Zach Lowe actually means something. The other big part of this, too, is we still don't have word officially on Austin Reeves, do we?
No, I haven't heard anything.
But he was upgraded from questionable, so there's a good chance Austin Reeves plays.
Yeah, he was listed as questionable the last 2 games.
Yeah,
going into the game, so he didn't play. So yeah, we'll see. He seems to be closer to coming back than Luka does. Getting either of them back is a problem for the Rockets because they're obviously they've been undermanned all year with respect to Fred VanVleet and mostly Steven Adams for the year, and now Kevin Durant is a problem.
There's strong optimism that he'll play, according to sources on ESPN.
Okay. It's an oblique injury for him. So Kendrick Perkins was on ESPN. He was on yesterday morning, and he had this to say about Game 5. Now, keep in mind, Kendrick Perkins, who even after the win on Sunday was still killing the Rockets. Selfish, horrific, called them not a pile of bleep, but a pasture full of bleep. He's been very critical of the Rockets for some time now. And he had this to say about Game 5.
Game 5 is a must-win for the Lakers. I know that much. They better get it done in Game 5, which I believe they will, because if it's prolonged past that, then we're going to be having a different conversation. But Game 5 on Wednesday is a must-win for Braun and the Los Angeles Lakers, because you don't want to have this series extended and all of a sudden Kevin Durant comes back and all of a sudden the Rockets and their confidence continue to grow, and all of a sudden we could be seeing something that we've never witnessed in the history of the NBA. So again, me knowing Braun, he's going to come with a level of focus. Those role players are going to play better at home, but they're in a must-win situation, Game 5. They better close it out in L.A.
I'm going to give Perk a little bit of a pass because at that point, he's still talking like Kevin Durant might come back for this series, and we'll play Dr. Chow here in a second. it doesn't sound like Kevin Durant's going to make it back for this series, at least if what Dr. Chow says about bone bruises is accurate on that ankle. The part that I just can't compute, even if Durant were healthy, is that you've been killing this team all year, but especially the last couple months and especially the last couple weeks. Kendrick Perkins cannot get off of the Rockets. He's destroying them. Yeah. And now all of a sudden, if they win Game 5 and they're still down 3-2, like this, all of a sudden this whole thing, like the Lakers are in trouble now. All
chance,
of a sudden. Like you're talking about a team that you have said is like one and done, terrible. I haven't seen Kendrick Perkins talk bad like this about, any Rockets team, certainly. And now all of a sudden, if they win this game, boy, the Lakers better look. Boy, LeBron better look out. The guy who's never coughed up a 2-0 lead in a playoff series is better look out because now he's going to be the first one to ever cough up a 3-0 lead.
Ever lose 3-0, yeah.
I just don't get that.
I think one of the biggest X factors really is that Game 4 was the first time that LeBron looked tired and old.
Yes.
Like, it looked like it was getting to him. And then, lo and behold, he's got 2 days off. And I don't know, maybe he flew to Spain to get some kind of revolutionary treatment to recover. You're probably going to see more of the LeBron James that you saw in the first 3 games.
Yep. I would think so. I'm
really PO'd about this being. Is this a 9 p.m. start?
Yeah, 9 p.m. Yeah, on Wednesday.
This is, when you stay up late for the Astros when we're in the middle of the playoffs, it's a different feel, or it used to be a different feel.
Yeah.
This, I'm really pissed that it's a 9 p.m. start.
Well, the only good thing is that there's zero overlap with the Astros. Like the Astros start at 5:30.
Yeah.
That game will be over probably by 8:15, and then you got a little time in between to, shower or order some takeout or whatever.
I've already ordered a couple of Kaiway Teng custom T-shirts.
Hell yeah.
On the internet.
Hell yeah.
Licensed? Yeah. I don't care.
Yeah, who cares, man? Who cares?
Made in Taiwan? Good chance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Appropriate.
Yes.
I would say appropriate. This was Dr. Chow, who's friend of the show, former sports doctor for the former team doctor for the Chargers, who now he has a website where he does injury reporting for gambling purposes, SICsports.com. If you want to check it out, it's a good site.
SICCentral.com.
SICCentral.com? Okay, got it. SICCentral.com.
No, you're right. You're right. I'm not even going to check it. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah.
Here's Dr. Chow on the injury.
Hold on. Let me apologize for 30 more seconds. I'm sorry that Mike Greenberg said that
yeah, exactly. You said that David
Boston was the son of David Boston.
Sean's dad. Yeah. Here is Dr. Chow talking about the severity of what the bone bruise on Kevin Durant's ankle means.
The reporting says there's an ankle bone bruise. And if he has an ankle bone bruise, okay, it's the ankle, not the knee, like Anthony Edwards. That's not just a strap it up and play through injury.
Okay.
So if he indeed has a bone bruise, as has been reported, then I would not call Kevin Durant soft. Okay. I get the suspicions, and I love Shams Charania, but the reporting on his knee when they got run into on his knee, that it was a deep patella tendon bruise. You don't really bruise tendons, but okay, whatever.
You're not going to go after. He heard it from somebody. He's not. He's not.
Yeah. It's a game of telephone from an agent or something.
Correct.
The agent might be trying to make it sound worse. That's why I always thought Durant would play through that. If he has an ankle bone bruise, then I don't think he's soft, but he's also not coming back. And that's probably one more game from being done that series, right?
We were both wrong. It is SixScore.com.
Oh, SixScore.com.
SixScore, Sports Injury Central. So the word sports.
I was right
injury,
that you were wrong. So I was more right than you were.
Yeah.
Mostly.
I'm not apologizing to you, just so you know.
No, that's it is, because a lot of times, anytime you hear bruise, I think people have a tendency to think, oh, it's a pain tolerance issue or something. With a bone bruise, the amount of swelling that you can have, it can just shut things down. Your body doesn't work properly. So it's a bigger deal. I'm glad, and I'm glad that David Chow explained that about the patellar bruise, because that didn't make any sense to me at the time. I'd never heard it before.
A bruised tendon.
Like, certainly Shams Charania wouldn't mess this up.
No, Dr. Shams?
Who was it that said, "Where's Woj"? That said he missed Woj a couple weeks ago.
It was Doc Rivers.
Yeah, that's right.
It was
That's
Doc
right,
Rivers.
Doc Rivers.
It was Doc Rivers. Yeah, Seth. If you couldn't hear, Seth said it in the middle of that cut from Dr. Chow. All right, so not optimistic about Kevin Durant, but hey, you know what? Let's keep the season going. There was a big part of me, Seth, on Sunday that was just like, let's just get this over with. And now that they've won a game, I'm like, okay, well, if they go win in L.A., now all of a sudden Game 6 on Friday has a lot of juice to it back here in Houston. If they're able to pull off the win. And I haven't looked to see what the line is on that game. I'll look it up during the break. All right, Payne and Pendergast, final segment coming up. We'll find out what the guys got going on In the Loop. The best analogy that I've heard yet for the Rossini-Vrabel situation. We've got that bit of audio for you and a whole lot more coming up next. Stay there. Ability trees.
Ability tree. Oh, how could I ever forget about ability trees? You should never forget about it. If you're looking at your trees and you're thinking, oh my gosh, this
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. We got to play this again because this was one of the better analogies that I've heard. The Mike Vrabel, Diana Rossini saga, in which there is at least one nugget that comes out every day. At least one. Like yesterday's nugget. Well, really two from yesterday, and I can't wait to see what today's is. It's almost like I get these emails, Seth, from restaurants sometimes that have like specials every day, and I'm like, oh, can't wait to see what Boozy's got going on today. Like it's like opening.
It's almost like giving up a run per inning. You end up with an ERA of 9.
Yeah,
that's how Vrabel's feeling on this point.
That's how he's feeling.
The only strikeout he's had in his favor was that he went to therapy. And cured himself in 36 hours, apparently.
Yeah, he's rehabilitated. If you didn't hear, he was back in the building yesterday.
He went to Utah for a weekend and then came back.
Rehabilitated. Yep. So he was buying the little sweatshirt that everybody thought was for his wife in the airport. That was those pictures dropped yesterday. Boy, he's turned into like a Kardashian now. Like everybody's going to be snapping pictures of Vrabel everywhere he goes.
Yeah.
He's in an airport in Utah. He can't escape it. He's getting pictures taken of him. And then we also saw that on Spotify back in 2022 that Diana Rossini posted a playlist for Diana Rossini and Mike, which I think is real. I'm pretty sure that these were not contrived graphics off of Spotify. But at any rate, there were reports that she had made a mixtape for him on Spotify. So we'll see what happens today. But to that point, it seems like there's something new every day with this thing. Here was Tom Curran on WEEI with our friend Ted Johnson yesterday.
And there is a weird theory that's going around right now, that this could all end up potentially costing Mike Vrabel his job. Have you heard anything about that? Is there any hint that could end up being true?
I think as it stands right now, no. I don't think that if it remains status quo, Mike has acknowledged that he needs to work on himself, is going to prioritize and create balance. So to me, I don't think that he would be in danger of losing his job if things remain status quo. What's unfortunate is the layers that keep getting added on top that add context to the situation. So to me, I think it would be highly unlikely. But if we use the win probability chart and say that after the Super Bowl, Mike Vrabel would be as high as you could be to job security, complete and utter job security. Where would it be now? I would imagine the graph has dipped. Still would say that it's pretty high, maybe over 80, 90%. But we're kind of in, as I said to somebody the other day, it's like one of those icy road pileups that you see on the highway.
Yeah.
There's the initial accident, and then there's more people who just come sliding in and adding to the chaos. So from my vantage point, Rich, no, I don't think so. But this is a story that unfortunately continues to get more layers.
Dude, there's still audio and video that trickles out now still, like to this week.
It's a lot of it's, people connecting the dots to various reports that Rossini made based on the timing.
So they have a clip of her on some station here or some podcast there, and he's absolutely right. Like, just it hasn't stopped.
And that's where it's honestly one of the reasons too, why Rossini ends up getting way more the heaviest blows to her either name or reputation or anything is because she's the one in the media who's always on there making these statements or doing these things on X or whatever. The interesting thing about this is, as Curran says, it's like it's one of those accidents that people just keep sliding into the accident. We've seen scary situations like that on 59 right outside our studio windows when we have icy roads.
Yeah.
And you can see that, somebody's going 30, but they don't realize on this hill that they're going to lose it all. And you're just hoping, nobody, you can see somebody behind them doing the same thing.
And you know how it's going to end.
You're just waiting for this to happen. So when something's being reported and talked about every day and it's a headline item, it's hard to have perspective on things like this. As Curran was talking through that, I thought to myself, okay, immediately after the Super Bowl, if you had come to me and said, hey, Seth, what do you think would happen if it turns out that Vrabel was having an affair with an NFL reporter a couple months ago and it was reported? Do you think he'd be at risk of losing his job? I would probably said no. I don't think there's no. I mean, this stuff happens. Vrabel is not the first NFL head coach to have gotten caught having an affair. It's the first time it's been made public. That's the big difference there. And going through like various coaches that have or have not had affairs, I can't think of a time I remember where it actually was a reason that they lost their job. But this is now public. This is public stuff. And the thing, as it goes with all football coaching, is that you can overcome almost anything, any damage or hit to your reputation, as long as you're still winning.
If you win, yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's where now, if they have a really disappointing season and somehow there's still stuff being released or revelations being made, there like something more scandalous, then yeah, he could be in huge risk. If they start off 2-6. And meanwhile, you've got all of this drama, and then at some point there's going to be reports, whether they're accurate or not, about, I don't know, the locker room questions his leadership. Yep. That's where I think if he gets fired because of this, it's going to be combined with a disappointing season and just reports of him just not being like himself. I don't know, he's just not operating the way he used to.
Yeah, I think, you mentioned something earlier in the show about this too, which I think is just as applicable, which is, look, if we learn more about what exactly he was leaking to Rossini, or if the intent of leaking certain things, or part of the intent of that relationship was that she would report things that help the Patriots somehow in free agency. There's people, I have a hard time connecting the dots with all this stuff, just because I feel like a lot of people are saying, well, she's the only one reporting about A.J. Brown and the interest that the possibility of him going to the Patriots, and thus, obviously, there's tampering going on. That's a tough bridge for me to connect. But it does feel like there's something there. It does feel like there's something slimy about the whole thing, that she's the one reporting on all these rumors for a high-level player. And the same thing with Max Crosby, where she literally went on the air somewhere and said, I know he'd like to play for Mike Vrabel. Is it tampering by the strict definition? No, but is it something that kind of works the market in a way that increases the likelihood of a movement?
This is where I think it's bogus that the NFL had just flat out said we're not going to investigate this at all, because, we've identified an improper relationship with a media member. Should we at least take a cursory look at this to be sure that there wasn't any kind of tampering or actual evidence? So her saying that that Max Crosby told her that he'd like to go play for Vrabel, by her being an intermediary there or anything, the NFL has come down pretty hard on tampering. So they should have at least taken a glance at if there was anything worth investigating.
Yeah. That's the part for me. I think there's a bigger likelihood. First of all, I think it's highly unlikely Vrabel gets fired. Let me just say that, because I think the Patriots are going to be worse this year than they were last year. I don't think they're going to be bad this year. But I'm already in on under 10.5 wins. So I guess by definition, I feel like they're going to be average at best. I don't think it's the performance of the team that's going to get him if he were to get got. I think it would be something more in the neighborhood of what we were just talking about, where Robert Kraft takes a look at things and says, I don't need my head coach doing those things. Mike Vrabel should know better than to be putting our team business out there with a reporter. We had a texter text in and say, my take on Vrabel, I firmly believe he was fired from the Titans, since Amy Adams may have known there was an affair going on with Rossini, and he was feeding her inside team info. And I don't know what that info would be, but it could be something enough to where an owner doesn't feel comfortable with it and gets pissed off about it, quite honestly.
Right. Yeah, it's kind of like why you don't want people who hold public position. You don't want your judge being involved in some kind of an affair. You don't want a Supreme Court justice having an affair with somebody that he might be giving information to or whatever. Some or congressperson, whichever you want to imagine. But so as of right now, I would say there's a 99% chance he's not getting fired, specifically because of this. I think what's more likely, he gets fired because of the if he gets fired this year, part of it would be that they had one of the easiest schedules this century last year. Yeah. So it's natural that there's going to be a pullback, and it's not going to look as impressive this year. And that wouldn't be enough to get him fired unless it's a real big pullback, and then you add on to all of this. It just makes it that much harder to weather it.
Well, you hit the nail on the head with what what aspect of a losing season could get him fired. Losing unto itself, I don't think would get him fired. Losing with grumbling in the locker room about his focus, or that there's some sort of mutiny with the players. They feel like he's been dishonest or whatever the case may be.
You know what I think he's really got to do at some point? At some point, the crisis management people will encourage him, I think, to make a more contrite-sounding statement and get up and really just profess, to maybe offer up a little bit more detail of without getting all sordid about it or anything, like give the six reason apology of he understands why he screwed up, where he had to hurt, all that stuff. But he can't. The old standby used to be you get up there with your wife, so she can show that she supports you. I feel like that's changed a lot since then. Yeah. If anything, that looks like you're using your wife as a human shield. I don't think at any point he should get up at a press conference so his wife can stand there dutifully next to him and show that they're in this together as a family.
Okay.
He's got to stand up there by himself.
Is the next time we see Diana Rossini publicly doing some sort of, I'm not saying like walk into the grocery store. I'm saying like some sort of public, she's talking. Is it on one of those like sit down on a couch shows like Oprah or something like that? Is her next appearance some sort of interview where she does a I don't say a tell-all, but like an admission of what we all think happened?
Sean, I don't know with Rossini because there might be way more to it with her than there is with Vrabel. I mean, you remember
like other coaches, you mean?
The Washington Commanders' wife, the GM of the Commanders' wife, accused her of having an affair with her husband.
Yep.
I just like some of these rumors that I heard about Vrabel that I honestly, it wasn't like I was withholding everything. It was like gossipy stuff that I would hear from somebody at an event or something that I just know, like, I'm not a reporter. I'm not going to investigate this or whatever.
Yeah.
But like when you hear lots of things about somebody that, there might be more to it. So I don't know if she can. If she were to sit down and have a heartfelt, like, oh, yeah, this is what happened and I'm being totally open.
Dude.
I don't know if it's possible for her to do that without just, like, amping up the news cycle that much more.
Like what the truth is, like that it might not just be Vrabel. Yeah.
I don't think she can help herself. I think she has to. She's going to.
She's going to do an interview like that?
60 minutes.
60 minutes, something like that,
It'll be a 60 minutes kind of thing. Her personality is that she's going to have to say something.
She's had to go on with Rogan. Seriously, that's what nobody would expect. But it honestly, because honestly, the put over you get from going on Rogan, like if she wants to just say, all right, you know what? I am just going to throw caution to the wind. I'm going to defy logic or how other people have offered this. And like Rogan, because you know how it is with Rogan. Rogan will end up liking her and like see her side of the story and everything. And she'll at the very least have a massive fan base that some of them will still like. Some of them will be pulling for her after that. Some of them won't like her, but some of them will, and the percentage that are pulling for her will be massive.
Oh my God! And if it's not just Vrabel, boy, that could look like the last 20 minutes of The Godfather. Just bullets sprayed everywhere. Oh my God! Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, they are in the loop. They are here, gentlemen. How we feeling? How we doing?
Good, man.
Doing all right.
Yeah.
Should probably turn on a microphone.
Yeah. No, it's all good. They just had on First Take, they just said, does Kevin Durant still have value around the NBA?
Yeah, we saw that ourselves.
Yeah, I'm going, I think he still has value. They had a big article in The Ringer yesterday that was really good.
Yeah, we were just talking about it. We both read that.
Yeah.
A lot of interesting stuff.
It's interesting. I don't know if you guys are going to talk. I put it in the wait till the series is over list, but it was really interesting. The guy who wrote that article really wants them to go all in on KD and just get old.
Nothing is out of the question.
Nothing's out of the question, and it's really interesting. So I think it's, the Rockets are, especially because the guy who's going to be making and pushing the buttons on a lot of these decisions, and I'm talking Rafael, and I'm not talking Ime.
Yeah.
I'm talking Tillman Fertitta, is in Italy 11 months out of the year right now.
And Patrick is active.
And he is.
Yeah.
I don't want to diminish Patrick's role with the team, but I think firing Ime Udoka is something Tillman is going to be involved in as well if they were to do that, or if they were to trade Kevin Durant or something like that. So it's pretty fascinating right now. So what's the question of the day? Oh, wait, hang on. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2 Houston, an Odyssey Sports Station. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Now, what is the question of the day?
Okay, so obviously the NFL draft just dominated, as it always has been doing. It's trending upward as an event, as a sports event.
Viewership
was down. You just told me that. I didn't know that.
Day one, slightly down.
Yeah, slightly down.
But down.
And then this always sneaks up on me, even though it's the same weekend every year. The Kentucky Derby is this weekend.
Yeah.
And that's an event that when I was a kid, I mean, it was one of the events of the year.
Oh, yeah.
It was one of the events of the year. And that's trending down. So sporting events that are trending up and sporting events that are trending down.
Okay.
I would have said horse racing 100%.
Trending down?
What's that? Yeah. Like I agree with Lopez. That would be the first one that came to mind.
Yeah.
I guess NASCAR has had its issues for a while. And so those are the down. I would say for trending up, the one that defied expectations, given everything that happened in the last few years, but college football is it's as relevant. It's weird though because we don't consume it the same way we used to, and yet people are watching more of it. And I think more programs are relevant now, and because of that, it's never going to feel like it did back in the day.
Yeah, that's a good point.
But it's still more popular across the country.
You're saying that more programs are relevant, because I think that goes the other way. I think in becoming less of a regional sport and more of a national sport, people are focusing in on the top teams in the nation and not really spending as much time with the various far-flung universities that would be of interest if you were focusing on your conference more so.
Well, I think
Indiana.
Yeah, right. That's what I think Seth was going with it. Vanderbilt wins 10 games. There's more parity at the upper level that you can, with the portal and with the NIL, you can. There's a better chance to compete. Are you talking more like just the interest in levels below that?
Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying, because obviously now more teams can step into that higher rung, but I feel like that higher rung is probably where a lot more of the casual viewership stays, as opposed to maybe being more interested around more of these conferences.
I guess I'm just thinking about just TV numbers and how much people are watching. So the games that would have been on TV before anyway, people are more interested in those games. The lesser conferences or things like that, then I guess it just stays. Yeah, if those become more irrelevant, there's still more people watching more football games.
I think there's a lot of people that like the portal. And I like the players are getting paid. I think
it's crazy, but I love it.
I think fans of the NFL there's free agency in college now, and so I think they like that part of it too. But
I thought y'all made a great point this morning, though, like the college basketballification of it, where you aren't able to fully identify the identity of a team over a period of time because dudes are moving around so much. I think that factors in something.
I judge it all on FOMO, like my personal, FOMO. Like I am not an F1 guy. But I just keep seeing it in the movie and all that. I'm like, man, I got to get in on this. So I think F1 is
and
definitely.
Have you?
No, but I will. Okay. F1 is trending up. Stanley Cup
trending up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel like it is.
Do you? See, it's hard to feel that in Houston just because we don't have a team. I really like hockey, but mine would be, especially with the World Cup coming up, mine would be soccer.
Yeah.
And I think that's been going on for a few years now. And I think one of the best things to happen to soccer here domestically is the Premier League and all those games overseas being on early on Saturday and Sunday mornings.
Every weekend.
You get a lot of dads that are up before the rest of the family watching those soccer games.
Let me head this off at the pass, everybody. Put your little fingers down. We get it. Soccer is the biggest sport worldwide.
Right,
everybody knows that. You're not a freaking genius for pointing it out.
No,
okay?
I'm talking about with schmoes like me.
Yeah. The rest of the world, football. Soccer is called just go die.
Nobody's even said anything yet. You just preemptively.
I know they will. Everybody, they always think they're like they're telling you something that nobody's ever said before. Well, actually, it's actually the most popular sport worldwide. Yeah, we get it, man.
Yeah,
I love Seth so much. I just love him so much.
But
preemptively just going.
Yeah, everybody's got. Yeah, now I'm not going to say anything about gonna die. Yeah. But I think like a lot of the Premier League on NBC, the World Cup coming
Messi
here,
coming.
The big games that you get here at NRG Stadium 2-3 times a year, Mexico and the United States and all that stuff.
Yeah.
The World Cup's going to be here in like
next month,
6 weeks.
Well,
June, right?
Next
I think
month.
we're in the 40s of days countdown to this.
It's so good, man. It is.
I can't wait.
One of the my favorite things I've ever been around.
I have not looked at ticket prices yet.
Don't.
Well, I can get you in an international game for cheaper, and that's the Road to 26 with Argentina playing Honduras at Cal Field.
Okay, yeah.
Keep an eye on that.
Dude,
Okay.
It's just so funny because you guys, Sean and John will know this. It's been since we were little kids. Like when Pele, they made Pele a big deal in America and everything. That I keep hearing, oh boy, soccer is right on the brink. It's really, you can tell this is the time when soccer is going to take hold. It's been such a long, extended affair.
It really has. So you're talking Pele came in the Cosmos in 1970s. It was going to be the sport of the 70s. Then it was going to be the sport of the 90s when the World Cup came here in 94. And then it was going to be the 2000s. But this time, I think we really mean it.
This time for real.
Well, we are closer. Like,
we are. I
country.
really mean it this time.
Except for me, it feels like it's like Halley's Comet. I was young enough the first time Halley's Comet came around, and by the next time, it's going to be look, there's Halley's Comet, and soccer is a little bit more relevant.
Yeah. Did you have a Pele lunchbox like I did, Seth, with the thermos and everything?
Oh, look at that!
I had a Pele lunchbox, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a big
I
deal.
did not have a Pele. I just remember I remember it was supposed to be a big deal about his upside down kick.
Oh, the bicycle kick. Yeah, the bicycle kick. Well, along those lines, underrated Sylvester Stallone movie, Victory.
Yeah,
starring Pele.
I think I saw that once. I don't remember.
It was about during World War II, a bunch of prisoners in a German World War II prison camp challenging the German national team to a soccer game. Sylvester Stallone ends up playing goalie for the team. It's very realistic. It's an awesome movie. It really is.
And by the way, he's like
1981. We used to watch it because
I think I saw it.
Yeah, dude, that was a go-to at like sleepover parties with me and my buddies because we all played and liked soccer.
Yeah,
and we'd watch Victory with Stallone and with Pele. Michael Caine is in it.
My brain is just completely ravaged by the prospect of Sly Stallone playing soccer.
Playing goalie, man.
Goalie.
Yeah, he's
they had to have him on the team because of one of his particular skill sets, and also because
escaping. That's what his skill set was.
Oh, that's I remember it now. Yeah.
And also because you got to have at least one American in the movie, so that so this English movie will be bigger in America.
Yep. It's good. It's a good Stallone movie, Reggie. Highly recommend.
I have written it down.
All right.
The next opportunity that I have free time, I might be able to.
$3.99 on Amazon or whatever.
I'm out. Yeah. I'm out.
Yep.
Yeah. Have to pay for it.
You might have to pay for it. All right, boys. Well, have a great show. As always, Seth, antibodies to you, as always.
Antibodies and bicycle kick to you.
Thank you. All right.
Don't go sniffing any bicycle seats. Hey. What was it the creepy old guys used to say? Something like
that, probably. All right. We are done. We are out of time. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are in the loop, and they start now.
Yeah, happy Tuesday. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. I realized not very well versed in the things that creepy old men say. I think that's a good thing. I'm pretty sure. All right, let's have a good day and get started here. Get involved with the program. The Base Power text line is 713-572-4610. Also, appreciation to the Mo Karam Injury Lawyers for the live streams.
We keep it 100.
The YouTube page is there for you. That is Sports Radio 610 on YouTube. The Twitch chat is 610 Houston. And draft we've talked about to some degree. Obviously, it'll be a front of mind consideration for a number of weeks, including once we get into the next couple of weeks and we get these dudes on the field. But now that you add in a whole nother crop of players, what does the roster look like? 713-572-4610. And maybe more importantly, are there question marks that remain? Because that's still ultimately what you're trying to do with this. This is off season. You're trying to build your roster so that when you go again, you are best situated. And it was very interesting for this Texas team because in free agency, not like they had a lot of things that they needed to address anyways, but they addressed those fairly well. And then in the draft, they did some level of addressing. So looking at the roster where it is, where are the places that make you go,
Yeah, specifically depth chart. You know, if we're going to look at the depth chart, as it is now after the draft, obviously all projection. But I think there's some pretty, some pretty smart things. I mean, we have a good look at a good guess at what the depth chart will look like. Let's start on the line because that was the biggest one. Are you good? Are you good with the depth chart? And this is just, we'll go inside out. center, is Jake Andrews your starter? To me, the answer is no.
I don't know, and I'm not saying that as a get out of answering the question thing, because we got 4 hours. That'd be a real problem if that was the way I was handling this. It's Jake Andrews who has the experience here, right? Evan Brown has some experience playing center. Keelan Rutledge is who we'd probably want to be able to hold down that job.
Yeah.
I am not willing to say definitively that he could play center right this moment, which I know sounds crazy, but he has guard abilities. I know that he has snapped, but being able to play center, particularly in this system where we are constantly told that playing center in this is different than playing center everywhere else, and center generally is a heady position. I don't know exactly that he has all the finer details of it, so I wouldn't say that definitively. I will say I am confident that you have a center week one that you're comfortable rocking with, because you have 4 or 5, we talked about this yesterday, 4 or 5 dudes that in theory can play the position. I think simply by the idea of throwing those dudes into a competition, you will come out with a dude who could play center in an admirable way, whether it's Jake Andrews and you still have some of the physicality issues, but at least you know you're organized, or if Keelan Rutledge can step in and take it, if it's Fabechi Nwewu somehow, if it's Evan Brown, who is most capable of doing the job. I think that one way or another, you're going to get somebody who's holding that position well. So I think that you have that on top of some level of depth there. I feel good at center right at this moment.
Would it surprise you, because this is kind of where I landed when I was looking at the interior offensive line, that I think Rutledge's biggest competition is not going to be Jake Andrews, but Evan Brown? I think that's the competition, Evan Brown at center versus Rutledge.
I could see that.
Right?
I could absolutely see that. But again, Evan Brown is another one of these guys that's a little bit more of a high. Sure. He has played full season at center in the NFL. So I think that's where I give him a little bit.
So we're good on the depth chart at center.
I think I'm good on especially the depth of this. Because if it's not Evan Brown starting, Evan Brown is in there, right? On top of that,
I think we can kind of just all agree we're good at the depth. They will find 2 good ones and some depth at the guard positions, right?
Now, I do want to make it clear that when it comes to the Jake Andrews, I won't be the happiest if he is the starter, but I do think that it's passable. Talking about guard depth, I think you have that, right? Keelan Rutledge, if he ain't taking somebody's job, which I think is harder on this roster than I think a lot of other circumstances, if he's not taking anybody's job, I think that could be a swing guard because he's played all those positions. Depending on where Wee-Woo is, he could be a guard that plays in it. Evan Brown is also a guard. Like, I think all of those things come together. And then you still have Jared Patterson, who, honestly, the way that they drafted it made me feel like they were just like, if we don't have to see Jared Patterson again, cool.
Right.
If we don't have to see Jared Kingston again, cool. Like, that's what it very much felt like to me when you go not just Keelan Rutledge, but you dip back into that with another guard in Wee-Woo out of Oklahoma.
This is where it got interesting for me at the tackle position. Let's look at the depth chart. We know Ursary and Braden Smith.
This is the place where I go,
Then what? Trent Brown,
who are you viewing him as actually a swing tackle? Because if you are, maybe I can unclench my cheeks a little bit. But then Blake Fisher is the other dude who has played left tackle on this roster.
Yeah.
And I think that it is fair to say that none of us are particularly excited about the prospect of Blake Fisher playing tackle. Hell, I can make you the argument. I don't think the Texans were particularly excited about the prospect of seeing Blake Fisher play tackle, because whenever there was an opportunity last time, they kind of tried to move away from it.
Yeah. No, that's the one that really stood out to me. I think, I was asking myself the question, where are we good? Am I good? Am I good everywhere? Well, we're going to get some other positions. Tackle to me was like, wow, they're going to really bring back Blake Fisher?
It sure feels like, because that's the 4 that you got, and I'd be hard pressed to end up with a team that only has 3 tackles on the roster, point blank. Period.
Yeah.
I just don't see that.
No, I don't think that's going to happen.
And so you got your 2 starters, and the weird thing about it is you have your 2 starters, and I don't know that you have anybody else that can even slide out there. So it's those 2. It's Trent Brown. And then Blake Fisher is that close to being on the field. And that's also notable because Trent Brown is a dude that we were talking about. I don't want him as a starter because I don't know how tenable he is. You definitely need there's possibilities you're playing the car crash board of ankles getting rolled up, those types of things, and you're really close to the possibility of him having to play for you. Ultimately, it's better if he's like that second depth. If you can feel comfortable with Trent Brown playing both sides, I feel better about it. But that is where I go, Yeah. Especially since they did not add a tackle. Admittedly, this wasn't a great tackle class of necessarily, but since they did not do that, it did make me go.
That's the first place where I put a mark on the paper. I was like, okay, there's a place where maybe, there's still possibility free agency, picking someone up off another team, et cetera, post camp cuts, et cetera. But that's the first mark I put down on the piece of paper. How about tight end? How are we on the depth chart? Are we good? Dalton Schultz,
There's
Foster
bodies.
Moreau.
There's bodies. Dalton Schultz, Foster Moreau, Marlon Klein, Cade Stover. I'm not certain that Cade Stover will be on this roster. I'm not certain that that Brevin Jordan will be on this roster. I think you've got a number of guys. I think, interestingly enough, I'm less concerned about the depth and more concerned about what the top end actually looks like when you run.
I think that's fair. Yeah.
Right? Like Cade Stover, I think that we are outside of the realm of believing with some sort of level of certainty that he's going to become something that you like. I think you're still in a place where if the highest level you can have is just hope there.
Yeah.
Foster Moreau is not a high ceiling type player, but the feeling is hopefully he brings in a floor of we know this level of competence exists there. Marlon Klein, with all of the question marks that exist there, is there. Dalton Schultz, you know who he is.
Yeah.
But even that, I think that there's people in this fan base that have had questions about how much they like that. And so what the actual production is from those dudes is a little bit of a question, but I'm fine with the number of guys and kind of the types of guys. It's just what does it actually look like when they're put into the position?
Okay, hold that thought.
Okay.
Because wide receiver is next. Fine with the guys, just trying to sort of sort it out.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, and I think that now you're a little bit more dependent on Teng don't need to be good to go.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
And obviously, wide receiver is one of those spaces where there's still dudes out here that you can go in free agency and add to make you feel better about this, especially because we're talking about depth. I think that there is a number of people that would rightfully feel comfortable if your starting wide receiver core in 11 personnel is Nico Collins, Jaden Higgins, and Jalen Noel. Let's go play football, right? Xavier Hutchinson in spots where he comes in is a good rotation piece.
Yeah.
But then after that, how comfortable are you with Justin Watson? And I know that he had some injuries situations that happened, but it doesn't make me feel the greatest. Now, also, I do wonder in the way that they did this. Now they bring in, like, obviously, guys at the back end of this draft, whether it's, Lewis Bond or then also undrafted free agents. How much of this is them maybe speaking to the possibility of being more of a heavy personnel team?
I think
more
a lot.
of a 12.
Oh, I think a lot.
Crazy as it seems, 13 personnel team more often than them being an 11 personnel team in the way that they have.
And maybe that's the makeup of the tight end room. You have a couple of big dudes and obviously a couple of receivers, Brevin Jordan perhaps, a couple of big dudes, and you're planning on going 12 and 13. Much more often. So we're good. We're good with the depth there at wide receiver. Just trying to sort it out. Right?
I think I am. I think the places where the depth pops up for me, just to kind of speed this along, edge is one of the clear ones because I'm not certain of what you have depth-wise and rotation-wise, and that's literally rotation-wise is the part of this, right? Depth-wise, if we're just talking about guys in Will Anderson Jr. and Daniil Hunter who are going to play 80% of the snaps, 90% of the snaps, then I would not feel quite the same way. We know that they rotate in frequently and that freshness is necessary, and you're going to require some of these other guys to step in. The beauty of it, though, is I feel very confident that Derek Barnett is soon to be joining them, but the idea of like Dominique Robinson, I don't know exactly what he looks like. For some reason, he keeps reminding me of Darrell Taylor, who you had last year, and he didn't necessarily stick, right?
Yeah.
Dylan Horton, I don't know that I fully believe in him as the next guy after your guy. So I think there's also some other guys behind that. Solomon Boyd, depending on what you believe in his development process or whatever. I just don't have certainty. Now, of course, they've worked with these guys intently. Maybe they have more of a belief. From the outside looking in, I don't see the depth on this edge rushing tandem or this crew, and I go, okay, this looks like what I expect of the Texans, especially considering that is a fundamental part of how they get things done.
Yeah, I did put one more mark on the page on the offensive side, and that was running back.
Oh yeah, that's my bad. Missed that one. Yeah.
Well, David Montgomery, Woody Marks, we're good. But we mentioned it a little bit yesterday. Jawar Jordan, British Brooks, Noah Whittington is one of the undrafted free agents. Yeah. So I don't know about that. So I'm thinking running back.
Yep.
And boy, I guess tackle, running back and tackle. There's still things to be done there
on the offensive side.
On the offensive side.
Yeah, and the uncomfortable thing for me with the running back circumstance is free agent wise, I don't really like what the crop is. Now, running back is one of those places where once training camp is coming along, there will be some people that are jettisoning running backs and want to trade some. So maybe that is the place, depending on how they feel about Jawar Jordan, that is a place where you can add a third running back, particularly because that is going to be a load-bearing part of this team. They've said so very clearly, right? They want to run the football. David Montgomery, pretty healthy as a player, but Woody Marks, there is that concern of, hey, there's instances where, he's going to the medical tent. Is that something where, I think that he can't make it through a season? I wouldn't say that, but I would like to have some backup plans especially because they have seemed to have some hesitance at playing Jawar Jordan. Maybe that's no longer the case, but I have taken that somewhat by osmosis, and I'm like, how comfortable should I be with Jawar Jordan being one injury away from getting a significant amount of snaps again? I don't know exactly how to feel about that. Yeah. 713, isn't Blake Fisher very young? You're already giving up on him. It's less about the age and more about the seeming lack of development.
Yeah.
Now, ultimately, he only has had 1 year with Cole Popovich, depending on how you feel about Cole Popovich's inability to bring players along. Maybe that begins to look better. Maybe that's what they're giving him an opportunity to. I think, though, you are in such a weird place
the year
where
for him now, man.
Yes,
this is kind of
2026
It's kind of that Kenyon Green year.
Very much.
Yeah.
Very much.
Yeah, I think that this ends up being such a big year, not just for him in particular, but as a team where I don't know how much I want to depend on he's still young. I want to get guys in more often than not that I know can do something for me. But just getting going here, maybe we return to some of the other, because there's definitely some things that depth-wise you could look at for this team. Still a pretty good place, all things considered.
Yeah, that's
right.
right.
If we're talking about the lower portions,
like where would I still wonder? Really, just 2 spots there, and boy, they can't stand. Knock on wood, they don't want to injury at the cornerback position.
No. I would not be all that happy about that. But all right, we're just getting started here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, does this news when it comes to the Rockets-Lakers series, what does this do for you? And there's been a lot of talk about KD. Let's bring some of that to the fore next.
The Rockets survived a sweep with a big win over the Lakers in Game 4. Can they steal the next one in LA? 610. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Faggy has hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
Coming up next, what happened?
Nothing, man.
Continue.
Hey, man. AB conversation.
That's right.
See your way out of it.
Okay, all right. You know what? I'm ready to be done with the show, and that means that coming up next.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. That's the OG John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula. Figgy Fig on the ones and twos, and you rolling with us on this Tuesday. In fact, we always appreciate you getting involved with the program and the various different ways you do that, like this text here on the Base Power text line. Again, I think I mentioned it, the idea of the Blake Fisher being very young, and are you giving up on him? It's not even necessarily that, because also there's people on the YouTube page making mention of good with him going through this offseason and seeing what he got. Clearly, that was the way that you were going to handle this, but the idea of not having anybody else on the depth chart beyond him means that if it does not look good, you kind of still have to carry him, right? That's ultimately my larger point when we talk about that tackle.
Well, that was the whole exercise.
Right.
The whole exercise that I was doing with the depth chart, hey, draft's over, free agency pretty much over, and so how are we feeling about the depth chart at the tackle position? You are 100% right. I mean, you bring Blake Fisher in, but he's got one more chance to prove himself. That's it. He's got one more chance to prove himself, and if he doesn't, then tackle looks a little sketchy.
Yeah. You also mentioned, too, if they drafted the tackle in this draft, then Blake is probably out of here.
Right.
And they didn't.
They did not. Now they're bringing some in, but that doesn't mean a whole lot right now.
We'll see ultimately. But yeah, obviously conversations about the depth chart will continue. Conversations about the Houston Rockets, we'll see how long that the actual basketball conversations continue, and at what point we start talking about personnel conversations. Those have already started up to some degree. But as of right now, the basketball is still front and center as they continue to try and stave off elimination. They did that on Sunday. They will have to try and do that again tomorrow to keep this thing going. And it seems like it's going to get a little bit more difficult here, John Lopez, as the reporting is such that Austin Reeves is expected to give it a go tomorrow in this game. And so the question that I bring you is a pretty obvious one: is what does that do for your, like, is it now a done deal for you that they're done in 5 here, or do you still think that there's a possibility for them to continue to stave off elimination?
Well, let me answer your question with a question. How does this hit you? You talk about Austin Reeves seems to be trending in the right direction. On Get Up this morning, Shams said, quote, "The expectation is the Rockets will be without Kevin Durant for Game 5. So the old 1-2 punch right there. How does that hit you?
Not well.
I wasn't expecting KD back in this series, to be honest.
I didn't know. It was hard for me to get a good feel for that.
Same. And for some reason, and I can't tell why, I was under the impression that he was done for the playoffs. I don't know what that is. And maybe it's because of what we saw with, is it Dr. Chow again? Dr. David Chow. We've talked about him a little bit on this program. Him, mentioning that this is a bone bruise for Kevin Durant. And I found this to be fascinating. I think we were talking about this a little bit earlier. You know who else had a bone bruise or has a bone bruise at this moment? Anthony Edwards. Anthony Edwards of the Minnesota Timberwolves, who it seems like is done for the postseason for them. Honestly, that really does seemingly tarnish, along with Dante DiVincenzo having his Achilles tear. Seems like it completely kills the Minnesota Timberwolves' chance of being a contender, which oddly enough makes the West a little bit more open. That's what it feels like the playoffs have been. Just teams, or the playoffs becoming more and more open due to injuries, which is frustrating for a number of reasons with the Rockets. But I bring this back to Kevin Durant because you have Minnesota Timberwolves' Anthony Edwards having a similar injury and being instantly ruled out for the remainder of the playoffs. Seemingly, Kevin Durant played on that for a game and then could not play after it. And people was coming for his neck like he quit on the team.
Well, but I just feel, there are different grades of these injuries, and we don't know. Maybe Durant's is just as bad, and he shouldn't be criticized at all. But maybe it's just not as severe, as Anthony Edwards. So it's hard to tell. And none of us will know. But I think the last thing Kevin Durant is ever going to do is quit on his team, is quit on basketball. He's such a junkie. He's such about the game, et cetera. I think it's just a matter. Okay, first to answer your question, I don't think the Rockets are going to get past tomorrow night. I just don't. For the biggest reason is not so much Reeves might be back and Durant might be out, but LeBron James is not going to have another game like he did.
It's hard. It's hard to see it that way.
Yeah,
it really is hard to see it.
Yeah.
Now, it is worth noting that Kevin Durant, LeBron James has not been the potential LeBron James that we had thought at some ways. Like
but such a facilitator, such an all-around game, such a obviously cerebral on both ends of the floor.
Right.
He's not going to have another game. That to me is the biggest reason I think this thing ends tomorrow. But yes, the Rockets have a chance. But back on Durant. To me, it's not about like quitting on the team or anything like that. I think it's just this is so bad because it's such a cliche that I hate. I think it's just a chemistry thing right now in that locker room, man. Somehow it's just not clicking, and that might be an Ime Udoka problem.
That's a hard thing to say though after this team plays so together in this last game, and you have that not just from the court but also from the bench.
It's not that hard, and the reason is we've seen them play really, really well, and then not. And then really, really well, and then not.
I think that's less about chemistry and more about like the way that this team is situated schematically, right? I think that's more of a coaching conversation, which brings me to the way I feel about tomorrow's game, which again we'll talk about tomorrow as well. But the Austin Reeves element, it's less about what he brings as a scorer, which he absolutely does. He's very much a dude that can get into his bag by his lonesome. What it really does for me that scares me is it changes the dynamic of their team, which means that Ime Udoka and this team have to adjust more.
Yeah.
And I'm not really sold on their ability to adjust quickly. Like they adjusted eventually. It's one of the things that made them really good on Sunday is that they were like, hey, Luke Kennard's been an issue. Well, we're going to work him on the defensive end, force him to cover, and I think that's going to take away his legs and make him less effective. And we've seen that in that game. What happens now when it's like, all right, this is a new element that you need to figure out on the fly. You're not going to be able to have a game to figure this out and then come back and counterpunch the next game because there is no next game if you lose this one.
It's
That's
a must
the question.
win.
It is indeed literally a must win. Finally, John Lopez joins the rest of us in calling games that. But I think that's the element that scares me the most, and that's really frustrating. That's the element that scares me the most is being able to have the chess match and put your guys in position. I'm not sold on it, especially with a new element in here.
Well, and they both can tie together. You talk about the schematics and being quick on the adjustments, and that being an Ime Udoka problem. I also think like the fact that they rarely have stayed on the same page. Again, another cliche. Apologies. For more than a week. That could be it's just not working in the locker room. It's something is not connecting consistently.
I mean, maybe so, and then maybe also it comes down to shout out to Varun Shankar of the Houston Chronicle who wrote a piece about Tari Eason, and one of the things in there, like one of the big premises or takeaways from it, is just how Tari Eason kind of moves to the beat of his own drum at times. You could see it, right? Obviously, but the idea is that he goes rogue was the quote specifically, and they mean that more in a positive way. But obviously, there's some ways in which it goes negative. That was, in a large part, one of the things that was beneficial in that game 4, right? Is that he can make some gambles, and I think Jabari made a point where he was quoted as saying that more often than not he's right. I do wonder though, like that leeway that is given, it feels like it's given without much structure elsewhere.
Yeah.
So like there's gambles, but then also there's a lot of things that is put on the players to figure out and suss out for themselves on the floor, which it doesn't feel like is something that's benefiting this team to this
we've heard the whole read and react thing, and if he does something like that, or anybody decides to react a certain way, it's on the other players to be able to know where to go, what to do. It's tough.
Yeah. So the big thing though is that looks like Austin Reeves is likely to play in this game come tomorrow, and I think that the dynamic shift there is really scary for the Rockets, obviously. Now, it might just be something as simple as he's better at scoring, and you're gonna be even that much more hard pressed to stop the Lakers from getting buckets. I think that there's also like just a whole different element of now your game style probably needs to change even more, and the things that they figured out on Sunday are no longer as applicable as they would have been if he wasn't.
And no Durant, and they, presumably it looks that way. That's going to make it even more difficult.
Well, at the very least, you could see that they played good basketball without Durant on Sunday. But the idea of just dropping some of the answers that you found into Game 5 is going to be a lot less tenable, I think, right now. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to our question of the day. Today, inspired by did you realize the Kentucky Derby is coming up this weekend? It feels like it is trending down in our collective consciousness. So the question of the day, which sporting events to you are trending up and which are trending down? 713-572-4610. We talk about that next.
In case any Texans fans were concerned, money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I really do appreciate the question on the text line that comes in. If the Rockets somehow manage to get themselves together, play serious basketball, and win against the Lakers, could they win the West? And it's open for a lot of people. Not you, though. And the reason why I say that, it's not me being a jerk. It is that the Oklahoma City Thunder finished out the Phoenix Suns last night, so they are just resting. You have to go 7 games against the Lakers if you want to win this. Let's say that they do, and I would love if that's the case. You get a rested, better team than you with more talent and more experience in this. But it's going to be and home court advantage. Yeah. I don't see that.
Hey, man, the whole playoffs look like it's going to be a 2-team race right now.
It really does. And East and West, all the way together. Yeah. So but still, put your best foot forward.
How disappointed you got to be at the Detroit Pistons.
That's what we were talking about. Pistons are, they're on the brink.
JB Bickerstaff.
Yeah. Celtics, I guess.
Yeah, the Celtics are the team that I would put my weight behind in the East, and even that I do a little bit with a little bit of trepidation.
Yeah, I think it's going to be Oklahoma City or San Antonio.
Yep, that sure does feel like that. We'll continue to watch what's happening in the NBA, but maybe those NBA playoffs are trending down in your opinion. That is the question of the day. Which sporting events are trending up, which are trending down for you? Because for us, I think very, very vividly, the Kentucky Derby is trending down. That's coming up this weekend. I think that for some reason, the Derby benefited from the monoculture that we once had in this society where there was certain unalienable truths. There were certain, benchmarks that if you like sports, everybody in sports kind of filtered into it. And having certain play like ESPN having a great standing in everybody that likes sports kind of comes here.
Yeah.
It brought you to, everybody knows Kentucky Derby's coming up. This matters. I think the more that we've had, sports separate out into various different niches, horse racing just don't hit, especially the crown jewel of them being the Kentucky Derby.
I think you can go back further, and I know this predates you, but the Kentucky Derby was ABC. It was
sure.
network, television,
and it still is. It'll be on NBC.
Saturday. Yeah. I'm just saying, but there weren't a lot of channels, there weren't a lot of options.
That's a good point.
It was what you watched, and I think that is a sport. And I still enjoy it. I'll turn it on, occasionally. I
think that's one of the worst broadcasts that we had. Not in quality, but
it's just cool looking. You see the Twin Spires.
How long is the race?
2 minutes plus.
Buddy, we do 6 hours of broadcasting for this. It's insane to me. I don't understand how this happens. Yeah. You'll turn on the TV and you'll be like, oh, Kentucky Derby's on. It's like 11 a.m.
Let's go.
They not racing until 3. How the hell does this happen?
Yeah. It's an event, but it is definitely trending down. I don't get nearly.
Is it kind of trending down? Because I feel like maybe it could be their part where they trying to get these different celebrities and stuff. Because I remember one year Drake was there.
It's more of a social event now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But here's the thing.
That's the part
I'm not a part of the socialization.
Yeah.
I'm just supposed to watch a social event?
Yeah. But see, that's the part I see, though. So, I don't actually watch the Derby.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't even know it. I didn't even know it was going down.
Well, that's kind of the point, yeah.
I just see popular people just there in all white and just dressed all snazzy
the hats,
and all that stuff.
mint juleps and all that stuff.
Yeah, that's the thing is how many times can we talk about the same, this mint julep thing? How really and truly.
They have I want to say they have 2,000 or 3,000 private planes that land in Louisville and all this other stuff. It's more of a social event, but it is definitely trending down, at least in my book. I think NBA Christmas Day is trending down.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really do.
And that's not just because the NFL came over and decided that they wanted to take blocks. I think that also this is the issue that's happening with just regular season basketball right now. It feels like less and less people care about regular season basketball because it feels like a different sport. And unfortunately, we're getting to a place where people are doing the same thing with the playoffs, which that should never be the case. It should at least be, hey, we come to these playoffs and now we're kicking in.
For sure.
And but it used to be that once playoffs, it didn't matter if it was early or late. Once playoffs kicked in, we're in.
When did y'all feel like that started? Because I feel like it started once you got the whole Golden State versus Cavaliers. What was it? The trilogy?
It hadn't been long.
It was a four-peat of between 2015 and 2018.
Because I remember just seeing people who had no dog in the fight was like, well, who cares about the regular season because it's going to be Golden State in versus LeBron.
But what's funny is we haven't had the same champion in the NBA for 7 years, and that hasn't changed it. I honestly think that people do actually care more about having these established dynasties and seeing. It's the easy story to build, right? Who's going to knock off Goliath? I think that still meant something. I do wonder if the parity in basketball actually is a good thing that people claimed that they thought it would be.
No, I agree, and I think it has changed, Figgy, in more recent years. The other one for me, and I just get sad about it. Like, I used to subscribe as a kid to Boxing Magazine.
Yeah, I'm glad we got here.
I used to look forward to it. I think it was once a month. I don't think it was every week. Anyway, look forward to getting it in the mail. And it was mostly heavyweights because I was an Ali fan and heavyweight boxing fan. It was as big. Younger people, even your age, Reggie, that aren't familiar with the history, they would think I'm crazy. It was as big as baseball.
Yes,
basketball.
It was bigger than baseball.
It was bigger. It was one of the sports, in the world, and literally in the world as well. It was an international sport, and now I'm like, I can't even name 3 real heavyweights. I mean, that I like the top 3 of the top 8 or 10 right now. I couldn't even name them.
I got a few of them, but even I clearly care about boxing a little bit more. Yeah, no, and it's less of at least the marquee events because there's people who are more into it that are watching more of the up and down the card, all of that. But at the very least, there was the marquee events of here are the big names, and I think that this is where, unfortunately, we have more spectacle than we can get to outside of just the big boxing events. Like there's other spectacles that come up.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, right, like I think this is where the nature of promotion has made it a little tough because people don't build the big fights when they should. Hell, what are we talking about right now? The idea of the Tyson Fury-Anthony Joshua fight coming up. And it's fair to acknowledge that this is probably years late.
Yeah.
How many of the great fights that the big name fights that we've seen over the last handful of years have been, this feels like it's 2 years too late. It feels like they should have made this a year ago. Like that feels like that's constantly there because promoters are trying to, 1, jockey for the money, 2, trying to maintain records for a longer period of time. I think all those things kind of put it into a place where we're not seeing the big fights when we should, which should draw on the interest that.
Well, the big thing that, at least in my opinion, the big thing that killed boxing is it used to be the WBC and the WBA. And now there are so many different belts, so many different organizations fighting, and sort of trying to take over. There is no league, there is no commissioner, there is no one organization that oversees boxing. There's the World Boxing Association, but I'm talking about like the actual putting on events. Everybody's on their own. It's every man for himself, and that's just killed it.
What are some of your trend ups? Because now we're just sounding like we're being haters here. What are some of the things that you feel like they've trended up? Because one of the easy ones, and I know that we're going to give it, it's not a sport, but it's covered as such as though it is. That wrestle is up, man.
WWE, because it's everywhere now. I think wrestling. I'll say wrestling.
I do as well, and it sounds like I'm being a jerk, but in my brain,
because it's two different things.
In my brain, it's a nice line of demarcation. Wrestling is what they do over there in the Olympics. Wrestle is what we do on this TV, baby.
That's right. No, I think it's absolutely the case there. I think playoff hockey, especially Stanley Cup, is trending up.
What about women's sports?
Oh, WNBA is a good one.
WNBA.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Someone mentioned women's volleyball, and I think at the college level, absolutely. We're seeing some of these pro levels coming in, like Love Volleyball. Shout out to the Houston Love Volleyball team that unfortunately didn't get out of the semis. I wish they would have done that. But it does feel like, at least on the college level, we're catching more of the women's volleyball vibe. I'm interested to see if that ever translates to the professional level of it.
And Sean brought up something that I think is very relevant. It used to be, hey, the World Cup, and a lot of people would try to get into the World Cup every 4 years or whatever. I think the Premier League is really entrenching itself as a Saturday morning, Sunday morning, sport that is being, a lot of people is exposed to a lot more people. A lot more people are. I can't tell you, 15, 20 years ago, I was following Liverpool. I've always liked Liverpool as my Premier League team, and maybe once a month I'd find someone who was following another Premier League team. You see them in the hallways now.
Yeah.
Wearing a Man U jersey or Man City jersey or
Not that.
Chelsea or whatever. And so I think the Premier League itself is rising.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, and it's funny because as we mentioned all these, F1, one of the ones that you can mention, so much of it has to do with like the TV availability, right? Someone makes mention of the oversaturation of the schedule, the things that used to benefit from being from being island events that were on a major network that really nothing competed with, something like a Daytona 500, right? I think that those are now falling by the wayside with some other things that are giving more opportunities, like at F1 getting onto ESPN, and actually is it on Apple now? Having some of the different places that it's been. There's one thing that came to mind in particular for me that's a little bit more of an event, less than the sport itself, although that you could have the conversation about the sport. I do think UNC Duke as an event has
standalone,
and I feel it particularly because it used to be the ultimate signal for me that, all right, time to hunker down and pay attention to college basketball. Once you see UNC Duke, it's easy to get in on now when it's all the pomp and circumstance. It's going to be a good basketball game, and now from here, let's jump into college basketball. That's no longer the same tempo that it used to be for me.
No, it's not. Well, the other one that I think is trending up because, and maybe it's just everything is personal, but I know some people that pretty much set their calendars on NCAA tournament softball.
So softball's big
because softball is so available now on ESPN.
I see more people paying attention to it than I ever did.
Yes, and that sounds weird. Somebody asked the question: pickleball, not as a TV sport, but as a sport. I think that's fair.
Yeah, I'm sick of seeing. You'll know this if you play basketball in a gym and the gym is closed because they done turned it into some pickleball courts. Yeah. I need to cut that out. I need them to cut that out for sure. But yeah, no, there's definitely. It's very interesting to see the way that the sports landscape in general is changing. The only things that it's kind of crazy. The things that of the major sports. The only things that feel like they're trending up in a major way are NFL properties, isn't it?
Well, that's part of the question
you
of the day.
mentioned NHL as well.
But I think the schedule release is in May.
They was teasing that during the draft.
The schedule release is bigger than 40-50% of the sports available to us. That's how wild
is that bigger than, let's say, Christmas NBA?
I wouldn't go that far.
I would not go that far.
I wouldn't go that far.
I would not go that far.
I just threw the question out there. I'm just wondering.
I think it's a great question. I think it's a great question. Is the NFL schedule release bigger than
NBA Christmas on?
No, I'm thinking of another one. Is it bigger than
NBA opening day?
I'll put it this way. Is it bigger than UNC Duke now?
Oh,
I think the answer is yes.
I think so too, man.
I think UNC Duke didn't matter where you were. You were
honestly,
watching that.
I know some people might think it's a little silly, but people plan their trips around that, man.
Of course.
So it's a big deal. Just off the strength of that, that's a big deal.
Dang, that was a good question.
I don't like the way that made me feel.
I think it is bigger than UNC Duke.
I don't like the way that made me feel.
Think
Not
about that.
Not at all. Somebody said Tyson title fight was A-list attending.
Dude.
It was like an Oscars. Yeah, going was a big thing. Watching on TV was a big thing. And you had to be on time, too, because, as we all know,
ain't no pausing. And you got to find somebody that bought it.
Yeah.
Not even that, man. You sit down for a Tyson fight 30 seconds late, you might have missed the Tyson fight.
Yeah.
That's what it felt like at times. At this point, college is a property of the NFL. I will say college football as a general consumable product does feel like it is trending up.
Yeah.
The only problem that I have, it feels like it's trending up at the detriment of what college football, what usually had made it great. Now, of course, that is me being a college football purist and bringing more of that anxiety to it than actually I think the larger analysis. But you talk about, I think that more people will just generally watch an Ohio State football game than we probably have ever had before.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Can I give y'all some random ones that's not sports related?
That's why we're here, Figgy.
Yeah, so to me, trending up, and maybe it could be going down now, but the whole hot honey thing, making everything hot honey.
Yeah.
Hot honey pizza, hot honey flavor.
Well,
wings.
I will say, let me defend the hot honey pizza.
Are we going
hot honey
there?
pizza is really good. I'm sorry.
Are we going there?
The other thing trending up, I feel like pickles, the whole pickle flavor thing.
You think so? I feel like pickles have been in the game. I feel like you're underrating what pickle has been.
No, you got pickle lemonade now, man.
Yeah.
I feel like we've been here. They doing everything.
713-572-4610.
Let me ask you this, since we're here. Buffalo flavored whatever.
I feel like that's been in the game too.
That's trending down.
That's
trending down.
Agreed.
Yeah. What, other things that I thought about trending down: award shows, movie theaters, traditional TV shows.
Yep.
And I hate to say it, but malls, I feel like it's trending down.
Not only trending down, malls are dead,
they're
man.
practically dead.
Yeah. I can't tell you last time I've been in the mall to get something.
In fact, it feels like the only malls that exist are luxury malls.
Yeah,
you remember just the run of the mill, just cool mall that you would go hang out at?
Yeah.
Those are gone. If you don't got the big ticket brick and mortars, you will not exist. All right.
Nashville hot trending down.
Nashville hot, thankfully.
Yeah. What about hot chicken?
It don't got no flavor to me.
Hot chicken. I feel
the
like
Nashville hot.
Yeah, no, but just hot chicken in
I
general.
feel like-
all these restaurants.
I feel like that's trending. I feel like everybody trying to do a little hot chicken thing.
Yeah, it's everywhere.
Somebody says some kids brought some pickle gummy bears to Easter. Gross. Yeah, no.
Yeah, they doing everything pickle flavor now, man.
And that's how I end this segment. That's the question of the day here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. All right, coming up next, we go around the NFL where we have an answer to the question, when is a missed field goal a good thing? I'll tell you the answer next.
Payne and Pendergast.
My biggest
Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's go around the NFL here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. And before I dip into the newsy stuff, so it seems like there was a question on the YouTube page that we were talking about a little bit in the break. It said they're a big Nick Chubb fan. Now that he's a free agent, what do you think is next for him? I think in some ways it depends on what he wants, but also he might be largely done. He's still got some juice. I was looking at, relatively. I was looking at the running back, the veteran running back free agent class, and he probably has the argument for the dude who is the most productive still of the dudes who aren't coming off of an injury.
Right.
But you saw him here last year. That did not feel like he's not a guy that you can depend on to be, hey, we're going to hinge our running game on him.
Yeah, and this might hopefully this ain't disrespectful to say, but he might be the safest guy to put on a team that won't, I guess, cause any disruption.
Yeah.
As far as
he might not talk to nobody.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying as far as he could be a third running back. He ain't going to cause no big rift.
Right.
By just bringing
He's not stealing nobody's job is what you're going
for.
Yeah,
or fear is stealing somebody's job.
It's one of the
other hand, I'm sorry. On the other hand, his options are very, very limited.
Right.
He doesn't bring anything in special teams.
That's a huge one. If you're going to be the third running back,
that's a roster spot.
Yeah.
Right.
You know?
I think a lot of people rather pick him over a Kareem Hunt or somebody in that kind of realm.
I think and the Texans were here 3 years ago. I think he goes to a team that maybe is just trying to stay somewhat competitive, make it look like they're competing, but they're really building for something down the road, a team that's on the rise. We remember 3 years ago, Nick Cassera brought in a bunch of guys on one-year contracts, just to try to compete a little bit, but he was really looking at the following 3 years. I think that's what Nick Chubb is in.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see where he ultimately lands. But yeah, that was the thought. And it's funny that you mentioned hey, a dude who you could just bring in who ain't ruffling no feathers, because that was always my mind of that's probably the best backup quarterback to be. Somebody who could come in, play pretty well, but also there's no questions as to what's happening here. You're the backup quarterback because you're not going to threaten anybody's job, but you also are going to be competent at what you do.
Yeah, that's kind of similar with receiver a little bit. I know a little bit. I don't know how you feel about still wanting a receiver or some type of receiver out there. They ain't gonna bring in no Tyreek Hill or nothing like that. They're gonna bring in somebody that's a little more quiet.
Yeah,
that can take that fifth role if they need it too.
Sure.
Now, it's funny we were talking about what's trending up and what's trending down because the NFL draft, obviously, this weekend, very big in the sports cultural zeitgeist. Surprisingly, not as big, literally, viewership when it comes to the television. Faster first round, obviously feels like that should make it better for TV watching. But according to Front Office Sports, NFL draft viewership slipped 3% year over year, including ESPN, ABC, NFL Network, ESPN app, YouTube, all collecting all of those various different places. So this isn't about the fact that, there was more division on the various places you could watch it. You collect all those back together and still viewership was down this year. Is that notable to you, or does that maybe feel more about the fact that there was less storylines inherent to this draft class than others?
I think a little bit of both. I think you've heard of the Mendoza line.
Yeah.
I think this might have been the Mendoza effect. Everybody knew that
I don't think he wants to be named after this.
Everybody knew he was going to be the first pick, and there were no real, high Q rating people in this draft.
Right.
There was no real, who are some of the more popular guys that that really, is he going to be drafted high? You go back a ways to Manziel, or some of these other players, Bryce Young and C.J. Stroud, and there was a lot of buzz. Like, what's the mystery? What are the popular, notable players? There really wasn't.
Yeah, who were the guys that you were like, man, I really want to find out where he lands? Because Mendoza's off the board because you knew he was going one. I guess you could maybe say Jeremiah Love to some extent.
A little bit. Yeah.
And then I think I start getting to Kenyon Sadiq and Vanga Ioane. And I know for us that are in the sticks, that'll be you just talk to your coworker at work and be like, man, can you believe where Ioane went? And they're gonna be like, what are you talking about?
Yeah. And versus last year, the big story was Shador.
That's a perfect example. Yeah. That's a perfect example right there.
Somebody that's polarizing. People that don't even follow football as much was up in arms about that.
I'm just looking at some of these last few drafts. Just the players that went number one, they were, somewhat polarizing, definitely interesting. Kyler Murray, Joe Burrow, Trevor Lawrence, Bryce Young. So there was no real mystery or curating, with these guys this year.
Interesting. But you're talking about like the number one overall pick, which again, the number one overall is
that as an example,
Yeah, but that's rarely one that's going to bring people in the door because we know exactly who's going there. Although some of those
we don't always,
like the Bryce Young, CJ Stroud conversation.
Yeah.
I think it gets a little more interesting when you go a little bit further down. And yes, I think it's a fair, accurate description by Madison on the YouTube page saying that this was a very blue-collar draft. It definitely felt that
toast.
Way.
It was.
The strength was probably, if we're talking about the strength in this draft, a lot of people talked about the strength of it is day 2.
Yeah.
That should not
Nobody
be the sell.
cares about day 2.
That should not be the sell necessarily.
We'll say next year if you got
Arch.
Yeah.
Arch going to bring it back.
Yeah.
But not just Arch, Dante Moore and all the other quarterbacks.
He might not even be the best quarterback in the draft.
Yeah.
But just his name in there, I think that's gonna help out a lot.
NFL saw that 3% dip, and they said, "Don't worry about
that. We got that.
We'll be back up next year. Don't even worry about that."
Yeah.
All right. I asked the question coming in: when is a missed field goal a great thing?
I know when it is.
You know when it is? Well, yes, you've seen this. So apparently, this ties in
the opposite team.
This will. Well, yes, there's that. That's a great answer to it. But this one is actually differently. So this has to do with a gentleman named Mark Toothaker, which, sure, he is a thoroughbred trainer with Spendrift Farms. So he's going to be attending the Kentucky Derby this weekend to cheer on their horse that they have in the race. And now, Reggie, you're asking Reggie, we're talking about football. You mentioned field goals. Why are we talking about the Kentucky Derby? Well, because this trainer, apparently in an interview with the Associated Press, mentioned that he was watching the Giants on Monday Night Football in December, and Young Wei Koo missed a field goal so badly that he laughed, and he laughed hard.
He hit the big ball first.
And he laughed so hard that he had a seizure.
Mm-hmm.
And so once he had this seizure, obviously they had to go transport him to the hospital. And at the hospital, he got a CT scan that revealed that he had a tennis ball-sized brain tumor in his brain. So, yeah, they saved his life.
It was benign, and they removed it, and he's cancer-free.
Yes.
Saved his life.
That's right.
Young Wei Koo.
How do you think Young Wei feels about that one?
I think pretty good. I think he feels a little better about hitting the big ball first.
Is he on the roster, though? Is Young Wei on the roster right now?
I didn't know about that.
Young Wei Koo went from the Falcons' leading point scorer in history to being cut, to being on the Giants, to missing field goals to a point where people are like, yeah, I don't even know about this. At least he saved a man's life.
He did save a man's life.
At the very least, you could maybe that's how you can make this go. Make yourself feel a little bit better about that.
That was such a bizarre story, and the fact that we didn't really know it because he's training his horse now this week, in Louisville, and so they asked him about certain things, and he said, "Oh yeah, I had a tennis ball sized tumor in my head." That I only found out because the guy missed a field goal.
That can't make you feel good.
That was
I'm
hilarious.
I'm sorry. You are so bad at your job that I laughed so hard that I found out I had cancer. What? What is happening here?
Yeah. I love it. Yeah.
Well, I love that at least he's better now. I don't love that the way that this had to happen. This was kind of fascinating as we continue around the NFL. So Ty Simpson, obviously the number 13 overall pick to the Los Angeles Rams, and presumably the heir apparent to Matthew Stafford. Apparently, they did not take that as lightly as maybe we had previously thought. So Sarah Barshop of ESPN kind of has a story in which Ty Simpson, on the night of the draft, was talking about how, they didn't kept it kind of close to the vest. They had a private meeting with him. Sean McVay had an extensive, hours-long private meeting with Ty Simpson before they ultimately drafted him. So maybe we could put to bed the idea that Sean McVay was not excited about Ty Simpson, because I don't know how you sit down, have an hours-long conversation, draft the dude, and then get out here and you're like, well, Stafford's still a quarterback, and there's a lot of other guys, but yeah, we're happy with the pick, I guess.
Yeah, I that's where I landed with it. Clearly, it was much overblown, including by me. The fact that he was kind of shrugging his shoulders and seemed like he wasn't all in on the pick. She said hours long.
Correct.
So at least 2.
It would have to be 2 in order to justify hours.
At least 2. And then they kept it a secret. Yeah, he was told to keep it a secret, and so.
Why did y'all need to do that? We're talking about 13. I don't get that at all.
They could have made it public.
I don't think anybody was like, "Yo, we're really gonna rival you for Ty Simpson at 13." That was not necessary.
Don't tell anyone.
They ain't want another stupid team
to jump them.
Yeah,
up to 13.
Yeah.
I don't know that anybody was going up to like 10.
Hey, let's not act like we never seen this before.
Yeah, I guess so. But my thought was like, if you liked him that much, 13 was probably going to be good. Man, we were talking about, will he make the first round?
How crazy would it have been if the Cleveland Browns decided to trade up to get him?
Actually, very normal.
That's what I'm saying.
Very normal.
That's very normal.
The one thing that I will say that I've heard multiple times, I'm sure you have as well, a lot of times teams say, hey, if you're there at 28, we're going to take you.
Yes.
And then they don't.
Yeah.
So I don't know what I'm glad, I guess, that they were true to their word. Like, hey, keep this a secret. And then they actually did take him at 13. But the exact opposite happens more times than not.
Do you feel like with that happening, do you feel like they know something about Matthew Stafford? Like maybe he got one more year left in him or something like that.
Well, I think that's something that we kind of all know. This is a dude who's dealt with back issues. Remember, we made it a big deal headed into week 1 of last year, but those back issues are not nothing. The idea that you were having specialized treatment in the parking lot, that's not something to scoff at. And he's getting up there generally in age anyways. It's very evident that as long as he can play, and it seems like he still play, they would like him. But they also have to really look at this and go, how much can we bet on and gamble on the idea of 2-3 seasons more of Matthew Stafford? I don't think that's a logical gamble.
Yeah, but they took him at 13, though. So it wasn't a thing where it was like, oh, if he drops to 20-something, then we'll grab him or anything like that.
No, I see where you're going with that.
I wonder if they, not even the injury part, I wonder if they had a conversation or have an idea that maybe Matt Stafford might be.
I think more it's they know that it could go at any point.
Yeah.
Because it's a back end. We all know that this could be his last year.
Trick backs don't stop back.
But they also know, hey, he might go 4 games. he might go 17 games. So we better have a guy.
What's funny though is if he goes 4 games, I don't think Ty Simpson is the dude they throw in there.
Yeah, it'll be the guy.
Stetson
Bennett.
He still got to compete with him.
I still think that like they want to bring him.
But they'll
along.
have him though.
But I think that he maybe profiles more as that guy who will take over eventually in a more permanent capacity afterwards. Stetson Bennett, I'd be long pressed to get to that place.
Yeah.
But it makes sense because what the big knock on Ty Simpson outside of like his general size was he just ain't played a lot of football just yet. That's something you have an opportunity to kind of work through a little bit, get some of that experience, some of that seasoning with him. So that's there. Some other things that are around the NFL. Let's get to some more of this draft stuff while we still got opportunities. How about there was a really interesting piece in The Athletic written about Eric DeCosta, and there was a couple of things that came out of this particular thing. One of those being that Biscotti, the owner of the Ravens, apparently he, along with Eric DeCosta's son, made their pick at 174. And it was because they had a number of those picks in that round. And so leading up to it, he was just kind of joking with Eric DeCosta, supposedly, about the idea of, hey, with all these picks, I've never gotten to make one. You should let me make one of these picks. And then they were like, sure. So he did not have any notion of what the game plan was in the room. Him and, again, a 15-year-old, if memory serves, 15-year-old Eric DeCosta's son, they together did their research and made a pick. They're not serious people, are they?
This bothers me so much. First of all, I guess rich people can do what rich people want to do.
It is his team.
It is his team.
It is his team. It seems.
I mean, he could have been belligerent about it and said, hey, by the way, I'm making this pick. And there wasn't much the guy could have done either. But you hit it right. I mean, it kind of seems so unserious. It makes the pick seem not irrelevant, but it diminishes it a little bit. Like, okay, well, the 15-year-old drafted me. It's bizarre. I
hadn't even thought about that. If you got drafted 174, you're like, all right, so do they actually want me?
Right. Well,
do they actually have plans for me, or did some 15-year-olds see me in NCAA and think that I was the one to pick?
Yeah.
That is very interesting. On top of that, apparently they hesitated on the possibility, or they wanted to trade one of their picks, and they got canceled on, which a lot of people are taking some level of I don't know, karma, some level of karmic get back after they reneged on the Max Crosby deal.
What if this player is good?
The player that they took at 170. Who is I need to go back and actually look at it, because for some reason I did not actually look at the Ravens draft class. But if he is really good, I don't like what that does either, because now
it's like, hey,
there's no way to this, right?
What round am I drafting this year? You know,
well, not only that, I imagine that somewhere in back of Steve Biscotti's head, he's got to be going, damn,
yeah,
I drive better than the GM. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like in this long piece,
why am I paying you?
That's somewhat feature, somewhat kind of a feeling of what happened during this draft. Steve Biscotti made mention of the reason why he felt confident in Eric DeCosta is that Eric DeCosta was the protege of previous GM and legend in the game, Ozzie Newsome.
Yeah.
And Ozzie Newsome put in a really good word, like, no, Eric DeCosta is him.
Yeah.
Hey, man, if I was doing this off of the strength of somebody else, and then I come in and I make this pick and I do better than you, I might have to start thinking about some stuff.
We need to think about some stuff.
I might need to start thinking about
And then there's this from the 512. Ratings were down this year for the NFL draft because they had 17 million people watching it live. There's your answer.
That's all.
There's your answer.
All 17 million people in the parking lot of Acrisure Stadium.
Yes.
By the way, 174 running back Adam Randall out of Clemson.
Oh, Adam.
Yeah.
I forgot he got drafted.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for that to be an issue because Derrick Henry's still there, man. Like we not going to find out nothing about no Adam, whatever his name. I done forgotten his name already. With all due respect, I guess. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Tuesday. Coming up next, a thought experiment, because one of the things that people have with this Texans draft is, the idea and the concept of the reach or whatever. If the Texans redrafted the top of their class, same players but in these different orders, how would you feel about it? 713-572-4610. We discuss it next.
Coach D'Amico seems pretty excited. Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. I, of course, in talking about the Ravens in that last segment, I started looking up Eric DeCosta because did you realize that he's been the general manager there since 2019?
Not until you told me. It seemed like it was just a couple of years.
A lot of the conversation recently has been almost as though like, oh man, the Ravens and this new guy and they're changing the way that they go about. Buddy, he's been there for almost a decade. In fact, one of the early things that we're talking about because in his previous role as like an AGM or maybe even earlier directing a scouting or whatever, they ended up they selected the 2008 Diet Pepsi Rookie of the Year winner, Joe Flacco. And I just found that hilarious because I forgot that they had sold naming rights to the awards back then. Yeah. And so forever, Joe Flacco will be the Diet Pepsi Rookie of the Year winner.
Of course he is.
In my brain. I'm going to try and make it so that whenever I speak about Joe Flacco, I make sure to give him that honorific.
Yeah.
The Diet Pepsi Rookie of the Year winner of 2008. Yep.
All right.
These are the dumb things that go through my mind. The not so dumb things that go through my mind are things like, actually, I think this is more of one of the things that went through John Lopez's mind. And this was...
Well, you don't want to go in there.
I know it. Oh, trust me. I try and stay away from it if I can. However, in this instance,
I
think
it's wild in here, man.
I bet. I can only imagine. There's probably, there's definitely Marlins happening there. What else is in his brain, Fig?
What's going
Marlins
through my head right now?
Yeah, I don't know.
Pickles.
Some other ways to prank his ways to prank his wife are in there as well.
Yes.
But you also thought about this because there was a lot of consternation about the Texans and their reaching, so to say, in this draft. They obviously got the not so desirable honor of being up there as like one of the reachingest teams in this draft, which obviously led to conversations about consensus, big boards, so on and so forth. But you wanted to do a little bit of a thought experiment here.
I did, and I'm talking to the listeners because I actually surprised myself how much I love this draft because I think it's just about perfect for what the Texans need and what they got and some of the holes they had, et cetera. And there were some people like not just fans, but as you mentioned, there are experts out there saying they're reaching. They reached here, they reached there. What if I did this? All right, so their first pick, Keelan Rutledge, 26 overall.
Yes.
Trade up to get him. That was considered a reach, right?
By some, I think a lot of people are less upset about that, but yeah.
Marlon Klein, the second round pick, 59th overall, universally.
Yeah, that was a shocker. Yeah,
yeah, but that's also seemingly because so few people had a real clear idea of where he'd be valued. I think that afterwards we got some reporting that you talked to some people and there's grades anywhere from 6th round to 2nd round in there. So yeah, I think that probably pops up in here too.
And then you go to the 4th round and you're looking at guys like Woodaz that mixed results, but I think some people considered it. Hey, you could have gotten him later. That kind of thing.
Have we ever talked about the fact that his name is Woodaz?
No, we haven't.
I didn't believe it when I thought there was a typo.
It didn't sound funny until I said it out loud.
I thought it was a typo when it first popped up. Yeah, and see, when you do that, it makes Woodaz is crazy.
That's how I hear it every single time y'all say it.
Woodaz is crazy,
I kind of chuckle a little bit every time y'all say it.
But that also does sound like somebody who lays the lumber. He plays the right position.
Yeah.
Right? If I just told you there was a football player named Wade Woodaz, I feel like you get it right.
It was a kicker.
I give you 2 guesses and you get it right that he played linebacker.
All right, but what if we do this? All right, let's play a little. Same players. The exact same players were drafted. But in the first round, the Texans trade up to draft Caden McDonald. How would that have been received?
It would have absolutely met our priors.
Nick's in his bag. Nick's in his bag.
Yep. Now the only thing I wonder though is because we are complainers, and not just us on the show. We're definitely complainers, but as a society, as a staff record label crew, like all of us, we come together and we like complaining. For a team like the Texans that had such issues on offense, would we have taken those hours between round 1 and round 2? And while we do appreciate who K-Mac is as a player and the idea that he's valued as a first-round guy, late first-round guy, you end up getting him in the late first round, would we go? So y'all just going to get a defensive player instead of going offense?
But
I think we might have done a little bit of that.
I think more of us would have not done that simply because that was a position of need. I know the offensive line, you could say the same thing, but we've spent a lot of time talking about, defensive tackle. Defensive tackle. That's the one place where they can use a guy. Had they traded up for him, I think
It would have made sense.
Everybody would have made sense. Everybody would have thought Nick was in back. All right, so let's use the same players. Keelan Rutledge. Maybe he went a little early is what people were saying. Maybe he went a little early. There were some questions here and there, maybe, and there were obviously some that loved him, you included. But let's say the Texans drafted.
I like that y'all keep giving me credit for this. Like I deserve it.
Let's say he dropped, and he may well have dropped had the Texans not taken him.
I have a hard time believing that, but
he might have.
It's a possibility.
To 36, it's not out of the realm of possibility that he could have dropped to 36. Suppose they took Rutledge at 36 instead of 26 in the second round.
I think people feel good about it.
Stole him.
Feels good about it.
Stole him at 36. And I think you can do the next two rounds too because of the need for, linemen. You get Wee Woo at 59 overall in the third round instead of, taking him in the fourth round at 106. I think people would have said, hey, he identified an offensive lineman.
59 is still a late second rounder.
Late second round, my bad.
That one gets crushed.
You think so?
That one gets crushed.
All right, let's go to the fourth round. Got to have that backup for Jalen Petrie. Got to have him. Instead of drafting Ramsey in the fifth round at 141, let's say you went up and got him at 106. You identified your guy, which is what they did with Rutledge and what they said. If they came out and said, that guy right there, position of need, albeit on the depth chart, you get Kamari Ramsey at 106 and you get Marlon Klein, which you may well have been able to get him at 141 in the fourth round. Instead of your tight end going in the second round, you get him in the fourth round, which I think wouldn't have been out of the realm of possibilities. I think this draft, if you just change the places where they were drafted, the Nick Caserio and the Texans would have been perceived as, brilliant, damn near.
I think it works at the very top of this. I don't think it works the further you get down because I think also it's more about the decision of the style of decisions that you made. It felt like in a draft like this, especially if you were going down the depth of this, it probably would have behooved you to go with more upside guys in some of these circumstances. And it feels like they eschewed that for, really lean into the culture of it all. And maybe that's the right thing to do for this program. Because, again, we've talked about it. This program, more than any other one in the NFL, feels like it really believes what it's selling. And it seems like that is part and parcel of what makes them good. So I will give them that leeway, but it does feel like they did go for some of these players that maybe have a lower ceiling or at least seemingly have a lower ceiling than other possibilities in those same areas. And I think that really also is one of the things that you get knocked when you go, hey, we're reaching for guys that quote-unquote reaching for guys that feel like they don't have as much of the high possibility, right? Like we're talking about Wade Woodaz in what was Woodaz taken again? Was that the fourth round?
Oh yeah, fourth round, 123 overall.
Buddy, they immediately came out and was like, "Hey man, special teams in essence, right? Like that is immediately what we're talking about as the role for him as a fourth rounder. When the fourth rounder is a dude that maybe you should possibly be seeing being a factor in what you do." Game to game, right? And so I think that's the issue that then pops up when we start talking about that.
I'm double checking my work right now as I speak, but I think Marlon Klein was projected to go in the fourth round, and you could have gotten him perhaps in the fourth round. All I'm saying is like how you look at this, from what angle you're looking at it, it goes from they reached to damn what a good draft they had. Same dudes taken, just in different order.
From what I'm getting from you is they got the guys they wanted. Maybe they might have reached for these certain guys, but they got the guys they wanted.
From a public perception, they reached. But again, if they were able to trade up and still get Rutledge in the second round, able to get Marlon Klein in the fourth round, we'd all be singing a different tune.
The only thing about it is, I think.
Actually, I'm wrong. He was projected in the fifth or sixth round.
Yeah, I think Brugler had him graded as a fourth round player. So I think that might.
So you could have gotten him
where you were going there.
Yeah.
But again, I think also this is where I will make the clarification of the analysis ahead of time does not speak necessarily to what's happening on the day, and you have to be responsive. And it did feel like there was a run that was starting.
The quote-unquote reach was because of the analysis before the draft.
Sure.
And
well, no, it's because we started seeing those guys go.
But I'm saying because the public perception was, I don't know about that.
I think the real-time reaction was, whoa, you took that. I know you wanted a tight end, but you took that tight end.
In the second round?
You still got Max Clear on the board. You still got other tight ends on the board, but you took this one.
Right, and I think that ends up being some of it is also the alternatives. And this is where it comes back to a conversation here is that we saw very clearly what they value, right? What is the thing that you always say? Don't tell me what they say.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
There we go.
Yeah.
What they did was they prioritized dudes with, I guess you could say, stories. I know the guys on the morning show said that. They prioritized dudes that were captains, that have like these leadership traits, guys that fit the cultural dynamic of what they do. And it almost felt like it kind of started to come at the detriment of, hey, just like pure talent. And what's interesting is they're probably in a place with this roster where you don't need to be as heavy to the pure talent, but it doesn't feel comfortable to say that out loud.
Yeah, no. Trust me, talent is still high on the board.
It never feels good to say that out loud, but it does seem like that was lower on, and maybe I'm sure that they'll quibble with me saying this, but that does not jump out as, when you look at the unifying thread of this draft class, the first thing that comes up isn't like, hey, the athleticism that they showed or whatever. The first thing that comes up is, oh, they're gritty and they're swarmy.
Yeah.
And that is very clearly and evidently the front-facing portion of this, and it showed up all the way through this, to the point where when we talk about the concessions big boards, you were so far away from those. And it's not even just about the draft scouts. It almost makes you then wonder, hey, if you are so far away from a lot of these people thinking about it, can they all be wrong, or is it possible that you might be off base? Are you just smarter than everyone else ends up being the question that we're asking? And I think I feel very uncomfortable going, yeah, they're just smarter than everyone else.
Yeah.
Right? Maybe if they had a track record of that, where you go, they're just super smarter than everyone else. And that's not to say they've drafted poorly.
Yeah.
But it's hard to get to a place where you just go, damn, no, I just trust that Nick Caserio on this staff is just that much smarter than everyone else, where they all got it wrong.
You're absolutely right. I just started looking at this draft, and I was like, well, the perception versus the reality, if you just move them around, I think would change significantly.
I think that's fair. Yeah. I think that framing is always going to matter in any of these types of conversations. And ultimately, it's all talk, right? Because this is when we get them into training camp, the competition will show you something, and then when you get them on the football field, that'll show you even more.
Yeah.
So we'll see. But I think that's a fair thought to think about, is how do we view this in a different lens?
Because we've been conditioned by outside voices.
Yeah. And the 832 goes, should have taken Harold Perkins instead of Wood-as. That's an interesting thought. Like, I know that there's definitely the name appeal and there's the interest. I know that Perkins had some of the injury stuff that started popping up. We don't know exactly what that looks like. And understand, Perkins fell according to like what our expectations were. And at some point it made me go, oh, this is not good.
Yeah.
Right? This is very, very bad if we're talking about the same way that we felt about Jermichael McCoy, where he's like, that's a top 10 player when you talk about, and then he just keeps dropping.
Yeah.
2 rounds, 3 rounds, and you're like, oh, it must be bad. Right? And
sometimes that could be a thing where you be like, oh, I'll take a flyer on them. That's where some teams decide to take a flyer because they necessarily don't need that position. So it would have made sense if they did take them, but it also makes sense that they took somebody and they brought up the whole special teams thing.
Yeah.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us here. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, where there's a lot of interesting things that are happening with this, but also I think we've gotten more insight onto why the Texas Tech transfer quarterback went into his rehab program. We'll talk about that and more next. But I got to talk to you right now about something huge that's coming.
610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into what's popping here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Let's start with this, which is a kind of...
That was out loud, wasn't it?
You all right, man? Did you just cough into the microphone?
I did. I'm really good at
it. That was a nasty cough.
I'm really good at hitting that cough button, but I was
sounded phlegmy.
Yeah.
Gross. Apologies for those of you who are getting lunch at this moment.
Yeah, I just hit the cough button. Nobody heard a thing.
Anyways, Rob Thompson, previously the manager of the Philadelphia Phillies, has been fired this morning. So that is the second of the baseball managers that have been fired at this early juncture.
I didn't realize the Phillies was that bad.
Yeah. They're
worse than the Astros.
Well, not damn near. They are quite literally, at least by record, 9-19.
The Astros have the second worst record in baseball today. If you didn't know that, the Phillies have the worst.
Well, technically, the Astros have the third worst record in baseball because there's two teams that have the worst record in baseball between the Phillies and the Mets.
Oh, the Mets are tied. Okay.
Yep. So hey, you just got a little bit better, Astros. Don't you love it?
Worst record in the American League.
Woo.
Yeah.
We ain't got to worry about firing our manager.
Yeah. Or do we?
Actually, fourth worst record in baseball, second worst record in baseball, because at least. Oh, no, never mind. Wrong. Went the wrong way because you do have one more loss.
Yeah, I thought I was looking
at
I was looking at the winning percentages.
No, you're
making
right.
me look bad over
No,
here.
you're right. I was trying. I'm like, any little sliver.
Over there. Technically,
any little spot.
How can I find a hole in what he just said?
It's not about you. I'm just trying to, hey, can we inch these Astros up just a little bit away from this terrible?
I thought I looked at that right. I thought, did I have an aneurysm?
Unfortunately, just that terrible.
Is he picking on me?
That's right.
No.
I'm tired of this.
That's right.
But yeah, man, a couple of managers fired very early in baseball. Like, what do you make of? Obviously, Alex Cora gets fired, and mind you, as fast as Rob Thompson got fired earlier today, we already have word that Alex Cora will not be taking the Phillies job. But what do you make of that?
But would he take the Astros job?
You think he's holding out?
No, I don't know. But I think the clock is. I shouldn't say the clock is ticking, but the watch is on with the Astros. Would you disagree with that?
No, in various different ways. The watch is on.
General manager.
There's
manager.
Yes. Seats,
coaches.
Seats are fairly high. I think the coaches might have a better opportunity than the manager.
Just to hang around or not?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think the manager is definitely on watch. And I think it's a little bit, trust me, we know this is a bad team.
You sure?
That is.
I don't know.
That is having some issues.
I was once told by Carlos Correa that it's a good team just playing bleepy baseball.
Well, and good for him. I'm happy for him. But outside of hitting, they are so bad at everything right now. But what I was going to say is I think it's a little unfair on Espada. And I think probably too lenient on Dana Brown. If we're being honest here.
Word?
Yeah. Espada, a lot of the same things that are compounding themselves this year, that are worse this year, he dealt with last year, and they still won 87 games. I know they didn't make the playoffs, but they still, he managed, no pun intended, to find a way to keep this team competitive to the very end. It's just worse this year. Pitching is worse, bullpen is worse, injuries are worse, and it's a lot on him.
But it got to be a fall guy at some point. They're going to try to, yeah. So it might not be his fault.
My fall guys. Because here's the thing that's also tough. And I see you 936 on the text line saying, why is owner Jim Crane escaping this? Because he owns the baseball team. That's because it is fair to say, man, they wanted to be competitive, but also not want to get into the competitive balance tax, right? So that also is a level of pressure. However, I think the Astros signed, was it like 6 dudes this offseason?
Yeah.
Didn't none of them really hit for what you needed them to hit for?
So who does that point to?
That's not even that. Not just the general manager. The general manager who has a scout's background. That is problematic, right? And so I think that's very much one of those things that you look at. But another manager spot open, and teams are not waiting on it. And so that is one of those things that makes you go, at the very least.
That's where we are. I think it absolutely makes you do that. And we'll have more discussions on this as the season progresses, I'm sure. By the way, after the Orioles series, they're facing a couple of really good teams back to back.
Well, one of them is not, because it's the Boston Red Sox after this Orioles series in the weekend. Then That's when you get to, hey, the Dodgers. The
And
Dodgers
the Reds
come to town, and then the Cincinnati Reds.
Reds are leading their division.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So Kaiwei Teng on the bump. He moves from the pen to the starting rotation. How long do you think he gives you? Because that's one of the big things. His length has been the question. He has not been stretched out, obviously. How long do you possibly think he can give you? And then are we already talking about a possibility of getting into your bullpen pretty early here?
I'm very confident in Kaiwei Teng. He's been a starter in the past too.
He has.
I think he can go 4. If he goes 4, that's a win.
Yeah, that's my issue. It's like I think he'll be good in the innings that he goes, but we've seen Joe Espada try and stretch pitchers to give him a little bit more to lessen the strain on the pen. 4 ain't that much for that.
It's not that much, but given that he's been a reliever,
exactly. And so that's one of the things that gets a little uncomfortable.
If he goes 5, it's a big win. Big win,
huge win.
Yeah.
One of the things that is good though is like he has been able to strike dudes out. And he's thrown strikes to a decent degree, and that feels like that's been the big thing for this team is if they can get their pitchers to throw strikes, they usually come out a little bit better than if they can't, because walking guys has been an absolute just menace for this team. They've been atrocious. Walking guys has absolutely killed the opportunity to even compete in a number of games this season to this point.
How long can Dana Brown just avoid as much as he can the wrath, so to speak?
The wrath of who?
Of everyone.
Avoid. That's cute.
But because he's dodging it, he's giving votes of confidence to Joe Espada, which I'm like, hey man, have you seen the mirror? Have you looked in the mirror?
I recall.
Yeah,
I recall.
Yeah.
All right, so there's a little bit of more information about Texas Tech transfer quarterback Brendan Sorsby. He transfers to Texas Tech to take over the job, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, was this yesterday? We find out that Texas Tech puts out a statement saying, hey, our quarterback going to some level of rehabilitation or counseling for a gambling addiction. And that was one of those,
yeah,
that's wild that they got out front. Well, we found out today, or I think it might have been later yesterday, NCAA investigation is there with him with a number of games, including games in the NCAA, and I go, oh, okay. This makes a little sense as to the aggressiveness of that rehabilitation stint. Obviously, still hoping for the best for the young man, because obviously you want to root for people, I think, generally. However, it makes a little bit more sense in the landscape of college sports, where if the authorities are coming, that is when you self-report. That is when you get yourself right in hopes that the hammer of justice is just a little bit lighter because you handled some things before this got to that place.
He went from, oh man, yeah, well, this is bad, but good for him. He's trying to find some answers. He's going to rehab for a gambling quote addiction. It went from, riding, what is it, Raider Red, or whatever it is, into the sunset with a kind of a salute and good luck to, he looked over his shoulder and he saw the posse. He looked.
He saw them people.
It's like,
he said, "Whoop whoop."
They're closing fast. The old posse.
All right, officer. Before we say anything, I just want to let you know
I'm going to rehab.
I just want to let you know.
Right.
I'm already taking care. Honestly, you could just move on. I'd already punished myself.
I'm literally driving in that direction. I'm headed. You see, my bag is packed next to me. I'm going to rehab right now.
That's that. Oh, I was on my way to get my license straightened out right now. I was actually on my way to pay my insurance.
I was going right to the DMV.
Look, the DMV is right up here on the right. It's right up here on the right. I'm going to the DMV.
I know I got that SR22. I was on my way to pay the insurance, man.
Yes, that has all the markings of that. On a very serious note, I can't imagine we're going to see him play again.
Oh, you think this is donezo?
Bet on his own team when he was in Indiana, allegedly.
Yeah.
You bet on your. Look, we get it. The line has been blurred in terms of, professionalism and gambling in sports and gambling, sponsors and advertisers. We all understand that. It's still something when you bet on your own team.
Yeah, it's odd that that's the case, but that feels like a delineation that a lot of very few people rather are willing to go to. Right? It's like, you was betting on other stuff. We can kind of see how you got there. Betting on your own team feels like you was playing with fire, and here you are getting burned.
And he's getting burned.
Yeah, that's an interesting perspective, and I don't think you're wrong in that, unfortunately. That is a wild thing that's happening. There's some other things that are popping. Did you see what happened this weekend in the marathon, I know I'm not much of a runner. I don't know that. Actually, I know you're not very much of a runner anymore because just trying to keep yourself healthy.
Back
and everything.
and knees.
That's right.
You can say it.
I was trying to be nice about it. I give you a little bit too much nudging about your age at this point, but I don't think that in the best of your prime, you're breaking a 2-hour marathon.
I would not have broken a 2-hour marathon
because literally no one else had
has.
done it. Yes, no one had done it until the London Marathon this weekend. And so shout out to the Eliud Kipchoge, I believe, who ran a 1 hour 59 minutes and 40 second 1 hour 59 minute and 30 second marathon at the London Marathon. And he did it in some Adidas, which I mentioned that only because there was some time ago where Nike tried to make this a whole thing of the breaking 2. They tried to kind of build up to this, and they weren't able to do it.
They built a whole marketing campaign on it.
Adidas has some dude come through in his Adidas, and boom, he does it. He writes it on his shoe,
and held up the shoe at the finish line.
Yes. But it feels like, to take this to a wider range, it feels like we're seeing so much advancement in running generally. Yeah. How many high schoolers are you seeing just running incredible, like 100 times? 200 times, the 4x4s are getting faster. Like, it feels like we're progressing quite a bit as a athletic society on these running times.
He ran a 4 minute and 30 mile in a 30-second mile in essence for 26 miles. How many people can run a 4:30 mile in 1 mile?
I don't think I could. I don't think I could.
Could you
visualize
break
myself.
7?
I don't remember. I probably not, because I haven't in a while.
He ran a 4:30 mile.
When's the last time I ran a mile?
For 26 miles. It's stupid how fast these guys are now. And it's crazy that he held up that Adidas shoe right away. He's like, look, Adidas.
It was immediately where my brain went.
Take that, Nike.
I was like, damn, Nike's falling off as a company.
Big time.
It used to be that if you were talking about sports, you were talking about Nike pretty much. Mm-hmm. They don't got that same cachet anymore.
No,
it's kind of wild that's the case. No, and one more thing here before we go. Some playoff basketball last night got real interesting. The Thunder sweep the Phoenix Suns. Not too surprising necessarily, but it does feel like the Suns are in a place where they might be headed for a particular split. I know that there's conversations around the league. I know the Rockets end up being one of those things where people are chirping about the possibility of, does KD want to move on already? It does feel like they might be moving towards a Booker Suns split.
That's been the buzz. We were looking at it earlier on TV. I mean, I think that's absolutely in play. They're good. They're not good enough. He's good. Doesn't make him good enough. Let me ask you this as I'm looking at the bracket. Pistons is the story to me.
Yes, the Orlando Magic pushed Detroit to the brink. They were up 2-1. They get a pretty huge victory to push themselves. And Orlando came in as the 8th seed. Like, they had to win their way in the play-in. The Detroit Pistons had looked like the best team in the East all year long. And they also had, was it Jaren Duren who picked up the team when what's my guy's name? Cade Cunningham.
Cade Cunningham.
I almost called him Cade McNamara. Different dude entirely. But Cade Cunningham missed time, and he was like possibly MVP caliber player. And Jalen Duren had been really good for them. He hasn't been good. The team has not been good enough, and now they're on the brink of elimination. And you look down the East and you go, who is actually good over here?
Yes. Are the Pistons done? Figgy, I know you watch a lot of the Eastern Conference.
Yeah, I think so, man.
Really?
I think so. And as much as and I like JB Bickerstaff, but for some reason he just I don't know what it is. Once he get in the playoffs, man, he just looked like a different head coach.
Are the Nuggets done in the West?
I think so as well.
Really? Despite the 2 injuries?
Yeah, despite the 2. Now, they might win that series versus the Timberwolves.
Oh, I got you.
I feel a lot worse. Their defense has been atrocious, and their offense, some of the guys that they've had offensively have not been lived up. Like Christian Brown, who was a very valuable bench piece, has not been good enough. Which Cam is this? Cam Johnson, the one that they traded for, to get when they sent out Michael Porter Jr. He's not been good enough. It just feels like you're feeling the decline of that team come together because they have not wanted to invest at the top of the team. The ownership has not wanted to invest all that much. They wanted to save money. Does that sound like anybody?
Yeah.
And you've seen the atrophy that's happened with that team. So no. Now here's the thing: they do have possibly the best player in the world, and if he plays like that again, because he's had a bad series as well.
Right, but
he plays like that again,
yesterday.
it looks different.
Yeah.
But I feel like they don't have an opportunity for real.
All right.
So there you go. That's a little bit what's popping here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. But coming up next, let's get on the phone. We talked to him before the draft, and he said, hey, have me back on. Let's run through what y'all did. So let's talk to a Super Bowl winning scout, and from Crown Global Media, we'll talk to Super Scout Brian Broaddus. We'll do that next.
In case any Texans fans were KILT-FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Tuesday. We got him on the phone. We there? Yeah, I like it when I see that nod because that means that we're turning to the phone line to talk to a friend of the show. He is a Super Bowl winning scout. He's scouted with a number of teams. He's worked in media for quite a bit, does a great job scouting the NFL draft. And he works for our sister station up in Dallas, but more importantly, he runs Crown Global Media, doing a great job breaking down a lot in football, but particularly, you got to talk to him when it comes to the draft. And I want to run this Texans draft by him. His name is Brian Broaddus. Broaddus, what's happening, man?
Doing well, boys. How about yourselves?
Doing really well. Although there's been a lot of questions about various different draft classes.
Yeah, I've been doing great. I love this class, and I think that's kind of where we want to start. Reggie has for you.
Yeah, so obviously the Texans is where we go. Before I get into the class itself, I'm interested in what you've heard about just kind of the way that these runs developed. Like one of the things that I know a lot of people were talking about was that second round, kind of third round tight end run. Like what insider, what's kind of the talk been about the way that this draft kind of unfurled, especially in the middle?
Yeah, I think that guys, what was interesting was, I think you guys started it off with the Marlon Klein pick. I think that was the one when the tight ends, it was, I know that there were some scouts around the league that was a little bit of a head scratcher to them. It was a head scratcher to me. I had some guys I felt like they were much higher, in my stacks than what Marlon Klein was. But again, they really don't care what you and I think. They're going to draft their board, but I think that I would have gone a little bit of a different route on that one. But I'll say this on the flip side, Kamari Ramsey, I had him as my 64th best player in my stack of 220 players. So to grab him in the fifth round at pick 141, I think, to me, I would have taken Ramsey where you took Klein and maybe took Klein where you took Ramsey. So that's sometimes how the draft works out for you in those different ways.
My goodness, you were either listening or you read my mind because we just did, not even 40 minutes ago, I put together a redraft of the Texans' actual picks, the players they actually got. And instead of Rutledge in the first round, I had trading up for Caden McDonald. And then Rutledge fall into 36. And then Ramsey in the fourth round and Marlon Klein in the fourth round. And I thought we'd all be looking at this differently. And it sounds like, you're kind of on that same page.
Well, yeah, and it's just, John, it's one of those things where, it's, hey, everybody's different looking at this draft. I mean, as long as you do the work, as long as you sit down and you have access to the tape, we don't know. The problem that we run into every draft from the media side is, we don't know the medical and we don't know a lot of the character stuff. And so, teams could feel really, really good. I totally agree. I would have taken, I had McDonald at 28 on my board. I would have taken him where you took Rutledge, and I would have flipped that. And so when you're picking at the back end of the draft, you're really at the mercy of the board. And you know what? I absolutely love I have no problem with Rutledge. I think he brings an element of toughness to your team, the physicality he plays with. I just really, when the McDonald pick was made, I'm like, damn, they're serious about staying really good on defense. And when you watch McDonald play, the way the power he plays with, the way he plays up and down the line, you can play him as a zero technique nose, you can play him as a three technique, you can play him as a one, you can play him as an int. I mean, he's got that kind of flexibility to be able to play up and down the line. So that to me was a quality pick there.
We're talking to Brian Broaddus here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. I want to bring you back to Marlon Klein because he probably, as you mentioned, the head scratcher. If you were trying to maybe see if you could get into the mind of somebody who really liked Marlon Klein, what is the sell that you make on Marlon Klein as tight end now with the Texans?
Well, that's the thing. I mean, I don't want to sit here and lie to your listeners,
sure.
But I will try. I'll try my best to go into with Marlon Klein. The thing about him is he's 6'6", he's 248 pounds. He does play more of like that inline Y, and I say inline Y, it's when you play next to the tackle on the line of scrimmage, that's known as the inline Y. You can also play him at wing. I'll say this though, the top end speed for his size, I think is really, really good. I think that the hands at the hands at the point of attack, or the hands when at the catch point, I should say. He's one of these guys that does attack the ball aggressively. You do see him kind of taking it away from defenders with the way that he plays. The effort as a blocker, as an inline Y, I think is that's kind of where Michigan might have missed the boat on him. But his willingness to do it is really good. His hand placement isn't great. I know you're asking me, Reggie, to sell him. I'm selling you on catching the football, and I'm selling you on his speed. But the thing that bothers me is there that fluidity with him, with the way that he moves. And we've seen all these tight ends here recently that, not all these guys are blockers. But I feel like, though, that if you got a guy, if you're not a great blocker, you got to make up for it somewhere else. Mm-hmm. So where's the fluidity for the position? The willingness is there. The hand placement for blocking is there. I mean, he could get, you watch him, he could get stacked and shedded a lot on film. And the fact that he's had only 38 career receptions is a little bit, okay, where's the production here? Mm-hmm. So at the second round, I would have gone that route. I mean, there are tight ends that clearly, have much more production and maybe much more of that ability down the field. But, hey, they saw Marlon Klein a lot different than I think a lot of scouts did.
Well, and that's where I wanted to go with you here, Brian. You know the term jumping on the table for someone. Right. Very common. And I'm looking at the offensive coordinator. Nobody knows, but I'm just looking at the offensive coordinator, big tight end history as a coach. Obviously, they're going to run the ball a lot. How often does this happen, and how effective is it if a coach or a coordinator, quote unquote, jumps on the table for a player?
Well, if you work for the Dallas Cowboys, it happens every single draft. I mean that. And listen, let's be honest here. Christian Parker's influence in the Cowboy war room was felt, and every all the years I worked at the Cowboys, that was one of your biggest fears as a scout. I used to tell these coaches, I can't call third down defense, but I can find somebody that can get you off the field on third down. Now, if you just let me do that, we'll be fine. But coaches have a big influence in these draft rooms, especially coaches that have success. Mm-hmm. And listen, the Houston Texans roster is a good roster. And, it's a good roster, because you have the coaches and the scouts working together. But, man, the biggest fear you have as a scout is working on a player for 8 months, then all of a sudden a coach that comes in and watches 3 games influences the room or influences ownership or influences the decision maker into maybe going another direction. That's the things that bother scouts the most.
Yeah.
Now, we're talking to Brian Broaddus here. I think Bijani Creighton is the dude who was one of those guys that is really interesting because the question was, are the Texans going to go back to the offensive line? And they did. Yeah. They also went interior. They don't end up with somebody on the exterior. What was your kind of scouting on Weewu, and what is your thought process on a team going in and not taking a tackle in this draft, especially in the middle rounds?
Well, okay. There were this was a crazy draft to begin with, guys, when it came to these offensive tackles. I mean, I think that, when you start to talk about Malinois, Fano, Proctor, Inachor, Freeling, Lomo, these guys would probably have not stacked as well as we've seen them in previous drafts. So Malinois probably would have stacked just fine with some of the guys we've seen. But, okay, there were questions about all the other ones. One of my favorite, I'm not sure, the Arizona State kid that Pittsburgh took, that was the guy that I was kind of like going, okay, here's a guy that hasn't played much football, but my gosh, does the learning curve look small for him. But I had questions about Fano and his strength, not the athletic ability. But what I'm trying to say is maybe people looked at these guards and centers and said, well, maybe a little bit more than some of these tackles. But lo and behold, what happened? Everybody still took tackles. I mean, it didn't matter. It was like, nah, we don't care if this guy didn't play with power, and nah, we don't care if this guy lacks sustain, and nah, we don't care if this guy can kick wide and get out there and block somebody. They still drafted these guys. And so it just shows you every year how that works. But, I kind of felt like where Rutledge and Basantes and Dunker, these guys were all kind of right there in a stack for me. Farmer from Kentucky, all those guys were right there for me. So I think that maybe the guards, when you look at them, probably more second, third, fourth round type of guys, maybe more third or fourth round type guys is what we're looking at. But there were probably less questions about the guards than there were some of these offensive tackles. And I think that's probably where the Texans looked at this and said, nah, we're okay. We're not going to worry about the tackle here. We need to worry about the interior players, and that's what they did.
Did that track at all, that same kind of feeling of the guys that maybe were fourth-round guys probably being more of a third-round guy? Did that track with the Oklahoma guard, Fabici and Wewu, that the Texans ultimately ended up
I had him in the – I had him in the fourth. He was my top-rated one. So in where I would look at him is like he was number one, Casey – and then the Notre Dame kid, Steven. I had them all kind of stacked there in the fourth round in where he was taken. So, at 106, I think that's probably a pretty good spot. Him, the tackle Burke from Memphis, where I was kind of trying to figure out which one that I was going to put first, and I put your guy first over him.
I am curious. You mentioned Ramsey earlier, and you liked him clearly, and you had him in the fourth round. What about him? And clearly, he's sort of targeted to be right behind Jalen Petrie.
Yeah, and Petrie, by the way, just a outstanding pick all those years ago. I thought people before the draft about him. And I was like, you guys are missing on this guy. And I'm so happy that he's played so well. What I really do like about Ramsey is you see him play a lot of 2 deep, and you see him play on the hash. And so that tells me the kid's got some range. You also see him play in the slot. And so when you're playing space and when you make tackles in space, you don't see this kid missing tackles. He is a physical player. You see him wrap up when he gets the chance. I've seen him make tackles in the open field that saves touchdown. You can watch the Notre Dame game, and he chases down coming all the way across the field. Love is in the clear for Notre Dame running for a touchdown, and Ramsey comes all the way across the field and is able to fetch him that way. So you got to like that about the kid, the no-quit attitude as far as it comes to the player. He plays really well with his eyes. You can see him processing the ball, processing before snap, and closing on routes. I mean, there's not a lot of ball production with this guy, but he's always around the ball, if that makes sense. I love his toughness. I love the way he finishes. He makes a lot of big plays when he needs it the most, when the team needs it the most. Like I said, I had him a lot higher than where he was taken, and that's what was surprising to me in this draft.
Broadus, you got to know I enjoy playing a little bit of just push a button and hear the scouting report. It's very fun, and so I would like to do that again with Wade Wood as the linebacker out of Clemson, who they get the second of their 4th round picks, because that's the one that's a little uncomfortable to me, knowing that the immediate role is just special teams, and we'll see. Am I wrong in that? Does he have more in the tank from your scouting look?
Well, to be honest with you, Reggie, I did 220 players, and I did not scout him.
Oh, that's not a good feel. That doesn't make me feel good at all.
No, and I say that because I hate to admit that, because I did a draft one time where I didn't scout Puka Nacua, and I got down to the very end, and I got down to my final 200 players, 225 players, and I'm like, okay, I'm done. And so, when he was taken, it was like, go look in Dane Brugler's Beast and try and kind of figure this one out. But there's some players that I'm going to go back and look at, and trust me, after I get done with Dallas's free agents, he's a guy, because, again, if a team is really, really good on defense and they draft a guy like that in the 4th round, you have to absolutely know about him. And to be honest with you and be honest with your listeners, I did not scout him.
Okay, so clearly he's going to be the defensive equivalent of Puka Nacua.
Yeah, there you go.
That's the evident thing that I hear.
Listen, if he's the equivalent of Puka Nacua, that's the one that haunts me.
Mm-hmm.
There's, like I say, there's only so many players I could get to, and late in the year, you're kind of like, okay, you need to. I know there were some people tell me, hey, you need to get on this kid. I really like him. I know Zach Wolchuk, who I work with. You guys got Zach on. I think Zach could give you a scouting report about him. But myself, though, I do not have one on him.
So just before we let you go here, just the general look at what the Texans did here. Obviously, top to bottom, 8 players. The top end seems to really carry it, but what was your general feeling about the way that the Texans came out of this, all things considered?
Yeah, when you start to talk about, you just got to make sure that when you're looking for traits, I know Fisher, I know in the 7th round pick, I had him much higher too, if I could say that. Day 3 is always known as the day of the scouts, and so when teams pick players, say, I have maybe a 5th round grade on a guy that gets picked in the 7th. I really do like what they did with Fisher. I think, to me, you're talking about a guy who has a nose for the ball. He's made a ton of plays in his career. He reads, he reacts. We see it. He gets there. He plays downhill, much better downhill than playing backwards, if you want to say. But there's plays where you see him good stack shed, and then he kind of misses with his hands. Mm-hmm. So I like the kid a lot, and I like it because he's like a true Mike linebacker, and that's what and I was looking at him because that's kind of what the Cowboys were looking at. But you will see a guy that might not be athletic enough to like cover running backs or option routes with in man coverage and stuff, but when you start to talk about getting to the football and making tackles and reading and reacting very quickly, you could do far worse than what they did with Aiden Fisher.
Broadus, always appreciate you giving us a little bit of your time. Hope you enjoy, and obviously salute to the Cowboys up there for having a pretty damn good draft themselves.
Well, the draft gods clearly smiled on him on that first round, because if I was talking with the Giants, and if Malinois wasn't there at 10, they were going to take Downs. And so the Cowboys very well could have ended up with, they could have very well ended up with a Reuben Bain or somebody like that. So every once in a while, the draft gods got a smile on me. In this case, they got him for sure.
All right, Broadus. We'll talk to you another time. Have a good one, man.
Sounds good. Thanks, boys.
Thank you.
There he is, Brian Broadus, Super Bowl winning scout, joining us here on the hotline. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we got to do our lunchtime confessions, and we'll do those next.
Yes, we will. Right now, Ability Trees, abilitytrees.com.
610. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so you guys remember, not just you two guys, but everyone listening, I kind of was a little uneasy about the whole bathroom situation here on this floor.
That's right.
Yeah.
Because for those who haven't been listening, we're still, what are we going on, about 10 days now or so?
Something like that.
Yeah.
Close to 2 weeks.
Where they're redoing a lot of construction here on the floor here at Sports Radio 610.
They started on the bathroom, to be honest.
Yeah, it's still going to be a while.
Yeah.
But hold that thought. And so we're not allowed to use the bathroom, a lot of construction, et cetera. And so and I was very reluctant, very skeptical.
He's trying to do the show from home.
I actually said I'd rather do the show from home. Posted some social media pictures.
Unbelievable.
This is problematic, et cetera. A little worried because I go to the bathroom a lot. I have a prostate the size of a volleyball.
And every time you say that, I'm more and more uncomfortable.
I go a lot. Here's my confession. Kind of want to keep it the way it is right now.
What does that mean?
I love climbing those stairs.
You can do that every time. There's nothing
but
that
that door's locked.
Yeah, that door's going to be locked.
That door's going to be locked.
It's usually locked.
Now, I'm not going to cause a ruckus. All I'm saying is it's quick, it's easy. It doesn't take any longer than it used to. And I'm getting some stairs in over the course of the show. Like
and it was a better bathroom.
Last break, I actually kind of jogged up the stairs. Get a little jogging up those stairs, get some cardio in.
Look at you. You thought you was going to be in hell, but actually you're in heaven.
I'm like, this is what I need.
Yeah.
So I don't think they're going to leave the door unlocked just for me. But it
doesn't hurt to ask.
You know what? It wasn't what I thought it was.
They should consider it.
They should, right? Get a little cardio in, man. Heck, I'll go up 2 floors, even though there's only one ahead of us. But
you're just going to tell exactly where we are. Go ahead and give the exact longitude and latitude of where we are right now.
I'll tell you our address exactly. 8507.
All right. I don't know what I expected. That should have been exactly what I was expecting.
These are my confessions.
There's not a lot of things that the NFL needs to learn from another league.
Mm-hmm.
I do think that there's one that I would really like if they copied.
Oh, wow.
From the NBA.
The NFL is missing something that another league has?
Not missing something, but I would like it a lot more. Okay. And I feel like a lot of other people would like a lot more.
Mm-hmm.
So today we learned that, what's it today? It might have been yesterday. I can't recall. That the NBA's Rookie of the Year is Cooper Flagg.
Right.
Last week we learned of who the clutch player of the year was, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Mm-hmm.
Did we learn defensive player of the year last year? Yeah, last week.
Wemby.
Oh yeah, Victor Wembanyama, a unanimous decision. I like the rollout of the NBA awards over the course of the first round, or during the playoffs. Each award having its own day where people talk about it and having it. I really don't enjoy the NFL honors comparatively.
I kind of do. It's a huge event, and speaking of TV, it's a bigger event on TV.
I guess. I've always felt like, hey, so we're doing an award show for these. I kind of more enjoy the idea of, hey, today is the day where we learn about who the defensive player of the year is.
Yeah.
And it's just kind of all the conversation on that day is about that. And we will get deeper into the voting of it and all. I feel like I enjoy the ability to kind of go through the entirety of that one race as opposed to them all kind of being dropped. And then we don't talk about some of these awards necessarily because we're so damn focused on who the MVP was.
This kind of reminds me of remember the top 100 players?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Yeah, they're willing to run that out for 6 months, but they won't give me the awards over a couple days?
That's what it reminds me of.
Oh, nothing was worse. God, I hated that. And they're going to do it
close.
again. They're doing it
We're
again.
Getting close. Yeah. You're getting their 100 player. Yeah, you're getting that.
I love it so much.
Yeah, now I don't think it's this bad, but I kind of wish it was some type of ceremony where it's just not just hey, defensive player of the year today is so-and-so. Let's talk about it all day long. I wish it was some type of ceremony where you could, kind of maybe the NFL honors is a little too much for this, But I would like something like
I think what Reggie is saying has a lot of value for, basketball junkies and media and, people who do this for a living talking about it, because you can dig in each individual award.
And I recognize that but I feel like there's a lot more football junkies, and we would enjoy being able to dig into, like, who was the offensive player of the year over here, and we could talk about this at length.
But I think where the NFL actually wins is its Super Bowl week, and it's just another huge television event. I bet you the ratings are good. I don't know what they are, but I bet you they're good. So
but wouldn't you? Don't you
get
think that
what
would
you're
be
saying, but I still think it's probably better for them.
And I feel like with the NFL, I feel like we actually talk about these awards all throughout the year too.
I mean, that happens in basketball as well, though.
Yeah.
I feel like it would be.
Do we?
I would enjoy it a little bit more if we did this like earlier on in the playoffs in one of these rounds in the midst of it, and like let's say the whole week leading up to the divisional round, we're getting these day all the way through. We're getting these. I feel like that would be more enjoyable. Yeah. I could easily be wrong in this, or maybe it's just I am used to this one style that I like more than this other style, and this is more of a personal preference. But I do think I would enjoy that a lot more.
These are my confessions.
So I got to confess, man. I was listening to a podcast, or I saw a clip from a podcast of it was a couple people clowning some dudes. So they was talking about the Michael Jackson movie.
Oh, okay.
And they were clowning a couple of these dudes that didn't know who Berry Gordy was.
What?
That's exactly what I said. It was a guy. It was a black dude that was 29 years old. He was rocking the Michael Jackson glove and all that stuff, talking about the movie, and he had no clue who Berry Gordy was. He was saying, well, I wasn't born back then, giving the typical excuse of why I don't know who this person is. And I was all with it for a minute. I'm like, yeah, you should know who he is if you like Michael Jackson, if you like the Temptations and stuff like that. But I got to confess, I got to be careful with this because as I was watching that video, I was in the car with my wife, and I'm like, hey, do you know who Berry Gordy is? And my wife is a big Michael Jackson fan. That was one of her favorite artists of all time. She said, who is that?
Wow.
I said, no, don't worry about it. I just cut the music back up. I'm like, nah, don't worry about it. Yeah, I'm like, dang, maybe. I don't know if it's
he was pretty forward facing.
That's
too.
What I thought.
Yeah,
that's what I thought.
When was that, John Lopez?
Back in the day.
But see, that's what I thought. But maybe maybe it is a different side of the coin where people. I was really familiar with Berry Gordy after I watched that Jackson 5 movie back in the day.
Yeah,
back in the 90s and all that stuff. So I'm like, damn, maybe I shouldn't be laughing too hard.
And I do think that is some of the value of like the biopic, because there's a lot of people who will appreciate the artist but not dig into like their background. And so at least this gives them some level of touch point for it. The thing I personally hate is I feel like the biopics take such liberty at times that a lot of people will take that and be like, oh, this is who that person is. And no, this is a character based on that person, really. Yeah. And that's why I would personally usually like a documentary more than a biopic. But I also know how many people are actually going to go watch the documentary versus going and watching the movie. You know what I mean?
And that's what happened in this podcast clip I was watching. The guy was like, yeah, the Lawrence Tate dude in the movie. I'm like, wait a minute. Berry Gordy, dog. Like, why are you calling him Lawrence Tate? And Lawrence Tate is playing a dude named Berry Gordy.
Yeah.
Like, dog, you don't have to say Lawrence Tate name. It's Berry Gordy. He's playing Berry Gordy.
Yes.
Do you tend to be that person with the movie where you remember the actor more than the character, or do you remember the character more than the actor?
It's like the big actors, yes. I remember the actor all
You're
the
like,
time.
hey, you remember that one dude that Denzel played in the movie? Like, it just ends up that character does not exist.
Or Tom Cruise.
Yes. Tom Hanks.
Like, who is, like, I don't even know. What was Tom Cruise's name in the movie, in the Mission Impossible?
Oh, it's Ethan Hunt.
Yeah.
See, I would.
You like, hey, Tom Cruise is Mission Impossible.
Hey, Tom
Cruise is Mission Impossible.
Oh, is that Tom Cruise right there? Is Tom Cruise gonna be sneaking in? Nah, I never called that man Ethan. Ethan. You kidding me?
Ethan.
That's Tom Cruise.
Who the hell is Ethan? It's Tom Cruise.
Oh, man, why do they keep calling him Ethan? Why don't they know his name is Tom?
I don't think I ever knew his name until now.
That is very funny. All right, those are your lunchtime confessions here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. All right, coming up next, Astros start a 3-game set. Or is it a 3-game set? I got to double check that, actually. But they start a series in Baltimore versus the Orioles, but in a larger capacity with the Astros. Who do you have more confidence in getting things right? Is it Joe Espada or Dana Brown? And I don't think it's an easy question, so let's answer it next.
The Rockets survived a sweep with a big win over the Lakers in Game 4. Can they steal the next one in LA to make this a series again?
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Veterans and active duty service members. When your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in
610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
So I didn't think I don't even think you realized this, that there would be a number of people in our audience that would also be having the same questions as who is Berry Gordy?
No, I did know that. That was my confession.
Yeah.
Maybe I shouldn't be too hard on a 29-year-old person who didn't know who Berry Gordy was, including my wife, who had no clue.
If you don't know who Berry Gordy is, first and foremost, E, not A, on Berry. And he was the founder of Motown Records. If you're familiar with Motown, which I think you probably would be, deeply influential, obviously music executive, but also producer. A lot of the Motown sound is specifically something that he cultivated. So there's so much in American culture, especially in the middle of the last century, that is really directly towards Berry Gordy.
I just looked up, when did he die?
And he didn't.
He's still alive.
And he didn't.
96.
Man.
That's a run, baby.
Yeah. A lot of artists that you probably think your parents like, why is he listening? Berry Gordy.
Oh,
either directly or the indirect influence, because there's so many people that took their sounds from Motown, and that was a sound that was uniquely dictated by Berry Gordy, because Berry Gordy was like, oh, we gonna get you in here, and we have a formula. You do this, this, and this, and you'll be successful. And buddy,
the Jackson 5.
Berry was
Michael Jackson.
He was right a lot of times.
Always. A lot of artists.
Yeah.
Also a little bit of a jerk, but you'll get that when you get in there. Just go ahead and do your Googles. You'll figure some of that out. We talk about having a good run. The Astros have had a pretty good run of contention. This is the part that's very uncomfortable when you've had a good run of contention. What do you mean?
I thought you meant like this year.
No. Over the course of it, right? Yeah. And this is the part that gets uncomfortable on the back end of that run is that you have to deal with the eventual, denouement? Mm-hmm. Yes, I did that. See, that time you could convict. You
can use that sounder, Figgy.
Yeah, you could get me on intentionally being a jerk and using big words. That time
you're throwing too many big words at me. Okay, now because I don't understand them, I'm going to take them as disrespect.
Yeah,
that's right. Fair enough. But this has been a little bit of a downturn, and the idea for Jim Creighton is obviously like prop that door open and let's get back to contending. Mm-hmm. Who of the two kind of people that you immediately think of in the brain trust do you believe in more to get things right? Is it Joe Espada or Dana Brown? Because we've mentioned it. It feels like their seats are hot.
Yeah, their seats are hot. Their recent run of success or lack thereof is very evident. I feel like more people are just kind of criticizing Joe Espada than Dana Brown.
Closer to the field level.
I guess.
Closer to the field level. It's easier to see the decisions that Joe Espada has made uniquely. And you have to think just a little bit more about the ways in which Dana Brown has done things. But, yeah, I think I'm with you, right? That Joe Espada ends up being the one whose face shows up more frequently on these broadcasts and so on and so forth. So he directly gets more attention, I think, from the average fan.
If I asked you this question last year, when the Astros, I think it was 87 wins they had, and they had a lot of injuries. They had some pitching, issues. There was some, big decisions that had to be made with the roster. They had to bring in players, from the farm. If I asked you just, yes or no, I know there's a lot of nuance and gray area. Did Joe Espada do a good job despite all those issues? Was it a yes or was it a no? For me, it was a yes.
I feel like it's yes.
Managing all those things. Not doing it this year. At least not yet. There more injuries. I think, 15 players that on the injured list now or whatever
already,
it is.
Yeah, it might have been 16. Have we already made 16 on 15. The injured list thus far in the season?
More injuries, more pitching questions, more players brought up from the farm. Players that, people don't even, recognize until they get here, know the name until they get here.
Shout out to our guy Pete Lambert.
Yeah, exactly. Shoemaker or whatever his name is.
I mean, Pete Lambert has been the major, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So it's not working, but people are like, okay, well, it's got to be Joe Espada. I know there was some changes with the pitching, coaching staff and some of the other places, et cetera. So maybe that falls on him. I don't think it does. I think Dana Brown has had. There are many more things to question about Dana Brown than Joe Espada.
Without question.
Yeah.
I think that's and. With the understanding that it's not the easiest job to have been doing because we know the limitations that are placed upon him when it comes to spending with Jim Creighton. But the problem that I then get to is within the realm of the things that you have as a scouting brain. Some of the decisions that have been made as far as talent have not felt like they've been the best ones. Some of the guys that they've brought in a hope of getting them to help the team have not been. They haven't hit. And so the questions that I have for Dana Brown, they continue to show up. And there's already been various different general manager specific questions where, like, even the Yusei Kikuchi trade, right? We can go back to that. That worked out in the player, still felt like it was pricey, right? There's various different places where you can kind of have criticisms of him, and then you show up and you get here, and some of the decisions that have been made have been problematic. And I think ultimately the easiest way that I can get to this is he's a bigger boss.
Yeah.
Right, like he has more of a authority position, and so I think the buck stops more with him, especially when we go to now. We can even get to how injuries are popping up, right? And you guys are undertaking a evaluation of what's done here, and that comes back to you, I think, as well. So I keep coming back to the question that we had to ask, and I know Ron was one of the ones who vocalized it. Even if you're talking about the idea of like trading off and getting yourself back into the right place, do you feel comfortable with the person making that decision? And the answer is not entirely, and that's me being really nice. And the answer, probably, if I'm just being flat, is no.
Right.
And I think that very much speaks to the fact that I don't feel all that comfortable. The uncomfortable part, and even more uncomfortable part, is the way I should say this is, does that then mean that you feel great about Joe Espada?
Well, look, you can feel bad and feel like both are falling short of expectations. I just feel like what Dana Brown, the one thing he seems to do well, I was going to say is not that hard, but is more reasonable to do well at.
Which is what?
Proven talent, acquire proven talent. Whether it's Christian Walker, obviously bringing back Correa, that's well proven here. Someone like Isaac Paredes, he acquiring.
That took a little bit of foresight in seeing the.
But he had some pelts on the wall.
Yes, for sure.
He had some pelts. So acquiring proven talent isn't exactly building the franchise, building the organization.
Yeah.
When you look at the farm and some of these young pitchers and young talents that are coming up, they're not exactly living up to expectation.
The one thing I will say about some of the young guys having to come up, though, is it's more of having to come up versus debuting. If that makes, if I can create a distinction here, because this is out of necessity, right? I don't think that, and it feels uncomfortable to say this, but I don't think Bryce Matthews breaks camp if they have another suitable outfielder.
Right.
That is, hey, we have this opening, and we think you're close enough to make this happen. And I think that has done some level of exposing of a dude who is not quite there to be at the major league level yet. So how much do I place that on him? In that immediate sense, maybe not so much, but then I guess that comes back around to you ended up in a place where you didn't have outfielders, so you were forced to do that.
I want a general manager that can
foresee those problems,
develop talent, and bring talent up that can develop quickly. Not just, hey, here's a major leaguer that I think can fit. Here's another major leaguer that I think can fit. You look at this roster, like his guys are not exact. I mean, Cam Smith was acquired, but he was young.
But also he was acquired in a trade. One of those trades that it felt like they needed to make more often, which is get some talent back. I think
so maybe he gets some points there.
He hit on all three of those dudes that you got back for Kyle Tucker. Unfortunately, Hayden Wesneski gets hurt, but Wesneski had looked good. Isaac Paredes has been a delight, and Cam Smith is an absolute win.
But what about the younger players coming up, whether it's position or pitching?
Yeah.
That's what I want my general manager to hit on.
Yeah.
And he is not.
Especially when he has a scout's background.
Yeah, especially that when that's happening. And he is not. And that's why Joe Espada, look, I know there's some issues. Maybe it's leadership, maybe it's communication, whatever it may be. I think he's getting the short end of the stick here. In terms of who is really what really needs to change. It'll probably ultimately be both, to be honest. But if it's one, it'll probably be, it's more likely to be Joe Espada.
Yeah, I think that's probably true.
Yeah.
Here's the thing, though. They're seemingly tied at the hip where they both they're both in the final year of their contracts. There's been very, very sparing conversation about extensions, and that's more from us asking, hey, anything been said about that? And they're just kind of keep on trucking.
Not yet, yeah.
And what makes this uncomfortable for me is this is a season that seemingly is like just sliding down the drain here. And the only hope of saving it is dudes getting back healthy, right? The Hunter Brown, the Christian Javier, Tatsuya Imai, who it does seem like sooner rather than later he will be back in the rotation. But whatever that ultimately looks like is still in question because we had not seen him, get to that space yet. And I guess you could give Dana Brown some credit for being able to acquire Tetsuya Imai or whatever. But one of the things that I keep rolling around in my brain, especially when you see Alex Cora get fired in Boston, is could a trade be in the offing that could help them kind of sustain and get themselves closer to what's happening? And the problem is I don't feel comfortable about that because if there was a trade to be made there with the Red Sox, I would have hoped that your general manager could have gotten that over the line before you came into a season with a infield that was overstocked and an outfield that was understocked. It felt like that was a pretty obvious thing that you should have been able to get done that you weren't. So, yeah, I'm losing confidence in this season, but also particularly because of the hierarchy that's there to run this thing right now.
I mean, right now, when you look, and I get it, we're talking about all the pitchers that are injured. You're starting a reliever today. You got Spencer Arrighetti. That's a hit, but that wasn't his guy. He was drafted in 2021. You have Lambert. I mean,
yep. Lambert's a reclamation project where they saw, hey, we think that if he's not in Colorado and if we can get a little tweak in there, he could be better, and he has been. I mean, but it's again, what is the margins here, and also how fair is all? I mean, because we say this as just kind of a wipe away, but how fair is it the judgments that we're making if they are healthier? Does this look different?
I think there's still some obvious shortcomings. Maybe this is just highlighting them more because Hunter Brown would have won some games. Some of these players would have contributed more. But I think those shortcomings are still going to be obvious.
All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Astros in action tonight, 5:35 at Camden Yard versus the Orioles. It is Kai-Wei Teng moving from the pen to being a starter. I imagine temporarily until they get themselves through.
I hope. Get some of these guys back.
But I mean, if he's good enough at this point, he might hold on to some. But we'll see. We'll see what the Astros look like as they start another series here, or rather on the road. But you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we got a little quiz for you. The Great Swarm Quiz. Are you swarmy enough, and would you be drafted by the Texans? We'll talk about that and more next.
In the Loop.
I think this is a
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. I am still fascinated by the fact that we are announcing that the head coach of the Patriots has come back from his counseling or what have you.
Yeah.
For what? I have no idea because he didn't tell us, but he made it known. I'm going to some level of counseling on Saturday when I'm supposed to be at work, but I'll be back. And then they were like, hey, guys, he's back.
Yeah.
You didn't need to tell me that.
It's still weird. Missed Saturday and is back Monday. It's just weird. You could have done that at any point. Maybe it's almost like
he couldn't do it Sunday?
Couldn't do it Sunday. Maybe he did Saturday and Sunday, but either way, you couldn't do Monday? You know,
this felt to me like, hey, look, here's a crisis that I can benefit from.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, guys, because of this crisis, I would not like to show up to work on this day where I'm supposed to be working.
Yeah.
Because I have somewhere to be.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. I guess salute to him, question mark?
Yeah, I guess.
Did you see the thing where apparently Diana, now we're real gossipy, but this is what this
What's
whole thing
the latest,
has been.
Rossini? I'm rubbing my hands
You ready
together.
for the goss? Ready for the hot goss?
It's always good.
Here's the hot goss.
Yeah.
Diana Rossini made him a playlist.
Oh, I did see that.
That he then used in the locker room at some point.
Some of the songs.
Oh, I didn't do any of that. I was like, I'm not digging into the playlist.
Oh, I did.
I was like, this is nonsense.
Yeah.
But that's where we're at.
Yeah.
We're just daily trickling. Why can't we just drop it all at once? Why are we daily trickling various different salacious details? Not even that salacious. Yes, she made him a playlist. All right, we get it.
All right, we're here.
No, we're not.
Just real quick.
Let's talk about the son Michael now.
On the playlist.
See, I'm not doing all that. That's a lot.
On the playlist, Can't Stop by the Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Good song.
Yes. Pump It Louder.
All right, what are we doing? What are we doing here?
Cuff It from Beyonce.
Great song, in fact.
What was the other one? There was another good one that was anyway.
It's a whole playlist.
Yeah. My Love. That's it. My Love. Route 94.
All right.
Yeah.
Very good.
Just saying.
Thank you for this. Thank you for this insight.
These
John
are the things we
Lopez.
do when we're off air.
Things you do. That one, I everything I've learned about them has happened against my will. It's happened entirely against my will.
You say that, but you're all in.
No, I'm not. I'm just on Twitter, man.
Yeah.
Or read on the Athletic or ESPN, and here comes more information about these people diddling each other at work or whatever. And with that, we turn to the Great Swarm Quiz. If you were a prospect, would you be drafted by Nick Caserio, D'Amico Ryans, and the Houston Texans? Follow along on the Base Power text line 713-572-4610. That's where you play along. John Lopez.
Are you swarmy?
I don't.
Are you
actually,
swarmy?
I guess no. I would guess that I'm not swarmy.
Oh, I've got a key to this question.
I
I've
would
got
guess
the
that I am not
answer.
swarmy.
All right, we'll answer these questions. Figgy, you too, and our listeners as well, as you're listening wherever you are. What do you do most often first thing Saturday morning? Now, I have some multiple choices here, but I'm just curious if you just pop what you would, if you there's anything you just tell me. First thing Saturday morning, what do you do?
There's two things: watch soccer, do a workout.
Ooh, I probably sleep in, to be honest.
All right,
I know
No, first thing, once I get out of bed, clearly.
Saturday, sleep in.
We're going to sleep until I get out of bed. And then when I get out of bed, watch soccer or do a workout.
The options I put in here are sleep in, have a big breakfast or brunch, watch TV, or get to chores and work around the house. You said, and work out, I mean. You said watch TV and work out, so you're semi.
Oh, no, they're not happening at the same time. If there's a soccer game, I'm watching the soccer game first.
So
if there's not a soccer game, then I'll go do the workout.
So maybe kind of, sort of leaning towards
I'm
swarmy.
telling you, I don't think I'm going to be swarmy. I don't think I'm coming out swarmy.
Not swarmy.
Yeah, not swarmy at all.
All right, I got another question for you on this Are You Swarmy quiz. Someone bumps into you at the store, grocery store, when you're out and about. What do you do?
Oh, is this a multiple choice?
I have multiple choice.
Okay.
I'm just curious what the first instinct is.
Intentionally?
Like if you have an answer.
Like they weren't paying attention?
Yeah,
whatever?
well, maybe they're trying to, get somewhere quickly, don't pay attention, they bump into you at the store. What do you do?
I mean, I usually will brush it off.
I always say, "Oh, excuse me, sorry about that." I always apologize, even
if it's not your fault.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry about that.
The options I had were apologize even if it's not your fault. Give them a steely stare.
I'm not doing that because, look, we live in Houston, Texas, baby. I don't want nothing popping off.
Or do nothing, just move on.
Yeah, that one's more of what we're doing here.
Once again, not swarmy, Figgy, Not swarmy.
Look, somebody said take a leak is the first thing to do on a Saturday. Fair.
Yeah, that's true.
Fair.
That's true.
All right, in pickup basketball, what are you known as?
Oh boy,
what are you known as in pickup basketball?
All right, I'm gonna get one back here. I'm defensive rebound guy. I'm absolutely defensive rebound.
I'm defense guy. The guy that plays too much defense.
The options I put were the shooter, the cherry picker, the hustle/defense guy, or just in it for the cardio. So you got two swarmy answers here.
Yeah. We think we're going to get drafted, baby. We going.
So basically, you're 1.5 out of 3. Maybe a half.
We getting on this team, baby. We going to make it.
All right. Are you swarmy is the quiz.
Okay.
You get a flat tire on the road. What do you do?
Change the tire.
Yeah.
Put on the donut, take it immediately to go get a tire fixed.
I will attempt to change the tire. I will attempt to. Yes.
The answers I had were call roadside assistance, panic, or change the tire. That is the correct answer. You both are swarmy on that one.
Okay.
Ooh, question 5 might be the deciding factor here for whether you can be drafted by the Houston Texans or not. Work meeting. And I will give you the answers here because it's not really open-ended in that way. In a work meeting, do you sit back and just get through it? Ask at least one question so the boss thinks you're engaged. Scroll on your phone or ask multiple questions.
A and C.
Sit in the back and just get through it and scroll on your phone?
Correct. That's right. Now, it depends. If I have actual questions, I'll ask questions, but I'm not asking a question just to ask it.
Yeah, generally.
Right? I'm not just asking a question just so you know I'm here. I do not care that much.
Yeah, I don't do. See, this is the thing. Are we talking about if we talk about the big company meeting? I'm usually quiet. I'm not gonna ask anything.
Yeah.
But if it's like a smaller meeting, sometimes we have like show meetings. I could get a little wordy, just picking the brain and asking questions and stuff like that.
He does.
Yeah,
that's true.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
But in a good way. It's just us. So you can get away with that. Also, not swarmy, either one of you.
Damn it.
So, boy, you guys.
I told you. I figured they wouldn't go this
way.
way.
You did 2.5 out of 5. You did 2 out of 5.
Yeah, I guess I'm play for the Browns.
We gonna go to the Browns.
Working with some future Titans here.
But obviously, we're having some fun here. But ultimately, this does point to the fact that, like, the Texans made it very clear through their draft here that this is the most important thing that they take, which they have a standard, right? And the standard is the standard, as they say. And I guess I appreciate that. No, not I guess. I definitely appreciate that. The question I've been sitting with, and I haven't been able to shake this, John Lopez, at what point does the focus on culture become a detriment to talent acquisition? Because I think this is the main question that I think people are getting at when they question this draft. Obviously, they talk about the idea of reaching or whatever. But if you were talking about reaching, I think it's in part because you go, hey, you took that guy because he's a team captain and because of those things and because, you know, he talks about working hard and all those things. But did you neglect the on-the-field actual portions of this that we're talking about? And I don't know if that's inherently the case with this draft class, but I think it's worth asking the question because they've leaned so heavily into the culture, and the culture matters with what they do. But you know what also matters? Derek Stingley's really bleeping good at football.
Yes.
Will Anderson Jr. is really good at football, and I don't think that they've had that point where they neglect the talent of it. But it does make you wonder in the latter part of this draft. They didn't neglect with K. McDonald, right? So I don't mean to make this like existential. But the question did creep in: where is the line of, hey, this being at the top of the list matters, but we also don't want to neglect the actual putting of talent on this team?
I think this is where, the priority of talent first matters. I think as important as this culture is, and, lifelong, or at least the last 25 years, if you were a Texans fan, you'll understand what I'm talking about here. There was a long time where it was only about being choir boys. They wanted nothing but choir boys.
Right.
Good citizens. A lot of them couldn't play a lick. And I think this whole culture thing, I think the first thing they used to look at was, hey, is he going to be a fit? And we need, good people in the community. And they got some great players too, because they're clearly scouting football. But I think this whole culture thing is the second thing on their list. Day in, day out. As much as it's number one when you walk into the building, number one that they stress once they have players here, they're not dumb. I mean, they're looking for some badasses And then once they get their group of badasses, then they start culling the list a little bit.
Do you feel like the culture part, do you feel like they're focusing on that with the offense right now? Because remember last season.
Right now they are.
Yeah, because remember last season, we couldn't even name a swarmy guy on the offense.
Right.
Let's go ahead and do it real quick. All right, let's look at this offense as currently constituted from what we know.
Are you swarmy?
Let's take this to the actual roster as opposed to us, right? All right, so let's go offensive line. How many swarmy dudes do you see in there?
I will name them, and you tell me if you agree or disagree. Keelan Rutledge.
Count it.
Yep.
Wyatt Teller.
Count it.
Yep.
Ariante Ursary.
Count it. 3.
Yeah.
Braden Smith.
Count it.
Yep.
4.
I don't know about Ed Ingram. I think he just kind of goes along.
He plays fairly, but just let's be conservative on this and let's start with that 4, okay?
Yeah, those 4.
Where else?
Evan Brown.
I'm not comfortable doing that.
No?
I'm not sure.
And maybe I need to do a better job of tapping back into what Evan Brown's got. But I don't know that I immediately go,
but you know what? That's way more than we named last year.
On the offensive line?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, you want to take this out
Dalton
further?
Schultz swarmy? He'll pick a fight.
He is.
I think so.
Yeah, I think Dalton Schultz
I would put him in there, yeah.
That dude was playing broken up until he absolutely couldn't no more. I think that there's some fairness in there, even though I think that the thing that people will try and knock him on is the blocking.
I wouldn't necessarily put any other tight ends as swarmy.
Foster Moreau, don't say.
Maybe Foster Moreau.
Foster Moreau feels swarmy as hell to me.
David Montgomery's swarmy, isn't he?
Yes.
I think so, yeah.
And then Woody Marks.
Woody Marks is swarmy.
Yes.
That dude was playing on one leg for a while. Would you put Nico? I think he's just a skilled, super talent.
Yeah, he's really good at football. He's big and physical.
Are there any receivers that are swarmy?
That's gonna be. It's kind of a hard position to be. Like, you are notable if you're swarming. Steve Smith made his whole personality on being.
First one I thought of.
You were in that same side. Like, that was the whole. You are notable when you are a swarmy wide receiver. So maybe they get a little bit of a pass on that. But that's a significant change, at least in the number of guys. And then we'll see what those particular guys and what their impact actually shows up as. But that is a market change. So I do understand that portion of it. And ultimately, I'm not here to try and put it as though the Texans are not considering the talent at all, because that would be absurd. But there is a gradient in there, and there's a scale in there, and at some point you will get to a point where you're a little too far to the scale, and we start tipping in a way that gets a little uncomfortable. And I just wonder where that point is.
No, to your first question, I think that is something that we are going to have to watch. Are they sacrificing anything just for the sake of the culture and the slogan? And I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it yet. But I think that's teams have done it. This team has done it.
It seems like they're doing it right now, getting a certain type of players, the certain type of attitudes. Now, in the next couple of years, it would surprise me if they go straight off of skill once they get that established.
Yeah, because then it just kind of feeds itself.
People bringing up Tank Dell, fair enough. He literally broke his leg blocking. You know what? You can have that. I'm not bad. I ain't mean to do that to our guy, Tank Dell. But yeah, I think that this also gets interesting when you go into like the latter portions of the round or the rounds of the draft, right? I will use for an example Lewis Bond. I had to do it one time. The wide receiver out of Boston College. That's right.
Right.
And he is a dude where if you look at his profile as a dude, and admittedly, right, this is a 6th round pick, right? So it's not like we're talking about somebody that's really high, but if you look at him, he has all the swarmy stuff. The big thing they wanted to make sure that we knew. Real smart guy. Real smart.
Yeah.
I think the evaluation has him more quick than explosive, not fast. Like, he's just the underneath slot receiver that catches the football and has production that way. But it's like, all right, did you lean so much on, he's smart and he's capable in that way, and not bet on, if we're talking about a late pick, just take a trait, right? Yeah. We talked to Brian Broaddus, and he's like, look, man.
Yeah.
Day 3 is the scouts round, and we're gambling on traits and hoping that we can figure out the stuff around that. Did they lean too far in that particular instance into, hey, the culture part of it, rather than, hey, let's just get a trait. If we're going to get a wide receiver, get somebody who's like really fast, or get somebody who has some trait there that we can build around, instead of, hey, he's just, good hands and, pretty smart, and that's what we'll do because he fits in the culture.
Well, and here's the biggest question. No matter how swarmy you're getting on the offensive line or even on offense, does any of it matter if your quarterback is not?
That's an interesting conversation.
No, I think that's
Why you got to bring that up, man?
Well, because it's the story. It is the story after the season. It's the story now. It's the story until you're proven otherwise. I mean, C.J. Stroud is where it all begins, and maybe it's mitigated a little bit.
Do we got a little swarm in him?
No, none that we've seen.
Does it matter if he's not a tractor and more of a trailer? I think
he's the quarterback.
I don't remember. No, but I think you know what I mean. I can't remember which quarterback, former quarterback, mentioned this. That the way that they've heard quarterbacks described is some of them are tractors and some of them are trailers. Some of them pull teams and some of them are more pulled by teams. And I know that can sound pejorative or like I'm dogging the dude, but I think you get what I mean. Is that we can see the difference, right? Some people are Patrick Mahomes and some people are not Patrick Mahomes in that way, right? If he is a little bit more of the latter than the former, which you can still have very good quarterback play in that way, does it matter as much if he is particularly swarming?
I think it doesn't matter as much if that offensive line and other players are really kind of carrying the load. You're talking about they're the tractor, but I still think it matters. I don't think it's, especially here, as the franchise quarterback. And having to come up with so many answers to last season, I think it's still going to matter.
Interesting. Well, at the very least, you can see clearly what they're trying to do. Like I as much as I can have my questions about it, there is something to be said for there is a clear plan that is being put into place, and I think that, and we've seen enough in sports where teams are just kind of doing things where that matters. I'm intrigued to see how that lands. If for no other reason, just. We could notably make this conversation a few times this past season of, you talk a big game about this, but it doesn't show up on this other side of the football.
Yeah.
I think that you will undoubtedly see it on that side of the football.
I think you'll see it. I think that's what fans should be most excited about.
And for the 281, how is this offense pulling CJ? It's been terrible. They finally have a decent offensive line. Not really what I was talking about in that instance. More in the concept of people talking about, can CJ Stroud get you to a Super Bowl? And honestly, I still feel like that is a capability, but I'm leaving open the possibility that I don't know, right? This is one of those years where we're going to get a better idea of who CJ Stroud is. So that's where I was coming from there. But appreciate you rocking with us here on this Tuesday in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. I look at the clock and it's about that time where we hand things over to Figgy Fig for a mixtape. What you got, man?
Yeah, got a crazy story out of DC involving car thefts. And I kind of want to know more about this because it's kind of fascinating a little bit.
Okay, let's talk about car theft next.
Let's talk about D&M Auto Leasing. Been doing it for 50 years. 1976, man.
Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop. Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Tuesday. Happy Tuesday to everyone out there. We was talking about Berry Gordy a little earlier, and Lopez, you didn't know he was still living. He's 96 years young.
Yeah.
And I decided to kind of just do a quick little Google search. You know how you just type somebody's name in and whatever pop up. And you know the section of Google that says people also ask. And then they got the different section right there.
Yeah.
It said, why did Berry Gordy not marry Diana Ross? I'm like, I forgot about that part.
Yeah.
Of his career.
Yeah. No, Berry Gordy is a deeply interesting person, and all of it's not good.
Yep. Did Diana Ross have a child with Berry Gordy?
Whoa.
I'm like, whoa, I forgot about that too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I'm like, man, interesting man.
Did you know Berry Gordy is cousins with Jimmy Carter?
The peanut farmer?
Yeah. Also known as the former president.
I said what I said.
I didn't know that.
They're distant cousins. Yeah.
Huh.
Little known facts.
Yeah. I was like, what else are we supposed to say about this?
Yeah. How did that happen?
Yeah.
Well, is that the conversation you really want to have? Because
have a history lesson.
I knew what you were thinking, so I just said
it. All right, okay.
So I just said it.
Yeah, we're going to get a lot of people switching to music. Why y'all got to bring race into everything?
Who said it was anything about race? Whoa.
I just said, how did that happen?
Whoa.
That's what everybody going to say.
Yeah.
Why you got to bring race into everything? It's the Mixtape. Let me move on. It's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Gone in 60 Seconds. Not the movie with Nick Cage, but
Nick Cage wasn't. I never think about him being in that movie for some reason.
I always think about that movie
Why
for
am I
some
like
random
that?
reason. Yeah. That was a classic rapper bar line. Yeah, I've been gone in 60 seconds like Nick Cage. Something like that. So in DC, they have a car theft ring going on, and they handing out indictments and all that stuff. And I'm gonna play some of the press conference or whatever the hell was going on.
Right.
And it kind of intrigued me a little bit with how they were taking these cars. And remember, I said gone in 60 seconds.
Yeah.
Announce a 15-count indictment handed up yesterday in federal district court involving an international auto theft ring. They don't need keys and they don't need hot wiring. No smashed windows, no drama. Just a sleek electronic device called an AUTEL, A-U-T-E-L. And in under a minute, the car's brain is rewritten. The car is gone in 60 seconds. In the dead of night, crews strike the streets in Washington, D.C., in Maryland, and in Pennsylvania. And in seconds, they reprogram Corvettes, Camaros, Honda Civics. They end up reprogramming these cars to accept a blank key fob. And it's almost immediate while on the street. They literally disconnect the GPS and the Bluetooth. But this isn't joyriding. These are high-end vehicles that are then loaded on transport carriers headed to ports in Savannah and Baltimore, Maryland. But first, they are cooled off. They are cooled off where the plates are exchanged. From there, they are loaded onto shipping containers that are labeled furniture. And then the shipping containers are sent across the ocean to Africa, where they get top dollar on the black market.
All right, it sounds like a hell of a movie, don't it?
I seen this in The Wire. What you mean?
An AUTEL.
Buddy, because she's
gone in 60 seconds.
Could she be any slower in telling that story?
Yeah, she was pretty.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
so I was like, come on,
that was
lady,
a long
let's
press
go.
conference too. I could have lied out of that.
Yeah.
Woo! But I'm like, dang, I was kind of interested in that.
Yeah.
Man. I want to know. I wish it was a documentary or something like that. I'm like, dang, you can steal a car without smashing the window, no hot wiring.
That feels like a story that I would see after watching the afternoon slate or the midday slate, and then 60 Minutes come on, and then you're like, wait, they stealing cars out here?
Hey, that would have kept me.
All right, football night in America now.
Reprogram the entire brain of the cars.
Yeah.
Just driving them off.
Oh, you can snatch a car in 60 seconds.
That is wild.
And then that car not only just stripped apart or anything, like that car is over in Africa by the time you call the police.
Hey, 832 said Reggie's people. Hey, what? Calm down.
Oh, now you're not claiming.
Oh man,
well, they ain't say Nigeria. If they said Nigeria specifically, I would take that. You don't know where it's going. You don't know exactly where that's going. That's crazy.
They got rich
man.
people in Nigeria that they like those cars.
I do find it interesting though, because can you go back and tell me what those car makes were? Because I was like, all right, so maybe they just stealing pricey cars.
Camaro, no, they stealing Camaros. I forgot what else, but
I think she hit Toyota Camry, and I was like, damn, just a sensible car getting jacked too.
It was some normal cars.
They jacking sensible cars now.
But Corvettes.
Yeah, Corvettes, Camaros. Yep.
I was like, man, why don't you get out here and steal some Porsches and stuff? Leave me alone.
Yeah.
Leave me and my sensible car alone.
Yeah.
I'm still paying this off, man.
Yeah. It's the Mixtape and the Loop, Sports Radio 610. I ran across this old ass commercial, and I kind of want y'all to guess what year this commercial was made. So was it the 90s? Was it the 80s, 70s, 60s, 50s? This is a commercial about coffee, Folgers. It was a Folgers commercial. And I just want y'all to listen to this commercial and see if y'all can tell what time this was.
Harvey, want anything special for your birthday?
Just a decent cup of coffee.
You're kidding.
I'm serious. Honey, your coffee's undrinkable.
Pretty harsh.
Well, so's your coffee.
Damn.
You know, the girls down at the office make better coffee on their hot plate.
Ouch. Ouch.
See you later.
And he didn't even kiss me goodbye. You know, if I could just make a decent cup of coffee, I could relax. So, relax. Why don't you try Instant Folgers? Tastes good as fresh perked. Good as fresh perked. I'll surprise Harvey for his birthday tonight.
Good Lord.
Hey, great.
This is a long commercial.
Good Lord.
Instant Folgers. Doesn't it taste good as fresh perked?
Better.
Better than those girls make at the office?
This is getting wild.
Honey, their coffee can't hold a candle to yours.
Oh.
And by coffee.
Instant Folgers taste good as fresh perked.
All right, so you lived for a long time. When was that from? Was that like 77?
There is a key element to that. There's a clue.
Instant coffee?
The instant coffee it clearly was just a new thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing, and this is a guess.
Was that about 43?
No, I'm going to say 19.
I was thinking 80s.
69.
But then, I went to the 70s.
No, I'm going to say 1960. No, I'm going to stay with 69.
Nice.
1960s. It was in the 60s.
All right.
Good
see,
job,
there we
Lopez.
go.
It might have been the early 60s because it was a black and white commercial. And I think by 69 it was a lot of color was coming into play.
Yeah, because you could tell as soon as she said it's instant, like it was new.
Right.
I was like, okay, that's
No,
60s.
I thought that too.
Yeah.
That brother was harsh in that commercial, man.
And that's
Talking
another
about
way
the
you
girls
can
at
know.
the office.
You could just talk crazy about people, talk about the girls in the office like
Girls in the office
like your
can make
servants.
coffee better on there. What you doing? I'm out of here.
I'm going to go see the girls at the office.
And then she ain't making no better. Talking about, I'm going to get a nice cup of coffee for his birthday.
For his birthday.
I would have been, you gave me some coffee for my birthday?
Girls at the office got me a new shirt.
They took me out to dinner.
Took me out to lunch.
You giving me
got
some
me a new
nasty ass
shirt.
coffee.
You know.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually have another commercial. Y'all ain't got to guess the year of this one, but this was the 1980s. It was actually an ad. It was a news story. And remember back in the day, do you remember, John, when it wasn't against the law to wear a seatbelt?
Oh, God, yes. I was bouncing around my dad's car all over the place. I sat in the very back, just bouncing everywhere.
Yeah. Now, were you
that station wagon?
Oh,
they just throw me in the back.
Yeah. What was that sound?
That was his head bouncing
Just
off the window.
rolling around. He took those sharp turns, man. I was like my face pressed against the window. Yeah.
Now, were you old enough to remember when it wasn't illegal to drink and drive?
I am not. I don't remember that.
All right. So let's go to this news clip from the 1980s. And some people was very upset about the new laws about.
When they made the open container, that's different. Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
It's a hard day's work, put in 11, 12 hours a day, and then get in your truck and at least drink 1 or 2 beers.
They're making it laws where you can't drink when you want to. You have to wear a seatbelt when you're driving. Pretty soon we're going to be communist country.
Communist country.
That's right. How dare you make me be safe in my car?
We got to wear a seatbelt.
Yeah.
We can't drink when we want to.
Yeah.
After a 12-hour day, I want to drink a couple beers on
while
the way
I'm
home.
driving. No, I do remember that was I think it was 1981, if I'm remembering it correctly. There was the open container law actually became. I mean, it was always frowned upon, you know, but actually became law. Yeah.
They was mad about them seatbelts too.
Yeah.
I want that quart. I want that, and that paper bag.
I want to understand the science of who reporters get to speak to things because they were very intentional with these voices, weren't they?
Yeah.
Probably so.
They're like, I know exactly who I want to talk about this one.
Yeah, the one that sounds the most like a hillbilly.
Hey, Marianne, get over here. I need to talk to you about something.
Yeah.
It's the Mixtape in the Loop Sports Radio 610. Shout out to the Raging Italian.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Our guy. And Reggie actually saw this before I saw it.
I was like, look at how much they have ruined him. You'll understand when he plays.
Yeah, so Lopez, you don't have to go through this where your kids are being awful towards you and picking on you all the time and all that stuff. Your kids are pretty nice to you, right?
Oh, yeah.
They cook for him, man.
Yeah, I'm lucky.
Yeah, you're very lucky. So his kid decided to, try to be a little nice to their dad for once in a while, I guess. And this is how it went.
Help me with the lawnmower after the belt broke.
Yeah, sure.
I need help. Remember last year I had to replace the belt? I need you to hold the pulley?
Yeah, I got you.
Why the are you so willing to help me today? You always give me a hard time. You tell me you don't have time.
No, there's no problem. I'll help you out today. Need help? I got you.
The gotten into you?
What do you mean what got into me?
All smiley and like, I'll help
I'm
you,
happy,
buddy.
Dude.
What are you happy about?
I don't know.
Well, I ask you all the time to help me with and give me a hard time. You'll help me change the belt?
Yeah, no problem. How long do you think it'll take, you think?
Half hour?
Oh, that's no problem. Yeah, I got you.
You got to do?
Yeah, but it can wait.
Why are you being so nice?
Dad needs help, I'll help him.
Bullshit. What is this for? What do you want? You're trying to set me up. You're going to ask me for something. I know you're
No, I'm not.
You know what? You're going to like, hey, remember I helped you with the lawnmower?
No.
You can go yourself. I don't need your help. No, because you're going to try to sit like help you put the belt on. So
I
guess
said
what?
I'll help you.
You can let me stay out till 6 o'clock in the morning. I know you're
you.
You ain't doing it just to be nice or something. You got your working an angle. I know you.
You need help? Let's go. I'll even help you out of your chair.
You'll help me today, and then this weekend you'll be like, hey, remember I helped you with the belt?
They ruined him. They broke his brain.
That he was being nice to him,
That might be the best one we've ever heard.
They broke his brain. They messed with him so much that even just being a good child made him suspicious to the point where I love it. At the end of it, he goes, I don't want your help. I'm like, you just asked him for help. Why are you like this?
It reminded
Except we know exactly why he's like that.
This morning when Seth preemptively threw a little tantrum at a texter that he thought might happen.
That's right.
Now they got the raging Italian. Like, there's something fit. And he got himself into a real frenzy.
Yeah.
Worked himself into a lather for no good reason.
The kid just said, okay, I'll help.
Yeah. How long would it take? Half an hour? Yeah, sure.
Okay, I got you.
What the bleep are you mean?
You're working the angle here.
And it didn't even make sense because if he was working the angle, wouldn't he have brought it up? You brought it up yourself. You asked him for something. He was like, yeah, sure. Just so that's how bad they ruined him. I didn't realize it was this bad until I saw this and I was like, oh my God. That man is ruined.
I think he got PTSD.
Yeah, 100%. He's got high blood pressure and PTSD. Like it's not good for him.
I love that one so much. That is so good.
All right, I'll get y'all out of here on this. It's the Mixtape in the Loop Sports Radio 610. Shout out to John Harris, man.
Yeah.
I was listening in and out of the draft coverage this weekend, and I was looking for one of those John Harris moments when he did this.
Okay.
When Woody Morris was drafted.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not sure if he had that type of moment, but he did have a similar moment when Louis Bond was drafted.
Okay.
So I want to see. It's not going to hold up to. It's not going to hold up to this.
Okay, so that.
Right.
But I want to see how y'all feel about this reaction.
Okay.
When, Mark and then John Harris found out that the Texans were drafting Louis Bond.
And we're going to have it in just a moment.
Well.
And it is Louis Bond.
Ooh.
Oh, my gosh. Wide receiver from Boston College. And you know who the head coach is there.
Yeah.
So, Johnny.
I like this. I like Louis Bond. I have been a big – I wrote up Louis Bond a couple of years ago.
So it wasn't that quite.
But
no, that was, to me, I felt like this one right here was him being a kid when, you know, found out he got that new PS5 or something for Christmas.
Yeah.
And this one right here was
is Louis Bond. Oh, my gosh.
Him a teenager.
That's exciting.
But he did go, yeah.
Well, that was Mark's fault. Mark went and harshed his vibe for no reason.
Yeah.
And it is Louis Bond. Oh, my gosh. Wide receiver from.
Yeah, that's just a teenager, probably 17, 18 years old.
Yeah, he was having a good time. It's like, hey, man, we got pizza for dinner. Ooh. And you remember you got to do your homework. Yeah. Come on.
Remember where he came from.
We was in the moment. He was having a good time. You ain't had to bring that up. Didn't nobody need to talk about Bill O'Brien right now.
No.
Yeah.
But, yeah, we always appreciate John Harris bringing that excitement to the broadcast. It's always fun.
That was great. I'm still looking at the raging it down.
I feel so bad.
I'm going to get my car and listen to that whole thing again.
I feel so bad for him. Like, really and truly, because he's ruined. He's ruined human being.
What the bleep you so happy about?
What do you mean, yeah?
All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. That is Figgy's Mixtape. You catch it every weekday right here at 1:20 p.m. Catch him on social media at Figgy Fig, rather. If you see something you believe to be mixtape worthy, like I sent him, the Raging Italian, rather. Different thing. All right. Coming up next, we get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive. We'll do that next.
Coach D'Amico seems pretty. Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610.
Thank you, Figgy.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Pursuant to absolutely nothing, I was fascinated to see that after the Phillies fired their manager, Rob Thompson, today, that Don Mattingly is going to be the interim manager. And I shouldn't be surprised, but I am still surprised that he is still in the league. Did not realize that was a thing.
Baseball junkie, man.
A lot of these dudes.
Lifer.
Somebody need to get Dusty Baker off the couch, man.
Well, that's not going to happen.
We need Dusty Baker back in the game somehow.
What is he, 78?
But that's the thing is baseball.
Hell, Mattingly might be 78. For all I know. Yeah. He's been around forever.
Baseball as a sport, you there all the time, right? There's certain sports where I go, okay, I can kind of understand you just trying to stay around it for a while. In baseball, the fact that you're just always in it, it makes me wonder, like, hey, you don't want to go home and do something else for a little bit? You sure you want to?
Oh, he's only 65. He's a baby. He just looks 70.
Mattingly?
Yeah.
Ain't no way I would have guessed it. You could have given me 5 chances. I wouldn't have gotten 65 for Mattingly.
You look older than Barry Gordy.
So moving on, the Texans got their draft in, obviously, this past weekend. So we were looking at this earlier on the show. Are there any question marks that still remain for the depth chart now? We were looking more at the offensive side. I think we talked very much about running back, that depth at running back, especially considering
tackle.
You want to run the football, having just running backs that you could throw out there consistently. If it's just Washington and Marks, that feels a little shallow. I know that Jawar Jordan is there, but they have felt like they've been reticent to put him in there. British Brooks, we've constantly heard and we've seen him in training camp and in the preseason run the football. We never see them allow him to do that during the season. I don't know if those are the answers that they have there, but that shows up. You mentioned tackle, rightfully so. You have your starting tackles in Ariante Ursery, Braden Smith, Trent Brown as a backup tackle. I don't know if he actually will serve as a swing tackle. And then Blake Fisher, which it seems like they even had hesitance to put him in last year. So those are places that we talked about. We didn't really talk about the defensive side. Do you see those on the defensive side?
Yeah, we're talking about let's get greedy, basically.
This is a fairly well-constructed roster right now.
Yeah, it's a deep, solid roster. Answered a lot of questions. We've talked about the draft, of course, but let's get greedy. If you're going to get greedy, I could stand me a little extra tackle and with a dash of running back. Defensively, if you get greedy, it's got to be defensive end. But we're all just working under the assumption that they're going to sign Derek Barnett, which would make us all feel better.
It would make me feel better. Now training camp could go a long way in this way for me. Seeing Dylan Horton and what level of play you actually are getting from him, seeing what Dominique Robinson is actually bringing to the table here. Where is Solomon Byrd in his development? Those are things that I question to some degree. If they're bringing the same level of talent that you had last year, where it felt like there was very little drop off from your Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson Jr. starting line, it felt like when you brought in other edge rushers that it would be still that same type of pressure on quarterbacks and offenses. That needs to remain the case. Like you can't have a let off there, particularly at edge rusher. So that's one of them. How'd you feel about cornerback? Because it felt like them. Obviously, they got a UDFA later, but them not getting a cornerback at all. It felt like that in some ways signaled to me some level of confidence in Jalen Smith, the cornerback that they had that unfortunately got injured last year. And in a weird way, Tremont Smith as well.
Yeah. I think they trust Tremont Smith. And you mentioned Jalen Smith, and they signed Colin Wright. He's from Stanford, I believe. A cornerback that had some success there. Elijah Huzzy is the other one.
That's another one. They've had him around. It does. I am intrigued as to what they see in him because we have not had an opportunity to really get to see very much of that in all reality.
But I'm a little greedy at cornerback. If I had to pick one spot, it might be cornerback. I'm just assuming the edge rusher is going to be addressed with Barnett. It might be cornerback. I feel good about, nickel with Kamari Ramsey coming in. And we heard, we heard Brian Broaddus, raving about him, had him as a fourth round pick.
That was the one where I, without being, deep in the sticks like draft scouts like Broaddus are, I was like, ooh, Keontae Scott feels like he would have been a better version of this. But the way that he talked about, obviously the safety capabilities, but the idea that he can come up and hit it made me feel better about the possibility of slotting in Kamari Ramsey behind Jalen Petrie. The only thing that gave me a little hesitance, and maybe it shouldn't, remember last year when we were like, oh, this Arthur Millette, they brought him in to possibly be the Jalen Petrie backup, and that didn't last.
No.
Because in part because Arthur Millette really is the cornerback, but I was like, ooh, the idea of the way that this role is pretty unique, just having somebody that you think is going to slot in there, there's not a guarantee.
But he profiles more like Petrie. Safety,
like that.
Safety, bigger guy, that can be moved into that position, played various places, inside, up close to the line and off the line, slot, et cetera. He profiles more like Petrie. It doesn't mean he's going to have any success like Petrie, but he profiles that more. The other one that I'm looking at literally right now, I'm looking at the depth chart. Linebacker is interesting to me. They did draft 2. Mm-hmm. 4th rounder and a 6th rounder, I believe.
7th rounder.
7th rounder.
Yeah. David Fisher is your final pick in the draft.
And EJ Speed, good job. But who knows? How long at that position you're going to be able to last. Then you have a bunch of Jake Hansons, Jake Hummel. It's almost like you're really counting on one of these draft picks. I guess Woodaz more than anyone to step in.
Maybe so. For some reason, my brain very much kind of sees that linebacker room split in two, where you have the guys that you actually trust to play linebacker and the guys that are kind of there to be special teams guys. And that's how it kind of played out last year. And I do wonder if that's what it is again.
Oh, yeah.
Which I don't know how excited I am about that, especially because it's honestly less for this year in a weird way. Mm-hmm. Although, injuries happen and so on and so forth. There doesn't feel like there's the clear succession plan that we were hoping, especially with
that. Maybe that's where I am.
Your 2 probable starting linebackers being on their final year of their deals. Although Azeez returning feels like it's quite a probability.
Yeah, no, it does. But maybe that's what it makes me look at it a little not curious. I'm curious more than anything. Not skeptical. Simply because there is that succession plan that you'd like to see coming down the pike.
It does feel like there's some of these that you could still have some answers for as free agency continues, or the big one that is possible, rating other people's cuts when you get to cut down situations. That's always a possibility. Or even knowing Nick Caserio, those trades where you end up getting a guy for really low-level draft capital and you bring somebody in. Those are all still on the board. And, again, we're talking about the depth of this. I think you feel good if you can be healthy. The only problem is you're playing the card.
It's great. We're just talking about depth.
For sure.
It wasn't that long ago when we didn't have any answers on some of these positions.
Sure. Yeah. 100%. So that's cool. Appreciate that. We'll see how that continues to come to life as we get closer and closer to actual football. But appreciation to D&M Auto Leasing for the opportunity to crosstalk. And also a reminder that you are listening to KILT AM, KILT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. But we get to crosstalk with the fellas of the drive today. We're on the show, Hughley and Luke Morrow in for Clint Stoerner. Fellas, how you living?
Yeah.
That's becoming how you're going to do it every day.
What's that?
I like that. That's how you living.
How you living?
I liked it. I liked it. I'm not bad, man. Just came from Southern Cal. Had got a little sun out there. Wasn't too bad.
Nice.
Good times. Yeah, man. Good times. I'm feeling good. Luke, you good?
Yeah, I'm good.
That's right, man.
Yeah.
He's living good.
That's right. Just got back from a trip myself, so look at that. Very nice.
Damn, everybody going on trips.
Yeah. Luke, we didn't need you to try to one-up me.
Yeah. No, let's lean into it. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Did you go somewhere?
But can he one-up you?
Can you top Southern California?
Yeah, I was in Sedona with Dick Vermeil.
I don't know.
And 6 of our friends. Yeah.
I don't know.
Did you say hello to Diana?
Yeah. Yeah, I wish. She was. I didn't see her out there. But yeah, it was good. Yeah, I saw Dick LeBeau and Susie Colbert and
yeah.
Together?
Your lead is Dick LeBeau.
Right out the gate.
I saw Dick. You could have gave me 37 years. Dick LeBeau would have never made it.
And Susie Colbert.
Yeah, that's right. Yep.
Yeah. Maybe Susie, but Dick LeBeau would have.
Who else did you see?
Yeah, a lot of people. Yeah.
Were they together? Were there any photographers in the bushes?
No, I didn't see anybody. I guess Al Pacino has a house out there, and it was also his birthday the other day. So I wanted to try to find him, but no luck.
Yeah.
I hope. What's our guy's name? John or oh God, the quarterback that was after Susie Culver.
Joe Namath?
Joe Namath.
Oh, yeah.
Joe Namath wasn't close.
Yeah.
I love you.
I want to kiss you.
That's what it was. That's when he crossed over. Didn't he? That's when he crossed over.
You think I want to kiss
I
you?
want to kiss you. I mean, and if you go back and look at that, his eyes, he meant that.
Oh, you darn right he did.
He meant it.
That's Broadway
he said,
Joe,
I just
man.
I can't hold out. I can't hold this down any longer. I need my mink coat. That's what I need. I need to say that to her. Get that out to her. Woo, Lordy. All right, fellas. I got a lot of draft takes now.
Do you really?
I got some draft takes.
Oh yeah, you ain't even got.
I didn't get them off yet. Yep, hadn't got them off yet.
Can you give us a taste here? What are we setting up for here?
No, I mean I think overall with the draft, I think that's where we're headed to here in a bit of like, do you feel like, because we've gotten through free agency, we've gotten through trade periods, we've gotten through draft, and the Texans have participated in all of that. They've made trades of significant value that have that's added or left the team. They have added free agents of significant value, and they have made moves in the draft, obviously, in significant value. And I'm just, do you feel like when you look at what they're doing, that this is a Super Bowl type team?
It depends on what you're looking at.
It's just when you look at what they're doing, you look at
they're acting like one.
Because you look at what they're doing, it looks like this is exactly to plan.
Yeah,
this is exactly what the hell we want to do.
Certainly.
When you look at this, do you think it's a Super Bowl team right here?
There are teams that play exactly like they're trying to play that have won a Super Bowl. That is the way that I can answer that.
And so you flipped that,
right? No, because this is the
you
thing.
gave that answer. You gave your answer.
They look very much like the Seattle Seahawks, right? Where they want to be able to run the football, they want to play defense, and they might lean a little bit less on the quarterback than you had previously done.
Yeah.
Even Seattle leaned on Sam a little bit more.
Well, I think they'll still lean on. It's not that C.J. Stroud is going to be entirely cut out, but they're not going to be throwing the ball up and down. I don't think in the same way.
Yeah. No. Yeah. Man. I now we've gotten through it. I'm wondering how people feel after the dust is all settled.
That's a very good question, and I have a feeling that a lot of people in their cars or wherever they're listening are going to be answering right now on the Base Power text line. Mind you, that's 713-572-46.
Those people heard me on that plane.
What were you saying on the plane?
On Friday flying, they heard me react to the stupidity of the Rockets.
Oh, yeah.
I forgot we ain't got those takes.
When LeBron hit that shot, that's it. Yes! The whole out, 6 out.
What's going on up there?
Honestly, I wouldn't have been surprised if you had missed it live because it looked like the Rockets had got
to get that Wi-Fi, man.
Oh, man, I got that Wi-Fi, baby. I had that Wi-Fi, baby. Prime. It was touch and go a little bit there, but I had it there.
Oh, it always comes in and out.
It was touch and go, but I had it
It's
there.
the worst thing in the world, too. That you pay for it.
Hey, I'll accept it, though.
What am I paying for?
Yeah. I accept it.
I bet you do. All right. Always fun to talk with the fellas. Lopez, I'll catch you back tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
Wednesday. All right, reminder, or rather appreciation again to D&M All Leasing for an opportunity to cross-talk with the fellas. Today, it's Ron, it's Luke, and I got to let you know, the drive is live.
That's right, the drive is live. Clint's out today, but Luke is in the building, and we're in good hands. I am certain over the next 4 hours, Luke is going to say something that he has somewhere stuff deep down in his pockets where he's going to come out, pull something to where he hijacks the segment. And I know he is, and I am prepared for it. And so that's all right. We can move and roll with it. But Luke is in with us. Tyler is on the ones and twos. If you're on YouTube and Twitch, you can see Tyler right there as he is waving. It'll be a fun day. Before we get to that question, be thinking about that. After everything the Texans have done, do you look at this team and think the Texans, this team they've built, this is a team that's a Super Bowl level team? Do you feel that? Do you feel that? We will address that, but I do want to address this, Luke. Kevin Durant, Shams Charania of ESPN was on Get Up this morning, and he said it does not look like he will play in Game 5. He is not expected to play in Game 5. Udoka spoke about 2 hours ago and said he did not practice today and just said a whole bunch of word salad. That was a lot of vagueness that made it seem like Shams is probably on to something the way that he made those statements. But it looks like KD is going to miss his fourth game of the series, and obviously the Lakers can close this thing out. Let's just get it off the table. And Luke, you are pretty. Sometimes, Luke, you can be logical. All right, examples. Luke tried to tell us all about Cam Robinson. He was right. Right? That's about it. But Luke, you can be logical. Okay? What's the other weird take Luke had? It wasn't sports related at all. There was I forgot what it was. God, there was one you had one that was real ridiculous.
He doesn't like Taylor Mathis's best bets.
Okay.
Which we know everybody loves those things.
You better be talking about the betting portion of it.
The walking bets, that's what it is.
Not the walk. Better not be talking about the walking part, but the bet part. That better be the other part. I don't know, Luke. Anyway, but I think you can think logically on this, and you can jump in this on the base power text line 713-572-4610. In any way, do you think that KD can actually play and is just not doing it? In any way, like it is making you. I don't believe it is making you take a step and think like, yo, man, is he really not able to go? Because I watched Aaron Gordon. Aaron Gordon has a hamstring and a half. Mm-hmm. And he was laboring and he tried it, but obviously he couldn't go.
Yeah.
Is there anything in you that's thinking KD, someone just texted in, is a sellout? That KD, like this is something different.
There's part of me. You said, is there anything? Like there is a little something. Very small percentage. I think it's all legitimate. Like I was more upset when he didn't play game 1 and then, just to come back game 2. But now this part I think is a little more serious, obviously. So, but I'd be lying if it might be only 1% of me, but I think there is something in there that does wonder or ponder it. And I think another aspect, yeah, exactly, there's a small chance. And I think part of it too is Anthony Edwards has a similar, if not same injury. So I'm curious to see like his timeline, see how long he's out for.
Well, it's the ankle now though, right? And it's the knee.
Well, yeah, I guess they're both like what these bone whatever the phrase they're using, both bone bruises, different parts of the legs, I guess. But so that might not be a fair comparison. But seeing what it means for him and how quickly he can come back. But no, I don't think Durant's ever had that reputation of being soft and sitting out, and he plays every game. So, but it's not a Durant thing. I think it's any player. And when it comes to the playoffs, when they're on the sideline, there's always a small part of me that wonders, like, can he be out there? Is he kind of being soft, or is this a legitimate injury that he can't even get up and down the floor on?
To the point you made, like KD has never been that he has always been like called the classic hooper. Like he wants to go. But man, this feels just a tad excessive. like it feels like, hey man, let's stand out there and give it a go. We're in these last two are in elimination games. It feels like the way that I've watched him. Again, I'm with you. Logically, I'm with you.
Yeah.
I think KD, in some way, when he gets going, they feel like he can't. I'm just surprised, especially in the last two games where your season is on the line. Like I watch. You all remember when KD played on that Tyler calf strain that he played on in Golden State?
Big air quotes there, folks.
Like I don't know. I remember watching at any moment he's going to blow the Achilles. Like at any moment, I remember watching, and they held him out, and then it was an elimination game, and he finally said, "All right, man, I'm going to go ahead and try to do it." What, he lasted a quarter and a half before he went ahead and blew that thing out. Mm-hmm. Like I am surprised by the way I see him moving in some of these warm-ups, that he has not at least stepped on the court to give it a go. That's just like the first couple minutes, like Aaron Gordon, play the first 5. Well, I can't do it. Or, damn, man, Luke Kennard's just blowing by me like nobody. I am, that part is surprising to me, and that's the part where I'm wondering. Clearly, he's not going to be himself or effective. But I mean, I feel like his presence is him shooting. Like, I'm surprised he hasn't given it just let me step on the court. That part is surprising to me.
And maybe it's just now 37 years old, played the whole season, played on just about every game, and it's a little bit different now. Maybe the recovery is longer, or he doesn't feel as well, or he's just not as right as he gets older. But yeah, you would think he would try to do everything he can to be out there. It's funny because like Andrew Perloff had that take, I think that was last year with Steph Curry, of get him out there with those, whatever he had, the hamstring issues. Yeah. And it was the champion and take-a-mania on Payne and Pendergast for like weeks going. And I didn't want to admit to it, but I kind of agreed with Perloff of like, it's the playoffs and you're a great shooter. Like just get out there and stand on the perimeter if you're Steph Curry, and the attention that you draw, if nothing, you could be a decoy. And so I'm sure this is just like meathead sports fan yelling into the clouds of like, get out there and play. But yeah, you would think Durant would try to make some sort of effort. He wasn't even with the team, right? He wasn't even at the game was that game 3?
It's just the elimination games that he is. I am very surprised because it's one thing like we watch Anthony Edwards is not. He's not on the court, right? Like there's not a pregame warm-up routine that he's doing. He's legitimately just down. They're not playing him. But KD goes through, and when you look at him and you watch him go through the warm-ups, again, that doesn't mean it's the end-all, be-all. But when you watch him go through the pregame warm-ups and the movements when they get video on it, and it's an elimination game, I am surprised that he isn't just giving it a 5-minute go. And then, all right, I mean, I can't go, and you're sitting. I'm a bit surprised, and that I'm a bit surprised, Tyler, that it is Tuesday, and we have Shams already saying that it is unexpected for him to go on a.
That's going to raise more question marks than anything. We got a lot of hours between now and then.
He's been getting around the clock. He's been getting around the clock treatment right from the end of it that is happening. So that's it. I do think, as you said, the injuries are legitimate. I'm just surprised that my man ain't stepping on it. We on Tuesday. Game's tomorrow. Yeah. How is Austin Reeves in a higher opportunity to play? They hadn't ruled him out.
Yeah. It's true. It's a good point. Durant, he's already got his trip to Cancun booked. He doesn't want to jeopardize it.
I don't want to put that out there. I'm not saying that, but damn.
Yeah,
I thought it'd be a little quicker than that.
And I'll be honest with you though, at this point in the series, I'd rather him not play tomorrow night and let these youngsters try. You're not going to win this series anyways. No team has ever come back down 3-0, and the Lakers are only getting healthier and better. Now you're going on the road, right? Your back's up against the wall. I want more experience, more reps in these moments for the younger kids if you're just going to lose anyways.
Okay, well, I'm not going to go that far. I don't want Josh Okogie to just take those minutes, but I mean, I'd rather have Kevin out there, but okay. That's a take. That's
right. They're not going to win the series anyways. Might as well further develop the younger kids.
I agree there. All right. I threw this out there because, and 713-572-4610 on the base power text line. And we can hear from you and get your thoughts on this as well. Do you think the Texans, now that they finished this really the off-season time frame of adding to this team, we've seen trades from Montgomery, we've seen additions from guys like Smith and Wyatt Teller, who they brought in. We've seen them bring back their own guys and Ed Ingram. We've seen them now, obviously, in the draft and go get even more beef up front. When you look at this team, that it feels like they clearly want to take this puppy back to the 90s. Like they want to run the football, they want to play amazing defense, and they look like they have built their team into doing exactly what they want to do. When we look through the draft, and even the draft screams it. I mean, it goes guard, defensive tackle, tight end, linebackers. Like it is still they're in the trenches trying to get there. Do you feel like they have built themselves and they look like a Super Bowl team? Because I think they've done everything they've wanted to do. Do you feel like this looks like a Super Bowl team?
It's a good question. I think on paper, but I think
you think so on paper. You do. You think on paper it looks like a Super Bowl team?
I think so. I don't know if I would have said that a year ago, and this is probably recency bias, but based off what we saw last year, where you have the Patriots and the Seahawks in the Super Bowl, I mean, this just might be the new way to win in the NFL. So I think on paper, but the big thing for me is it just simply comes down to the quarterback. I think you can make a case. They're not nearly as talented, but like the Cleveland Browns are built in a similar way, but they haven't had a decent quarterback, and so they're one of the worst teams in the league instead of actually competing for playoff spots. But they have a top defense in the league. Jerry Jeudy's not Nico Collins, but they went and got out who they thought was a number one receiver. They have a good running back. They want to try to run the football, play defense. They just, obviously, it's been a pit at the quarterback position, and what a difference that makes. So I think it's similar here, too, where they have the pieces, but then obviously the question becomes, can C.J. Stroud be that type of guy that even like Sam Darnold, he is Sam Darnold, but he played really well, obviously, last year and throughout the playoffs. Can he perform to that level where it gets those pieces to a Super Bowl? I still have questions about the high-end talent on offense from a playmaking standpoint for this team, but I do think the defense is good enough and they have enough pieces on offense that if Stroud plays like he did at least his rookie year, that certainly they can go compete for a Super Bowl.
Can this team win a Super Bowl? Yes. Do they feel like a Super Bowl team? No.
I agree with that.
Can it happen?
Right.
Yes. Can it happen? There can be a scenario. Again, you brought up Seattle. I see people talking about that a little bit. Like, I'm going to need to see more than 1 year that this is the way that you can get to a Super Bowl. I'm going to see more than 1 year that the Patriots and Broncos, that style, that the Texans, their style from last year, that is what's going to get you in the playoffs. I'm going to need another year of, to see what the Seahawks did to get you to the Super Bowl. So I'm not one that quite believes that this is now what the NFL is going to look like. But I will look at this and say the difference with Seattle, though, even with Sam, and I can understand where Texans fans or people want to compare them to that. But the most recent thing is when they had to go get 30, they could go get 30. They had the ability to go get 30. They did it to the Rams. Every time they beat the Rams, when they had to go get 30, they could go get it. When the Rams were rolling and they had to play with them, the last two games they played against the Rams, probably the toughest games they played, they went up and Sam Darnold was able, he didn't get 30 all the time, but he was able to go up and get that. That's where my question and concern, and we'll see what that looks like in C.J. Stroud, but not just C.J., him being allowed to put himself in a position to go get 30 by Nick Caley and his offense. If they have to do that, if they play the Ravens and the Ravens have it rolling and the Ravens are going to put up 30, and I know people look at this defense and don't think they could do it. Seattle's defense was really good last year, and the Rams put up 30 on Seattle's defense multiple times. Like it can not going to happen every week to this defense, but there are teams that may be able to do that. If you run into the Ravens and they get hot, if you run into certain teams and they get hot, can your offense score with them? And you talked about the high-end talent. That's my concern with this group is can they go and do what Seattle was able to do some of the times and some of these other teams that maybe are built in their way, can they go get 30 with Nick Caley and C.J. Stroud?
Yeah, it's a fair concern because I don't think so. And to your point, yeah, like Sam Darnold, we can make fun of him and call him this or that, but he was more than a game manager, especially in the playoffs last year. I think if you look at the Patriots, so often teams will win a Super Bowl or a championship in any sport, and then other teams in the league will try to style themselves like that. And if you look at like the Patriots, they were able to game manage their way to a Super Bowl. Drake May did nothing in those postseason games until he played okay in the Super Bowl, but once the game was already out of hand, they scored 10 points in two of their playoff wins. So I think when you look at that in the AFC, you figure like, oh, we can win this conference by game managing our way there. But the problem is, obviously, last year in the playoffs. I don't think
you can do that.
No, I don't think so either. Because last year you didn't have to worry about Lamar Jackson and Patrick Mahomes in the playoffs. And, it was kind of a down year for the AFC and the top-end quarterbacks. I don't think you can rely on that each year. I think you're fooling yourself if you think that this is the new AFC, what we saw from Drake May and the Patriots. So, yeah, I don't know if they have that capability, mostly because of the quarterback right now and C.J. Stroud and obviously what we saw in the playoffs. But then, like you said, that high-end talent, I don't think they have a game-breaking tight end. I don't think they have a game-breaker in the backfield. Nico Collins is the one guy, but then I have a lot of concerns about the rest of that wide receiver room. So just the offense as a whole.
Well, I was going to say, I think the offense and the mentality of the offense as a whole.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Clint Kubiak, they ran the football and they run the football, but they also had the receiver who had the most productive receiver in the league in Jackson Smith and Jigba, and then they went out and got another speed guy that they could play off of. They were an offense that, they wanted to run the football, but they could turn themselves into a passing team whenever they wanted to. I mean, we watched them do it against the Texans. They probably are the team that got to the Texans maybe offensively as well as anybody when they played them on Monday Night Football last year. And they had that ability to flip it. I just think this offense is going to be set up in a certain way that it's going to be harder for them to just flip a switch and say, "All right, here we go. Let's be a high octane offense." Right. And so I'm seeing a lot of people jump in with this. We'll continue this on the other side. When you look at everything that the Texans have done, we've seen them through free agency, trades, the draft, and we see how this team is built. And I believe this team is built almost exactly the way they want it to be built. I think they are happy at almost every spot, and it's exactly the way they want it to be built. We heard D'Amico say multiple times, these are the type of guys we want. Does this look like a team that says, this is a Super Bowl team? This is a Super Bowl level team. We'll discuss that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
The Rockets survived a sweep with a big win over the Lakers in Game 4. Can they steal the next one in L.A. to make this a 822-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch, base power text line as we're talking. When you look at this Texans team now that it looks like they've got most of what they're trying to roll with now decided, do you feel like this is a Super Bowl winning roster they have put together? And I said, I think they can win a Super Bowl, but is this a Super Bowl roster? I don't think so. And the difference being with that is, like, I believe the Rams have a Super Bowl roster. I believe Buffalo has a Super Bowl roster. I believe those teams have a Super Bowl roster that they can consistently go through and win multiple games in the playoffs, home or road. Their style of play can win multiple games in the playoffs. And get some thoughts here. Some people text in, no, I don't. I still don't think they're Super Bowl ready, not until CJ can prove that he will buy into the type of quarterback they want him to be. Yes, it does show, but Droopy Stroud worries the hell out of me. Is when somebody texted in. Someone said, yes, you can win with running the football and playing good defense. Someone texted in, we'll miss the playoffs this year. I don't think that is their floor is high. And me and Clint have talked about that. I don't think this is a team that's just going to go and miss the playoffs unless they just have multiple major injuries. And I think you in your mind, I won't say them out loud, you in your mind can think of the combination of the major injuries that could throw a real wrench in this thing where you could see them missing the playoffs. But they're going to be in every game, and there are enough teams in the league that'll be on their schedule that their style of play will give them an advantage. So I don't think they'll miss the playoffs. It's a Super Bowl roster with the stars on defense versus offense. Everything hinges on CJ. And you talked about that. This is a lot of this is on the quarterback. I think a lot of this is on the quarterback and the coordinator. I think the combination of the two is can they be good enough and be able to kind of flip the switch on things when they have to do and find other ways to put up points and win games. That's the question to be.
Yeah, I know, and we just haven't seen that at this level. Now, I know everyone, if you went back to when the playoffs were actually going on, a lot of people took solace in the fact that, like, Sam Darnold was so terrible in the playoffs last year and then bounced back and played really well this year, obviously with a different team, but played well and was able to be big enough in the playoffs. So you hope that after what we saw from CJ in the playoffs, that he could have a similar bounce back next year like Darnold. That one postseason doesn't make up your entire career in the playoffs. But yeah, I don't know if they have that, can kick it into that high gear, and I also don't know if they would ever want to. You know, I think it's also the classic conversation, and obviously Mike McDonald there in Seattle just put a wrench in the whole thing. But the whole idea of, like, defensive coaches can't win Super Bowls, McDonald was the first one outside of Belichick in over a decade, because that idea of, like, we want to run the football, we want to take air out of the ball, we want to play close games. And even if you had the capability of throwing it around the yard and trying to go for 30, that still, even the head coach keeps that governor on of, like, we don't want to do that anyways. We don't want to play that style. So I think it's a combination of, I don't know if they have the ability to do it on offense. I also don't know if they have the willingness to try to do it on offense week in and week out.
I don't think they want to play that way. Yeah, and that's fine. I think probably walking into games, Mike McDonald wanted to be real dominant running the football.
Mm-hmm.
But if he had to, like, they could go a different way. I'm with you. I don't know if there is ever gonna be a game plan where it's like, all right, CJ, Nico, Higgins, what we're seeing here, we may throw this thing 35 times today. We're gonna take advantage of this sucker. We might throw this thing 35 times today. I think if that happens, it will be a situation of how the game caused it to happen. And then that's what things will happen. Someone texted in, the Eagles had a good defense and run game and won the Super Bowl. The Chiefs had a good defense and a good run game, and they won the Super Bowl. And I think that person who sent that in, Isaiah, I'm not gonna put you out there, but Isaiah 264. I think you can decipher that. I mean, the Eagles had a top 10 offense. They were top 5 in points, top 10 in total offense. They had somebody rush for 2,000 yards in the season, and was top 3 in the MVP with A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith and that cast. I mean, that's a kind of a different level of offense than it looks like. And then, I mean, the Chiefs had Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid. So, I mean, there was no question about if those two teams could go get 30 if they needed to.
Yeah, those are two extremes.
Yeah.
You had one of the best running back seasons of all time, and you have one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time. Unfortunately, I don't think the Texans have either of those two. I don't think Stroud will be on that level of Mahomes, and I don't think Montgomery, I wouldn't bet on him running for 2,000 yards this year. So that's kind of the difference. It's always like what they say in the NCAA tournament is like you either need to win March Madness, you need to be a top 20 team in offense and defense, or you need to have the best player in the tournament, like when Kemba Walker led UConn, and so similar for the Texans where like you either need to have that well-rounded top offense, which I don't know if they will, or you need to have that big star like a Mahomes or a Saquon Barkley that can put the team on their back, have an MVP-type season, and carry that offense forward.
Yeah. My man came back and said, come on, Ron, you're smarter than that. You know what I was saying. No, what you said was, that's what you typed out. I don't know what you're saying. I just got reading what you said. You picked those two examples. And I'm just telling you, with those two examples, that's why the Eagles were so dominant that year. They had a great offense and great defense. Yeah. That's where they were. And I don't care how Mahomes was playing at the time. Doesn't matter. Everybody knows that dude, you got a shot with that dude. And that they could put up 30 anytime they wanted with Andy Reid.
Yeah, he'd be the last person I want to face in a playoff game.
Yeah,
currently.
I like the thing that I love about what the Texans have done is they know exactly who they want to be. And damn it, they have turned this team around, and now it clearly looks like exactly what they want to be. This feels like, I can't say the term, Tyler, but they look like a smash mouth team on both sides of the ball. I can't say it, and D'Amico said it in the
was
right
a hell of an
afterwards.
effort.
And I can't, man. Yeah, we wanted some swarm on offense. Did you ever hear when he said that? What he said? First thing I thought when I saw Keelan Rutledge. Swarm. That's the first thing I wrote down.
Oh yeah.
I just can't. I can't do it. But they look like they wanted to put that together, and they appear to have done that. They appear to have reshaped this offensive line into a physical group. David Montgomery seems to fit exactly what they want to do. Then their defense is lights out. But when they get to the postseason, the likelihood, now it did not happen last year, and last year was a different year, and if the league is going to turn to be much more like it was last year, the Texans, they got a chance to win multiple rings. If the league is going to go into that, I need to see more of a sample size that it is going to turn into that, and that you can go and just win that way. And I just think this team, and they will, if they show it to start the season and shut me up to show it to where there is a little bit of what we saw the first year and a half with CJ in that offense, and bam, they can come out there, because we knew they could get 30 if they needed to. That was why that people were so high on the Texans after that first year, is because we know D'Amico's going to have a good defense.
Right.
But if they can do that, if they need to go head up against Joe Burrow to get 30, they could go and do that. And that is something that we still don't know if they could do.
Yeah, and well, to that point, I mean, the NFL was set up for this last year, which is why the Seahawks and the Patriots made it. And I think the Texans were already, this isn't a complete 180 that they pulled this offseason. They were already kind of set up. Now, obviously, this year you hope the running game or running back room will be better than it was last year, and you hope maybe the offensive line will be better throughout the season than it was last year. But you were already kind of built to try to play that style of football, and yet the quarterback ultimately was not good enough in those biggest moments. So, I don't know how much the real question, I guess, is just seeing if C.J. Stroud can play better than he did last year, because all the other pieces are still kind of there. This has been the DNA of this team. It didn't work last year. Is it going to work this year? I think it's solely dependent on if Stroud plays better in the biggest moments than he did a year ago.
All right, Astros got a day off yesterday. They start one in Baltimore. The lineup is out. We'll give you a update. Teng, baby. Teng with his first start. We'll give you an update on what the lineup is, as they are on the East Coast, so they play a little bit earlier. And we heard what Dana Brown said he was not considering with Joe Espada, but should he be considering that? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Teng's biggest role isn't in NASA's space program. It's right here on Earth.
In the Loop.
I think this is a Mary Poppins draft.
fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I am going to get to the Astros here in just a second. I'm sorry, Tyler, but I've got to start reading. Someone texted in Eon. I'm guessing they meant Ron.
Or Ian.
You're being very negative. I think they've built this team the way they want it to. Yes, CJ had a bad playoff series, but he has taken them to three times in 3 years in a row. Now he has the best O-line he's ever had. I think this is their year and their best chances. Oh, I would agree with that. I would agree with that. I think this is the best line. Better be. This is the best line that they put in from. This is the most it feels like in a minute that they've invested all the way across. In draft picks, in free agency. Yes, this is the best offensive line on paper it looks like they've put together. And they have built this team exactly how you want it to. But I do think their margin for error to go in and beat 3 to 4 really good teams in a row with quarterbacks with the ability to have to score big, I think that is this. And I am, like, if you've listened to this show, I am higher. I am a lot higher on C.J. Stroud than many of you are. Many of you are still hurt and haven't gotten past it. I am a lot higher on Stroud than many of you are. I don't believe C.J. Stroud is the person that played the last 2 playoff games. I'd take the other 50 games that he played in his career leading into that. I'm not going to say I don't have no concerns. I mean, you don't like a guy to take a dump in the middle of the field like he did for 2 straight weeks and not wipe. But I still remember the other stuff. So I'm not as long. I'm just telling you their mentality is what their mentality and the way their roster is set up lessens their margin for error. That's it. That's it. I think they're going to be a playoff team, and I think they can if it falls right. That's why last year was so tough, Tyler. That's all. You know the AFC and you know the NFL. They got a chance to run through 79-year-old Aaron Rodgers, first year in the playoff Drake May, what would have been Jarrett Stidham, and hell, even if it was Bo Nix, but Jarrett Stidham and Sam Darnold. That is not your typical walk to a Super Bowl.
No.
And they struggled to get through the second one. The walks may be a bit more difficult or more like it was the previous 2 years, where 1 year they had to run into Herbert and Mahomes, and 1 year they had to run into Lamar. Right? I think that is closer. And I'm not saying they can't beat those teams, but their margin for error to beat all of those teams are a little bit tougher. All right, the Astros, they play the Orioles. The lineup out, Correa, Altuve, or Alvarez, excuse me, is the DH, Paredes, then Altuve, Walker, Diaz, Harris, Smith, and Matthews. And Teng. Teng gets the ball for the first time. How many people have made their first start this year? How many Astros have come in and made their first start? It's not May. How many of that? I mean, whew, that is Teng is the latest.
Teng, it's a kick in the glass.
Hey man.
Yeah, it'll be a great trivia answer one day. Try to remember all these names.
How many guys in the bullpen have been better than Teng?
Not enough.
No. Yeah, take him out there. Take him out of it. Can he come back and piggyback off himself?
Yeah.
Can they take him out and run him to the bullpen and bring him into the game as well for himself? I don't know if I trust much more with this group, but they'll play the Orioles, and we'll see if they can build upon the win they had on Sunday against the Yankees. But the story that kind of came out, Luke, was that GM Dana Brown said he is not considering firing Joe Espada. My question is, should he? Realistically, when you look at everything that has happened to this team, because he said, no, Joe is managing through injuries. We are all watching what's going on. Brown replied Sunday in talks with the Athletics' Chandler Rome about considering a manager change. The pitching has been up to par. We're walking a ton of guys. I can't start pointing fingers at Joe because we're walking a ton of guys and we're banged up. That's what he had to say about it. Realistically, do you think he should be considering it?
Not too much. I mean, sure, you're always considering it, I guess, but I wouldn't put Joe on the hot seat right now. I mean, this isn't his fault. I think Dana Brown's more to blame than anybody, or at least out of the two of them.
That was a no-brainer for me.
Yeah, same for me. And I think for Joe, I mean, just look at what he's dealing with the injuries, the roster construction. Because of injuries, it hasn't even played a big role, but I don't like the whole construction, what they were trying to do with the infield. And then even the outfield, you move Bryce Matthews to the outfield, and Altuve, you're jerking around from the infield, outfield, yada, yada, yada. So, no, I don't put the blame on Joe, but I will say that the old cliche is what misery loves company, or it always happens in threes. And we had Alex Cora fired over the weekend. Rob Thompson was fired today. And Espada does have the highest odds, or second highest odds, to be fired, only behind the Mets manager. And if you look at last year, when the first manager was fired, which I believe was Brandon Hyde, he was one of the first. But when the first manager was fired last year, we also got 3 firings in that first week. It's usually like once you rip that Band-Aid off, teams are more willing to do it. So
the Phillies tried to offer it to
Alex Cora.
To Alex Cora, he turned it down and said he wanted to spend time with his family. I wonder if he would turn it down here in Houston.
I know. I would at least find out. I would rather have Cora than Joe Espada. I'll tell you that much. So I would at least make a call to the agent before I do anything. But all this is to say that I think the chances right now are higher that a manager will be fired in baseball at this point in the season already. I think it's always something that needs to be considered. But if we're having a reasonable conversation, I don't know how much of this you can blame on Joe Espada. I've always defended him. I thought he did a good job the last 2 years despite all the adversity. And I think they've been dealt with even more adversity this year, and he's doing as much as he can. So I don't know how much that would change. I don't know how much it would fix. I don't think this is Espada's fault.
I agree with a lot of what you said, but I disagree with the overall point. First off, should Dana be the one? Should he be considering it? Hell no, Dana. You shouldn't, but Jim should. All right, Dana, you don't get to consider firing a soul around here, okay? As someone texted in, I'm with you. Dana needs to fire his own ass. I'm not going to add the sorry part on that because I'm not going to add the sorry part in there. That just feels like that's a little rougher. Dana needs to be the one to fire his own sorry ass. Like when you add sorry in front of ass on somebody like that's really digging it in. You don't get to make the managerial decisions here. All right, you just sit back and chill, just in case your ass may get fired. A person whose ass may get fired, they don't get to go and then make decisions on firing people. So of course you said that. But I think Jim Crane should consider it. And I agree. I don't think it's all Joe's fault. All right? I mean, he's just got guys flying, just dropping like flies. And some guys, hell, he's probably excited that they dropped Christian Javier. Some of these guys, so good. The injury stuff, it's weird. But it is clear to me, though, that they are not responding to him whatsoever. And to me, if you don't want to completely lose this season, and they're at 11-18, so that's but luckily their division is not running away from them. But if you don't want to completely lose this season, to me it feels like there needs to be a different voice. It seems like there needs to be a shakeup. And sometimes we have seen coaches, managers get relieved of their duties, and it's not necessarily been their fault. I think Joe has made some decisions, but I mean, you go down there, I don't know who Joe should pick from the bullpen. Some of the times when they roll out there, if they get to the 6th, but generally when they get to the 4th and they got to go to the bullpen, hell, I don't know who to go with. And now Teng he's taken that option from him, and now Teng has to go start games because they got to do stuff. I mean, has Brian Abreu pitched since? I mean, my God, he had to just sit him down for a week. Like, so some of this is not his fault, but clearly though, they're not responding to him, and as Tyler has said, they do a lot of dumb stuff. And I think that has to be at the feet the feet of the manager.
Absolutely. Who else would it be, you know? I mean, whenever your players are running around on the base paths like their heads are up their asses.
Or just standing.
Or just standing there. I'm looking at the manager first. Absolutely.
They had a back-to-back day there where Bryce got himself picked off at first base as they just took Paredes out of the game. And Bryce gets picked off at first base. It's a go-ahead run.
It's not ideal.
And then the next day, somebody got picked off at first base. So, I mean, I just think with the combination of it's not like you look at it and say, all right, the small things they're nailing. But, again, I don't think it's all Joe's fault, but it feels like a change, a different voice is needed in there.
I think that's the reason why the aforementioned Alex Cora got fired. I mean, the guy, obviously, he's a great baseball manager, but just they kind of ran stale. It's not his fault either. The GM's done a lousy job there. I think Dana Brown's done a lousy job here. But yeah, and then also what you might factor in, and it was a fun conversation at the time, and now it might become reality, but you got Omar Lopez on the bench who won the World Baseball Classic.
He's right there now.
So when you want to talk about changing the voice or having a different option in that coaching locker room, I mean, you got a pretty decent option. He hasn't managed at the big league level, but we saw what he can do in a big stage, just a couple months ago. So you have somebody in that building that you could, hey, let's shake things up and see how Omar does with this group the rest of the year.
That Alex Cora thing looks attractive. Knows the room.
I would have called him as soon as he was let go.
Yeah.
If I'm the Astros, or call his agent, whatever.
Or at least
say,
figure something out.
Yeah, you want to come back? You want to come back to Houston?
Yeah, just for a little bit.
But he's owed $14 million over the next 2 years. So when he says he wants to spend time with his family, I get it.
Might want to visit time with his family.
I might want to just sit at home for the next 2 years and collect $14 million too.
All right, the Rockets playing for their season again tomorrow. There is some updates on injuries, 2 major pieces for each team, one for the Lakers, one for the Rockets. We'll give you an update on that. And is there legit pressure right now on the Lakers, or do you think the Rockets are still dead? We'll discuss all of that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
LeBron James.
Payne and Pendergast.
My biggest takeaway from this draft is
Prices may be higher in Alaska, California, and Hawaii.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here on The Drive. Clint is out today, but our guy Luke Morrow is in the building as he'll ride with us as the first hour in good hands. Tyler T. Mill is on the ones and twos, as you can see him on YouTube and Twitch. We appreciate everybody jumping in with us as well. Those of you on the Base Power text line, you can continue to get involved on that show, on the show that way. 713-5724-610. Real or Fake coming up in a little bit. And as a Tuesday staple in the 3 o'clock hour, let's look at the Rockets, man. Their season is on the line. I'm not going to lie to you. I don't think we'd be talking about a Game 5. I'll be honest with you. For a second there, I didn't. We knew KD wasn't going to play again. I didn't think we would be talking about a Game 5. And I thought the Lakers may just really throw everything in to try to finish that one off. But it looks like they went the opposite. It looks like a bit there when you look at minutes and how the approach to the game and how much they gave in Game 3, overtime, all of that. It seemed like they were willing to maybe see how this thing goes a little bit, and then just said, all right, man, we'll play for Game 5. And that's where we are right now, Game 5, and some updates from important pieces in that game. First, with the Lakers, Austin Reeves, for the last really 2 games, there's been thoughts that he would play and he would return, but they've set him both games. Basham Sharani is saying Los Angeles Lakers star guard Austin Reeves is optimistic to return to action in Game 5 against the Houston Rockets on Wednesday night after missing about 4 weeks with a grade 2 oblique strain. So it looks like he will attempt to go. Now, again, they have said that in Game 3. They said that in Game 4 as well, so we'll see. And then also in that same report, Shams said that Kevin Durant is not expected to play on Wednesday. So that is the latest there on the injury front. Austin Reeves looks like he's trending more to playing, and then Kevin Durant, even already on a Tuesday, trending to not playing. And I guess to kick this thing off with you and the people, Luke, do you think there is big pressure now on the Lakers to close this thing out right now, or do you think it really doesn't matter? The Rockets are just dead.
Yeah, it's a good question. I normally would say no, not a lot of pressure yet in the Lakers right now. If they lose tonight, then maybe you start sweating it a little bit.
Pressure.
Right. Yeah, but this is the classic like gentleman's sweep. Like we'll let you have one, we'll go take care of business back home, and so. If they don't close the deal out, then a little bit of pressure. The only thing I would say is normally I would say a team like the Rockets are dead, but I'm kind of like you. I was not expecting this series to go this long at this point, and they came out with a different look in that Game 4 that I was like, oh, where did this come from? And so it's a Rockets team that usually plays hard, and it's a young enough team, especially with Durant not playing, that they don't know any better. So I'm sure they'll continue to fight and scrape to the very end and not going to play like a dead team walking. Otherwise, we would have saw that in Game 4. So that makes it a little bit tougher. But I still just think, the Lakers at this point are the superior team. And for the Rockets to try to win 4 straight, which hasn't been done before, they are, for all intents and purposes, a dead team. So I don't put a ton of pressure on the Lakers just yet. If they lose tomorrow, and then we can start talking about it a little bit.
Pressure come back now. You Game 6 now. Yeah, I don't think the Lakers want to keep this thing going. I think there is a little pressure with their age. Now we'll see. Maybe they get a boost with Reeves if he plays tomorrow because they've been tracking that he is close. I'm with you. That felt like a Rockets team that said we're not going to lose on our home floor. We're not going to have our season end here. And a Lakers team that was like, all right, man, we'll concede it. LeBron took 9 shots. We'll kind of concede this thing, and an older group that gave a ton in Game 3 in that overtime game, getting back, played a lot of minutes, and they knew that game was just a one-day rest. They're getting multiple days to play on Tuesday. Now, I think where the pressure is on the Lakers is well, I guess it really ain't pressure. They're going to get their heads thrown down the toilet anyway by the Thunder in the next round. But their best chance is maybe they get this thing off and get a little extra rest before they get their asses kicked by the Thunder. And maybe if Luka comes back at some point, they can get one. But that's to me the only space. I think the pressure starts if they lose this game. I'm with you. I think the Rockets are dead. I think the Rockets feel like a lot of teams on the road that are in this space. If they get a good hard punch, it may be tough for them to come back. And then all of the other stuff surrounding them with the KD stuff and all this stuff, because the Rockets appear to be on the edge of losing it amongst each other all the time. Şengün's going at it with Tari Eason and other stuff, so you could see that becoming a thing. But it does, as you said, it does get interesting if they lose, being the Lakers, if the Rockets are able to get them tomorrow night. Then you got Game 6 at home, you win at home, and then anything can happen in Game 7.
That's right. They're like your friend's toxic relationship where you're just waiting for them to blow up at the party. Like any moment, it could just go off.
But then at some point, they get a good makeout session.
That's right. They're the most passionate.
You're like,
there.
all right, here we go.
Yeah.
Here we go.
It's fun to watch either way.
That is.
So
It's fun.
You never know what's going to happen.
Yeah, it doesn't. Tyler, we got to address something with Luke here.
Uh-oh.
Because I've heard a rumor from Tyler.
Yeah, I was going to say, who's snitching?
I've heard the rumor that, and I wonder how the people feel about this. Because I think a lot of people, and I personally feel that Udoka is towards the top, if not the top, of why the Rockets are in the position that they're in.
Game.
What'd you say?
I said the blame game. He's got to be damn near the top. He is for me too.
I think he's 1A or 1B. He is right there at the top, and I have my reasons for that. I think there are a lot of people out there that believe if you're putting a chart of like who is it that you're looking at that have really caused this team, who we thought coming into the year would be a championship contender, to be down to the LA Lakers 3-1. It was 3-0 without Luka and Reeves.
When you were favored -650.
Yes, to start the series. And that's just to start the playoff series. We're not even talking, Tyler, what they were thought to be before the season started.
Mm-hmm.
They thought to be that. But I think Udoka's towards the top. You don't. You feel like Udoka's getting too much blame. And I just really would love to hear your theory on this and where you have, like, how many people do you have in front of Udoka?
I would put him.
There's only one acceptable for me. But anyway, go ahead. How many do you have?
Well, honestly, I put him last in regards to, like, I would group all the players together. GM's number one. That should be deserving of the most blame.
You're blaming all of the players. So that's 15
players.
Guys.
Yep. Second, Ime's last. I give him the least amount of blame. That's not to say no blame.
The least?
Yeah.
Tyler, you didn't tell me it was this bad.
Yeah, that's right.
No, I was trying to not be hyperbolic, but my man is pretty set in stone in his feelings on Udoka right now.
I've become the Ime stan around here. I went through this with Clint like a month ago. Tyler was texting me last week, seeing if I was off the bandwagon yet with Ime.
After the Game 2 loss, yeah.
Now this today, I've really had to dig in and defend the guy around here.
What about the Game 3 loss? But anyway, go ahead.
No, see, the Game 3 loss is that's the example, good example of why I put the blame more on the players. Of what are you doing with the turnover in the back? You just need to hold on to the basketball. It was like, what was that, Duke against UConn, right, in the NCAA tournament. You don't even need to advance it up the floor. Hold on to the ball and let them foul you, and then you compound the issue by fouling a three-point shooter, and then Reed Sheppard turns it over again in the backcourt. I put more of that onus on those players that are failing to execute in that situation than the head coach on the sideline. I think the GM's the biggest problem. It's the classic, like Bill Parcells, buy the groceries to make the meal. You have a team here that doesn't have a point guard, so then you have to move Amen Thompson out of really his strength and make him try to be the point guard. Shooting was an issue last year. They didn't do enough to address the shooting. They were bottom 3 this year in three-point rate. They don't have the point guard after the Van Vliet injury. Nothing was done at the deadline. They were bottom 8 in turnovers this year. Just wasn't a good offense. And then you rely on a dream as opposed to reality in that no team has ever won the championship when being led by a star that is 37 years or older. This would have been the first time ever. And then you look at what happened where now Kevin Durant, whether it's because of his age or not, is injured and unavailable in this series. And the one time he did play had 9 turnovers in a game where I put that more on the superstar that you bring in to lead this team than I do the head coach. I can't have my 37-year-old superstar going out there. I don't care if you're banged up or not. You can't turn it over 9 times and have me sit here and say, this head coach stinks.
I'm fighting this.
That's on the 37-year-old superstar to take better care of the basketball, especially in the bigger moments this year. But Ime, how can we forget? You talked about it with C.J. Stroud of the last 50 games instead of the most recent 2. How can we forget what Ime did first in Boston, turning that team around to get to the championship in his first year, and then this Rockets team, turning them around and how he did, taking a step each way of the season or each way of his career until this season, where you look at this team. They don't have a point guard. Then they were built around this tall lineup that you had to scrap and throw out of the window like a month into the season when Steven Adams gets injured. And then nothing's done at the deadline. And then you're relying on a 37-year-old, which no team has successfully done in the past, to go win a title. It's a bad construction of the roster. And when you turn the ball over and you can't make threes, I can only blame Ime so much. He's not out there taking the shots. He's not out there trying to break the press in the final seconds of that playoff game against the Lakers. He can only do so much. And in the NBA, I think I'm always going to lean to blaming the players more than the coach, because I think the coach has the least impact in the NBA of any professional sport. But with that, the last thing I'll say is, honestly, I don't know how much I trust this statistic. But if you look it up, the Rockets are the best team offensively out of timeouts. And I will credit Ime with that. That out of timeouts, when he has the chance to draw something up, he's been able to do it. But when the game's ongoing and you have to rely on the players to make their own offense, it's just not a good enough offense or a good enough team. They don't have the shooters. The star is too old. They don't have a point guard.
Say point guard one more time.
Yeah.
I swear to God,
point
if
guard.
you say point guard one more time, I swear to God, I'm going to throw this mouse at you in your left shoulder.
That's why the win total in Vegas dropped by like 3 when Fred Van Vliet got injured. That's a big loss, and there's only so much you can do.
Okay. All right. From the text line. First time I've ever said this. I'm 100% with Ron on this one. That's not true. It's not the first time you have been 100% with me. That's a lie. Who was on the radio smoking crack talking about Udoka is last on the list to blame for the Rockets. Sonny Steve. Luke, I love you, but this is terrible.
Luke doesn't smoke crack.
He doesn't, I don't think. Correct. Ron and Clint always like to blame coaches around here.
Yeah, it's our go-to just every time. Just no matter the sport, the team. It's the coach, man.
Right, listen, Ron, he's right. Stone, definitely knowing he had no point guard, should have gotten one. All right. Even more since you went through that long passage.
Mm-hmm.
I've now taken Udoka by himself at the top now. I had him 1A, 1B with Stone, but I've now taken it to the top. And here is the biggest reason, because the on-court stuff. Because all of a sudden now here, you will just ignore that this team routinely gets 17, 18, 20 turnovers. It feels like a night in games. And that at some point, the coach has to be responsible for that. At some point, if it keeps happening, the coach has to be responsible. Yes, it was some boneheaded plays, but at some point, the coach has to be, all right, we give you the first one, Jabari. I don't know what you were doing. I don't know why you threw that ball over there. But for some reason, in your mind, it is not ingrained for you at this moment to take this moment a little bit more serious. I put some of that on the coaches for preparation. And then you follow up with Reed, you get the ball turned over as well. I do that. Nobody told your dumb ass to go foul him, but some of that, I put that on the coaches. Yes, it's on the players, but when it happens all the time, the Rockets do dumb things all the time. None of that stuff is really surprising. A little bit. With 26 seconds left, you're up 6 and you do those things. But they do dumb stuff all the time. And Kevin Durant, yes, can't turn it over 9 times. But also a part of that had to do was Kevin Durant was no adjustments made on the double teams of why he was turning the ball over. And second, this is my big one because people like to go to the roster stuff. And here's my biggest thing with Udoka that he somehow gets to Harlem Shake his way out of. If we look at this, let's take it to the Texans. Let's go in order of power, hierarchy of power, the top 3 people there. How would you list them in order? Tell me if you disagree. I would say the McNairs, Cal and Hannah, D'Amico, Nick Caserio.
I would probably agree.
I don't think Nick Caserio can fire D'Amico. I think D'Amico, if he wanted to, could have Nick Caserio moved. Again, Texans, I'm not saying this. I know you're listening. I'm not saying this is the case. I'm just telling you what it is. Okay, he got his head coaching privileges taken from him. Hiring privileges taken from him. All right, they went and got D'Amico. D'Amico has more power in this organization than him. I feel like with the Rockets, Tillman Fertitta, Udoka, Rafael Stone. Udoka has more power in this organization than Rafael Stone. And if Udoka wanted a point guard, just like if D'Amico Ryans wanted something, it ain't a Rafael Stone saying, hey, Udoka, you just go take the groceries that I give you. No, Udoka has more power than Stone, which means he's got as much power to make decisions on the roster. Stone is running stuff by him as opposed to just making decisions. So when you talk about they don't have a point guard, I got to believe Udoka has a part in that. I got to believe, and tell me shooters, if that shooter on the bench didn't play defense like Bruce Bowen, he's not going to get on the floor. Reed Shepherd's his best shooter. He hates playing Reed Shepherd. I know they don't have shooting. They got some over there. They won't put their best shooter on the floor. He said 2.5 seconds left in a game, down 3. Reed's hit 5 threes today. Sit him on the bench. That's what he did in the game, down 3. That's what he did once this year. Mm-hmm. So I think that we just try to separate, even though Udoka to me is the second most powerful person in the organization in terms of decision making. Rafael Stone cannot fire Udoka. Tillman fires Udoka. He has, just like D'Amico, they working together on this roster. You think Rafael Stone just said, yeah, man, I'm going to go get Kevin Durant, man. You just chill on that. I'll get him. No. Udoka was a part of that because of the relationship they had together. And I just don't think they're running out. And by the way, the Fred VanVleet thing, let's just say, what kind of point guard do we believe Fred VanVleet is? That he's a miracle worker. And it's all going to change. At
least he is a point guard.
Yeah, he's better than some of the guys. This isn't De'Aaron Fox rolling out here.
No.
This is not like let's calm down. They be sitting right here losing to them too.
It's the Rockets have now turned into Kendall Hinton trying to play quarterback for the Broncos. They're trying to figure it out on the fly.
Reed Shepherd is not Kendall Hinton.
They don't have a point guard.
I am not going to let you do that. I'm not. No, he is not Kendall Hinton. I'm just saying, people like to continue to take Udoka out of decision making when it comes to the roster. There is no chance in hell that he's not doing it.
I don't know. I can't make that assumption.
There's no chance. There's no. As soon as he hired him, we knew he was more powerful. This was not. As soon as he got hired, you know it.
Well, if Ime's making the decisions, then I put his roster construction number 1 in blame, but the coaching is still separate. It's like Bill Belichick.
Just like
Bill Belichick was a bad GM, but a great coach.
Just
I can
like
separate
people
the two.
believe Les Snead just told that man, hey man, we just gonna bring in this quarterback, man. We're gonna use our 13th pick, man. We're just gonna bring in this quarterback, man. We ain't gonna run this by you, Sean. Come on, get out of here. Get out of here, man. You know.
Then he admitted to meeting Sean McVay previously.
Not here, man. All right, coming up, a little real or fake. I say a statement. You let me know if it's real or fake. We'll do that coming up next.
Coach D'Amico seems pretty excited about how the new 888-222-2222. H-Town Postgame is live on Sports Radio 610. Join us following every weeknight baseball and basketball game with Area 45. Instant reaction, analysis, and your thoughts on the action immediately after the final buzzer or final out. It's H-Town Postgame, energized by base power on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Clint's out today. I want to be fair, as there were messages read about Luke's take of he puts Udoka last when it comes to the reason why the Rockets are where they are. Luke Ocho set 100% on Luke.
That's right.
Preach, Ron, signed Sonny Steve. Ron has lost his mind. No coach would choose to have a freaking point guard. Well, I don't think he thinks he doesn't have one. Maybe he's hopeful now, but I think you guys are nuts if you think that Ime Udoka, who was a guy, yes, he came off what he came off of in Boston, but that was a guy that a lot of teams would have, like, you could clearly see they went from hiring Silas's kid to then going out and getting a guy who many people thought was, if not the best young coach in the sport, one of the best coaches in the sport. They bring him in. Raphael Stone was on his last legs. Clearly, that cat has more, to me, I would clearly see has more power within the organization than Raphael Stone does. And I don't believe that he has just been handed this. Well, not gonna. We all know Fred's out. I don't think it was just Raphael Stone saying to him, "Hey man, just make a men and Reed work." I think he was a part of it. I think he was a big part of it. I think at the deadline he was a big part of them not getting a big or a point guard. I don't think that they just make these decisions and bam, Udoka's out. All right, I'll do whatever you want me to do. There are some coaches who deal with that.
Yeah.
Silas. There are some coaches who deal with that. He's not one of them. He's not one of them.
I don't know. If I don't know for sure, I can't put that all on him. Like, I don't know. Somebody pointed out, I don't think Reed Shepherd would be his pick, would be his type of guy. And it was Stone who also said something ridiculous around the trade deadline about kind of like just like this isn't our year.
Maybe it's not our year. Yeah, listen, he's right. I told you, he's right there next to him. I had him 1A, 1B until I heard you speak about your thoughts of Udoka. Then it was just Udoka at the one spot and Stone at the two.
I say credit to Ime. When you have the GM going out there and saying, hey, you know what? This isn't our year. And he still gets them to win 52 games. Yeah. And they're down 3-0 in the playoffs. And they come out with that effort in Game 4.
52 games. Yeah.
Credit to the head coach.
52 games in a 5 seed and being down to the Lakers without Luka and Reeves in a series was not what they thought.
Doesn't have a point guard. Doesn't have his star.
And they were clearly, as you know, and you will sneak in, the best. They were the better team even when Durant was out there. The Lakers were the better team even when Durant was out there.
Yeah.
In Game 2. So, all right, a little real or fake. As I say, I say a statement. You let me know if it's real or fake. Tyler, real or fake? Caden McDonald, the defensive tackle from Ohio State, will be the rookie that makes the biggest impact for the Houston Texans. Real or fake?
Very well could be, but I'm going to say fake, and I have a name for you. Might surprise you. One of these rookies, one of the members of Casario's 2026 Texans draft class. I'm going with the safety from USC, Kamari.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Safety jumping in. Okay. All right. You think he's going to make...
Kamari Ramsey, I think, is going to surprise a lot of people, raise a lot of eyebrows whenever he gets into this DeMeco Ryans defense and shows what he's got. I got him being the biggest impact player right away from the rookie class.
All right, there you go. All right. There we go. 5th-round pick. There we go. All right. Real or fake? Caden McDonald will be the rookie that makes the biggest impact. Luke, real or fake?
Yeah, I think it's real. I'll take the low-hanging fruit. I mean, everyone's calling it like the steal of the draft, and then he just fits in perfectly. I mean, for any young interior defensive lineman to come in and have those 2 edge rushers by your side really should help. So it just seems like it's the perfect fit. I love the pick on paper, favorite of the draft, and I think he will have a big impact. When you're playing with that defense and that talent next to you and behind you and all around you, it should only make you better. So I like the whole draft for the Texans, but, yeah, I think he has the opportunity to have the largest impact for them here in his first year.
Yeah. I'm going to say real. I will say, though, I am intrigued by the Klein fella. By the way, did you see old Billy Thomas or Billy? What was his name? Billy, the guy who came out and gave the that announced the world.
Yeah,
his name's Billy, but that ain't what his first name is. Billy Miller, but it's not Miller. Go find his real name. It ain't Billy. If you go look him up, Bill Miller, that's what he should be going by, not Billy. But Billy Miller brought up the tight end. He is Marlon Klein is interesting from Germany. And he is, you said it earlier when we were talking about this offense, he's at least somebody they've drafted that has, I don't know, he's not played the position for a long time. I did not like the first thing that they listed on his his NFL draft scouting on strengths was that he was the team captain. I don't like that being the first thing, but he's a guy that ran.
She's got a great personality.
Yeah, I don't like that. But he ran in the near 4.5s. At the combine, so that this is a faster tight end, and you could see on tape didn't have a lot of opportunities. The Loveland kid was in front of him the year before at Michigan, but he's got a shot. But I do think Caden McDonald. Now Rutledge, it's tough because it's tough to see if he can make an impact, and I know what it feel like, what it would look like, but I don't think you can guarantee that he's going to start right now. I don't think you can absolutely 100% guarantee that he needs to.
Hope so.
But I don't know if you guarantee that. But Caden McDonald's the interest is the right answer. But Klein is one to watch, the tight end there. I'm
Billy Roshan Miller.
Yeah, that's
he
right.
He made that announcement.
Yeah, Roshan made it. I don't know if y'all go back and look at Billy. Roshan, he went into business for himself. He sounded like he was saying a few other things that I don't think he was supposed to be up there saying. Because I don't know, Tyler, he led it off by saying, yeah, last time I was up here, the commissioner tried to take away my time. So I do want to say a couple of other things. So if you go find that Tyler Roshan, I feel like Roshan went up there and was up there a little bit longer than he was supposed to be up there. But shout out to Bill Miller. All right. Real or fake, Luke? You'd go to the theater to go see The Devil Wears Prada 2. Real or fake?
For me, I'll say fake. I wouldn't make that decision. I'll watch the movie, but I don't think it's a box office get me to the theater to try to watch it.
But you will watch it.
I'll watch it. I'll watch it streaming at home. The significant other really liked the first one. I love a Stanley Tucci product, so I
like a Stanley.
Yeah, I'll watch it. Just probably not in the theater.
Tyler, this is real for me.
And you know it's real for me,
May
too.
1st, Jack. May 1st, man.
I love that first one.
I'm thinking about telling them, hey, what do you want for your birthday? I want to go to the movies by myself. I want to go see
Let's go together, man.
Devil Wears Prada 2.
Let's go on a little mandate.
I got to have it, man. I got to have it. I cannot wait to see this. I'm not really into sequels. I'm really not into sequels.
This is a must-see, though.
This one I got to check out. Nothing pissed me off more than my favorite movie of all time and then putting a sequel to Coming to America.
Oh, terrible.
Oh, awful. Just awful.
Glad I didn't watch it.
That's what I was going to say. How many good sequels have there been when they've done them 20 years later?
None of them.
Right.
You're right. This is a little long, too. This is a little long in the tooth as well.
Yeah.
This is that, they've become stars, but Anne Hathaway, I've never looked at Anne the same after I watched the movie Havoc. And I would suggest that you all go out there and take a look at Havoc.
Oh, my God.
You will never see Anne Hathaway in the way you've seen her.
Some intense scenes in that flick.
Spoiler alert, she drops a racial slur in the movie, singing a Jodeci song that really caught you off guard.
Raises the eyebrows.
This is a different Anne Hathaway. If you've not seen this before Anne, this was after Anne became the Princess Diary and then the Anne we know today. It is an aggressive film. Havoc. Never seen her the same, but I'm in. I'm in, baby. May 1st comes out. I cannot wait.
That's all.
And I'm not using it. I'm not using it as I'm gonna take my wife with me. Hell no.
Hell no.
I want to go. I want to get my popcorn, put my butter in the middle and at the top, and I want to go my damn self. Put my M&Ms in there.
Goods. Yeah.
When's the last time you've been to the movie theater? Recently?
A month or so.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if it had been like years, and this is the one that would really pull you there.
I used to be a real movie person.
Me too.
I'll catch a matinee by myself.
Yeah.
All day, man.
I'm with you.
Man. Miss Priestley is back. All right, coming up as we continue, the Texans, they've completely overhauled the offensive line, and I think you got to give them 100% credit for what they did here, and there's one particular reason why. We'll discuss that coming up next.
The Rockets survived a sweep. The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Couple people texting in. The Bourne series were good. Top Gun sequel was Top Gun Maverick was good.
That's a great answer.
It's harder, and Luke said this in the break. It's harder to find the good comedy sequels.
Yeah, I would agree.
Comedies are I think, D2 Mighty Ducks is better than the first one.
It might be.
Some of it, like The Hangover, those other ones.
That's exactly where my mind went. The first Hangover is an all-time comedic classic, but the other two, I can go the rest of my life without seeing those.
Because they always try to just redo the first one, but take it to another level, and it makes it lamer. And the jokes aren't. We already saw them in the first one. Like Zoolander 2 was terrible.
Yes. Oh man, it was.
Oh. That was. I almost walked out of the theater. That was a tough watch. But yeah, so many of them. And specifically what I said, the Top Gun is a good one, because specifically what I said was when you do a sequel 20 years later, not just general sequels, but when you try to pull it back, 20 years later, try to recreate that magic like they're doing with Devil Wears Prada 2. Mm-hmm. I think Top Gun might be the only good one that they've done.
I thought Happy Gilmore 2 was pretty good.
See, I can't get myself to watch it just because I don't want to be spoiled.
I liked it.
I really liked the first half, and then I did not like the direction they went in.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
With like the more kind of like, I don't know how to classify it. The way they were doing the competition in golf was more like, it didn't seem as real.
No, it didn't, and it wasn't as like funny. I thought the first half of the movie was generally funny. I was laughing out loud, and then it became too much like the competition. I didn't think it was interesting enough.
Yeah.
I thought it became boring the second half of the movie.
John Daly was so good in it.
Yeah. Friday movie's a good one. Anchorman 2. See, I don't think Anchorman 2 was that great.
I liked it okay.
It was funny, but it was not like, I think it would have been better if they left it alone.
Absolutely.
Beverly Hills 2. That's a good one. Beverly Hills 2 is my favorite between them that they could have done without the third one.
They're making an Anchorman 3.
That pisses me off.
They're also making another Meet the Parents.
See,
that needs to be done.
That should have been done.
Yeah.
Oh.
That should have been another. Yeah. That should. Fridays were good. Friday they got a little. They probably should have stopped that too. There's some funny parts because they're funny movies, but it just, I don't know. You're messing things. You're messing things up. All right. The Texans, one of the clear things they've done, hell, they didn't stop at the draft either. They added even multiple guys after Keelan Rutledge in the draft, adding another guard in the fourth round. So they've made some moves with this offensive line, and to me, I think you got to look at what they wanted to do. They clearly set out to try to get this offensive line right and to get this offensive line to fit in the way that they wanted it to go. And I would say they should be commended for what they have done. Because if you wanted to be a smash mouth, run the football type team, if that's what you wanted to do, it didn't, like going to go get David Montgomery wasn't going to be enough. You actually had to get guys up front that screams that. And when you go add Braden Smith, Wyatt Teller, you bring Ed Ingram back, who was one of the best guards in football last year in run blocking. This Keelan Rutledge kid who they just drafted, they moved up 2 spots. These are real resources, right? Mm-hmm. Like, I mean, this is $25 million, 2 years, $25 million of Braden Smith. Wyatt Teller, the veteran, former All-Pro, 2 years, $16 million. Ed Ingram, I think your highest offseason guy, 3 years, $37 million. You move up in the first round spots, you give up a third-round pick to get Keelan Rutledge to add to it. Trent Brown, even as a swing tackle, they give him $7 million. He was someone who got 1 or 2 last year. Evan Brown they bring in. As I said, they drafted another guard from Oklahoma. They have looked, Luke, and said, this is what we want to do. This is who we want to be. And I give them credit for finding exactly those guys. Now, we sat here last year when we were seeing them put together that offensive line, and we were sitting there in confusion of what this was going to be. This was a situation of, boy, they better be right. They better be right, and it's hard to see how they would be right. And it was a catastrophe early, right? They had to get rid of Cam Robinson. They were playing musical chairs multiple guys they just moved off of and completely moved off the team. And some of them, and a lot of them aren't here anymore. But this year, you look at it, and it makes complete sense. And now, to me, this is just going to be about how they evaluate it. That's what it's going to be. Wyatt Teller makes sense. It's going to be if he is still able to play to the level he needs to play at. Braden Smith makes sense for what they want to be. Ed Ingram makes sense. Keelan Rutledge makes sense. Now it's just more about evaluation. But I give them credit for identifying who they want to be and then going out and making that happen.
Yeah, it's good to have a plan. I do like this offseason more as well. I mean, last year was about like the reclamation projects and trying to find diamonds in the rough in their bargain shopping. And so this year they had that more targeted approach as you laid out. And it's good to have a plan. But now the plan, and we were talking about this, you brought this up earlier during a break, but the plan is to kind of win a certain type of way. And that's the concern is like, did the pendulum swing too far in one direction where you get certain offensive linemen or certain pieces to try to win one style, but you're not very versatile. And it would be like almost like cross-sport references, like the Yankees in baseball always play well in the regular season, but then when you have to play a different style in the postseason, they're not as successful. And so you have a plan if you're the Texans and you went out and you got pieces, but what happens if that plan doesn't come to fruition? Can those guys do the opposite? I think that's why Ed Ingram was so successful last year in Houston, was because they played to his strengths more so than Minnesota did. He has always been, throughout his career, a good run blocker, but in Minnesota got exposed when they when Kevin O'Connell came in and wanted to do more deeper drops in the pocket and longer developing plays and expect Ed Ingram to try to protect longer in the pass, and it just didn't work out. So, these guys can push forward, but how do they do when they're moving backwards and having to protect Stroud and might have to throw the football a bunch? And we've been talking a lot today about, is this a Super Bowl team? And to go back to that comparison, like the Seahawks won a division game last year scoring over 30 points and winning a shootout. They also won a division game scoring only 13 points and winning a defensive battle against the 49ers. So the Texans have had a good plan. I've liked their offseason. I like what they've done with the offensive line. It's just you don't want to go too far in a certain direction where you're pigeonholing yourself and you don't have a versatile group that can, handle both the run and the pass.
Yeah, that's my only question for them. And again, as I said, I give them credit, as you said, having a plan, seeing exactly what it is that they want to be, and then executing on who it is that they want to be. But my lone question for this group is, and I think this is something maybe we'll see a little bit in training camp when you think about what the Texans have to offer, but mostly we'll see when the season starts. When teams, because I think they will be a good run team. We'll see how good they will be, but I think they're going to be a real good run team. I have said already, I think they need, for the way they want to run offense, I think they need to be a top 10 rushing attack. But my question with this group is, what do they look like when they know they have to pass and the other team knows they have to pass? Mm-hmm. What will they look like then? Will they be able to protect the passer? Because really, almost every one of these guys that they have up there that has a chance to start, their strength is run blocking. Their strength is moving people, is the physicality. And maybe if they do have issues, it is in pass protection. And that is, almost down the line. I think Ariante Ursery, that was kind of the book on him when he came out, but I think during the year we saw him improve with that. Ed Ingram last year was one of the best run-blocking guards in football, but his pass protection was not where you would love it to be. So that's my only question with this group, and I think they will obviously have to run into that. We'll see what that looks like. But when teams know that maybe the game dictates it, the down dictates it, whatever happens, that they got to throw the football, will this O-line be able to protect against them? That's my only question with with the Texans O-line, how they put it together.
And it's a big question. I mean, shout out to the YouTube chat because they were doing the research earlier. I think they put the ranking of Super Bowl champions, offensive line. I think it was the pass rush win rate or whatever. Anyways, it was like top 12 every year since 2018. So, you got to be good in pass blocking. You got to be able to protect the quarterback as much as you want to be this run-first defensive team. Still, when push comes to shove and you have to drop back, you have to be able to still keep your quarterback clean. And so that's the important question, and it is the big question. Not only that, but it kind of goes hand in hand with what we were talking about earlier. If C.J. Stroud has to drop back 40 times, can you win in that style as well? Forget about even if the protection is good or not. If the protection is good, are you still set up that you can go out there, drop back that many times, and still pull out a shootout and win a big game potentially on the road? That remains to be seen. But I do like the plan. I like the approach more so this offseason than last year, and that's all we can judge this team, GM, roster off of with this offensive line. But now they actually have to put it into practice, when the season starts, obviously.
All right, a little Dirties Daily coming up. What does the current status of Kevin Durant mean for him, his legacy, the Rockets? What does that mean? We'll discuss that. And what are the Steelers doing? What are they doing? We'll get into that. A little Dirties Daily coming up next, right here live on The Drive.
In the Loop.
I think this is a Mary Poppins draft. Practically perfect in every way. They checked all.
comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, to a good life sleep.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. It is 4 o'clock. Clint is out today, but Luke Morrow is in the building in for him as we've had a good time the first couple of hours rolling here on The Drive, and we appreciate you stopping by on a Tuesday. Those of you on the base power text line, 713-572-4610. Those of you going back and forth on YouTube and Twitch, we appreciate you all joining us. Did want to give an update. Throughout the day, we are hearing things about Kevin Durant and his availability for Wednesday's Game 5 in L.A. Could be a closeout game for the Lakers over the Rockets. Kevin Durant, according to Shams Charania of ESPN, is not expected to play on Wednesday. Even more from him, Vanessa Richardson of Space City Network and ESPN said that he had been on a treadmill at the Rockets facility with their head trainer. He did not participate in practice, according to Ime Udoka as well. Did not participate in practice. Head coach Ime Udoka says he is still day to day. So that is the latest with Kevin Durant. And if Shams is saying this on the Tuesday, and Udoka is saying the things that he said, did not practice, kept saying game to game, day to day, it does feel like we may be in a spot where Udoka Durant may not play in Game 5 and miss his fourth of the 5 games in this series, which obviously I know they played well in Game 4, but this has been your best player all season and one of the best players of all time. And by the way, Austin Reeves looks like he's closing in on potentially returning for the Lakers, so that would be another addition as well. But I just want to start the conversation here is I am going to say my true real feelings are that Luke and Tyler, these are legit injuries. I do not think that Kevin Durant is the type that's just pulling you know what, man, I don't want to play. I don't want to play. I've looked bad. I don't want to play. This would look bad for my legacy with LeBron out there. Hell, I think his legacy is taking a hit anyway from this when he just missing games. What people say an ankle and maybe a knee that you play Game 2 on. My only thing within this is I am at the least surprised, one, that it's being ruled already.
Yeah.
With somebody who is running, taking some – I'm surprised he's been ruled out already. And I'm surprised in this process that of the – at least up to this point, 4 and potentially 5 games, I'm surprised that he's not at least stepped on the field and said, all right, I'm just going to at least give it a go. Especially the closeout game at home on Sunday. I'm surprised there. And then if he doesn't play tomorrow, another game where it could be your last of the season, that is surprising. The nature of the injury, again, I think legit that he hasn't gone out there and at least said, all right, I'm going to step on the court. And maybe he does coming up tomorrow, but that part is a bit surprising.
Yeah, I'm with you on that as well. You would think with the season on the line, look, I think the injuries are legitimate. We've seen Durant fight his way through things in the past. Maybe he has some PTSD of trying to play through an injury and knowing that it could lead to something worse. Maybe it's because he's older now and it's just the recovery might be a little bit slower than in past seasons. I don't know, but there's always that part of you as the sports fan that you think when it comes to the playoff season on the line, like this is what you play for, this is what you're here for. You should do whatever it takes to try to get there on the floor and do something about it. So and there's a part of me, small part, but there's a non-zero part of me that is somewhat surprised by seemingly the lack of effort, I guess, for Durant to try to get out there and give it a go, even if it's just limping up and down the floor for a few minutes and pulling himself out, because we've seen him do it in the past, and he's always been that ultimate competitor that wants to be out there at all times. So there's always that part.
That's a big part why the surprise. Like,
yeah.
Just not to
It's
give
not
it.
Joel Embiid we're talking about.
No. Yeah, Joel would have been down.
Yeah. Right, it's Durant, who you would expect him to be out there, and then the superstar with the playoffs at your season on the line, you'd want him to be out there. So, but the fact, like you said, the fact that they're already ruling him out today,
that is
tomorrow. Obviously, this must be either a pretty serious injury, or he did throw in the towel and was like, "No, I'm done. That's it. I'm not coming back to play at all."
Yeah, and again, I would say also it is expected not to play. Is what Shams is saying. Expected not to play. And I would say the vagueness of Udoka made that sound like he was on the mark with that. And we'll see. And from the legacy, like, it is going to look, it's going to be, it may not be fair, and I don't think it is fair, because as I said, I think these injuries are legit. But it is going to be a look like, hey, man, an ankle sprain? Or an ankle or whatever, like the knee, because I think a lot of people saw Durant work out in game one before the shoot-around session in game one, and we're like, hold on, you didn't go out there and give it a run? Just based off what they saw him do, going through his routine, shooting or whatever, based on what they saw him do, you're not making a run?
Rub some dirt on it, bro.
I was surprised when we left out of here Friday, and they were like, he's not going. I was like, damn. Like, this has to be initially the first couple of games that he was out, 1 and 3. I thought, man, this must be a real injury. And like a serious injury that's keeping him out. I still think that. But now it's just like, damn, he's not even strapping it up to go out. And they're already talking about him missing on Tuesday. And this is a game for the season. So I see some people texting in. It's a bone bruise. Not a sprained ankle. Why do more damage when you're already down 3-0? I mean, now they're down 3-1, and then now we'll see what happens today. But I mean, hell, there's a lot of guys do more damage. I think Austin Reeves probably could do more damage by jumping back in here up 3-1 in the series. But usually, as Luke said, season on the line, the playoffs. It's the playoffs. What everybody says, it's the playoffs. Generally, like Aaron Gordon, who was clearly hampered, and they had to just shut him down after he tried to play in their closeout game. I'm surprised that he's not stepping out there, which to me shows the nature of the injury potentially.
Playoffs?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, and I do get that idea of not wanting to make it more severe at this point, like, just pack it in, which is why I was more frustrated to sit game one and be able to come back game two. Maybe it just needed a couple extra days, but that actually annoyed me more of like, this is the playoffs, and you don't have time to mess around thinking like, I'll sit game one, we'll still be fine, we'll still be able to win 4 of the next 6 if necessary. That one actually ticked me off more, to be out the first game just to be able to return game 2, and then now this is dragging on, which becomes a little questionable, might be too strong, but certainly raises some questions or raises the eyebrows a little bit the longer he's out.
Yeah, man, I'm surprised. He's going to miss potentially 4 of the 5 games. 4 of the 5 games. Wow. Right there. So that is the latest with Kevin Durant. Potentially could be out. I'm certain we'll see and learn more tomorrow and have that for you. Also, the Steelers, Luke, placed the very seldom used UFA tender on Aaron Rodgers, which means Rodgers can really stay there, and they could match anything, and he'll get like I think 10%, 15% raise on where he is. So if he wants to play football this year, it is generally going to have to be with the Pittsburgh Steelers. And I would just say, if you're a Texans fan, boy, I would be so thankful that I'm not in this organization, that I don't have to root for a team does the things that the Pittsburgh Steelers are doing. I don't even know why they're hassling with Aaron Rodgers. I don't even know why they did not become more aggressive from the start of the offseason in finding a legitimate option at quarterback. The Vikings were able to find one. The Dolphins were able to find one. Maybe this draft didn't scream one. I know they drafted Drew Aller in like the third or fourth round from Penn State. But, like, I am surprised they didn't. And it seems like they've been sitting here just waiting on Aaron Rodgers. And it feels like this just all around. The two most important spots you could argue in the organization, they've decided to just be, like, middle of the road, mediocre, and old. With their
out of the darkness.
Yes, with Aaron, who's coming out of the darkness, and now their head coach, who's coming out of the darkness. They've decided to go as old, middle of the road, like they feel, boy, if we could just win 8, 9, 10 games.
It's that simple.
Because they continue to put themselves to drafting like 19th, 20th, 21st, and then they don't have the ability to really make a serious move at quarterback. I just don't know why they won't just rip this thing up and try to figure. And now we're seeing, look, that you don't even have to just say, all right, man, we're ready to lose. Like, we see Sam Darnold move. We see Daniel Jones move. We see, like, some of these guys move. Not like we see Aaron Rodgers. Clearly, man, it's probably time to move on past that.
Fresh out of the Poncha Karma.
But they're putting themselves destined to be in this spot where it makes it harder and harder for them to be able to fix their quarterback situation.
Yeah, well, hopefully Aaron Rodgers says no, retires, and then they'll have a chance to fix their quarterback situation because they'll probably be pretty bad next year and could get a top pick in what is supposed to be a really good quarterback draft. But I always compare the Steelers under Mike Tomlin. I mean, this has been an issue since Roethlisberger.
Yep.
Yeah, since Roethlisberger was expiring, they've never put in an effort to try to find that next guy. Kenny Pickett wasn't, that was the end of the first round. That wasn't a good enough pick. And ever since with Russell Wilson and Justin Fields and Aaron Rodgers. And so, like, I've always compared it to the Michael Scott Paper Company, where they thought it was their low prices that were keeping them in business, when in reality it was the low prices putting them out of business.
No, God!
Yeah, and for Mike Tomlin, like, it was great to always win 9 games just to lose in the first round of the playoffs, but then it keeps you from having that top draft pick where you could get the next quarterback, and you're just stuck in this cycle of, like you said, winning 9 games every year, going to the playoffs, not being competitive, and not being bad enough to get that next quarterback. And so this is just, they've been stuck in purgatory for about 6 years now and hoping that Rodgers will still pick them for this upcoming season, which, like I said, he's probably doing you a favor if he doesn't, and then you can finally tank, for lack of a better phrase, and try to get that guy in next year's draft.
But it's crazy to me. Even the veteran quarterbacks that they pick, they aren't like the veteran quarterbacks that have upside, right? Like, they're like, when you watch Sam Darnold, even when the Vikings got him first, when you watch Sam Darnold, you're like, all right, this is a former first round pick, but he's not 38 or 35. He's not Russell or Aaron.
Yeah,
he's a guy that is in his 20s that had all the talent in the world. Let's see if we can get something out of him. Daniel Jones, another one, in his 20s. Let's see it, former first-round pick, top 10 pick. Let's see if we can get some. Like the Vikings, Kyler Murray, they're doing it again.
Yeah,
Kyler Murray. If you can't get yourself in position to go get one of the young quarterbacks, then that don't mean you go and get a guy in his 40s or go and get a guy, Russell Wilson, who, as you can feel, is a one-and-done and may fall apart type of deal. Like you said, they get into the playoffs.
That's right.
And they don't have a chance. But they get into the playoffs, and then they don't have a chance to really go up and get young quarterbacks. So I just hate – if I was a fan of the Steelers, I just would hate everything about what they're doing. I mean, Mike McCarthy is one thing. I mean, let's just get I know it sounds crazy. I'd rather be the Jets.
Unlimited.
I think, like, the Jets are giving themselves a real chance every year that they stink to find a player to get them out of it. Now I don't know who's picking them, but to find a player to get them out of it, and at least their coach is young and hadn't been around, and maybe there's something that the old Aggie can get rolling now. But I'd rather be the Jets than the Steelers as a fan. I really would, because like there's just not anything to get excited about with the Steelers. There's nothing. Hell, even they drafted a lineman that everybody has talked about. It's a project. It's just, it is.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'd rather be in hell than in purgatory. Like, at least you know who you are if you're the Jets, and you know what the problems are, and you can try to correct them. They haven't been able to find that answer, but at least they're trying, and they know what the problems are. Yeah, with the Steelers, it's just, again, to use that phrase, I mean, they've been stuck in purgatory here trying to figure this thing out. And, look, it's a franchise that they're now on their 4th head coach ever. So, they don't take big swings or big chances. So that's why they go for the Russell Wilson and they go for the Aaron Rodgers instead of trying to turn things around with a Daniel Jones. Justin Fields was the biggest swing they've taken in a number of years. Yeah.
Throw. Yeah, so.
And even that, he was like, he was a backup, really. They had Russell Wilson right at the same time. So, so that was still a safer play. It's kind of who the Steelers are, and I imagine it could be very frustrating as a fan of the organization.
Yep, lineups out. The Astros will get going here just over an hour. We'll let you know what they're doing there. And how serious should the talk of moving on from Joe Espada? They're 11-18. How serious should that conversation be? We'll discuss that coming up next. Those of you, though, have heard me talk about base power, and I think you understand my thoughts about base power.
Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, tune in, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
The sense of humor that the universe has.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Astros here in a little over an hour from now will be in Baltimore to take on the Orioles. See if they can improve upon that 11-18 record they have right now. I know it, Luke. That's tough. 11-18. There's some injury stuff. We'll get to you 5 o'clock fire, but. Teng, he's the latest to get his first start. He will be the opener tonight, so it will be a bullpen game. This according to Chandler Rome. So we'll see how long Teng goes, and they got a bullpen game. And luckily for them, they were off yesterday, so everybody should be ready to go if needed with this bullpen. The lineup, by the way, Correa. Alvarez is the DH, Paredes, Altuve, Walker, Diaz, Harris, Smith, and Matthews. That is the lineup out there for Teng. And what does he go? Would he go about 2 innings, hopefully?
Yeah, I guess. You get him one time through the lineup, that'd be nice.
That'd be nice.
Yeah,
that'd be
maybe
nice.
3 innings. And then I think Ryan Weiss was mentioned as maybe like a piggyback.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But his wife is due to give birth any moment, so they have Cody Bolton waiting.
I see that. Yep.
Yeah, for when Ryan's going to have to take off. So imagine that. You're going to might have to rip up that plan too.
Bad back Bolton potentially coming up to be the piggyback guy. Didn't he go on the IL for the bad back? I'm trying to keep up with him.
Hold on, so.
I think he did. Bad back Bolton. That's what they call him. So that's the lineup and what they're looking at tonight. GM Dana Brown. Luke said that he is not considering firing Joe Espada. How serious should that be? Should the Astros? I think they should be. I'll let the cat out of the bag over here. I think now. I don't think Dana Brown should be. Like, I think they should be considering what they want to do with Dana Brown too. I would put. We were talking about Udoka earlier. I would put Dana Brown front and center as the number one culprit to why this roster looks the way it does and why this team is where it is. But I also think that this team, they just need a spark. They need something. It does not to me look like if they just continue to roll like this, and I could be wrong, and I'm sure many of you will be there to let me know if I am.
We'll get all this little funk.
But this does not feel like 2 years ago where they got themselves 12 games under 500, and they kind of stayed the course and willed their way to getting here. I think not only do they need their guys to be healthy, but I think there needs to be some kind of shift, some kind of change there. And even though I don't believe Joe Espada is at fault for a lot of what's happening, as I said, I'd put Dana there, but I do think in-house they just need a shake-up somewhere, a different voice, different ideas. And that's why I would say they should be strongly considering him.
Desperate times call for desperate measures, so I get it. I can hear that side of the conversation of simply just to shake things up, but I don't think anything Joe has done or hasn't done is deserving of him losing his job. So if you want to make a change just for the sake of making a change, I could get it. Also, if you're Dana Brown and you want to try to preserve yourself by moving on from Espada, it could buy you a little more time. I could get that too for self-preservation for the GM. But otherwise, I don't put the struggles, if we're just talking about who's to blame, I don't put it on Joe. I mean, they have the most players on the IL. They've used the second most pitchers in the league this year. They have statistically the worst pitching staff in the league this year, in large part because of those injuries. You're missing your ace. You're missing your closer. They haven't had their starting 9 very often offensively. I mean, there's just so much that Espada's trying to deal with. I think the roster construction was poor to begin the year. There's a lot of things you could point to of the roster not being good enough. So I don't put a lot of blame on Joe. But if you want to make a change for the sake of making a change, then that I could somewhat understand. I might not agree with, but I could understand. But I could get it.
I just say it, Joe, thinking about Joe. I just say it, Luke, because if this thing continues to go the way it is, I don't think that either one of them will be back. I definitely don't think Joe will be back. Right. And, I mean, neither one of them have contracts past this season. Yeah. And 11-18 to kick this thing off to be in the cellar of a division that's not great. That is not helping your chances to get a new contract if you're Joe Espada. So I just think he's going to be gone if this continues. Hell, I mean, it'd have to be a hell of a turnaround and an advancement in the postseason for him to have a shoe-in with the job coming back next year. So with that, I don't know, boy. It doesn't feel. They just feel off. And yes, to me, it's hard to explain when you watch them. It's more than just injuries. It
sucks to suck.
There's just something missing. Even if everybody was back, there's just something missing, and I think it's about time for a different voice in there.
Could be, and as we said earlier, I mean, you just slide over the bench coach who just won the World Baseball Classic. You got somebody else there that could try to revitalize this team. And as I laid out before, usually there's a domino effect that you wait for that first team to rip the Band-Aid off, and then once they do, it's like, okay, guess it's not too early to fire our manager either.
We've seen two people teams rip the Band-Aid.
Yeah, the Red Sox did it over the weekend, and the Phillies did it today.
Yep.
Tried to hire the Red Sox former manager already, and so now we'll see.
Former member of the Astros coaching staff, and I think a lot of people would like Alex Cora.
Yeah, I would take him. So, last year when that first firing happened in the MLB, two more followed later that week. So maybe we get another one here soon. And Espada has the second highest odds to be the next manager fired, only behind Carlos Mendoza for the Mets. So it could occur. And like I said, to your, as you laid out, if you want to try to change the voice in the room, I get it. But I also think of after Alex Cora was fired in Boston, a former Red Sox player, anonymous, said it's like crapping your pants and only changing your shirt. And I think it would be similar with the Astros, where where if you change Espada, like you're not fixing the real problems. You still have big issues with this team, with these injuries, with everything. That no matter who you bring in, I don't know how much else can be done.
Yeah, to me, I'm just saying if you want to save this season, like if you're looking at this and you think, all right, we want to save this one right here. I just don't think you can keep going the way it is. I think there's got to be a major move because they're coming out, and it's not like his teams are airtight and buttoned up. I mean, they're making a lot of mistakes out there, getting picked off at first base at important times out there. Mistakes made, errors like that. So it's not like they've just been great. Although I'm not saying most of it is on Joe. Text line coming in. Calm down with you're firing the Astros coach. You would have been fired in the first month of the job. Yeah, I'm not a coach.
What an argument.
I would not have been hired.
Come on, man.
I would not have been hired. I'm not a
must be Joe's uncle or something.
Not a major league. And I think what Rob said, Espada is just a victim of bad injury luck. I think not just bad injury luck and bad roster construction.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
the last couple of years.
Yeah, I mean, like Dana is the number one culprit to me.
Yeah,
my man, you can't say, boy, I feel good about this bullpen. I think we got this here, boy. For us to be able to get a guy like Teng late, man, that's really helped the rest of this bullpen right here, baby. We got a guy like Brian Abreu who can hold it down when Hader gets back.
No.
And now we look at this, and these guys get lit up on a daily basis. I mean, any one of them. I said it last week. They should go ahead and grab Joe a hat down there, and just start throwing names in that hat. And Joe just go in there and reach out and grab one. Because that's pretty much. Yeah, that's pretty much what they got out there. Because they're anybody that go out there, it's bound to happen. Somebody is going to give up something. It feels like every night. And because of their starters, that bullpen's having to check in at many times in the fourth, which obviously does not help a poor bullpen anyway.
Yeah, pick your poison. I also don't know what they're doing with Brian Abreu. Like, just put him on the IL and let him figure things out.
Is he still hadn't pitched since?
He pitched in one of those games in an 8-run game against the Yankees. That's what you're resorting to using. Like, why even keep him? I guess they don't have a better option to fill that spot on the roster with how bad the bullpen is. But why are you keeping him around? Let him go on the shelf, and there's got to be something wrong. His velocity's down. Like, let's spend some time figuring out what's going on here with this guy instead of letting him just sit in the bullpen.
Now, he's soaking up a roster spot.
Yeah.
And again, I don't know who they would bring to put in. Well, I think Dana's got somebody, I'm sure, because they're deep. According to Dana.
Yeah. That's the other thing that he's way too positive, Dana Brown. He gets himself in trouble with his optimism. Yeah. He's also cost himself. He said, I don't want to talk about a new contract. I'm just going to let my results speak for themselves. And then fast forward, and they're one of the worst teams in the league.
Hey, man,
good job you bet on yourself.
Hey, that Dana, them checks, they come back on Dana's ass. He writes. Yeah, baby. Yeah, just let my work speak for itself, baby.
Yeah. Okay.
My man said, hey, our rotation, but we are deep, baby. We got some arms out there in that rotation. Yeah, you've had to use 68 of them.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't be a knucklehead.
Lord have mercy. All right, we'll see. I do think I don't think Joe's going to make the season.
I wouldn't fire him yet, but I would take that bet. I think he'll be gone at some point this year.
Yeah, I think he's going to struggle to make the season. All right, coming up, we've looked at what the Texans have done. The draft is over, so most areas that they can change and add new pieces to this team, from free agency, trades, the draft, is now over. We have a pretty good feeling and look on a lot of what this team is going to be. And now that we have reached this time, this is year 4 of the D'Amico, Nick Caserio administration. Do you think the Texans have done the work of building a Super Bowl caliber team? Do you, when you look at, you finish where they are right now, going into year 4, do you think this is a Super Bowl caliber team? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Coach D'Amico seems pretty.
SportsRadio610.com.
The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, those of you on the Base Power text line, 713-572-4610. Jump in, YouTube and Twitch as well. Jump in on the conversation. The Texans continue to go and get beef up front on both sides of the ball in the draft, starting with Rutledge, an interior offensive lineman, then Payne McDonald, an interior defensive lineman out of Iowa State. They grab a tight end, another guard from Oklahoma. They continue to go linebacker in the fourth round. They have continued to kind of build this team in the way they want to build it. They want to be a physical, smash-mouth team, a team that runs the football well, and they have put together the type of an offensive line that matches that. It seems like that is the mindset they're going with. They brought in a running back in David Montgomery that seems to fit the let's be extremely physical and do our thing that way. They are making the turn with that, and their defense obviously already does that. They're just enhancing themselves with Payne McDonald from Ohio State. But they have been through the start of the offseason where they made trades, including Titus Howard. They brought in free agents, including more moves on the offensive line in Braden Smith and Wyatt Teller. They brought back their guard from last year, Ed Ingram. Another trade with David Montgomery. They have done a lot of things in this offseason to kind of transform that offensive line, in particular their backfield. They have made adjustments and moves, and to me, Luke, it feels like they have built this sucker the way they want to build it. This right, I bet D'Amico sits there, Nick Caserio together. This is exactly it. This is exactly what I want to see. And you love that, right? We talked about it before. They got a plan, and they have executed that plan. My question to that is, all right, they've executed the plan. They are damn near 100% close to exactly where they want to be. I'm sure there's some spots where they wish they could have something upgraded. But for the most part, this is a roster that looks the way they want it. And this is how they want to attack things. With that being said, 713-572-4610, Base Power text line, YouTube and Twitch. You think they have built a Super Bowl caliber team? Do you think that they have achieved that? Have they built a Super Bowl caliber team, in your opinion?
I think so. I think they have. Now, of course, the best laid plans of mice and men, yada, yada, yada. So it doesn't mean it's going to work out, but I think on paper they have. And last year's a small sample size, and you never want to have recency bias and base yourself just simply off the most recent champion, but so many teams do. And when you look at last year's Super Bowl matchup, the Patriots and the Seahawks fit this formula that the Texans are now trying to, or already were trying to duplicate or implement. But I think for me, it simply comes down to quarterback. So on paper, yeah, I think this is the roster that can compete for a Super Bowl. I think this team does have that makeup, but it comes down to that quarterback, that if you were to add another quarterback, like Patrick Mahomes would be a ridiculous example, but if you were to add, just say, a top 10 quarterback and put him on this roster, or a quarterback even like a Sam Darnold who showed us he can play well in the biggest moments last year and win a Super Bowl, then I think you feel really good about this team because they have all those other pieces. But the question still remains about Stroud in those biggest moments in the playoff games and putting the team on his back to go lead you to big wins and eventually a Super Bowl. That's why there might be some trepidation. But otherwise, I think you have, if Stroud plays to his potential, or he plays like a top 10 quarterback with everything else on this roster and around him, then certainly I think this is a team capable of going and competing for a Super Bowl.
I think they are a team that can win a Super Bowl. We've seen teams that look like the Texans win a Super Bowl. Hell, I mean, in a way, you can say they're in a similar range of the Seahawks, right? That from last year. Seahawks defense was right kind of in line with the Texans. They've got a dominant receiver on their team. So do the Texans. Like that, you could see that close. So we've seen teams like the Texans, the way they're built, win championships. But I think their margin for error is low. I think they feel like a team that is capable, but they have to have a lot of things go right. I think the draw matters for them. I think where they play matters. I think, if they're on the road or weather, whatever, I think it matters just because my concern is how many different ways can they play and win? If this team is asked to, hey, man, all right, man, I know this defense is kicking ass and usually kicks ass, but, hey, man, y'all got to score 27 today. Y'all got to score 28. Y'all got to score 30 today, right? Like they just something's happened, whatever's happened, you have to we need you all to put 30 on the board. That is a concern that I wonder if they're able to pull off, right? Like, I mean, hell, even last year, I know CJ had a plethora of turnovers against the Patriots. Their offense still needed to score at least, 20 – they scored 3 touchdowns themselves without they had to come up – they came up with 28 points. 3 of the touchdowns weren't off turnovers. They didn't. The only points they got off turnovers in that game was the pick six that was thrown. All the other ones were regular drives that the Patriots scored off of. If they are called upon to have to come up with a game, the way CJ did his rookie year, where he had to come up with a game and to put points on the board against Joe Burrow, had to come up with a game and put points on the board against Baker Mayfield and the Bucs. That is something that I wonder is in their bag. I feel like they have got to play and win games one way. And you brought up C.J. Stroud. I don't think that's always just on the quarterback. I think that is the entire offense. I think the entire offense is a part of that. And I think Nick Caley and the quarterback together trying to figure out, because that's the other part is when I say they've got to find other ways, and I think you talked about it earlier, I don't know if they're willing. If they are, like, I don't think they want to play other ways. I don't think they are guaranteed. I think they want to run that puppy, control it, play good defense.
For sure.
And I think most games the majority of teams they run into in the NFL, I think that will work. I don't know that is something that can get you through 4 teams that you may have to beat, and some may be on the road to win them. So that's my concern of can they go get 30? The people are talking about the Seahawks. The Seahawks, they were able to grab 30 when they needed to. They were able to, we saw what they looked like against the Rams. I think the Rams' offense was much better later on in the season. I don't think the Texans could beat the Rams. I think they would have a real problem if that game got away from it. And again, I don't just place all of that on the quarterback, on C.J. Stroud. I don't think the mentality of the offense helps him at all. I feel like they're going to get in games like that, and Luke, they will. They're going to get in games like that where their offense is going to need to put up points, and it will be like, all right, guys, flip the switch. We need you, but that's not how they go about doing things, and they're going to have to flip the switch on that. I think CJ's capable. We've seen him do it. That is my concern, is if they could pull that off.
Yeah, it's a fair concern. I mean, the best teams are always the ones that can win in a multitude of ways, and I referenced it earlier. I mean, you point to the Seahawks. in the regular season. They won a division game in a shootout, scoring over 30 points against the Rams. They won a division game scoring only 13 points and shutting out the 49ers in, I think, like the second to last game of the season, that Saturday night game. So they won shootouts. They won defensive battles. And the champions in all the leagues always do that. You could point to all these stats of, the last X number of Super Bowl teams are top 10 in offense and defense. March Madness, the last 25 champions are all top 20 in offense, top 20 in defense. You need to be able to win in a variety of different ways. It's why the Yankees do well in the regular season, but not the postseason, because they win with just the home run ball. They win one type of way. You really get in the weeds. Like Alabama basketball can only play fast, and when they have a lead late in the game, they struggle because they don't know how to slow it down.
Yep.
And so I think it's similar, or could be similar for the Texans, that when they can score first and play with the lead, kind of, we were talking off air about your Chiefs a couple years ago, where they were great at taking the air out of the football in the second half and just milking a lead to the very end. If you can do that, it's great. But in those off games where you have to get into a shootout, or you can't just rely on running the football and making it real easy on the quarterback and play action, and you have to actually drop back and throw it 40 times and go downfield, can you do that? I don't know what the average winning percentage is. I'm sure it's not great, but I do know the Texans under, this Stroud-D'Amico duo, I just looked it up, they're 3-7 when they allow 30-plus points in a game. I don't know how that compares to the rest of the league, but obviously it hasn't been a winning formula for them, and I don't know that it would be a winning formula in the future to try to aim for 30-plus points in a game.
Yeah, text line coming in, the Texans and the Seahawks defense is comparable, but their offenses are not. That's why the Seahawks were in the Super Bowl and the Texans have never made it to the AFC Championship game. Yeah, and again, like people are saying CJ choked and was scared. Like, again, he did choke. He was awful in both those games. Again, I don't just put that on CJ. Like, I think Sam Darnold and Clint Kubiak were a huge reason why that offense was able to do the things that it needed to do each and every week. And again, we'll see what Sam looks like without Clint Kubiak. We'll see what that combination looks like. But yeah, I just that is the likelihood of running through some of the quarterbacks that it feels like they will run through. I think last year was an anomaly. I don't think you're going to get a draw of a 108-year-old Aaron Rodgers and a draw of a rookie who is just kind of coming into his own in Drake May in his second playoff game, and potentially Jarrett Stidham, right? And then, in the Super Bowl, Sam Darnold. I don't think that is the case. The likelihood is you're probably going to run into Herbert, Allen, Mahomes, Lamar, Burrow. Like, there's the likelihood is you run into those. Like, that's your path, and you probably got to score 25, 28 points in two of those games, right? And so, and do they have that ability to play that card? All right, coming up, a little 5 o'clock fire. We'll get you ready for the Astros as they get ready here in the 5 o'clock hour. Lineups are out. We'll tell you what's going on and some injury notes as well with the Astros. And injury notes, Game 5 for both sides with the Lakers and the Houston Rockets, including Kevin Durant updates. And we'll look at the playoffs tonight as 3 big games. Got a chance to end a couple of series tonight. All of that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
The Rockets survived a sweep with a Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Flip on this burger.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Luke is in the building. Clint is out. Show T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T. And as a shocker, those are the same people. The latest is I do want to get to the Astros as they'll take on the Baltimore Orioles here in a bit. But this news dropping, this pisses me smooth off. This news dropping.
I knew it was going.
It does. It does. Dropping about 10, 15 minutes ago. The NCAA basketball tournaments are set to move to 76 teams because, by God, we all were asking for that. The damn 64 or whatever it is wasn't enough. Everybody has been yearning for more damn teams, apparently. The mechanics of the expansion in the men's tournament, which will include eight. That's what we were thinking. Oh, yeah, those 8 teams that were left out.
Hated it.
Yeah, sorry, boss, that 16 and 15 Auburn team that we needed to have in the tournament. They would get in. 8 additional at-large bids with what's known to be the first 4. 8 teams playing 4 games in Dayton, Ohio, will expand to 12 games played by 24 teams at 2 different sites, one of which is expected to remain Dayton. The expansion would lead to the additional 8 men's games, meaning they will play on Tuesday and Wednesday of the NCAA tournament, and the traditional 64-team tournament will start on Thursday at the regular sites. But they are bringing in 8 more damn teams, Luke. I'm sorry. College basketball is my favorite sport. I know it's weird, but it is my favorite sport. The NCAA tournament is my favorite sporting event. Selection Sunday does me in. I wasn't a real big fan of when it got moved to 68. And we had to play this first 4. We almost lost Brian Anderson's voice in the first one. He couldn't do his first game because he was shot with his voice. I damn sure didn't need 76. My God, what are we doing?
Came in the game.
I mean, I understand the money aspects of things, but my God, man, this is stupid. Sorry.
It is stupid. Yeah, there was no bubble this year. I mean, Joe Lunardi got 67. He got only one wrong. He had all the teams correct, and he had all the seeds correct, plus or minus 1, for all but 1 team this year. The bracket was completely predictable heading into Selection Sunday because there was no bubble. There were no teams, not even Auburn, that were questionable to get in. And now we're expanding to put these other teams in. And not only that, now you have this play-in round will feature 24 teams. So about a third of the tournament is going to play in the play-in round on Tuesday and Wednesday. And it takes teams that normally would be in the tournament is going to have to play in this play-in round. So you're punishing the bottom, whatever that is, bottom quarter if you take away the teams we're adding in, that they now have to play their way into the tournament just to begin with. Instead of already having the spot. Yeah, it's silly. I didn't like the expansion of 68. I don't really care for the play-in round. It's pretty boring to me with these 16 seeds from bottom conferences playing. And now we're going to get more of that on Tuesday, Wednesday, then start the tournament on Thursday. So now some teams are going to have to play 3 games in 6 days, and which leads to even lesser quality basketball by the time you get to the weekend.
Yes.
It's obviously all about money, but I don't like it. And especially with NIL and everything, you're seeing where – like I said, there is no bubble. It's really about the top teams in the sport. We don't need more mediocre teams. It waters down the whole product. Less is more, and that's the case with March Madness as well.
Yeah, no, I mean, you can understand maybe something like, hey, the NFL added another playoff team. All right, that helps. These jokers, 76. Somebody just texting, you ain't lying, the NIT just blew a gasket. The hell's the CBI going to put together?
Yeah, that's right.
Who the hell are they going to put? They're below the NIT. This is ridiculous. That's just my college sports, man. I know this is a get off my line statement if I've ever had one. But good God, man. Can I just get my 64 teams?
Yeah, I'm with you.
Good Lord, man.
I just got the red carpet. We're wanting to get into a controversy.
By the way, if you're in a power conference, I don't care what school it is. You go 2 years without going to the tournament, your ass should be fired.
That's fair.
Fired. 76.
Yeah. Right, because these are at-large bids being added.
Yeah.
So, you have 8 more opportunities to get in. And they're not going to stop here. Or this tournament's going to continue to expand because there's money on the table.
All right. There it is. If you missed it, the NCAA tournament will move from 68 to now 76 teams is what this thing will move to. So watering down, as Luke said, to sport even more. That just came out about 10, 15 minutes ago.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Luke, the Astros, they're going to travel here to Baltimore, and they'll get started in the 5 o'clock hour. We'll keep you updated, or as Tyler would want us to do, to keep you abreast of the situation of this game moving forward. But some injury news first. Jeremy Pena took at-bats in live VP facing Josh Hader, according to Joe Espada. Pena may be getting close to making rehab assignment games. So that could be something. So you look at Hader and Jeremy Pena both seeing some action there. We know after bullpen or these live BPs, it's supposed to be for both of them. For Hader, when he stops doing this, he's supposed to go on a rehab assignment. We'll see how that goes. But Jeremy Pena, who was their best offensive player last year, they could desperately use him back as well. And then this player, I'd love to get your thoughts on this before we get into the game. Imai will make his rehab start tonight, and then the team will talk with him to analyze the next steps. According to an Astros member, I don't think that once he comes out today that we will talk to him. Maybe one rehab start will be enough, but we want to see how he feels. We're not going to rush him back. You're damn right they're not going to rush him back. This is one they got to be sweating bullets about. They got to be nervous about because they invested a little bit in him, and there are some skills and some like we can see the stuff at times, but this looks like this could be a real issue because one, he is the one in control of opting in to the years. He may not want to stay here, but he's in control of opting in here, so he's had a lot of control, and they desperately need him to work right now. They got to get him right. So the Imai thing is really interesting.
Yeah, I'm already tired of him with all these lame excuses, and so I immediately I don't like this quote. Once he comes out, we'll talk to him, and and then later in the quote says, "Want to see how he feels." Let's see what sort of excuse he comes up with after, for the rehab start. We talked earlier about Kevin Durant and that toughness of wanting to be out there. Same thing with this guy, talking about the travel and the mound is too hard and all this stuff. Just get out there and pitch. You're getting paid a lot of money. But this was the concern. I was on the air the day that the signing was announced, and this is the concern for a lot of these guys is making the transition. It's so different, obviously off the field, being in a whole new country and not knowing the language and moving cross country. I can only imagine doing that. It wouldn't go very well for me either. But then also just on the field and all that aspect, and those were some of his complaints. It's almost an entirely different sport than what they're used to. They throw more often, they pitch more often, they throw in between starts, all this sort of stuff. Even the approach on the mound is different. So it is such a big change, and so far he has not handled it very well. Maybe this time away helps, but we'll see how long he rehabs for and when he returns. This team, they need anybody with a pulse they need on the mound. I mean, this pitching staff is insane.
That can give them 4 to 5 innings. That's where they are right now. Just
he'll take it,
5, man,
yeah,
and give us a chance and not be down 6-7-0. So that's the latest injury report wise. Hopefully Jeremy Pena can get himself back soon, but it looks like he is going to be in line to make some rehab starts. All right, let's look at the game tonight. The lineup is out. Teng will make his first start. It will be a bullpen game, so there will be he'll probably get a couple of innings. Hopefully, as you said earlier, can he make it one time around the order? Potentially maybe 2 or 3 innings, but he'll start this thing off. But this will be a bullpen game as they face the Orioles. But Correa is leading off at short. Yordan Alvarez is the DH tonight. Paredes is at third with Altuve behind him at second. Christian Walker, Yainer Diaz catching. Dustin Harris is in left field. Cam Smith is in right, and then Bryce Matthews is in center for Teng tonight. Teng is one to watch because a defensive back, a.k.a. Dana Brown, he said he would like to potentially see what he looks like as a starter. Now, I would just say this guy has been somebody who has been one of your only reliable pieces in the bullpen. We'll see what that looks like, but they got to get going here soon, man. 11-18, man. This feels like around that time a couple years ago where it was like, hey, all right, man, guys, we're 12-24 or whatever. When are we going to kick this thing on? It feels like we reached that point at 11-18 that they need to start showing some signs of life.
Yeah, it's getting late early, and you're taking on. This is your chance. I know they're on the road, so that's not ideal. But you're taking on an Orioles team that's under 500. They haven't been all that great this year. Some of their moves this offseason haven't panned out yet, like Pete Alonso. And then you go to the Reds. You go to Boston, where obviously that team
in flux. They just fired their manager.
Yeah, they're very much like the Astros. The guys, they're in shambles. So it's you're playing two teams that aren't very good. Try to get some wins on the road here and right this ship. But yeah, it's obviously it's not great for the Astros, of course. And we'll see if Teng can set the tone for them here tonight against the Orioles, and they try to score some runs in somewhat of a hitter-friendly ballpark and get some wins on the road.
The problem is the Orioles and the Red Sox are saying the same thing, too.
That's true.
They're playing a team that could be gettable. They're playing starting pitching that could be gettable. They're going to get Teng in this series to start things off, and then obviously Lambert comes back, and Pete Lambert's been all right, but you look at this, they're like, all right, Teng, Lambert, McCullers in this series.
We'll take 2 out of 3 if you're the other team.
Come on, man.
Worst case scenario.
There is a 3-game set where they're going Teng, Lambert, McCullers.
It's so sad.
LFG, baby. Let's get it.
It's so sad that this is where we are still in April.
Yes.
And it's only April still. This is like a September for a team that's out of the playoffs, and this is what you have to realize. It's like when they always show the presidents go into the White House, and then 4 years later, how much older and different they look.
Yes.
It feels like it's already been a season for this Astros team, and we're still in April. It's the first month of the season, and we have to rely on Teng tonight to try to get a win in Baltimore.
And Pete Lambert, who we're looking forward to.
Yeah.
And Lance McCullers, somebody whose ERA is still up, almost getting to 7. And somebody that's one of the more trusted ones in this thing. All right, so that's tonight. We'll keep you updated on what's going on right here. So they'll get started here in just a bit.
Tang, it's a kick in the glass. 5 o'clock fire.
All right, the Rockets, they'll be facing elimination. We'll be talking about more of that tomorrow. But the injury news in that game, it starts with Kevin Durant. Shams Charania of ESPN said Kevin Durant, with that left ankle, is not expected to play on Wednesday. By the way, that came out this morning on a Tuesday. Also, other reports, though, that Kevin Durant was on some sort of special treadmill, and he was on that the entire time of practice. Did not participate in practice today, but rode that treadmill under the watchful eye of the training staff. And Udoka said he is still day-to-day, game-to-game, but did not participate in practice. And then the other news is Austin Reeves. The Lakers are optimistic that he can return in Game 5. That's also been talked about in Games 3 and 4. But he has that oblique strain that he's been out for about 4 weeks. They're hopeful that he can potentially return for a closeout game for the Lakers. You happen to feel okay with the Rockets going into this closeout game where their season can come to an end without Kevin Durant being a part of the lineup?
Yeah, only in the sense of, obviously it doesn't help their chances to win. But if I'm being honest, if I'm being realistic, no team has ever come back down 3-0 in an NBA playoff series. So, in a 7-game series. 3-0, yeah, down 3-0 to win a 7-game series. So, for the Rockets, like at this point, it's kind of moot. You're not going to win the series. So, for Kevin Durant's sake, you don't risk any further injury that could impact next season. And then you also get to see some of the younger guys in a big playoff game where it's more on your shoulders. Go and figure it out. And that could be helpful for their growth and development. Like, you're not going to win this series either way. You might not win tomorrow either way. So you might as well try to get more from those younger guys and make sure Durant's healthy for at least next season with a clean slate.
Yeah, and just in time on the other side, it looked like that maybe that Luke Kennard bubble may have burst a little bit here, and just in time, Austin Reeves coming in potentially to move him back to his role. So we'll see how much he plays. I would assume now they were talking about him being potentially played in Game 3 and 4. I would assume Austin Reeves will be able to go in this series. By the way, I still think the Rockets are a dead team walking.
Yeah.
But if they win this game, then things will be funky.
Yeah, it gets interesting.
If they win this game, then things will kind of be funky. But the Rockets, they got to really play their A game, especially if they're going to have to go without Kevin Durant. All right.
Did you see what Jabari Smith Jr. said today?
No. What did he say?
He said that the Rockets are obviously the better team.
Huh. I'll be honest, Jabari, I thought before the series you were.
Yeah.
I did. I think you have more talent.
You've proved us wrong. Great job.
You think you think that inbound pass kept him up at night?
I hope so.
Yeah, I would hope so, but I have a feeling it did not.
Who in the hell was he throwing that to? God, oh, man.
It also just it comes off as such like bitterness or pettiness when you're down 3-1 in the series, you've been outplayed, and you're like, yeah, but we're obviously the better team.
Yeah, and let's add a little bulletin board material for the Lakers as well.
True.
Yeah, that rocks. All right, coming up, T-Mill's best bets, Monday, no red, any orange. We'll take that on a Monday, tell you that.
Every time.
Every time. These Mondays have been tough. He'll give you his bets coming up, as well as, hey, man, Some of you all don't like to give the Texans credit. All right, they definitely deserve credit for something they have done, and they said what they want to do and what they want to be, and they have done it. We'll discuss that coming up next.
In the Loop.
I think this is a Mary Poppins draft. Practically perfect in every way. They checked all the boxes. They got.
buzzer or final out. It's H-Town Postgame, energized by base power on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
T-Mill's Best Bets coming up here in about 5 minutes or so. There you go. Hey, man, 50% last night. That's good on a Monday. We'll see what he can do coming up tonight here with T-Mill's Best Bets. Actually, let's jump them in right now. Let's get these T-Mill's Best Bets in right now because this Orioles-Astros game is going to get started here at I believe here in about 10 minutes. So in 10 minutes, 5:35, I know you got some. Let's get these out to the people. A little T-Mill's Best Bets before that action hits. And I know the Astros are in a couple of these bets. What you got?
Yeah, I like your style. Definitely have some Astros bets within today's Tuesday picks for the people. That game getting started any second, so let's get started right here with bets. Astros plus a run. I'm taking the Stros plus 1 run in Baltimore for game 1 of this series tonight. Within that game, I got a player prop for you, Yainer Diaz.
Oh, boy.
Over 1.5 total bases for the catcher. That doesn't mean I don't think Vasquez should still be starting over Yainer, because that is the case. But Yainer has had a lot of success against the Baltimore arm that is starting this game this evening.
Oh,
so
my.
Yainer.
This will let us know about your week.
Yes, it will. I think that's very fair to say.
This will let us know about your week.
So those are your first 2 best bets for this Astros game. Get them in now while you can. Third best bet tonight, I got the Brewers money line. They are hosting the Arizona Diamondbacks up there in Milwaukee. Got the odds at minus 115 for the Brewers to win that one. And then finally, your fourth and last best bet on a Tuesday. I'm taking the Mets, old PC, Creighton's Mets, minus a run as they host the Washington Nationals tonight up in New York. Those are your 4 best bets.
All right, get them in. The Astros, you got about 9 minutes, 8 minutes now before that gets kicked in.
Tick.
There you go. Yainer Diaz, Tyler, is definitely going because he does have a great career against this starting pitcher tonight.
It is only 8 at bat.
It's 8 at bats, but you're trusted. That he's hitting 500, even a cool 500 in those 8 at bats, and an OPS over 1,400. But I just would also throw out there his slash line currently is 215, 238, 329 slugging.
Playing devil's advocate, right?
So, I just wanted to give all the information.
That's fair.
Out here.
That's fair.
So you got this is a real feel of past history or what this guy's doing right now. I'd like to know the last time he faced him. That would be if it's a year and a half ago, because that feels like when I started thinking that we lost Yainer in terms of his ability to hit the baseball consistently. But
Yainer is Shane Baz's daddy.
Yeah, listen, we will see this one right here. If you win this one, that's the one to keep an eye on, folks. If you win that one, this is going to be a hell of a week.
We're starting a heater.
He's getting hot. He's getting hot right there.
Hell yeah.
Does that still count if it's the only one that you win on the evening? Would that still count?
That would suck.
That would suck.
No, that probably wouldn't be the start of a heater.
Go check it out at T-Mill Real Deal. You still got about 5 minutes before that Astros game starts to figure that out. By the way, I just want to let you know here in any moment if you hear me in excitement or complete pure anger, the number 1 college basketball recruit coming into the season is going to make his decision in the next minute. He will either go to Kentucky, Kansas.
You already know what he's doing.
I don't know. I have not looked. His family's here. He's either going to Kentucky, Kansas, or Oregon.
Okay.
Tyron Stokes. We'll see. He's going to announce it on Inside the NBA right now at 5:30. As soon as Mike Wilbon gets his old ass off the screen, we'll figure out something here. Tyron's already there with his family. If he goes to Kentucky, he's very upset. And not at him. I'll be very upset about the Booth family, all of those people in Lawrence who did not pony up the cash to get this done.
Hold on, so.
And also, you know this as well as anybody. Also, they will have to get rid of the Adidas contract. He's a Nike guy. That's the thing that's really scaring us here. They will have to get rid of the Adidas contract.
Damn. Make a play, Jayhawks.
It's like the old SAT question where one's not like the other. I'm surprised Oregon's in the mix.
Yeah.
Kansas, Kentucky, get those. And then Oregon
he's a Seattle kid.
Okay.
Yeah, so Washington didn't make the list. Another Nike school. But we'll see. Tyron Stokes, 6'8". He's a serious hooper. All right. I will say this: the Texans, before we move on, the Texans they have completely overhauled this offensive line, Luke. And the best part about it, and what I can respect, I think there should have been maybe some bigger shots taken. I wish that maybe they got aggressive and went out and made some bigger plays, especially at the center position. We'll see what the Keelan Rutledge kid does if he is able to go there. But if you look at what they have done, all the guys they have added, Luke, from Braden Smith to Wyatt Teller, Ed Ingram, Keelan Rutledge, bringing back Trent Brown, Evan Brown for the position he's going to play makes sense. All the guys they have added, and we sat here last year looking at this, these are bona fide, all right, we're going to try to actually spend money and resources to go get guys to fix this all the way through. They gave real money to these guys and then move up in the draft to get a guy in Keelan Rutledge to fit where they want to do. And these guys all, Luke, fit exactly what they're looking to do, looking to be, and that is a smash mouth, run the football, physical. They are trying to mirror what their defense is on the offensive side of the ball, and I think they have added the guys in. Now we'll see what this means, and I'm certain there are other questions that roll through. But with Cole Popovich and company, they have added and they have transformed this offensive line to look exactly and be exactly what they want to be. And I give them credit. They did it in an off season, and now we'll see what happens. Now it's about evaluation, but they sought out what they wanted to be and then executed that by bringing in players that fit that.
Yeah, yep. So now, they followed their plan. They have what they want, and now you got to go out there and have success. But as we've been talking throughout the afternoon, they're designed to win that certain way. It was my concern at the time with the Rockets where I thought they were leaning too much into the size and this double big lineup that, I thought they still needed more help out on the perimeter. And so for the Texans, similar in the sense of like you're leaning so much into the run blocking and running the football and the physical smash mouth football, but you also have to be able to do some of the other stuff and be able to protect in the pocket and drop back and have a potent passing attack and be able to play from behind and come back and win a game and throw downfield, all those sorts of things. Because actually, you look at last year, the two teams that were in the Super Bowl, Seahawks and the Patriots, they were both top 2 in yards after the catch, and then the Rams were number 3, and they were in the Final Four of last year's postseason. So it might be causation or correlation, one of the two, I don't know, but that was a big thing last year for these teams that were successful, was getting the ball in their playmakers' hands in open space through the air and allow them to go get yards. But this offensive line is one that's going to have to be a dual threat, so to speak, offensively. And I'll also say, I was just trying to Google it. I don't know if a team has ever won a Super Bowl with a rookie starting at center. I might be missing an obvious example, but that seems like asking a lot, too, to bring in this kid.
Clint's very, very concerned about that.
Okay, yeah, I think rightfully so.
With a combination of C.J. Stroud and where he was with the offense last year, putting a rookie center. I don't think maybe Creed Humphrey's close. Maybe they got to the AFC title game and lost. I think he won it in year 2 as a second-year center. That's the most recent center that I can remember that was a rookie that made deep runs. But No, yeah, that is concerning. But I mean, to the point though, they got what they're looking for, and I do agree with you about the dual part of it. Like, what are that's my question that I'm really intrigued to see, and I think it's going to be the big thing for this offensive line. I do think they're going to run the football. I think they're going to be committed to it, and I think they got guys that are going to be able to be good to run the football. For me, I do wonder what this looks like. As you're talking about dual, what's this look like when they got to pass the ball and everybody in the house knows they got to pass the ball? Are they going to be able to protect? Because if you go and do a lot of scouting on and what scouts and what people say about these players, all of these guys they brought in, their strengths and their weaknesses, a lot of the guys on the offensive line that they brought in are major strengths or physicality in the run game, and then potentially weaknesses or issues in pass pro. That's where they've got to have improvement. And a lot of those guys, I know that's Ed Ingram, that's Braden Smith, a lot of those guys, that fits them. So that's going to be the thing to watch is what do they have to do? And maybe they're not in that situation as much with their defense. Maybe that their defense helps it, that the score will never take them in a space where they have to stop running the football and playing the way they want to play. But that's going to be the next step to see what happens. What happens when teams know they got to throw the ball? How is this group able to protect? That'll be a big thing
for sure. By the way, according to AI, only one team has ever won a Super Bowl when a center has started every game regular season. A rookie center has started every game regular season, postseason, gone on to win the Super Bowl, and that was that Broncos team, the Peyton Manning Broncos, of about just over a decade ago.
About that. All right, it's more recent than you would think. All right, coming up as we continue to roll through this thing, do you agree with Luke? Luke believes that Ime Udoka, when it comes to the hierarchy of who deserves the blame the most for where the Rockets are right now, down 3-1 in this series to a depleted Lakers team, he believes that Udoka's last on the list when it comes to the blame. Do you agree with him? He'll explain himself, and I will explain myself coming up next.
Payne and Pendergast.
My big
610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I'm sweating bullets right now, Tyler. He's at the table. I'm sweating bullets right here. Don't you, oh my God, me.
Oh my God.
Don't you do that. Get this
Fingers and toes crossed.
We could have got lined up for this showing on TV. You knew you was going to be on Inside the NBA. I mean, I don't care what you. There are plenty of barbers in Lawrence, Kansas, but you could have got lined up going on to this.
If he was a real winner, he'd be going to play buckyball. Which one of y'all was that?
There's some people who say that. That's true. Luke, that was a very disrespectful snicker.
That's so natural.
There's no more disrespect than a snicker, than a small little snicker.
Sorry, I thought the mic was off.
There's nothing more.
You jerk.
Yeah, okay, buckyball my ass.
And your basketball program's on the rise, sucker.
There's so much that could be said with a well-executed. All right, coming up behind us, before we get to his thoughts on Ime Udoka being last on the blame chart. Coming up behind us, Texans All Access, Mark Vandermeer and John Harris. They will have the Texans general manager, Nick Caserio. He will be live right at 6 o'clock. The mic's not working for the kid now. They've had to hand him Ernie's mic. But Texans general manager Nick Caserio will be live with the guys right at 6 o'clock. So check that out. And then Area 45, live and local. They'll pick it up at 7 o'clock. We got it after Texans All Access. Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton in the building. They got it rolling until 11 o'clock. And they will have a little post-game, getting you ready and prepared for what happened with the Astros. As by the way, you will be surprised to know in the first inning, Yordan Alvarez got a hit. So shocker there. But they will keep you updated on what's going on there as they will have that post game for you a little bit later. So stay tuned right here, live and local, right behind us, right here on Sports Radio 610. All right, so you have said you feel like Ime Udoka is somebody, because would you say it feels like he's taking a ton of heat?
Yeah,
a lot
absolutely.
of the heat. I would say now Kevin Durant missing these games has probably helped the kind of quieted the waters a little bit on him, but it feels like Udoka is the one that has gotten a lot of the heat, and you don't think he should be the one getting the most, correct?
Correct. I'd put him almost, like I said, I think last. I think he's least on the list. And that's grouping all the players together, to make that clear. I'm not putting him necessarily above every player.
Yeah.
But I would put the GM number one.
Not Dorian Finney-Smith. You don't have it yet.
Well, he should be high up there. Poor son. What a terrible signing. And then the players, two, as a group, the roster, the performance of the roster. And then I put the coach last. And some of that is by default, just honestly, maybe my bias, but in the NBA, I'll always put the players above the coach when it comes to blame, because I don't think the coaches play as large of a role in the NBA as they do in other professional sports. And it's obviously it's a star-driven league. It's a player-driven league. So I always am going to lean towards blaming the players more than the coach in a lot of scenarios. But Ime, I put last, and I think a large part of it, well, I think some of it's similar to Joe Espada, like the injuries that this team has been dealt with. I know at one point during the season they had like the most money on the injured list, but you had a team that lost Fred VanVleet and was unable to replace him at the point guard, and then you have a team that really wanted to build themselves around the double big lineup, and then you lose Steven Adams so early, and that plan goes out the window. And then you have a 37-year-old star where a team has never won a championship with their best player that age or older. And Durant had a great season, of course, throughout the regular season, but now you don't have him available in the postseason either. And they still were able to win 52 games as they did last year, despite some of that adversity and some of those injuries. And so it's almost like, we could go into a lot of the other numbers too, bottom 8 in turnovers and bottom 8 in three-point shooting. I think a lot of that falls on, again, the roster management and then the players and their performance. And some of the poor decisions made at the end of Game 3, I put more on the players than I do the head coach, who can only do so much from the sideline. But a lot of this roster is kind of like building a sandcastle at the beach, and one wave comes and wipes it out. Like, they did so much to build this roster, and then when you lose Fred VanVleet and you lose Steven Adams, only so much can be done, and yet they still won 52 games and made it to the playoffs and still fought hard the other night when they were left for dead and all these other things. I think Ime's a very good coach. That's why he was brought here to begin with. I think if the Rockets were to let him go, he'd get scooped up real quick because of his reputation as a head coach, and I don't put the majority of the blame on him, certainly. I put him last on the list.
I think the best argument that you made there that I can get behind more than anything you've said, if this kid doesn't just hurry up and tell us
they're dragging this out.
This is dragging out. Where's the hat at? What is he pulling out? He put on a clip on his sunglasses. Just pull the damn thing out, will you?
He pulled the present out of a box.
Dog, man.
Can't open the present.
Just show it to us. Where are you going? We know it's.
Whoa.
Yes! Yes!
Monkey ball? I'm just kidding. He's going to Kansas?
Yes!
Hopefully he doesn't have cramping problems.
Woo! Woo! Anyway, I'm sorry.
No wonder Bill Self came back.
Sorry.
You and Boss Lady somewhere celebrating, I'm sure.
Hey, man, I've been looking at this roster like, if they don't get him, I don't know what they're going to do. Woo! How about that? To that person who texted, why would he go to Kansas? They suck. You suck it. Isaiah, Ron, nobody cares. Guess what? I do.
Donkey Kong sucks. No, you suck.
Anyway, the thing that you did say that this is something that I kind of follow as well is, the star gets a lot of the blame and a lot of the praise. The Kevin Durant angle, I can get with you on that, but even within that, I still believe that Udoka has had and his staff, and I like the staff, and I think you got to put him in control of that. Udoka and his staff have done nothing to make Kevin Durant and his life easier. Now, the star that I really look at is Alfred Sengun. The drop-off there, a lot of that is him to me as opposed to what Udoka has done. I feel like Kevin Durant has played above what I thought Kevin Durant was going to be at 37 this year.
Mm-hmm.
But I also don't think a lot of that has had to do with the scheme and how the offense is being run with them. And my other big point is I believe that Udoka is a person – you can look at this. You can look at it and you can look at organizations and you can look at there are certain coaches that have more power than others. There are certain coaches that, when I say power, have power to make decisions in their hiring. Now, I'm not going to say Udoka's on the same level of these guys, but when he got hired and where he got hired to made it clear to me that, this is a guy, the Rockets were out kicking their head coaching coverage. From the organization that they were out kicking the level of who they were. Udoka, he was one of the most sought after coaches. You said he would be sought after even after this.
Yeah.
He was really sought after the Boston situation. He would still be the Boston coach had he not gotten himself into trouble. Damn, Nia. But if he had not gotten himself into trouble, he'd still be the Boston coach. With that being said, guys like Steve Kerr, guys like who else would fit into this? I think probably Jason Kidd now. There are several coaches that you can look at and you can say, all right, those guys have a little bit more power than the others. Like they're not just the GMs aren't running things. Like Like, even you can look at it, Eric Spoelstra, he would generally fit in that, but he doesn't. Pat Riley is making all the decisions. This is not a Pat Riley type of a situation. This is a situation where Udoka, to me, would have more power than Raphael Stone. Right? I don't, like, there's not a scenario in which I believe Raphael Stone can go in and just say, hey, Tillman, I'm going to go ahead and fire Udoka. Go ahead. That's what we're going to go ahead and do. I think he could have done that to Silas. I think he could have done that to Stephen Silas. I don't think he could have done that. So with that being said, I think that Udoka